Very good start here from Ironblood as they find yet another 3 down.
It was Yakko yesterday, wasn't it, that was causing a ton of problems for Ultra Academy North America, and a massive reason why the AIM Esports side were able to take Veto in the fashion they were. Again, we can't emphasize it enough that they managed to string like basically P1 to P4 together in indomitable fashion. That is something you so rarely see here on Veto. But to kick things off now, we're going to be on board with Super, who unfortunately will fall there. Almost tries to get 3 versus Mohawk, but will not find it. Fortunately for him, though, Eric Boom and Journey are there to pick up the slack, and it will be AIM now on the better side of the hard point. That is something you need to keep an eye on here, by the way, folks. Even with 45 seconds left, Ironblood at the back of their minds, they will be thinking, we need to flip the map where we can.
Yeah, they need to be able to try to pressure out the middle of the map and try to push all the way through, but easier said than done when AIM Esports find kills just like that. 30 seconds still left to battle over here on P2 itself, and well, an unwelcoming surprise there from Super as they're going to find Mohawk top ring. It's going to be the call for Yakko, who does have an AR in hand to try to deal with this pressure that is coming through. Actually comes back towards the middle of the map to help out Eric Boone find a 2-piece. Very good P2 hold so far for AIM Esports, but their rotation is under threat, as you say. Ironblood understand the task at hand. They want to flip out the map for this money hill of P3.
You can see the objective for Ironblood Gaming here. They want to break through P2, and that is a good start here as both Brack and Exceed are going to be able to pick up some kills and now start pressurizing AIM on these spawns. If they can flip it, great. If they can maybe pressurize AIM so they continue to spawn in the backline and keep them there for the next rotation, even better. But Ironblood, they want to focus on P3 for now. Yakko looking to break on through, able to pick the first versus Mohawk, but the cover is in from Classic, so not going to get any more than that. But now Super through the truck will pick up the kill versus Brack, but I think this is ultimately the problem for AIM Esports. When you've got players on the anti-air gun, you've got players on the rock, you've got those AR players in position on Gavutu, it's really hard to get any control over the hill.
Yeah, that's why you're constantly seeing Yakko just try to give up their life, maybe try to get up through concrete stairs. Again, was an absolute menace versus Ultra Academy EU in that exact positioning with the submachine gun in hand. But as you say, it's so difficult to try to recontest P3, even when you have the closer spawns with Ironblood playing in such keen position. So what you're witnessing on the mini-map is AIM Esports just practically conceding it. They're going to allow Ironblood to overextend, and thus AIM Esports will flip out the map. They'll get the spawns for P4, but they got to set up here quite wonderfully for the inevitable break attempt that Ironblood are trying to get ready for themselves.
This is a worthy sacrifice, I think, at the end of the day, right? You know how much of a money kill this one can be. If you rotate early, fine, you're giving Ironblood, what, a 10-second advantage, but beyond that, you've got a potential for a full 60 off the back of the hill, provided you play it correctly. Now, unfortunately for them, Brack has already instigated a push around the back line here, a flank that you got to imagine Super will have to deal with here. Now, Classic coming from the front as well. The pinch starting to be activated here from Ironblood Gaming, and in comes Classic, who is now on 7 in a row. That is a glide bomb for the man. Brack also starting to put together a spree, and this is a dangerous prospect here for AIM Esports. You cannot afford to let these streaks come on through, and Brack now on number 6. He gets number 7. These streaks, they are so deadly on Gavutu. Brack looking for it, trying to swing left and right around this canopy. Not going to get the first 6. He takes that away, but you got to imagine this kill come through. Puts a shot to Super, but the kill isn't just there yet. This 7th eluding him for the moment, and his teammates, they're falling around him.
Yeah, they've fallen around him. Journey's finally going to give Brack that 1v1, and Brack will find kill number 7. A cheeky angle between the rock and the tree will benefit Brack to find 8 in a row. 13 and 5 for Carson as they are going to set themselves up again for that break. It is going to give them about a 10-point buffer over AIM Esports, who again really did struggle to try to work their way back inside of P4. And I love this call coming in, immediately calling that glide bomb, bring it all the way down, keep AIM Esports off of P5. But you got to be able to win the gunfights on rotation.
A good attempt to break momentum here from Ironblood Gaming. You've got quite a lot of utility to work with, one of those being the glide bomb, and of course they're going to utilize it to remove AIM Esports from the hard point, but it isn't for long as they're right back in here and starting to build a lead versus Ironblood Gaming. Ironblood trying to pressurize from the LST ship here. They're able to get one player through. That is going to be Exceed, who has managed to slip on towards the hard point. Super inside Dream trying to ward off these players, but unable to do so as the kill feed will light up green here. Ironblood, the job's a good one. They've broken in for the last 15 seconds of scrap time. Perhaps more crucially, they've got players watching them cross as well. Mohawk now on 5 in a row. This is the 3rd prospective streak coming through from Ironblood Gaming here. If there's another glide bomb on hand, this is going to be so crucial.
Yeah, that could potentially be the snowball, right? But still, I mean, AIM Esports do a bang-up job at least making this look like a tried-and-true Gavutu. Dead even, going in towards a second set of hard points, but doesn't mean that the streaks are gone by the win. Not yet, but Journey will take down Mohawk. That'll put that streak quickly to rest, but still the pressure is absolutely amounting. Ironblood still have numbers inside of P1. They're soaking up a good chunk of time.
Here comes Journey, looking to play well, and he does. 2-piece there from Journey. That's 3 in the row for the man. He was playing extremely well yesterday. A massive reason why I'm able to get that 3-0 versus Ultra Academy North America. You should have seen his KD at the end of the day, by the way. One of the top performers of the day overall. Nonetheless, though, now looking for 4 in a row. Will not get it there. Gets taken down by Mohawk, and a bit of a dastardly kill. So the hill now will switch control once again here to Ironblood Gaming. As back and forth we go in this one. I will say, to be fair, Andy, despite what we've seen, dominant streaks coming out from Ironblood Gaming, AIM, they are tailing Ironblood pretty well at the moment.
I mean, if there's one thing that we know about AIM Esports, is that they are never really afraid to try to take gunfights, barring Ironblood might just be on a couple of streaks. As you see, Brax still holds that glide bomb in their back pocket. They utilize Classics to try to break P5 in the previous set, but even more so than that, as you say, AIM Esports still keeping this relatively close. The break needs to be here. They've taken about 20 seconds to try to set themselves up for these exterior eliminations outside of the LST ship. Now looking up top, that'll be Exceed, just locking down position for the time being, but AIM Esports still have players in the hill.
AIM looking to get all of this time. Once again, they want to hold on to this side of the map as well, but they do not want to give it his time. 30 seconds is still a huge chunk, and now Journey wants to fight for it. He goes in for one, able to get the first versus Classic, the second, just not possible for Brack. So Ironblood will be the one looking for the 20 seconds here. Supra still wants to go at this scrap, as does Eric Boom. Eric coming in through the side doors, Super through the mid tank, and they are just being shut down by the AR pressure of Ironblood Gaming at the moment. And this is potentially one of the biggest leads we've had so far in this game, but there is still potential for AIM Esports to get back into towards this one. They have control of those P2 spawns, but you gotta remember, last rotation, Ironblood, they were able to break it pretty easily.
Glide Bomb comes in. Brack will take down Eric Boom inside of the hardpoint itself. And the player that you mostly have to look out for is actually Exceed all the way in the back. He will force Yako to spawn all the way in, essentially for P4. So there's a lot of trust here for the 3 players that are still left alive. For AIM Esports on P3 to find these kills. Mohawk Classic starting to piece things together, buys enough time to AIM Esports for Yako to come back through top ring. And they'll keep P3 in their possession. Still 30 seconds left to fight for. And Ironblood, they have the spawns for P3. Not exactly where you want to be when the rotation from 4 is right around the corner.
They get the wave of gunfights, though. I was going to say, it's a bit of a scary position as Exceed comes in for 2. And yeah, that was a scary position, I think, for Ironblood to be in. You do not want to be on that side of the map when AIM had control of the spawns for that money heal next up. But nonetheless, the Ironblood, they're able to break out of the mental prison that they were in, and now going to bring that 40-point lead back up to scratch. As AIM Esports have to rely on a rotation. Classic trying to make his way through the beach. Has been spotted out by Yako, but it's a bit of a janky gunfight for the former. And Yako will end up winning it versus Classic. So first wave of gunfights coming through here for AIM Esports. And I'm kind of curious, what do they do with the players being pushed out? Where do you kind of position yourselves here so that Ironblood spawn out as far as possible?
Well, Yako's still always trying to keep Ring in their possession, and Classic was more than unaware of it, and, well, it seems that we unfortunately have a player drop from the lobby, so, don't exactly know what that might mean, especially with the lead that was in tow. Look, all the streaks were at least used, so that's not going to be the argument that's going to be in place. But what was absolutely in place was that every single hardpoint that AIM Esports were effectively setting themselves up for, when you're taking a look at 3 and even 4, going back through the first set, and now even in that second set, Ironblood were breaking them continuously.
Yeah, it was really good from Ironblood, and much better, I think, than what we saw yesterday, right, with Ironblood Gaming versus AIM Esports in that Tuscan hardpoint. Very different map, we will say that much, but nonetheless, I feel like after yesterday, they probably walked away from that best of 5 and thought that was way too close versus this AIM Esports roster. How can we improve coming into today? And we saw some of those improvements in map number 1. Here's a little look inside the Passion Pit, though, to show you guys exactly what is going on between the 2 squads. Of course, they're probably just awaiting the decision right now to see what exactly is currently happening. It is a bit of an awkward one, of course. There was about 40 points or so, the difference between the 2 teams, and obviously AIM, they did have full control over the Radio Shack hardpoint. So one of those weird situations. I will say, Andy, as I always say when we're in these positions, I'm glad I'm not one of the admins.
Yeah, hey, look, we're just here to be beautiful faces and wonderful voices to the broadcast, right? I don't think I've ever, I can't remember the last time I saw a Classic play without a hat on. See, the no hat buff coming in for Nicky D. Kind of weird, man, I'm not gonna lie. Everybody just trying to tee up as much as they possibly can. It is really all gonna be left out here in that Passion Pit, like you were talking about. That, again, everything that you've been doing through the entirety of the season. North America Elite for all 4 of those players that have basically come together to knock out Rocker Academy from auto-qualifying for champs. AIM Esports qualifying through the LCQ, not exactly having all the practice in the world. this is going to be an absolute insane series. I know we just got almost to the end of map number 1, but you really got to see about how aggressive both these two teams are and how effective they are. Even on a map like Veto, they are slaying the hell out.
Yeah, both of these two teams at the moment, I kind of expected it to be this close to kick things off. You know, I will say that much as we take a look at kind of the rosters now. We didn't get to show you this at the very beginning of the best of 5, but hey, we've got time now while we wait for map number 1 to resume. And yeah, we expect kind of with the caliber of players here, with what we saw yesterday in that first best of 5 in winners round 1, we expected this best of 5 to be close. Again, you know, we compare the stories of the two rosters, very, very different. AIM, of course, have been together pretty much all season long. The only change they made was Journey joining on board at the beginning of Season 3. Since then, AIM have been playing lights out. And for Iron Blood Gaming, of course, what a miraculous story it has been. You know, I think this kind of reminds me almost of the Whatever It Takes roster, right? When they formed very last minute and somehow they found an incredible amount of success. It does feel somewhat reminiscent of that, where this Iron Blood Gaming roster, they formed kind of last minute to qualify for champs in those auto qualification spots via the pro points. And you know, I think for a roster that formed, what, 2-3 weeks ago, they've been looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, just being able to get as much practice as possible, right? That is the benefit of being in North America for this Iron Blood Gaming roster. Being able to even scrim some CDL teams if it's offered to them has just been one of those things that Iron Blood Gaming have been really keeping it down to the grindstone, making sure that they have as many comfortable maps as possible. Because when I was talking to Exceed, you know me, Brody, I'm such a nerd. I love always asking about every single team's auto vetoes, and Exceed was quite adamant about saying how they don't have any direct auto vetoes, and that does say something for a team, effectively a pickup squad, coming into champs that is about, what, maybe like 2-3 weeks old?
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Again, you know, we talk about this Iron Blood Gaming roster. I say it's crazy. I don't think it really is that crazy, because you look at the individual talent on the team and kind of what they want to bring to this squad. I mean, you've got like the vengeance stories, if you will, for players like Mohawk and Brack. Brack, of course, is not going to get to... he did actually get to do that, actually. Excuse me, because he did play Team Exposed yesterday. I just realized off the top of my head, like, yeah, we saw the Iron Blood Gaming versus Exposed match yesterday, and Iron Blood did actually come out on top. So shout out to Brack for winning that one versus his former teammates. But yeah, you've got those vengeance stories to talk of, and of course, just the individual talent on the roster is nothing to sniff your nose up at. But regardless, here's a look at our best of 5 series layout then. Very different, I would say, from what we saw yesterday between Iron Blood and AIM for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you're thinking about the vetoes that are going to be coming through, AIM Esports are pretty set in their ways, right? I mean, as far as their vetoes are concerned, they got rid of the Bocage Search and Destroy. They want nothing to do with Tuscan Control. And while Iron Blood Gaming were actually more than obliged just to get rid of that Tuscan Hardpoint for them. That map number 5, if we do end up going the distance, and it really does feel like we will probably go the distance between these two teams, that Tuscan Search and Destroy will be quite telling, and that's one of the very few maps in this best of 5 series that we did not see between these two teams yesterday. Also, fun fact, out of all the matches that we did have yesterday, we had at least one map 4. This was the only matchup, AIM Esports Iron Blood, in their winners round 1 match that went the entire distance towards that Bocage Search and Destroy map 5.
It's crazy how many maps yesterday, or how many matches yesterday we just didn't have any game 5s whatsoever. We had like 3-0s pretty much across the board, right? We've been saying, actually, we're like, can we just get a game 5, please? Like, just something to cast.
4.
Yeah, we'll get a game. Yeah, it's something that went past map number 3, yeah. I have a feeling, you know, I don't know cast to curse it, because you know that you and I probably do that quite a lot, to be fair, Andy. Or rather, I do. I was going to say, I do it quite a lot. You would hope that this is the series that would go past map number 3 if there are any. But then again, you know, who knows what kind of these teams have learned, taken away from their matches or from their match versus one another yesterday. And of course, both teams, I mean, they were looking pretty good yesterday. I looked at the post-match interviews coming from the rotation, right? And, you know, I think it was Exceed that did the post-match interview, and they said they were extremely disappointed with the performance they had versus Toronto Ultra NA. They felt like that wasn't them, that wasn't what they were capable of. It just wasn't true to what they are able to bring to the table. I think right now, from that map number 1, we are actually seeing that from Iron Blood.
Yeah, I mean, even in one of those post-match interviews, Javi Beagle was also quite open about saying, look, these guys were not exactly playing the way that they have been playing all year long. It was a very weird series looking at it from Iron Blood Gaming's perspective, losing in a 3-0 fashion, not even taking a single round on control, with a total of 3 segments to boot, 2 rounds on the Desert Sea Search and Destroy. Very uncharacteristic for these 4 players that are represented for this Iron Blood Gaming roster. Now, that said, I think this is going to be a massive bounce-back opportunity for them. It may not be a championship Sunday, but when it comes down to a championship vibe, you can never count these 4 players short.
Championship players, for sure. You got to think the amount of experience on that Ironblood Gaming side. I would say, to be fair, the amount of experience on the AIM Esports side as well. I think it kind of goes understated as well because teams... I'll admit, before I say this, I'm a little biased. I'm a biased caster, okay? Because I'm European and I've been watching these guys for years. I'm not leaving you out of this. You're like AIM's biggest fan, Andy.
It's true.
This is very true. But, nonetheless, I think it kind of goes understated when we talk about AIM Esports, just how many years these players have actually been playing the game. Obviously, Eric Boom, he's pretty new to it. But, you got players like Super and Yakko and Journey. I mean, these guys have been playing the game for years at an 18-plus level. And they've been making waves for years as well. I believe it was Yakko that was during the Black Ops 4 season. He was one of the most talented members of that Team Heretics roster, I believe it was. And he got a lot of colors for that. So, I think that these guys, they definitely have been kind of understated for a long time. But this event, they have proved just how good they can be here at Championship Weekend. I think it's also crazy because this is the best they've looked all season. I mean, maybe you can make the argument for like Season 3 of Challengers Elite, Andy, right? Because obviously that was when they got second and they just brought Journey on the roster. But, we're talking international level. They are playing not just against the best European teams, but also against the best North American teams as well.
Shout out to everybody in the crowd. I mean, look at everybody just kind of piling around the TV, piling around the monitors at the setups. Look, the Passion Pit is looking lit right now. Friends, family, everybody just waiting for CDL maybe to start regardless of the matter. There's good Call of Duty to be played here, but you're absolutely right just to highlight how good AIM Esports do look at this specific moment of time. It does say something that we've constantly seen this team in particular power up as the years, or as the months go on, the years. Like, I've been in Vanguard for about 3 years at this point, but even more so than that, I think that AIM Esports have progressively shown what they are able to bring to the table. That top 8 going back towards the Boston Open was quite telling for them for sure. Season 4 of the Elite didn't exactly end as how they wanted to. Again, not getting all the practice that they wanted to in the world ahead of champs, but I said it yesterday and I'll say it one more time. The more games that this team plays across a weekend, better they keep on getting.
Is Eric getting a sweatshirt on right now? Did he just get a sweatshirt on? Isn't it like... I don't know.
Apparently after with Crim's interview yesterday on the CDL, apparently the AC in the Galen Center has just been jacked up. So, I mean, I don't know.
I don't think
Eric Crim's also a very
room.
small person. So, I mean, you got to understand, the warmth probably isn't all there.
Yeah, I don't want to roast Eric Groom too hard. Yeah, I don't want to roast Eric Groom too hard, but he is very, very small. I've done an interview with him. Obviously, I'm tall as well, and that height difference, I felt kind
that
of
is yet to be seen. I've never met you in person.
Yeah, you're gonna need a box when we cast together.
Probably true.
I'm sorry. Regardless, we're just waiting at the moment to see what's going on with map number 1 to keep you guys updated effectively. These guys, I think it was Mohawk, as I understand it, that was having some problems with connectivity. That is what I've heard at the very least. So we will see what is happening with that map number 1. What we do know, of course, is that it was pretty close at the time. AIM were well on their way to making their way back into that game. So it could have been really close. Gavutu's, to be fair, I will say, Andy, this weekend, we've seen a fair amount of Gavutu hardpoints, Gavutu controls, and for the most part, they have all been pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're going up against Toronto Ultra NA, a lot of individuals, teams are just trying to auto-veto the Gavutu hardpoint and control when they are going up against Toronto Ultra North America because they are more than aware that that is a very good map mode combination for them, though. I'll sit here and be candid with you. I don't think that there's a weak map mode combination for the #1 seed and Challengers team here for this entire year, but I mean, historically, for AIM Esports, they have really tried to force their hand on Gavutu hardpoints. Although Season 4 didn't exactly see the same amount of what we have seen, at least from the Core 3, all year long, they have always somehow found a certain comfort zone on opening up their best-of-5 series with the Gavutu.
I think it's kind of funny in a way, isn't it? Because when we look at this AIM roster, we look at the composition again. I think you and I have always talked about kind of the core 3 being SMG players, right? Journey coming onto this roster. Now he's playing the AR flex role for this team. But nonetheless, I mean, historically speaking, he has been on that SMG player and a very fast-paced SMG player at that. Join forces with these young guns like Yakko and Eric Boom, and it's like, you know, this roster, they shouldn't be a good team on Gavutu. The Gavutu is not a map designed for SMG players. Now, granted, SMG players, I think, have been afforded a lot more space in recent seasons. I think teams are very similarly to Bacage, I would say, in that was a very SMG-orientated map, and it's now become much more automaton-orientated. Or maybe that's just because the auto is a godlike weapon.
Pretty good.
You know, I think the aim, they just make it work. You know, they bring out the 3 auto setup, as you kind of expect for Gavutu. Of course, Yako, the only roaming sub-player, therefore, on the team when it comes to Gavutu, and they are just rocking it every single time. It is just, it's mystical, isn't it, the way that this AIM esports roster play. But we've given AIM a lot of love, and let's give Ironblood some love as well, because I think we should talk about the individual players on this Ironblood gaming team. I want to talk about Brat specifically. I gotta say it, because we've had this argument, or rather, it wasn't even an argument, because you and I were both on the same side about this, like, Brack should be in the CDL right now. Like, how is Brack not in the CDL? He was part of that Shady Kings roster. Literally everybody got picked up apart from him. And he has consistently been playing well since, like, Season 3.
Even after the end of Season 4 of the Elite, when Brack had moved away from playing with Clay and Fellow, I was quite open on Twitter. I don't know how you just look at Brack as an individual, a player, even as a personality, and you just don't want to play with this guy. He's your Toronto Open champion with that Shady Kings roster, like you were saying. I mean, you know, you take a look at the other 3 players, 2 Real, Major Maniac, Neptune, they all found their way back into the league, albeit they're not playing at Champs. It's still the opening that they were able to find for themselves. Not to mention how you do have a star-studded veteran on this roster as well, and Classic has been around for quite some time. Exceeds trying to find his way back into the league again. Was on that Minnesota Rocker roster going all the way back to MW 2019. And their main AR in Mohawk, that's your Cold War Challengers champion with the likes of Spart, Proloot, and Saints. You cannot sleep on these 4 players.
Individually talented, they've had a lot of success in challenges and in the CDL in the past, and they're going to provide a challenge to AIM Esports. Hopefully, when they get back to Gavutu Hardpoint, this best of 5 will resume very shortly. Excuse me, I can't even English today, mate. It's just how it is sometimes. We're going to go to a quick break, though. When we return, hopefully, we're going to be jumping into Gavutu. Do not go anywhere. everybody, welcome back here to Call of Duty Challengers Championships. We're about to get to map number 1 once again. Veto Hardpoint, we are trying again between AIM Esports and Ironblood Gaming. To give you guys a quick recap of how it all went down. Well, it was a lead for Ironblood Gaming. They were up by about 40 points or so. AIM, they had control of P4 on the second set of rotations. And, you know, they could well have brought it back, but a player, I think, was having some connectivity issues to the server, so we had to give it a quick restart. We are starting from afresh here, so all the progress, everything that was happening in map number 1, forget about it. Don't worry, it never happened. We're starting from scratch. This is pretty reminiscent of what we saw in the first attempt, right? So, you know, Ironblood Gaming at the moment. Inside P1, they're looking for some kills. It's a good start coming in from Brack and Mohawk as they each pick up 2 apiece. And, well, Yakko trying to find his way on now for AIM's first scrap of time. He's going to get the first against Classic, trying to play a ring around the Rosie at the moment with Mohawk inside the hill. And, well, Yakko is going to get Brack instead as Brack comes up the concrete steps. And the other one as well. Yakko exploding here to get control of ring, but is up for scrap time as AIM Esports, even with that push towards scrap, they actually have control of LST for new.
They do have control of LST, but look, Ironblood got what they wanted. They got the P3 spawns. Now they're going to be tasked to try to break P2, knowing damn well that Yakko's very much so still top ring. They're going to have to leave that positioning and try to come out their comrades over by P2 and help. My name is Yakko super up top to be able to get the last player of Exceed. That'll mean that P2 is more than opened up for AIM Esports to soak up more time. Still 30 seconds left to battle over here. Ironblood cannot allow AIM Esports to soak all this up for free.
Yeah, this is a problem, isn't it, for Ironblood Gaming? You don't want to overextend, and that might well be what happens here as Yakko and Journey are going to pick up Classic and Exceed. Now, for Ironblood Gaming, they should spawn up over towards jungle, but you got to be careful. You don't want to allow AIM to overextend through. Eric Boom attempts to do exactly that, but he will be shut down in a 2-piece from Classic. The second one of which will be against Journey, but Super comes through with 2. That is number 6 in a row now for Super. He's looking for number 7, gets the first few shots in a Mohawk, and the last as well. And in a very different situation to what we saw in the first go of things here, it is now Super who kicks off with streaks.
Spawns flip. The only player that's pushed up into P3 is going to be Brack. Super is still just mounted up here, looking like a Spanish turret, just finding all these different angles, trying to take all these individual 1v1s. Classic will finally put that 8 spree to rest. As well, AIM Esports also cleaned up Brack over by P3. So you get the glide bomb in your back pocket, you get the initial time here on 3, and you deal with Exceed that was trying to flank on the backside of green. Now you know Ironblood are trying to break this from the front, coming out of ring.
This has been a brilliant start from AIM Esports. What a break for P3, and now what a hold as well. Look at the kill feed. It is all white, and that's going to enable AIM Esports to push up for the anti-air gun control. This is a problem for Ironblood Gaming. You need to break through that anti-air gun, and really, do you actually want to break for the last 25 seconds of scrap time? And if you can, great. But realistically speaking, I think the best idea for Ironblood Gaming at this point, just hold yourselves back here. Make sure you prepare yourselves for the money kill that is P4.
Brody, I know that you're probably thinking the same thing. I'm getting shades of map number 1 in the first set of rotations from AIM Esports versus Ultra Academy Europe just yesterday. You got that streak in your back pocket for Super. Don't even need it to break inside of P3 reliably because you're just winning all the different gunfights. But taking a look at the rotation over by 4, you're very right to bring up the single point that Ironblood, don't try to break inside of P3. Not again, knowing that you have the rotation and the setup in the middle of the map. Well, you did. Eric Boom will at least take down Mohawk inside of ring. But the other players have done a great job to make sure that the cliff path is in their favor, but nobody was anchoring the beach spawns. Aimer coming in from behind.
Journey spawns in out of nowhere. He comes through, and it's 2 for Journey as well. Super bringing that glide bomb down. They want this last 30 seconds of scrap time to really put the distance back between themselves and Ironblood Gaming. This 30 seconds of rotation has been electric for AIM Esports, and Journey now starting a piece as that's another 2-piece for the man. 4 in a row. Starting to look down towards the rock face here as Ironblood Gaming going to spawn up in that direction. Brack with a nice nade will take Journey out of the situation, but make no mistake here. This is AIM Esports who will get this last 15 seconds or so of scrap time if Super can actually get into the hard point. Right now, he's not going to do so. He just wants those kills against Ironblood Gaming. But the good news for Ironblood here, you have control of docks for P5. You've got players inside jungle as well. A crucial 1v1 towards the backline. And actually, Eric Boom will win that off screen.
Mohawk's still able to pick up 2 towards the middle of the map, so that'll keep AIM Esports honest. But as you were highlighting, being able to take down one player all the way to the backside of jungle means that the spawns will flip once again. Consolation prize, you got Super Glide Bomb out of their back pocket, but even more so than that, you gotta try to win some gunfights. If you're Ironblood, this is looking way too easy for AIM.
Uh-oh, this is not good at all. Ironblood Gaming, they have been broken time and time again. This is so different to what we saw in the first attempt between these two rosters, and you got to feel right now, what is this tilt coming through here from Ironblood Gaming? They do not look comfortable whatsoever. Super now 15-7, having a hell of a time on Gavutu. You'd imagine he would hit a native environment for a player such as he with the automaton in his hand, and he's just having such a great go at things. 100 points, the difference between these two teams. We need to see something much, much better from Ironblood in this second set.
110-point differential out of the first set of hard points. Yeah, you need to come alive here on P1 if you're Ironblood. There's just no excuse. You got to be able to win some gunfights. You got to be able to win some rotations. Player up top will be Classic inside a ring. Does require some help, and it seems that that player will be Mohawk coming up through the concrete stairs. But hey, double SMGs coming out of pocket here for AIM Esports, looking to get P1 back in their favor, and Journey's trying to lead the charge.
Journey with a slide on the first. He will pick up Seed, but Brack in for the trade. So Ironblood going to hold on for the moment, but it will not be long before they are bothered once again by some AIM players making their way up the concrete steps. This time it's Super to try and take Ironblood out of the hill. He will be unable to do so. So Ironblood feeling pretty confident at the moment, but here comes AIM once again. It's Yakko in on a flank. Eric Boom also with him. Yakko in for 2. He's looking for number 3, and he will get it. Yakko for the triple. And AIM Esports continue to make Ironblood feel uncomfortable again. It's this 100-point lead that Ironblood, I mean, they've tried to close it, but unsuccessful.
Yeah, I mean, it's not for a lack of trying, right? I mean, Ironblood, they are trying to put themselves in a better position to be able to win these gunfights, but not every single player is positive. Exceed 8-17. That's not good enough. They can't stay alive in the hard point. They can't find gunfights in their favor on rotation. Just as soon as I say that, Exceed Mohawk are able to find 2 kills in the middle of the map. A double-edged sword. Ironblood can't get too big for their britches. They need to focus on P2 first and foremost. There's still 40 seconds left to play, but they have to somehow be able to string P2 to then break the spawns for P3. This is looking very, very unlikely, but it is still doable.
Yeah, and you've got players coming in the flank now as well. Look at Yakko, he's coming through the middle of the map. Now he's got hill control as well. I mean, at least top LST is in control for Ironblood Gaming as Yakko will fall. But, I mean, AIM Esports, they're doing a good enough job at the moment that Ironblood really not getting much time off this hill whatsoever. Exceed just gets eviscerated by Eric Boom, who slides on past Yakko with another one as well. It's these ones at the moment that Ironblood, they are just not really winning. Not a lot of time, not a lot of map control going their way as Mohawk will pick up 2 inside the scrap. But that is all it is. It is just scrap at this point. Mohawk with number 3. That might help with the rotation, but the problem is Mohawk is the only one doing anything. The rest of his team are dead.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a one-man wrecking crew, but you could rally behind Big Money Mo here on land, 18-14 on a 3 spree. If you could start piecing together some streaks, it would be magical to say the least, but some kills need to come through over by top ring, and it's going to start off with the Seed's nade over towards Yakko. We'll clean them off the hardpoint shore. Eric Boom will be there to pick things up. You almost felt like numbers were an advantage for Ironblood, but it is not. The close spawns for AIM Esports are there. The reinforcements soon to follow. They are over 200 points.
Eric should never win that 1 versus Classic. I believe Classic had the first shot. He had the advantage because I think Eric had his back turn, but a turn on nonetheless will come through, and AIM now retaining control over the hard point. Nobody in, however. Players pushing up towards the anti-air gun, punished for their insolence as AIM Esports now going to lose control. 15 seconds left here. It would be enough time for AIM to inch themselves closer towards that 250-point mark, but Brack still fighting for it. He'll pick up a couple of kills, and that will remove AIM from that time. Nonetheless, this is an Olympic uphill battle for Ironblood Gaming. They do have control of the spawns for the next hardpoint, but here come AIM, starting to make their way through the rock face. It is 3 players from the AIM side. Journey will fall now to Eric Boom and Super, the former going around the back line, and both of them will be shut down by Brack. But look at the players on the flank coming through here. It's going to be AIM Esports. They've got the spawns. Yeah,
they were able to find one player, Mohawk, who was trying to anchor out the spawns, and again, AIM Esports are able to really start off the laundry list quite well. They wanted the spawns first and foremost. Now they're coming in from behind. 30 seconds still left to battle over here on P4. AIM Esports, even if they do break, they cannot win here. But Ironblood within the hardpoint itself are trying to showcase their resistance. They will not be a 100-point club, but they will be broken once again.
This isn't terrible for Iron Blood Gaming, right? I mean, yeah, they get the kills now. Good stuff from Bracky's now on 5 in a row, looking for number 6 onto the scrap time. This isn't terrible. As long as they maintain these spawns for Amy Sports, keep them track in, they could actually make a good rotation over towards the dockside here. That is exactly what's going to happen, but they let a couple of players slip the net. So at the very least, they have that information to work with. You know those players are going to be pushing through the anti-air gun, through P3, towards that jungle side. You have to deal with them. And Mohawk is trapped inside the LST at the moment. He's just going to be sitting up top at the moment, but it's now going to be down to Brack on top of the LST. Gets that first kill versus Yakko. But these players for AIM Esports now starting to push in from behind. And Mohawk was AFK. Oh, no. I saw it. I saw Mohawk being AFK. And I just wanted it to not be true. I didn't want it to be what I thought it was. And it is.
Look, at the end of the day, that was very uncharacteristic when it comes from top to bottom, the way that we have seen Iron Blood play, even individuals, throughout the entirety of the year. It did feel very, very weird to see the lackluster performance that was coming all the way through. It really did feel like that something was going awry, maybe with a player or two setups. Regardless of the matter, I don't know, I just work here, man. I'm just here to look cute. I got a nice jacket on today. I'm just here to cast over the games. AIM Esports, again, with a fantastic opening first set of Hardpoints, had about a 110-point lead for themselves as well. Yeah, Iron Blood were slowly clawing their way back into the game, but who knows? I don't know.
Yeah,
just casting, man.
Yeah, we're just casting.
Shout out to you, Edmonds.
We don't know. Yeah, you know what? This is all our fault, mate. This is all our fault. You know, casters start the game and all that. You know how it is. Casters have full control over everything. We're omniscient. But regardless, we're going to go to a very quick break. We're not going to mess around this time. Trust me. I know you guys don't want to hear our voices for any longer than you have to. So we're going to send to a break. When we return, hopefully we'll have Kavutu Hardpoint again, or maybe the next map in the series. Who knows? We'll have more Call of Duty to share with you guys. Do not go anywhere.
so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't care in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We've been here, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
everybody, welcome back now to Call of Duty Challengers Championships. We've got a bit of good news / bad news, depending on where you sit. If you love Veto Hardpoint, don't worry about it, because you're getting a third dose of it. We are replaying the map once again, so yeah, more Ironblood, more aim. That's the positive spin we have on this one. We'll be into the map momentarily. Andy? Hey.
Hey.
How you doing, mate?
I mean, hey, I'm here for it. Look, I mean, the more that I get to see these 8 players inside this lobby play Call of Duty Vanguard, just brings a smile to my face, Brody. Look, I mean, Veto Hardpoint, like, when we crashed it the first time, we had a slight little lead for Ironblood, though we're in possession of P4 at the moment of time. It's all speculation, maybe a different universe. And then we go in through the second one, about 110-point lead is what AIM Esports had going in towards the second set of hard points. Now, I truly do feel like that we are stuck in a time loop here. I feel like Dr. Strange has worked his magic with the time stone. Dormammu, I have come to bargain. Give me this. The third time, surely it's got to be the charm, right? Third time's charm. Isn't that how the saying goes, Brody? Come on.
It is, but I'm not tempting fate, mate. We've cast a curse so much this season. I'm not saying anything.
You have.
No.
Don't
You're
roll
not
me
exempt.
into this.
You're not exempt.
Right.
You've definitely done it too, even though I have said previously that, you know, I expect this to go to game 5, and then it never does. I say it a lot, to be fair. Nonetheless, I hope this is done in 3, the third attempt, just so that we can see map number 2. What is map number 2? Berlin, Search and Destroy. We have a very exciting map set ahead of us between these two teams. We just have to get through it. Of course, this is just the first series of the day, folks, by the way. Of course, this is losers round 3, losers semi-finals. We have the winners bracket finals following this one. That is going to be between Ultra Academy North America and Team War, both teams of which have been on fire yesterday. They got respective 3-0s versus Ironblood Gaming and Ultra Academy EU. So that is going to be a great match, by the way, Andy. We're not going to give a whole preview of that, but I'm just very excited to see it.
Yeah, I mean, all 4 teams that are left alive inside this bracket are definitely going to deliver absolute bangers when you're thinking about the grander scheme of things, right? I mean, you have the number 1, number 2 seed, as it may be playing out for us here on Challengers Finals Day, that are going to be battling up against each other on Winners Finals. And then, well, you have some individuals that slowly work their way in towards the lower semifinals, the 4th seed being Ironblood. AIM Esports, I believe, they were like the 6th, maybe even the 5th seed coming into this. Completely upset everybody's predictions, I'm sure of it, taking down the number 3 seed of Ultra Academy EU in a dominant fashion yesterday with that 3-0. Again, all 4 teams, regardless of how the matchups do shape up against one another, you could pin any one of these 4 teams up against each other. It would absolutely deliver a slobber knocker of a match.
Yeah, I would say that is the only upset we have had today, yesterday, wherever. Like that is the only upset so far, I would say. I don't think anybody had Ultra Academy EU losing in day number 1, especially because I would argue, you know, from what we've seen so far this season, out of anybody in the field, I would say Ultra Academy EU had the best chance, based on previous experience, based on what we've seen from them in the past, of beating Ultra Academy NA, because we saw them lose, what, 3-1 to them, I believe it was, at the Boston Winners Bracket Finals, and it was a very close 3-1, put it that way, right? Apart from the hard point, which they actually ended up winning. So, yeah, I think it is a bit of a shock to see Ultra Academy EU out at this stage of the tournament, but AIM are going to be the ones that manage to make that happen, and it gives them, I think, a lot of levy coming into today, right? I mean, for AIM to have that under their belt, to say, hey, look, we just beat Ultra Academy EU that have bested us time and time again this past season of Call of Duty Vanguard. We beat them when it mattered most, and I think the big thing for them, of course, is coming into this best of 5 versus Ironblood Gaming. It's like, well, if we can beat Ultra Academy EU, we can beat Ironblood Gaming.
I mean, surely. It's just got to be that consistency that we have to see from AIM Esports, right? Because at the end of the day yesterday, these guys were playing white hot with a certain extra side of heat. And it was really just came and probably caught Ultra Academy EU just as much as they caught me by surprise about just how comfortable and confident that this entire 4-player squad did look. And again, you know, I hate to beat a dead horse here, but AIM Esports, their practice leading up to this entire weekend was not great. I mean, they were still in Europe playing 2v2 HPs against one another. That was mostly their practice before they flew into LA for this exact weekend of competition. And it was kind of, I was ready to write it off that Ultra Academy U's practice was that much better. And hey, again, the more that this team plays with one another across the entirety of the weekend, they have constantly improved, constantly truly showcased that they can impress even the best teams out there for challengers.
Well, they do have to beat Ironblood Gaming. They got to get through them. They looked pretty promising on that last attempt of Gavutu Hardpoint. Now they have to do it again. And, you know, a lot of it, I think, is going to come down to what we expect from players like Super, from Yako on this map. They have, I think, pretty consistently this weekend been the best players for AIM Esports on Gavutu. So if they turn up here once again, they shouldn't really have much of a problem doing what they just did to Ironblood Gaming once more.
Same exact sides, full reset. And hey, might as well do it once again. Ironblood, they win the B1 hit this time around, as they did in the previous two go of things for Gavutu Hardpoint. The difference, Ironblood actually got a player all the way into the bottom side of green. They were able to win the gunfight so efficiently that they flip AIM Esports out from their spawns.
Bit of a concerning start here from AIM Esports, actually. I will say, you know, if you go back to that first attempt at Gavutu Hardpoint for Ironblood Gaming, it was, you know, players like Brack, like Mohawk, like Classic that were coming out of the gate swinging, and it seems like that might well be the same thing here once again. Brack starting off on 4 in a row, so we'll keep an eye on here as the transition comes across towards P2, towards the LST ship, but Journey starting to heat up. He's looking for the routes around the LST ship and will be a major reason why AIM Esports at the moment, they are in the best position here. They do have control of the LST for the moment.
Finally dealt with Classic, who was a lurking member inside of LST for Ironblood Journey. You said he's starting to heat up. Well, how about a 3 spree on their third life here on Gavutu? Also throws the shoulder, is able to at least see that Classic is right around the opposite side of green, but can't get away with their life. But AIM Esports still holding P2 for the moment, trying to find transitional gunfights while there's still 30 seconds of battle over here on 2, knowing damn well that they're going to have to get those P3 spawns in their favor.
Significantly less convincing than we saw on that second attempt here from AIM Esports. Classic has made his way in towards the top LST, and nobody aware of it. He's able to take down Journey without much problem at all. So Ironblood will now be in for the last 15 seconds or so. But what I'm curious about is what we see from those rotational battles here from AIM Esports. Scrap time or not, it's currently AIM's control over the jungle, over the green side that is the problem for Ironblood Gaming. And we can see that now as we move over towards P3. Exceed is already over here, looking to cause some damage towards those approaching AIM Esports players, but unable to do so. Brack watching the cross. Can Eric Boom slide? Yes, he can. But he will be the only player over here as both Yako and Journey fall around him. Eric, you've got a lot to do, my friend, and he's only able to get the first versus Classic. So the first attempt to break does not come through, but the good news here, I suppose, for AIM Esports is that Ironblood not really getting much time at all.
Yeah, with these positioning that AIM Esports currently have in their favor, top ring, you also have one player of Journey that's pushed all the way over by the beach, essentially has their feet in the water at this point. It's just keeping Ironblood off the hard point for the time being with nades and other stuns and wall bangs galore. But Ironblood with those close spawns are able to at least find the presence to get themselves back inside the hard point. Still 20 seconds left to battle over here. And it seems that Super wants to hit this for the scrap time, has some help with Journey. They will win said scrap in their favor while the rest of their teammates try to hold mid-map ahead of the rotation to 4.
And this is a crucial rotation from AIM. They've done a really good job at the moment of keeping toe-to-toe with Ironblood Gaming, but this is the one where they can maybe start to take a lead away, especially as those gunfights do start to go their way also. It is the AR control that we're looking out for here. Eric Boone currently sitting down low on the rocks. He's going to get found out by Mohawk, who is ready for that fight. So next up, I think, on the defensive line will be Journey to deal with these players, and he's going to reposition to do exactly that. Has Brack and Mohawk approaching from the rock face. Brack taking a push in through the middle of the map, but the routes are not going to work here for Ironblood Gaming. It is AIM who's hold strong on the first wave of gunfights.
I was about to say, how long is Yako going to be able to stay alive inside of LST? Well, there's my quick answer. Classic guns them down, and you also have Exceed finding an opportunity coming out from Ring. You can see that's actually going to force the spawns to be neutral here for AIM. Yes, they're still in possession of the hard point, but here come Ironblood, battle for the scrap.
They're still trying to get in, but it is ultimately AIM winning these gunfights time and time again. I mean, AIM aren't putting any streaks together. That's the positive here for Ironblood Gaming, but in terms of giving away a full 60, that might well be happening. Classic trying to stop that by pushing in for the last 10 seconds. Also trying to regress on towards the spawns as well and make sure that AIM continue to spawn up towards that beachfront. They haven't actually got past towards the anti-air gun just yet, but when they do, they're going to have to get past Exceed, who is over here waiting for the players. Very different to, again, the setup we saw from last time around. And Exceed putting the shots in, gets the first versus Journey, looking for the second versus Super. But again, even playing your life at this point is good enough. You're just looking to waste some time so that Mohawk can come in and clean up shot, and the rotational battles being won by Ironblood Gaming. Really good adaptations coming out from the Ironblood roster.
Now, Money Mo looking a lot better in this third iteration of map number 1 comparatively to what they were looking like in the first two go of things. Just about double positive, 16 and 9 from Mohawk. And as you were saying, just playing their life, playing these longer lines of sights, and just keeping AIM Esports at bay. 20 seconds still left here inside of P5, and it seems what AIM Esports are setting themselves up for. Yeah, maybe try to send Yako to finesse for some scrap time. They can't even get close to contest the hard point, while the other members just try to get LST and Ring in their favor.
Well, good 10 seconds of scrap time coming out here from Blood Gaming. It is this rotation, though, that we're now going to be focusing on. Brack trying to get the kills through the LST. Only one is what you will find. Super going to reveal his location to come in for the trade and gets the second versus Exceed as well. So nice battles coming out here from Amy Sports. Super trying to get away from Mohawk, but will fall in doing so. And for Amy Sports, just making sure you're keeping these guys at bay for the moment. A couple of players now starting to aggress through the cut and Exceed one of those. We'll get the first one to Eric Boom. Classic with a nice crossfire on towards Yakko as well. And Ironblood have found their way on through. Super tries to make the heroics happen. He cannot. And this is a crucial 35 seconds of scrap time. Amy Sports, perhaps you can give yourselves one more kit. But you also kind of need to be conscious of that rotation towards P2.
The Journey's going to have to double on back to try to help out their comrades over inside top ring. Will leave Super in a 1v odd situation. And will even their teammate there of Yakko, who was shortly right behind them coming up the concrete stairs, come up with absolutely nothing. Ironblood in the past about 5-6 engagements have not lost a gunfight, and that's continuing on all the way in towards LST. Look at how far forward Ironblood have cut the line of scrimmage and have now built themselves about a 40-point lead as they get possession of the rotation ahead of 2.
This is a really concerning moment in the game. You've already got the biggest lead we've had so far in this game for Blood Gaming, and now they're in control of the LST ship. This needs to be a very fast break coming out here from the AIM Esports side, and well, the kills are just not in their favor. The good news is heroics from Yakko means that the Thorns will flip that inevitable P2 or P3 rotation, excuse me, but they need to get in towards the LST. And now Exceed starting to heat up here in this game. He's on 6 in a row, looking for a number 7. The glide bomb could well be the closer on this one. Will be robbed of that one from Brax. Is still hunting for it. Maybe has this one on towards Eric Boom, but the rat's not good enough just yet, and Eric shuts him down. Maybe a bigger 1v1 than he realizes. That could well have been the dagger in this game.
Yeah, it really could have been as well, because, I mean, look at what's happening on the minimap as well. All these gunfights that are starting to happen through the middle of the map have actually benefited AIM Esports to be able to get the spawns ahead of P3. Eric Boom, more than aware of that, wants to get themselves inside of this lander tank earlier rather than later, trying to trust their teammates to play from the exits there on P2. Yakko's going to try to at least finesse for some scrap time. At least goes 1 for 1, so that'll keep Ironblood at least off for all 8 of those seconds worth of scrap time, but the transitional gunfights are starting to come through. Exceed's already in the backside of green trying to contest jungle.
Huge hold here from AIM. They need to get every single second they possibly can. They don't have any anti-air gun control, though. The only player pushed up is really Super, and he's actually going to make a route from behind to deal with the pressure from Mohawk inside the cut. That's going to give up anti-air gun control, and now we need to see those individual gunfights coming out from AIM Esports, but unfortunately Super loses his. Journey falls as well. There goes Yakko, and now it's all on Eric inside the boat. He will fall, and Ironblood, they have broken through for the last 30.
This is still a good time that AIM Esports want to try to battle for. And look, they still hold the spawns effectively for P3. Still spawning in the backside of green. So you have to hit through P3. You do not want your Ironblood to get all of the scrap time, and AIM Esports will win in those final few gunfights. Journey currently putting themselves on a heater. 22 and 18 on a 3 spree. Trying to rotate on over towards this P4 area. Trying to pinch this along with Super, who's also winning gunfights over by the cliff path. So these are great rotational gunfights coming through from AIM, knowing that they could potentially keep Ironblood back in this trap before.
You're certainly up against it. This is the hardest hill to break here in Gabutu Hardpoint, but you need to, right? You're already down 40 points or so. You can't let the lead go any more than it has. And here we go. Ironblood Gaming looking to defend. Starting to feel the pressure, though, as Yakko pushes up towards the hill. And Super and Eric Boom now down by the side. Now just the latter. Super gonna fall. And Ironblood, they hold on the first wave of gunfights. And you're starting to feel worried. AIM Esports could lose it on this hill. Ironblood couldn't finish it here. And look how far AIM is spawning out.
Yeah, they're spawning essentially right in front of P3 as well. And look at the setup, how far forward it is for Ironblood. You got players in the middle of LST ship, also players that are trying to keep the rest of AIM Esports at bay from top ring as well. They have to get past Exceed on a 4 spree, and this is so much time that Ironblood are able to soak up for free.
It does feel like, right? They're going to win it on the last scrap time, and they might well do so. Somebody from AIM has to touch, even if Exceed gets this rotation, which he's already prepared for. I don't think it's going to matter. Ironblood going to finish it here on P4, and they reset, will go their way. Much better performance coming out from them there. AIM Esports are going to be feeling gutted about that one.
Yeah, I mean, frustration as it may be, because again, AIM Esports in the second go of things for Gavutu. Again, they had a dominant opening first set of hardpoints with about a 110-point buffer going in towards the second, but you had to remain composed coming in towards the third go of things for Gavutu hardpoint. And look, I mean, Ironblood, they came out with the heat. Mohawk and Brack were undeniable, just winning every single gunfight, putting themselves in key position after key position to be able to keep all of the SMGs at bay. Yako almost always was trying to go for top ring, never could get it in the favor for AIM Esports. The rotational battles, more often than not, also going in favor of Ironblood. They look a lot more composed coming into that third string of Gavutsu Hardpoint comparatively to the other two that we had previously.
It's just tough, right? I mean, Ironblood, they just kept on breaking on towards AIM and didn't feel like we saw the same dominance that we saw from AIM Esports. We can show you guys the last, or the replay package, excuse me, sorry, from this series and just show you kind of how it all went down. And yeah, Ironblood, very different start. You got to remember, like, what, on that last go of things from AIM Esports, they managed to do exactly what they did versus Ultra NA, where they basically got an 80 to 90 point advantage early on. And that has always been a boon of success for this AIM Esports roster. To be fair, it's going to be a boon of success for any roster that manages to make that happen, but Ironblood just didn't let that one happen here, and they really started to pull away in the middle of the game.
It was right there on P5 as well that you do feel like that Ironblood really got it in their favor, right? Because, I mean, they just were constantly setting and cycling players out like Exceed, top ring, the much what was always a boon of success for Yako in that Ultra EU matchup on this very map mode combination just last night. All of Ironblood were just firing off on all cylinders. I mean, yeah, say what you will about Classic, 19 and 20, whatever. Still had 41 seconds worth of hardpoint time, was trying to be that rotational combatant for AIM Esports, and it was paying dividends because you got to see just how lack of a benefit all of AIM Esports were able to bring to the table. 14-24 for Eric, 16-27 for Yako, 14-23 for Super. Very uncharacteristic statistics when you're thinking about it from AIM Esports, specifically on this map mode combination to Gavutsu Hardpoint.
It sounds like foreheads comments sometimes, right? But this is just one of those moments where it becomes abundantly clear why they lost that map. Ultimately, you talk about the map they were able to win, or they should have won if it had concluded. And you've got players like Yako, Eric, Boom, Super. They were all performing their top-notch performances coming out from those players. But that map, they just got shut down by Ironblood Gaming. Just so much AR pressure. And, well, AIM, they most certainly buckled under it. So, Ironblood going to kick this series off. Eventually, we get there. We're finally past the Gavutsu Hardpoint and out of the time loop as Ironblood go 1-0 up in this series, and the Triple Berlin is up next, starting off with the Search and Destroy. We haven't seen this from either of these two teams this weekend, so we're going to have to kind of focus here on maybe the macro of these teams at Search and Destroy. And again, I kind of want to focus on Ironblood to kick this one off because, you know, for Ironblood Gaming here, Andy, right, we've seen improvements in Search and Destroy. We said that is what they needed to focus on coming into the championship weekend. It feels like they absolutely have done. Yeah,
Desert Siege was taken out by Ironblood Gaming because they got 6-1 by AIM Esports in that map number 2 on Desert Siege just yesterday. But you have to take a look at just the history that is Search and Destroy for Ironblood as a whole. I mean, how long have we always been talked about it, even when Mohawk was still on Ultra Academy North America, just with longtime Search and Destroy duo of Scrappy. The guy has been in the Search and Destroy scene for quite some time, and the same could be said for the rest of the teammates. On the other side of the table, you have really good backbone of Search and Destroy from the EU scene. So this is what it's going to all accumulate to. You're going to be looking at a lot of set nates to come through, a lot of information to soon to follow. Who's going to be able to get these first bloods? Who's going to be able to influence the rotations?
This has to be a good Search and Destroy from AIM Esports. Have to be certain about what we're seeing from them, and, well, already it hasn't gone exactly well, has it? Eric Boom's fallen. First blood going the way of Ironblood Gaming, and you can see with the advanced position coming out from Ironblood as well. Keep an eye on number 5. That is going to be Exceed, who has control over the B site. As soon as Yako attempts that pushover, he should be taken down.
They're less than aware that Exceed, as you were saying, has pushed all the way through the B lane. Super, with that sniper in hand, has been quite good with it this weekend. Will be taken down, and there's Exceed positioning. Jumps on out. Journey will find the trade, but has to get the entire ace if AIM Esports want to win the round.
40 seconds isn't a lot of time to work with either. That bomb now down in no man's land, and you can see the positioning of Ironblood Gaming. They're well aware of it. Might be able to get the first kill on towards Mohawk, though. Kind of needs this one as his upsteps. But look at Mohawk, he's just laying down at the moment. Wants the help from his teammates. He doesn't even really need it at this point. I think for Journey, this is just damage control with 23 seconds left. You're about as far away from the bomb. You know that you could maybe get this kill on towards Mohawk, but he turns around at the wrong time. He thinks that he's still there, doesn't check the corner. Mohawk with a 3-1, and yeah, I really feel like Exceed, with what his advanced positioning that round, really secured it there for Ironblood.
Yeah, it sure did, right? You get that first blood onto Eric Boom. You're more than aware that this is starting to look like a B committal, and you also find Yako on the cross trying to get inside that B hut to at least plant that bomb and to help out at least AIM Esports to get themselves in a post-plant situation. But because Super with the boomstick was top male, just looking at the entirety of that cross from fire towards the B hut, There was nobody to watch Exceed just to be able to get that cheeky timing to get the backside of water.
Ironblood now on the offense. Gonna have to contest with Yakko and Eric Boom inside the site. Yakko's already gone. Eric left up on his lonesome. What can he do? We need to see some heroics out of the mini monster. And he will get shut down by Exceed. So this should be a free plant now coming out from Ironblood. Super trying to put a stop to it, but he will get the first kill versus Classic. That's all he's going to get. And well, now it's Journey left up and yet another 1 versus 3. This time Brack has his number. Trying to take him down. We'll get the assistance from his teammates. And Ironblood, that is a fast one from them. They are making aim look so uncomfortable at the moment.
Yeah, again, it's always going to come down to those first bloods, isn't it, Brody? Because you find that first one on Yakko inside of the stairs could have been the glass as well. It all happened off screen, and on the mini-map, it showcased that Yakko did, in fact, die inside of P1. And as you were saying, that left Eric Boom all by their lonesome. Again, the timings come through where Ironblood just quickly huffed their way past pillars, up through the back staircase, backside of A, and just completely overwhelm all of AIM Esports for any hope of a setup.
Need to see AIM get started in this S&D. You already lost the hard point. You can't really afford to lose this one. I remember that they did get 3-0'd in the control in that last best of 5, so losing this map might well mean death for AIM Esports and their hopes of Challengers Championships, making it towards the losers bracket final. Brain, though, on this offense, they do have some map control over the office, but those nades coming through. Another one from Exceed will land its journey, but it will not result in a kill. Nades galore, 3 for 3 we go.
Bomb still dropped right on the A-bomb itself. Needs to be collected, needs to be planted, but it can't be Journey that can give up this positioning because he's holding the window right now. Classic kind of sliding all the way through. Is actually taking this as an opportunity maybe to come through Secret.
Going for Secret is Classic. He's going to get the timing on the one, but Eric Boom doesn't even matter if he's going to throw utility. He will win the one. And now numbers in favor of AIM Esports. Exceed and Brack, talented, experienced players. Looking for somebody from AIM to get twitchy, but no player will. Just going to take the slow through Secret. They get the kill versus Eric Boom. That is not one you should ever win. And now they're going to act on it. 25 seconds left. Still time to work with here. Journey and Super. Super inside the site. Journey pushing all the way back into the train. And Super will fall. And now Journey. He's positioned so that he can get this bomb from the train, but needs to play off the time. Sitting inside Secret. I get the timing onto one, and the trigger discipline is great. Journey just going to get the diffuser. Brilliantly done. Journey with the experience. Looking for the second. Doesn't even matter if he gets it. Journey clutches up.
Well, that's what you expect out of Journey, right? I mean, through so many different years and so many different Call of Duties, this guy has really been stepping it up in Search and Destroy. That trigger discipline was everything. Being able to watch at least one player come through the catwalk of the train station, knowing damn well what the second player had to have been on the bomb with the timing with about 9 seconds remaining. You almost have to stick the defuse while your teammate was overwatching the entire play. So Brack did nothing wrong, was trying to find where Journey was located at. They just read it wrong. But still, putting themselves on the board are AIM Esports, at least making this a 1-round deficit. But you have to take a look at Brack. He is on a 4 spree. If he can start piecing together 3 more kills, that glide bomb could be quite influential for a round.
Good for AIM to get back into this S&D. They're finally in it. Now they've got to prevent Ironblood from getting around back, and this is the problem, and we've seen this from AIM in the past. They're giving up way too much map control here to Ironblood. They have to bomb down, and we know how easy these post-plant positions are.
Yeah, everybody on the backside of the warehouse. You got the 1-for-1 position coming out from Exceed inside the hut. Classic finds Yakko for first blood, but it is a trade 3v3, 30 seconds remaining.
Exceed inside the site. You have to imagine he's going to be crucial, if not Mohawk at the back line. I mean, look, Eric Boom, 25 seconds left. These ones are basically impossible to win. You know what side he's coming from, and the first few shots will effectively seal this one. Eric, you're going to get taken down, mate. It's just a matter of who is responsible for it, and it's going to be taken down in the back as well. And again, I already kind of alluded to it there, but this is a problem we've seen from AIM in the past. You cannot give that much space to a team on the B offense. You just can't do it.
I mean, they try to go for the hard read, right? Try to at least maybe go all in for the middle of the map, the read for over by A, but I mean, Ironblood, they want absolutely nothing to do with it. They just execute over towards B because they know it's that longer line of sight that could benefit Brack, who again was going in towards that one on a 4, finds 2 more within that round. Now just a single kill away from getting themselves that glide bomb, but you would probably be more than aware going forward that AIM Esports would at least put one player over by B in their next defensive round.
Look at Brack now in this S&D, 1 kill shy of a glide bomb as well. He gets that. It's going to spell disaster for AIM Esports. This is a round they direly need. Information here, though, from Journey on towards Mohawk. Shots going up, but nothing just yet. Now, last time around, they were kind of slow to get this bomb down. They wanted to make sure they got the kills before they did so, and they did. Seems like it might well be the same call here.
Classic going to be tagged up with a nade from Journey, so they have to concede the space for now. Goes on the backside of Fire to join their teammate of Mohawk. And They're going to have to try to retake this effectively from the front. If they try to flank all the way through, Eric Boom's going to have to get some very unique timing as they're holding the flank and the middle of the map for AIM Esports in the post plant.
I like Eric's positioning. Could well be the arbiter of this play, but he gets shut down by Exceed. Nice read from Ironblood. The numbers now in favor of the boys in red. Keep an eye on number 6 as well, but look at the kills now coming through. Journey and Yakko going to get those ones, but Brack, he just needs one for this round to be a success for Ironblood Gaming. He's looking for it, might well get the timing on towards Yakko, and there is that kill. On the other side as well, Mohawk won. The shot's coming through from Brack on towards Super. Super just needs to run away here and find a positioning to stop this defuse coming through. Mohawk's going to have to jump it. Super will win the round. Brack looking for number 8, and he will find it. No time for the defuse once again. But again, I said it, Andy, that is a successful round coming out from Ironblood Gaming because a glide bomb has been earned.
Yep, you're absolutely right to highlight that at least the streak has been earned. You had 2 rounds to play with. If you are Ironblood, it was all of the setup there, especially for the post plane. You know, you find Eric Boom towards the middle of the map. Yeah, you probably do have a lack of information of where some other players might be lurking at through the middle of the map, sure, but it was all for Brack to be able to get that longer line of sight coming through train station, see if they can get that ever so wanted kill number 7. Well, Brack still has not died through 5 rounds worth of play on 8 in a row, but as you say, that glide bomb could be crucial to a successful round for Ironblood in their future.
And you're going to have to find a way to play around that. They'll be aware, of course, they do get the notification when Brack is on 5 in a row. And if they're doing their counting, which you've got more than 2 fingers on a hand if you're AIM Esports, you'll probably know that he's on 7 now. Exceed taken down, and this is much more respectful, I think, from AIM. We said this is the adaptation we needed to see. Get yourselves on towards B. The problem, however, is that B is not exactly where Ironblood have gone.
No, again, trying to go for the hard read. They just read wrong. Stuflon first blood onto Exceed, so 4v3 for the retake, and they should be more than aware. I mean, Mohawk did throw some shots when they were in the backside of the water building, so AIM Esports going to take all of their virtue, stack up with one another. Nades need to be on point as they try to retake A.
Problem is you've got little information to work off. Now you're going to find Classic down low, though, and that's going to be a clean kill. No trade coming through from Ironblood Gaming. So now just down to Brack and Mohawk here in this round, and the glide bomb will not do anything now, not even in the round, as Mohawk left up 1v4. Going to have to find a way through the train station. That first kill on a journey should be enough that AIM know, hey, look, we can just get this defused. We are perfectly safe and fine to do so. AIM going to tie this one up, and look, they get that first blood. Things will work out. Ironblood, they thought they had a free plant, and to be fair, they did, but good retake coming out from AIM.
You look up in the dictionary of Call of Duty how to play effectively when you have a numbers advantage. You will look exactly at that round that AIM Esports just pieced up together for themselves. Again, they have the information that Mohawk, they threw a couple of shots with their AR in the backside of the water building, and finding that first blood into Exceed, they were probably able to, by proxy, understand there's probably just only 2 players that are inside the A site, so just quad stack together, retake it from the double stairs. I think we'll find value in evening this thing up. Into round 7 we go. AIM Esports looking like an A committal.
Super. Just going to play this one slow, and I do like this from AIM Esports, changing the pace here in this round. But maybe Journey can find something. Remember how brilliantly he performed in the Search and Destroy versus Ironblood yesterday? Well, going to get that first blood versus Mohawk here. Now, numbers in favor here for AIM Esports. They haven't quite dealt with Classic just yet. He has not flinched at all.
Just waiting for the timing. He's going to get the information. He pops up. He finds Yakko, but Super with the sniper up close will find that trade. 2v3. Bomb collected by Journey. Looking to go down here today.
Doesn't matter if it's up close and personal. The snipe from Super will still come through, but Brack having absolutely none of it. Will get the kill on towards Super, and now the 2v2 we go. Exceed on the other side. Brack going to win the 1 versus Journey, and that is a very quick retake. Coming through from Ironblood Gaming. They waste no time there.
Get up close and personal with his teammate as well. That's how you know they're whispering to each other here in the Search and Destroy. Regardless of the matter, all of the information was there. Look, you knew Super had the sniper rifle. The last known positioning was actually inside of A on that trade for Classic, who initially gets that kill on Yakko to stop the bomb coming through initially. But Ironblood just do a fantastic job of just counting numbers, seeing nameplates, and just understanding what positional advantage they can take from themselves. The pinch soon to follow in between Exceed and Brack. There's a sheer benefit of them taking yet another 1-round lead. AIM Esports, we're going to see a little bit more of a default setup. Seems to be that way. You have 1 player across that B lane, and they read this correctly because Ironblood are coming over towards B.
Exceed trying to hunt here. He can smell Super up top. Super get the better of him. No, he peeks around, but Exceed has already dipped away. Maybe Super can find something. There's still a few players around here to grab, but there's the first blood coming out from Yakko. Or, excuse me, the trade coming out from Yakko on towards Classic. That'll make this retake of the site a fair bit easier. Eric Boom taking the shots on towards 1, but none of them going to connect. And now the information has been given away to Ironblood Gaming. Good kill coming in from Yakko. That is bombed down.
Just wait. But the nades come through. Brack still holding onto a fragmentation grenade. gets it right over the top of the hut, takes down Yakko. Now it's going to be Eric Boom in a 1v2. But you do have the benefit of the space. The bomb has been patty kicked right outside of the BS&D. Brack and Mohawk need to collect that sucker.
If I'm Eric Boom, I do not peek wide at all. I just try and play as sneaky as ever. You've got time on your side here. And Brack and Mohawk are waiting for Eric Boom to get twitchy. They know that that's exactly the kind of player that he is. But maybe Eric can get some nice timing here. The 1v1 against Brack, and Brack just closes him out. Snaps him out of the round. Iron Blood find themselves on map point here. Oh, Eric almost made it happen.
Almost did, but again, when you're in a 1v2 like that, and I mean, Eric, more often than not, through a lot of these defensive rounds, is always putting themselves in or around the B hut as well. It's just all the information that Iron Blood effectively are able to find in the early stages of these rounds. 10-15 seconds can really be all you need if you are Iron Blood to be able to get information, set nades included. And, well, one named Carson Brack has absolutely been the benefactor from all their utility and their angles. They are 13-1 on another spree, not to mention how they still have a glide bomb, Brody.
They still do. And I think they want to take this one towards B to make the best use of it, but maybe Super could put a stop to Iron Blood Gaming here on the defense. Given Arnex Seed, who has pushed through once again. Super hasn't found anything just yet. If he looks towards his left, he will see a couple of players, but I think Mohawk might have his number here.
Oh, sees Classic at the last second. Dead Silence push actually benefiting Super here with the submachine gun. Gets inside a fire and finds first blood on the statue. Bomb's still looking like it wants to move its way over towards B. And a numbers advantage, I wonder if they have information that a siege is on the backside of the hut.
Well, the call has been made here that Yakko has made his way over. Kill from Mohawk coming through elsewhere as well. So Yakko not feeling very comfortable here, but maybe the kill on towards XCT will do. There we go. Now AIM going to get this bomb down. They've got the positioning towards the backline.
Oh, the barrel. Sticking through the window. Brack sees Journey. And Mohawk will get that angle to take them down. Eric Boom, of course, there for the trade 2v1. The retake for Brack. Seems like he's going to try to flip out the map entirely, take their virtues on the backs of the warehouse. But Spidey senses tingling there for AIM Esports will be able to cover that angle in their favor. They say every single round is much needed, because if you lose that one, then you're going to be down 0-2 in this series. We already said that AIM Esports really do need a bounce back here in the Berlin Search and Destroy, because the control, specifically in this matchup, has not been good for them. AIM Esports, though, looking to piece it all together. The biggest trick of it all is that Iron Blood still have that trap card. You see it right here on your screen. Brack's still holding on to that glide bomb.
You gotta ask, when's he gonna use it, right? I mean, now they're the arbiters of the round. They're the ones that have to aggress towards a site. Maybe they get the bomb down and decide this is kind of a get-out-of-jail-free card for the squad. And that might well be the case at all. Supra and Journey, far past. Does the glide bomb now come out from Brack? That's going to be the question for me. Journey pushed all the way up inside the site. The first few shots going in. The kills coming through from Classic, though. He's getting highly aggressive, and that's first blood here to Iron Blood. This is exactly what they wanted. They've got control of the site.
Oh, look at all of AIM. They're actually out in the open. Take a look at the minimap. Nades are coming through. Exceed is incredibly weak. The second nade takes them down, and Eric Boom will be there for the trade. 3v2 we go, and Brack's still not choosing to utilize that glide bomb, though at this point, I think it might just be a little bit too late in the round, well, especially as you do bite a bullet from Super via a wallbang. Mohawk, 1v2, 40 seconds left to play. They have time to do this, but can you isolate both these players?
Oh, Yakko almost gives away a free kill there. I thought Yakko was going to reach out as well. I seen it from the X-ray vision. I thought Yakko was going to give himself another look, but it's not going to happen. Mohawk, infamous for his 1vx situations. Of course, we all remember his 1 versus 3 versus Boston. Pro-Am. Probably one of his most famous plays this season. Now he needs to pull off a 1 versus 2 to close out this search and destroy. Don't know where he is just yet. They know he's on that side of the map. Tries 2 shots going in from Yakko, and he has been stunned as well, but I like this from AIM Esports. They're not getting too aggressive. They know they don't have to. 10 seconds left now. Mohawk going for the first kill versus Eric, and Eric is standing strong on that one. We're going to round 11.
Yep, just hold your L-triggers, man. You got numbers back in your favor. You were able to find the trades, and you just had to bait Mohawk into the play, knowing that they had to collect that bomb and try to extend that round, if not try to sequence 2 kills within about 8 seconds, which, not gonna lie, I don't think I've ever seen it happen unless teams are just holding hands and offering up lineups like that. Look, Brack, through a few rounds now, has had this glide bomb in their back pocket. I truly did feel like where Brack was going all to the backside of P4, he was about to call in that sucker in that round number 10. Not gonna be the case. Still holds it here for round 11. AIM Esports need to be more than aware of this, which is why they're probably trying to go over towards A. But they got to be careful, because you can slither that glide bomb through the roofing, those glass panels in train.
We have information as how many players have crossed. One has crossed back, so Classic inside. He gets the first blood. Maybe the second as well. Classic, you should never win that. Yako failed to get through the door. The glide bomb comes down for Brack as well. The round has fallen apart for Amy Sports. Journey 1v3. At least he's got the bomb in hand, but he needs an advanced position. The 1v1 versus Exceed. He will get that. 1v2 we go. And it's time for the great escape from Journey. You need to play this one slow. Do not give anything away for free. Journey holding on for the second.
Both Brack and Mohawk just doubling up with each other over by the docks and over by Crane. Journey has no information on this. Will pop dead silence. He is flying through Train. So many different angles that he has to check as well. And, well, he thought that there might just still be a full wrap in play as well. So he's going to come outside of fire. And as you say, the timing might be there. I don't think that Brack saw him leave. So Journey's going to be able to get inside this B hut. We'll be able to plant this bomb.
All right, so as soon as they check the bomb, they should know this is a B plant now. How quickly is the reaction coming through? There's about 10 seconds or so, I want to say here, that Journey will have on his side due to the timing. But that's not a lot to work with. Journey just going to sit inside the site and try and take the 1 versus 2. I mean, at the end of the day here, you can try to just continue to play classic Call of Duty timing, try and play the 2 versus 1. But Brack and Mohawk, they've got so many different places to look here, so many different places to check, and Journey has to try and play sneaky as you like inside the site. He has no idea where these guys are going to come from. He's checking towards the window. Brack, Mohawk, here they come. Journey deals with Brack, turns around for the seconds, got the information, but doesn't get the kill. Mohawk gonna win it out. He has time for the defuse. And Iron Blood, they make the 2 versus 1 work. Journey, so close.
Oh, man, he was just milliseconds away, just a couple inches from getting that centering to be able to get that second kill. Try to go for the slide, reach out. It's not working in their favor, though. To be completely candid, I don't think that Journey should have been left alive in that 1v-odd situation in the first place. I mean, the glide bomb comes in, regardless of where Super tries to go, even if they try to escape inside of Train. They would have died to the glide bomb regardless. Again, those top glass panels, you can get that glide bomb through there, so Super was probably dead to rights regardless, but the A execute that comes through, just right into the line inside of a few ARs in the SMG that was just lying in wait behind the desk. Just a little bit too easy for Iron Blood defensively to be able to shut down that play as it may be. And as you heard my little disgruntlement as that bomb did get planted, Journey put themselves in the 1-for-1 position inside of the hut itself. And albeit it was the right play because that's what the bomb effectively was planted for, maybe over by the backwater building to be able to take down the first player knowing that you're exhausting so much time because the 2 players alive for Iron Blood did have to clear away all of Warehouse, the backwater building, and then just come flying in for the bait and switch and at least for the trade with about 13 seconds remaining. It's just really unfortunate that it comes down to the forehead statement. You just got to be able to get that second kill.
It's so tough, isn't it? I think the bigger thing is, you know, you got to remember in that 1 versus 2, right? I mean, to be fair, I will say that Brack and Mohawk didn't have any knowledge as well, but Journey has very little idea of where those players are going to be coming from, right? You know, maybe they need to check out the back, and he probably has that knowledge at the very least, but still, you don't know they're going to be hitting from that side. They could be hitting both, you know, they could be coming in on the pinch. It's so tough to try and work that one out, and Journey did his best, but the numbers will win out. Iron Blood Gaming win it in round 11. And it's this play in the round 11 that really does change everything for me. Classic able to get 2 inside the site. That is the one that seals the deal. Oh, jeez Louise. Look at the performance as well coming out from Brack and Mohawk there. The ARs for the Iron Blood Gaming roster, 14-4, 10-6 respectively to close things out, Andy.
1,600 damage for Brack, 1,400 damage for Mohawk. Only 4 traded kills for Brack, by the way. And you have to also take a look at all the assists that were also able to come through for AIM Esports. Look, Journey was putting himself up a heroic performance, just about 1,500 damage for himself at only 9 kills with 11 deaths. 3 assists as it may be. It's just that the cleanup wasn't there from either Yako or Eric Boom continuously, comparatively to what we have seen in the Search and Destroys from AIM Esports throughout the entire weekend here of Challengers Champs. If Journey and Super are going to find all of the damage in the world, over 1,000 at the end of a multitude of Search and Destroy rounds, it does really come down to Yako and Eric Boone to be able to capitalize on that damage in space that's being provided.
It's just so tough for AIM Esports. You know, players getting shut down regularly, we'd expect to see playing extremely well in Search and Destroy, and it feels like kind of maybe a reprise of the Hardpoint in a way. In that case, you know, you're getting these players that normally are top performers from AIM, and they're just not having the best of times here in the first couple of maps, but they need to start picking things up right now, Andy, because next up is another roll-in. It's going to the control for this one, and this was one of our map modes that we did see yesterday in the best of 5 between these 2 teams, and unfortunately for AIM Esports, history doesn't exactly go in their favor here. This was a 3 3-0 to Ironblood. We didn't see it, so we can't really say anything about it, to be honest. You and I were casting a different match at the time while that was ongoing. Nonetheless, though, I think that doesn't exactly bode well for the AIM Esports roster.
No, it doesn't. At least AIM Esports did at least get their bounce back on a Berlin Control when they were going up against Point Blank yesterday after losing their winners round 1 matchup to this Ironblood Gaming roster. They won that Berlin Control 3-1. But as you say, historically, at least for this weekend, just yesterday, yeah, AIM Esports were Ironblood were able to take this in a quite a convincing fashion, 3-0, but then when they replayed this map mode combination versus Ultra North America, well, they got absolutely blown out of the water. And you almost do feel like that if you were AIM Esports last night with Psychotic, the coaching staff as well for AIM Esports, they had time, Brody, after their matchup just last night to go study that VOD, try to get as much practice as humanly possible to understand what they can do to make sure that this is a map mode combination that is comfortable for them. Because when we saw them play this map mode combination back in Season 4 of the Elite, although not the most winning percentages, they still look very confident, and one reason being is that really big hyper-aggression play that is coming through the likes of either Journey or Yakko along with Eric Boom. Yakko needs to have a similar performance of what we saw from them yesterday in that Ultra EU matchup to be able to meet that pace that we know Ironblood are going to bring to the table.
If I'm honest, I think at the moment, the way that this Ironblood Gaming roster are playing, I think if you're AIM Esports, you need to find your success that you saw in the early seasons as well. You need to see some SMG pressure coming out from the squad. We know that Yakko, Eric Boom, Journey, they are capable of. We need to see it here from Ironblood to stay alive. One more map, and Ironblood Gaming might well find their way in towards the losers bracket final, awaiting the loser of Ultra Academy North America and Team War. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we're going to have Berlin Control between these two teams. Welcome back everybody here to Call of Duty Challengers Championships 2022. We're 2 maps deep into our lower semi-finals here between AIM Esports and Iron Blood Gaming. Iron Blood 2-0 up, Andy. They might just be 1 map away from making their way into lower finals.
Look, we've seen reverse sweeps happen a lot in Vanguard, but we have not seen a lot of map 5s in Challengers Champs so far. The only map 5 that we have gotten was actually between these two teams. It was not in a reverse sweep fashion, but it seems that the pick ban and veto process really has favored Iron Blood Gaming as we go over towards another one of their favorite map mode combinations of this Berlin Control, where they did 3-0 AIM Esports just yesterday.
Yeah, it feels like they're definitely hard beated them. I think the absence of the Desert Siege search and destroy from map number 2 has made an adverse effect. Again, you've got to remember, it was the Desert Siege that saved AIM Esports in that last best of 5. Of course, they didn't end up winning it anyway, but nonetheless, it was what forced a map number 4, which they were able to win. That was, of course, a Tuscan Hardpoint, which is also absent from this best of 5. So, yeah, this has been great from the veto process, but also I think just, for AIM Esports at the moment, they just need to give themselves a mental reset because things has been pretty rough for them. I think, given the context of the situation at hand, given the fact they obviously had to replay Different 2 Hardpoint when, they probably felt like they shouldn't have had to do that. And of course, the round 11 loss on Berlin Search and Destroy as well. I think in their heads at the moment, they're probably like, we should not be 2-0 down. This should be a 2-0, a 1-1 at worst. So for them, coming into this Berlin Control, it's about what they have learned from yesterday. Again, Annie, you and I didn't get to see what that Berlin Control was like between the two teams, but we do know it was a 3-0 to Iron Blood Gaming, and we need to see classic Season 1, Season 3 AIM Esports right now, because that was when they were solid at Control.
We sure do, Brody, and again, it all has to come through on the bounce back. You really do hope that the break was a nice little mental reset for AIM Esports, who will be on offense first and foremost, and well, that first blood, you love to see it. Super, still weak. To the pistol, back to the AR, will find their second kill immediately. This is given commanding presence of AIM Esports in the middle of the map, and especially for that first segment at B.
But looking for the kill versus Brack. Would be nice if he could get it, but that's just not going to happen, and that's all hopes here of AIM Esports getting control of A out the window, so straight towards B they go, and unfortunately for them, it is just Journey on the point for the moment, and look at this push coming over from Iron Blood Gaming, and this is worrying, actually. It's very easy to get yourself trapped in a spawn trap here. Iron Blood Gaming looking to set one up.
This is really dangerous, though, if you are Iron Blood, because they are so far forward on the backside of Mail. They are lacking numbers over inside of Train. AIM Esports looking to exploit that as they're starting to assault the more difficult zone to take. They overwhelm the numbers, but nobody's expecting the flank to come through from Exceed.
Here we go. Exceed able to pick up one. Look at the second versus Super. I don't think you quite expected that one. Was preoccupied with the kill versus Eric Boom and, well, Journey, excuse me, inside the point. Journey will still survive as well. Look for the second tick of aggression if he can get it. Huge, but he's going to be shut down by the sliding Mohawk, and that's a good defense coming out now from Iron Blood Gaming of the point. The one tick at least has come through. AIM continue to knock at the door of this A point. It is now Yakko starting to put the push in from behind. Look for the second and will find it versus Exceed. So now Yakko really starting to do some damage versus this Iron Blood Gaming roster. Is going to be shut down, but the players from AIM, they're on the point.
On the zone. 2 different zones at that, Brody. They're stalling the clock out on 2 different fronts. You got Super inside of A. They find Classic, so in a 1v1 versus Exceed, they'll go down, but all just a little bit of a bait play. Maybe they get that second segment of progression. They are down by 2 lives, but they still get 60 seconds added on towards the board. Iron Blood needs to try to hold strong here on A, but you still have one more lurking player you have to be wary of. Yakko's pushed up pretty far forward, and they're trying to couple that along with Eric Boom, who's on the flank.
Brack looking for something. He will get shut down, and this is a very positive thing here from AIM Esports. Maybe they'll finally get the second tick of aggression. There's always one annoying Iron Blood Gaming player that's around to cause some problems. This time it is Exceed. He will finally be shut down. That second tick of aggression now coming through. You should see the stack from AIM Esports. Only a couple of players here to do something about this. Brack about to fly through the window. Here we go. He gets shut down. Exceed as well. Now just down a Mohawk, and he can't do anything. AIM Esports start this one strong. It's an offensive victory.
By way of segment progression at that, Brody, that's what's most important as well. Though I'll continue to sit here and say I don't even know if you want defense for round number 5. That is a conversation for a few rounds. This is all pending Iron Blood can answer back with an offense of their own, because they did really struggle with it yesterday versus Ultra Academy North America. But this is exactly what I wanted to see from AIM Esports. Super 10-3 through the first round of play, doing most of the dirty work with the AR at that, just always in the face of Iron Blood Gaming that set up continuous routes of success for players like Yakko and Journey.
How do Iron Blood respond? This is already better than what we saw from that AIM Iron Blood 3-0 for the AIM fans this time around. Kills coming now through from Aim Esports as they look to shut down the push from Ironblood Gaming towards A. However, unfortunately for them, Mohawk and Exceed have something to say about it. They're able to get up a couple of kills. But Eric Boom comes through, takes down Exceed. The retreat now from Ironblood Gaming, so they're sent back to the respawn point, and they might well have to focus on towards B. A couple of players looking for exit frags from AIM overextending through the train station, but as we turn our attention towards the B point, it is Classic who's able to pick up Yakko, and now some progression starting to be made.
This is okay, though, if you are AIM Esports. Look, it's probably inevitable that you might end up losing the B zone, but you want to make sure that at least you keep some semblance of lives in your favor, because Ironblood do hold that 2-life lead. That is mutual information for AIM Esports, and they're taking a long while just to send Journey on this very long route over towards B. And, well, Ironblood, they thought that they had the kills required to maybe leave that B zone and try to get themselves over towards A, but Journey's just constantly flanking them, finds themselves 2, will keep Ironblood honest. Well, they also took down Mohawk over by the A zone as well. So that second segment, damn well on its way here at B, but AIM Esports just slowly whittling down the clock.
Overextension, though, coming through from Exceed, and he might have something to say about this if he goes on towards A. Actually, just going to wrap through lobby here, and I don't think AIM Esports expected it. It's going to be a full wipe coming out now from Ironblood Gaming. We've seen teams overextend off the back of these kind of full wipes in towards A. They're not going for that full overextension. Instead, they're setting themselves up for the kills on the transition. Brack, one of those players, inside fire, able to get one. Looking for the second versus Journey, and will find it. And for AIM Esports, everything is going wrong at the moment. The kill feed has not been theirs in the last 30 seconds or so. Classic inside, picks up 2. That's his third in a row. And Ironblood Gaming, they've already captured B. They're looking to do something about this. Yakko tries to put a stop to it on the flank. He is unable. Can Eric touch the point? He's about to run straight into Brack. Exceed takes him down. And Ironblood don't care if they win or lose a defensive round on the first go of things. They will answer straight back with an offensive win of their own.
Berlin Control, man, if there is going to be a map where you constantly see offense for offense, it will be this specific map mode combination on Berlin Control. Just really good transitional gunfights coming through from Ironblood. You highlighted the one player specifically of Exceed, who was able to find themselves an opportunity all the way to the bottom side of Statue, but rather than getting inside the A zone, they made the wise play and decision to get into the backside of lobby, get themselves a couple more spawn kills, made it a whole hell of a lot easier for their teammates to be able to transition from B to A.
This time around from Ironblood Gaming, or from AIM Esports, excuse me. On towards B they go. And they're going to get the first wave of gunfights in their favor, so this kick of aggression should come through. I'm curious, though, what kind of the holding towards train looks like, as Yakko will fall, so Super here might have to contest with players transferring across the middle of the map, and he is only able to find one inside the point. It's going to be Classic and Brack who is going to be able to clear it, so Ironblood Gaming here already starting to set up this spawn trap that we saw in the last defensive round from the Ironblood squad. And look at Classic. He's transferring out the window. He's only able to find one. So that hold that we were talking about from Ironblood is starting to fall apart. AIM might have an out.
Still looking for that first segment of progression over by B as they slowly clear away all through the middle of the map and the rest of Mail. So possession of the B zone will slowly work its way up here for AIM Esports as they're trying to take a more forward positioning through the middle of the map, but they have no idea where Ironblood are lurking at as well. Just waiting for them to walk into the crossfire, and well, they sure will. AIM Esports will completely bite the bullet. They'll get that second segment of progression over by B, but take a look at the lives. 19v23 with 45 seconds. That's where you're seeing AIM Esports desperation might be setting in to how the hell they can get out of their spawn and stall out this clock.
Yeah, at least they've got rid of Mohawk, right? Because he was the player that was being annoying over towards the train station. They had an out towards the A control zone. Journey now the only player who could do something about this, and he gets stuck on the jump up. Nice read from Brack to know exactly where that player was going. But good news is that little push from AIM Esports will give them the space they desire to get the extra 60 seconds on the clock, unless somebody from Ironblood touches in the twilight moments of this point, and that just will not happen. So extra 60 seconds on the clock now, but that life disparity we were talking about, 5 lives of difference between these two teams, is practically still in place. AIM going to have to find a way to bring that down.
You need a convincing kill feed to come all the way through. 3 for 1 at the very least if you are AIM Esports to be able to combat and back from this forward life deficit that they are still staring down the barrel on. But they find one kill on the backside of Statue. This is an opportunity now for AIM Esports to cut mid-map and try to get themselves inside a train.
You didn't clear out train as well. You just went straight through secret. You punished for it. Super's the only player left alive, and even that does not last long. AIM thought maybe they could overwhelm with just straight numbers, but they've actually made their life situation even worse. And now Brack's starting to heat up here, 5 in a row. 2 kills away from a glide bomb, and on Gavutu, those things, well, they are pretty useful. Yakko trying to spot out the player. He's playing Ring Around the Rosie at the moment with Exceed inside fire. Finally going to win that one out, but at this point, the damage you have to feel with 40 seconds left might well be done. 15 versus 7 in terms of lives. We've seen worse situations, but maybe this is not the best. Brack on 8 in a row. That's the glide bomb for Iron Blood Gaming. AIM Esports might well be out of this one.
The back-to-back-to-back maps here for Brack, where he's putting himself in a streaking situation. Gets themselves that glide bomb. No respawns remaining for AIM Esports. Last chance saloon to try to get themselves over by A. And it's not going to be without a certain series of resistance. Can't even get a single segment there on A at all. Iron Blood get the full hold. They only allow those 3 segments to come through. They do it in a blistering fashion. There's such a deficit of a lives remaining tally there at the very end. Iron Blood just constantly cycling players out over by the bottom side of P4, making sure those longer lines of sights were always looked at. You highlighted that the one transitional gunfight was good, at least for AIM Esports. You did find Mohawk to be able to get yourself closer towards A. But they never fully cleared away Train, as you were talking about, Brody. And that one, those 2 players that were back there were both Exceed and Brack, just lying in wait for the communication to come through from their teammates to pinch on any sort of attempt that AIM Esports were trying to piece together for themselves coming into Secret.
Iron Blood Gaming, just one more control round, a 3-0 AIM Esports, much more clean victory than we got in that winners round 1 matchup. Can they get it done here? Bracken Classic combined for free early on. The offensive push towards A. It looks pretty promising. Yakko is a problem that they need to track down, and they will. Now players on the point. Just Classic and Brack over here for the moment. They'll find themselves in a temporary 2 versus 3. AIM have to play the numbers, and no, that's so unfortunate. Brack lands a nade right on towards Classic. He had his Classic down for the count, but he has now the assistance from Mohawk inside the point. Mohawk gonna fall as well. AIM able to clear house before that first tick of aggression will come through.
Fully resetting 24v24. AIM Esports are allowed to reset up through the middle of the map, but an isolated 1v1 comes through. Classic trying to go for a little bit of a bait play. How many defenders can they pull back away from the B zone? Well, the answer is 2 so far. A lot of trust needs to be here for Journey to go big, but they only find 1.
Super. Shots through the wall. Nicely done versus Exceed there. Just going to break that one to try and find your way on through. But Mohawk there with the pre-aim just to shut him down. So Iron Blood now want to get the extra 60 seconds on the clock and just going to go for the Classic push on towards B. Eric, blind, doesn't exactly see Classic in the corner there. So Classic going to take advantage of the situation that is gifted to him. And the kill feed at the moment is most certainly Iron Blood Gaming's, as they now hold on towards B, looking to get this capture on through. And I think with the way that AIM Esports are positioned at the moment, I think they're just positioning here, being ready for Iron Blood to get the extra 60 seconds on the clock. Now it's going to be about the exit frags.
And just no reason to throw more lives away. You're already down by 1. You don't want to give up further map positioning as well. You can see what they're setting up for. Super on the bottom side of P4 is going to force any respawns to come through from Iron Blood over by that water building, but you got to be able to find the gunfights as well. They should be more than aware, because there's nobody on top dubsteps. The flank could absolutely be where Iron Blood are coming from, and Yakko's going to pick it up, does find 1. He's going to expect a second. Well, it doesn't even matter because he gets gunned from behind.
It's a war on 2 fronts that you got to fight. Exceed from the Train side. He's going to pick up 1. That is all the damage he's going to do, but you got to clear out the back line. If you're AIM Esports, you don't know how much doo-doo you're actually in at the moment, because there are so many Iron Blood players over here. The shots from Mohawk will reveal his positioning at the very least, but look how far deep AIM are inside the Train at the moment. Those players are going to get shut down, and now Journey has an immediate problem to deal with inside the point, and there's more on the way. You need to deal with Classics pretty quickly. There you go. First kill through. Look for the second with a rat, and he will actually get it versus Exceed. The help from a nade is good, and AIM Esports going to clear out the point for the moment. They're facing the pressure, though. They're down in lives by 1. 55 seconds on the clock.
And Iron Blood thought that they had the presence to be able to call on that glide bomb from Brack to be able to take a forward approach over by A to maybe try to end it here and now, but it's not the case. Journey's also keeping the flank secure. They find 2. So now you're taking a look at Iron Blood trying to get themselves out of spawn, trying to break this back from the front. 35 seconds remaining, 11v10. This is really going to be the last good attempt you would feel for Iron Blood with their numbers to try to break in towards A.
25 seconds left. Mohawk with 2. That might well be it. Nobody from AIM on the point here. There is a potential stack on the way from Iron Blood Gaming. But look at this from Journey. They don't know he's from behind. Journey for 1. Looking for number 2. It's Super who's able to get it done. But look at the player pushed far up here. It's Brack who picks up 1. That keeps a couple of players at bay now. But the players come off the respawn. This is all on the shoulders of Exceed, who is still alive, by the way. Nice nade on towards Eric Boom. That might be the time they needed to waste. 4v6. AIM down to no respawns remaining. Exceed looking for the plays inside. Inside he goes, but look at the plays coming out now. AIM Esports looking to make the flank happen. It's Super. It's Yakko. Journey going to be down now. Brack inside. Also with Mohawk in. 2v3 on the point now. It is just a 1v2 for Mohawk. He gets cleared off. And it's going to be AIM who survive. Nobody from Iron Blood going to touch. We have a round 5 on our hands.
With those 4 segments, so that last segment finally came through over by A, Brody. So Iron Blood are actually going to force their hand to get the defensive side for this round number 5. Are also leading as far as kills across the board. But even more so than that, again, I think the conversation does start and stop here on Berlin Control. Do you even want the defense? Well, it was quite good for Ironblood in their previous defensive round, so maybe they might be able to deny AIM Esports those transitional gunfights to the middle of the map and deny them any presence over by A. But it just comes down to this. The adaptations need to be here. You need some semblance of success of what we saw from AIM in their opening offense.
AIM want to take the risk here. They want to go straight towards B, but look at the pressure they're facing up against. You've got 3 players from Ironblood to deal with. And, well, nobody has fallen just yet. Super and Journey still feel like this is the way to go forward. And Journey, now the last remaining player left alive. If you can do some damage, great. But everybody is going to fall. This is as good as you can get. If you're Ironblood Gaming, you're very happy with the way that one worked. And look at this transition as well. They are ready for this push from AIM.
Classic might just get gunned from behind, but actually Super doesn't take a look over outside a warehouse, has to trust their teammates to be able to get those trades, and they sure will. Probably more than aware that you have one player inside of the hut that was Exceed, and yeah, Journey's already thrown a couple of shots towards him. We'll be able to get that kill. So clock will be stalled out here at 53 seconds from the 5v1 trade-off that was the opening rip here. AIM Esports have done a bang-up job to bring themselves back into this game while stalling out the clock to boot.
Not really much control over B whatsoever here from Ironblood Gaming. They're probably still going to go for this one, you have to imagine. You can see from the positioning from Exceed that that is exactly what's going to happen. Brack wins one towards the backline as well, and it's all falling apart for AIM Esports. Just Yakko actually winning gunfights on the point, and Yakko might well have to pull off some heroics here. Has some supporting cast in tow. And for Yakko to get that kill on towards Exceed is big. Ironblood still, though, with threats in the back line. Brack, who has been a monster all game long, will actually be sniffed out here by Yakko in the middle of the map. And Brack probably, I was going to say probably not able to stop the point, but gets the kill on towards Journey. That will stop the point for the second. Herrick Boom, though, comes in to finish and close up shop. So B, falling by the wayside, an extra 60 seconds on the clock now. AIM Esports, you need to position yourselves for the take on towards A.
A whole set of respawns, though, holding over the head of AIM Esports. Ironblood sufficiently in the lead in that manner. But you take a look at the map positioning that AIM Esports are currently playing with. You have one player on the backside of the lobby. That's Super. Needs to push to be able to get this kill. There's one player off the respawn. Brack at least looking for the trade. But Super gets the hell out of dodge. He gets on the zone itself. That's actually going to force the hand for Brack to try to red dot chase this. He will get traded out as well. Still Exceed over by this desk is just playing their life on this half wall. Is going to be able to rip the heady clean off of Herrick Boom's shoulders. And that'll keep the A-point neutral for now.
Exceed still going as well. That's his 4th in a row, 3rd on the point. Single-handedly holding this one down for Ironblood Gaming at the moment. Still that set of respawns between the two teams. 60 seconds on the clock for AIM to make some map progression. Nice kill from Super to stop the overextension coming through from Exceed in the middle of the map. But still, the aggression from AIM kind of unwarranted at the moment. And look at the pressure that Ironblood have over this A point. You can see on the minimap, Yakko wants to come back and help his teammates here. This is going to be one last hurrah. One big push coming through with 35 seconds left on the clock. Herrick Boom looking to pick up this nade to take down Exceed on the outside of the point. Nobody found anything just yet. Brack laying down, but you can see AIM. The arrows starting to encroach on the point. Here comes those trades. Super and Yakko going to take down Mohawk and Exceed. So the numbers in favor. It's 3 down. Just one player inside the point. Brack looking to waste some time. He gets shut down, and AIM, they're in.
They're in. Then they're posted up. The stack is starting to come through. You need to get some nades in here. If you're Ironblood, you need to get AIM off.
8v10 in lives. Mohawk able to take down Yakko. Super falls as well. 20 seconds left and disaster has struck AIM Esports. Now is the time to go. 15 seconds. You cannot play this passively whatsoever. Journey trying to make his way through Secret. There is still a chance to hold this one down. If you're AIM Esports, the nade goes through. Doesn't connect on towards Exceed. The pre-fire starting to come through. 5 seconds on the clock. Guys, you've got to get on the point. Herrick Boom, Super. They're going to be able to pick up some kills. Yakko with another one as well. And maybe this stack can still happen.
But the flank is coming in. Classic gets snuffed out. Herrick Boom's going to take down Classic. The second segment comes in. Brody just comes down to Brack. Maybe he can get here in time, but no. The stack too good. AIM Esports in the final hour keep themselves alive here in lower semifinals. We will push it to a map 4.
Oh, jeez Louise. What is going on? This series has taken so much out of me. So much. Oh, jeez, I can't even imagine how it feels to be an AIM Esports or an Ironblood Gaming fan at the moment. Goodness me, Andy. Goodness me. What did we just AIM towards? I want to see that last like 30 to 40 seconds or so, because AIM, it really felt like what that first wave of kills came through. I think it was like 20 seconds or so left on the clock. That first wave of kills comes through for Ironblood Gaming. I thought that was it. I thought that was completely done. Ironblood Gaming, that's it. You've got the 3-0s through. Just incredible from AIM to clutch up. They are not done yet.
Sport players got the dog in them for real. AIM Esports, look, this is something that I brought up when we were casting over them in the Elite Series, Brody. When they are pushed up against the wall in a control, I don't care what map it is, that is when they play their best. Eric Boom was not having the best map throughout the entirety of those rounds of play, but in the final moment where you needed him most, he was there to be able to brute force their way through the front of A, to be able to get all the kills required, the stuns and the nades across dubsteps, kept Ironblood at bay. And AIM Esports, I mean, they just sunk their teeth in, just made sure that the ARs were posted up. Ironblood could not get there in time. That is an A execute that I'm sure Ironblood Gaming might lose some sleep over tonight.
It's going to be really frustrating, for sure. I mean, just that last 20 seconds, you can kind of see it here as we take a look at the end of it. Yeah, it's just... Oh, that is something else. Let's take a look at our final stat lines. And I was going to say as well, it did really feel like up until that 5th and final round, and I still think even including there, I think Ironblood were well outslaying AIM Esports. Players like Eric Boom were struggling to find their way back into it. I think by the end of round 3, I want to say it was, I think Eric still only had like 7 frags to his name.
It wasn't pretty, man. I mean, 20 and 29 with about 3k damage is not the sexiest numbers in the world from Eric Boom. The same could be said from Yako, just barely under 3,000 damage with 27 and 31 KD ratio. You just look at the assists, I mean, from top to bottom, comparatively between the two. Brack and Exceed were really doing it all, setting up their team for success with a combined 24 assists. That's how much damage those two players were laying down, because you are right, Brody. Ironblood were absolutely slaying out AIM Esports. Even in the rounds that they were losing, they were still only down by maybe a handful of lives here and there. And the rounds that they did win, they were winning by about 9 extra kills, 11 extra kills. They were always making sure that AIM Esports felt the pressure. But again, you can never count these guys out, especially from one name, Super. There is a reason why through every single Elite Series, we talk about Super. He is the #1 statistical player coming out from the EU region. Say what you will, he's not just an onliner. You can't throw any hate towards Super anymore. 4,100 damage on that Berlin control alone. The dude was doing it all.
Yeah, look, there's been a lot of conversation around Super. I distinctly remember, by the way, one player talking specific smack about Super. I think it was before Boston, saying that he was like the highest performing statistical player online and he wasn't translating that to LAN. Well, how about now, huh? How about now? Super has come to play and doesn't single-handedly save AIM, but most certainly plays a massive part in that one. AIM are staying alive. They have to go towards Berlin once again, though, for a map number 4. It's time for a hard point. And you know what? I've said this before. This is still AIM's strongest game mode. They are still in this series.
Yeah. And towards the hard point we go. Comparatively to the Gavutsu, now you're going to be seeing certain instances where a triple SMG can come out depending on the hard point. Double SMG could also be there as well between Eric and Yako. They need to be able to ride this momentum wave going in towards this hard point. Now, it will be Ironblood starting off on the favorite side of the map. They'll get into P1 first. AIM Esports looking to break from the alley.
Here we go. Straight from the off here. It is Ironblood that they're going to touch first, but look at the aggression coming through from AIM now. You can really feel that they're feeling themselves at the moment. Mohawk now the last player in close proximity, and he's trying to deal with both Yako and Journey, and, well, that's just too much for him to take on. So AIM now find their way on through. You've got to be careful, though, because Exceed loves these routes. He's going to find his way through Secret, but backing straight on out again. Wants to try and pressurize for a potential rotation. Good read from Super, though. He's going to take him down, but while those gunfights were going down, Ironblood unable to find their way through.
Yep. Being able to recontest P1 is very good if you are Ironblood, but it even goes further than that. Look, starting off with the favorite side of the map, you get into P1 first, but it also means that you can get a player to be able to dictate the pace across this B lane. Super more than aware of that. At the end of the scrap time, puts themselves in a position across that B lane. That's a heat check and a half if I've ever seen it versus Brack, who was still holding the L trigger across that B lane. We'll lose that gunfight, but AIM Esports still hold the rotation. They'll be in for the initial top hero too.
AIM Esports in a good position here for this time. Now starting to aggress, though, are Ironblood Gaming. Brack on the outside. Going to try and support Exceed as he slides on through. But these players now, the last one's left alive, and Brack has to just kind of do this all by himself. Going to get that first kill versus Super, but trying to draw these players out of the hard point. He now has to go in by himself. He will fall. Nice kill from Eric Boom, and good hold from AIM Esports for the moment. With 25 seconds left, though, I'm going to start to focus on kind of what Ironblood Gaming do here. They give this one last hurrah. You can kind of see Exceed and Mohawk preparing to do exactly that, but the kills start to come off through now, and now for AIM Esports, it's about this rotation. Ironblood, they're holding strong with 15 seconds left. They're not getting over aggressive.
Oh, good call from Yako. Does find some damage, but does not chase it, knowing that the spawns will still be here for Ironblood, but it surely will be contested. Super, where does that nade go? Does it connect on the Brack? Yeah, it sure does. 2 headshots back-to-back. Yako now becomes activated. You still have to deal with Mohawk in towards the back, who is able to find 2. Classic for the other 2 as well. Spawns will remain intact, as Ironblood will be here for the initial tech.
Well, this has been an excellent start from AIM Esports, but you have a feeling with the way that teams are able to hold on towards lobby that Ironblood might have a ticket back in towards this game. Good stuff from Mohawk to take that first on towards Eric Boom. You really need to zone away these players from the dock side. Feeling the pressure though. Super and Journey start to make their way through. Here we go. Super on towards the point. Just first versus Brack. Classic now inside as well, but he gets taken down from Journey from the docks, and now you're starting to see Ironblood Gaming. Those red dots, they're spawning out.
20 seconds still left the battle over here as well, and Ironblood, I mean, they're going to be feeling the pressure, right? How much do you try to invest to battle for some scrap time? Well, the answer so far is just Classic. Super will be there for the trade. It's expecting at least one more challenge to come through from Fire. It's not going to be the case, as the rotation is going to be looked at for Ironblood. But look at the minimap. A little sneaky Journey. He's all the way in the backside of the warehouse, not expecting the second to come from behind. That'll be Exceed for the trade. But that'll keep Ironblood out from the backside of at least warehouse, while AIM Esports will find them a rotation across the B lane.
Yeah, this is yet another opportunity here for Ironblood Gaming to close the gap between themselves and AIM Esports. Are AIM going to let it happen, though? That's the question. You can see the pressure starting to arise from the back line as a couple of players making their way around. That's going to be Journey and Eric Boom, or Yako and Eric Boom, responsible for that one. Excuse me. Journey able to get one from the front, though, but once again, it's the AR prowess that's the problem. Brack and Exceed combine for 4. Ironblood, they deal with the first wave of gunfights. AIM now going to be spawning all the way out.
30 seconds is exactly what Ironblood are looking for to make this a dead-even game. You know AIM Esports are going to try to hit this one more time, but they've kind of left their flank a little bit open, as well as Brack will take down Super. Super was tasked to watch the entire flank play happen, and that's going to keep AIM Esports' numbers rather dwindled. And from that push as well, that'll actually allow Ironblood to spawn off on the favorite side of the map ahead of the P5 and P1 rotation. AIM Esports more than aware of this. They're going to completely concede more or not the last 10 seconds for the hardpoint time. Will at least keep them, all of Ironblood, off the hardpoint for the time being, knowing that they have to get mail in their favor. Super is tasked to keep this position in AIM Esports' favor.
Super trying to hold on towards the mail rooms, towards top third, but will be shut down off the back of it. Mohawk able to take down Journey, so it is going to be Ironblood to touch first here, and you've got a feeling with the way this one is set up right now, they're going to be able to take the lead away from AIM Esports, unless a wayward player does something about this one, which is actually going to be Yako, who finds his way through unscathed, removes Ironblood from the hard point for the moment. Just want to make sure they hold on to this side of the map as well. Even with 30 seconds left here, it is very easy to lose control of those next spawns, and while all those kind of bartering for spawns goes down, Ironblood not actually able to get a ton of time off the back of this hard point. Exceed going to be shut down there by Yako, and now it is AIM Esports in for the time. Yako in for 2. This is a splendid situation for AIM Esports here. They're on the better side of the map. They're looking for scrap time as well.
Yeah, you highlighted that one crucial moment as well, being able to find those key gunfights to be able to put themselves on the favorite side of the map. But again, Brack, a little sneaky beaver play, is going to be able to get themselves across that dock lane. They're going to be able to flip out the spawn. Look, Exceed spawns in right behind them, and AIM Esports, well, they're going to be aware of it now because Yako essentially just spawns up looking at Mohawk. So now Ironblood, they're on the favorite side of the map ahead of this rotation. Big rotation coming through from Brack to make sure that their team has the favorite spawns going into one.
Ironblood needed a hero. It is Brack who turns up in his cape. And he's going to influence those spawns now for Ironblood Gaming. How can they hold on towards the hard point, though? Eric Boom coming through. It's going to be the pinstripe kill feed that we love to see. And, well, AIM Esports looking to pressurize. Eric Boom able to remove Brack from the point now. And these players should be continuing to spawn up over towards the lobby side. They could zone them off if they hold on towards this stairwell. Eric Boom going to do exactly that with the first blood on towards Classic. And with 20 seconds left here, you have to feel for Ironblood Gaming as they continue to spawn towards that lobby side. They might want to barter for the spawns for a new. Prepare yourself. But look at the way these gunfights have gone, Andy. I don't think they have much choice in the matter.
Yeah, I mean, this is almost a rinse, wash, repeat of what we had in the first set of hardpoints, huh? Ironblood are able to get it for the initial time. AIM Esports able to break for the latter half of the hardpoint itself, while also commanding the rotation ahead of 2. Ironblood looking to rectify that issue that did plague them going in towards the first set of hardpoints as well, trying to get a commanding presence across that B lane, but the gunfights not sufficiently in their favor. Exceed incredibly weak. Still gets the turn onto Journey, but it's Super who has the last lap, but he's in a 1v3 for the hardpoint.
Yeah, there's not really much that Super can do there in that situation, is there? Got a war on free front that's taken. Can't even win the first one, but no, Yakko could do something about this. There is 2 for Yakko. There are still Ironblood players in close proximity, though. You've got to take these ones down. Mohawk on top third, starting to pressurize. He takes some shots from Yakko, not enough to take him down just yet. There is still a wealth of time, by the way, on the back of this hard point that both teams are going to want to grab. 25 seconds remaining, but keep an eye on those rotational battles as well. Mohawk loses his towards Yakko inside. So this scrap time should go the way of AIM Esports right now, and I'm getting a little bit of deja vu because this is effectively what happened on the last set of rotations. It was AIM who had a solid lead going into lobby.
Yeah, and look at Mohawk again. He puts himself all the way on the backside of the map. And well, Eric Boom, although was able to find themselves an opportunity to get all the way up towards Crane, it's not without a certain challenge coming out from Mohawk, who is still layering in damage. And well, even Super can't get that much closer towards the Crane spawns as well. Ironblood's initial setup on P3, yet again, absolutely a fortress of solitude as AIM Esports setting themselves up to break from the front.
There's going to have to be some heroics coming out now from AIM Esports. They're lining up for a classic and Exceed inside, and nice nade from Mohawk there to trade things out. Ironblood Gaming, hold on for the moment. AIM should spawn out over towards the office. Mohawk inside, just going to be sitting in this corner for now. Waiting for Journey to make that push from the patio side. Journey flies on through, but unable to win the gunfights. Classic for support kills as well. Everything is going Ironblood's way, but it's Super for 2, and that might well be the opening here that AIM desired. Super trying to get the support in for Yakko, who is just going to sit in this corner, kicking up that nade, trying to play his life, but he himself feels a ton of weight coming through from the nades. Ironblood with the solid hold. It will not put them in the lead versus Ironblood, or versus AIM, excuse me, but it is going to be a dead even game thereabouts going in towards the next.
The contested time was still good. As you say, AIM Esports will still hold a very slight lead. They'll hold the rotation over towards 4, but it's not without a certain amount of resistance as Ironblood, off of the back end of P3, found themselves rotational gunfights, get themselves that B lane and mailroom control. Brack, again, sneaky as you like, gets in towards the back, finds that kill onto Super. I don't know who was supposed to be looking at that rotation if you are AIM covering the flank, but it completely goes unnoticed. Luckily enough, AIM Esports still hold the close spawns so they can contest P4.
Trust me, Brack is the richest rootman in the game, as he's now going to get that one and hold on towards this. Ironblood Gaming removing AIM and stopping them from getting any time off the back of this train yard hardpoint. Mohawk up top third, looking for any supporting gunfights he can help out his team with, but none presenting themselves just yet, and now AIM feel comfortable enough with the wave of gunfights going in their favor that they can now get on towards the scrap time. It's 3 down right now. Ironblood Gaming spawn up over towards the train yard, and AIM Esports feeling good. They've got themselves a solid cushion between themselves and Ironblood Gaming, and for Ironblood, I mean, this is a P5 where really you want to desire a lot of time.
That was such a big moment as well for AIM Esports. Yes, they were able to keep Warehouse in their favor. They're also able to get that scrap time as well. But they shut down Mohawk, who was on a 6 free, so no glide bomb will be intact here for Ironblood ahead of the rotation. And AIM Esports are also winning gunfights in the middle of the map. 224 and counting on up. AIM Esports have map number 5 in their line of sight.
Yeah, you got to be careful, though. You want to be on the right side of the map for that inevitable rotation, because Ironblood, regardless of what happens, will not be able to finish it here, and that's why you saw the player who was number 1, Yakko, that managed to make his rotation through towards that office. So this is all looking good here for AIM to force the game. Number 5, now it's about following through, and no, this has not gone well for AIM Esports. The kill feed has turned bright red as Ironblood, the ARs will strike once more. 20 seconds left from the scrap time here, and Ironblood, they've flipped the map.
Well, for the map, gonna have to finesse for some scrap time if you are AIM Esports, but Exceed, he'll find 2, so he'll keep the time in Ironblood's favor, getting themselves closer and closer towards a dead even game. Yakko's ankles and mental must be broken off of trying to find where Exceed was located at, but take a look at Eric Boom on your screen, trying to piece together a little bit of a flank. Their positioning will not flip out the spawns, and he has to play his life for now, waiting for reinforcements to come through the front.
He just didn't expect those players to come through fire, and again, it's going to be the first wave of kills coming in from Ironblood Gaming. These guys, they're not winning the trades at the moment, and the ticker starting to go up here for Ironblood. They're so close to reaching the 226 that AIM Esports have, and perhaps surpassing it as well. But over towards the hill, Super and Journey actually able to win a couple of frags here. Brack's still in the corner, he will be shut down, and AIM, they find their way through.
Flank is coming through. Exceed again. He's going to be able to find himself a route in from behind. The trade needs to be there. Exceed gets some help. He's going to take down 2 more players. 235 and counting on up. AIM Esports do not have numbers to sustain it here on P1.
AIM, they've been swarmed. It's Mohawk to take down Journey. The kill's now coming through from AIM, though. They need to get on in right about now. 14 seconds left. There's still time for Ironblood. The contest comes through, and now there is not. If you're AIM Esports, rotate. Stop pushing for this scrap time right now. You're spawning all the way out. You can see number 3 on the minimap. It's going to be Journey, who loses the opening gunfight towards Brack. So now we need to see some heroics right here, right now from Eric Boom. He loses his one at Brack as well. And Ironblood going to send AIM Esports packing in an incredibly close hardpoint. It is AIM who are going home.
What a crazy comeback coming through from Ironblood. At the end of P4, going into P5 in that second to last set, it was somewhere near about like 220 to maybe like 186? And AIM Esports just could not get Exceed off of P5. He was finessing his life for such a long time. But through all 3 iterations that we had on P1, of course, Ironblood starting off on the favorite side of the map, they always had that side of the map on P1 in their favor. They have done such a good job through all the rotations from 5 into 1, whether it is a certain amount of heroics, a certain overextension from an AIM Esports player. They found the transitional gunfights to get themselves on the backside of fire, to get inside of P1 for some crucial amount of time. And AIM Esports always tasked to try to break back into P1. They did it successfully going in towards a second set of hard points, maybe for about 20 seconds. But as you were saying, that one crucial moment, the second that you knew that you could at least extend it for the rotation, there was just one player that was rotating over towards P2 when you had one more player trying to finesse for some scrap time. Your other 2 teammates were already in the respawn screen, and that was all the information that Ironblood needed to send 2 players across that B lane, contest the rotation, win the gunfights inside of Mail, and put themselves in a position to punch their ticket to lower finals.
That map was AIM's, like, for the majority of it. For 80% of that map, AIM Esports, they had a commanding lead. They were doing so well on rotations. They were holding off Ironblood Gaming and not getting overzealous when it was required. But it was literally just that last 60 seconds or so. And I think the crazier thing for me is that AIM had the win condition in their hand. They had control of the right side of the map when they hit those 226 points. They just lost it with the one wave of kills that came through from Ironblood Gaming. That was so clutch. And it is this moment right here. 226 is the moment they reach. That is the number that they're able to reach. And the flip of the maps comes through. Ironblood, they're able to hold it. Not without trying, by the way, because AIM definitely attempted to make their way back on through. It was just the trades that came through for Ironblood Gaming. Let's take a look at our final stats for the map there. And, you know, the usual suspects, I think, performing for Ironblood Gaming. Brack 27 and 22, Mohawk 31 and 17 as well. Let me tell you something. The AR power on this Ironblood Gaming roster, it is something to be feared.
But it even goes further than that as well. Yes, the ARs were absolutely electric. 3,200 damage for Brack, about 4,000 damage for Mohawk with just 4 traded kills to their name with a minute of hardpoint time at that. There just came a certain point in time where I felt like a broken record. It was about the 3rd time that I was like, oh, here comes Brack again with this sneaky beaver play, somehow
Yeah.
finding himself an opportunity to get in from behind. Just nobody was in a position for AIM Esports to shut that down all 3 of those times. That is just exactly what we have come to expect. It feels like Brack is just notorious for it at this point. Even with an AR in hand, just finding these very aloof timings to break up these setups continuously. AIM Esports just simply had no answer. Nobody really standing out for AIM Esports as far as statistics are concerned. Yakko kind of got shut down towards the latter half of that game. As Ironblood definitely looked like the better hardpoint team, at least in the 4 maps that we got in this best of 5.
Yeah, yeah, the ones that counted, at least, right? Because, yeah, Ironblood Gaming, you know, again, you know, they'll be feeling pretty happy about the way that series went. Even the control, it did feel like they were in control of it, and maybe that for them should have been a 3-0. But, you know, you've said it again, the way that Brack was performing in that best of 5, you know, we will say it time and time again, this man should be in the CDL. There is no reason why he hadn't been picked up off the back of that Shady Kings run. He was performing on the same level as his teammates at the time, and he deserves it, I think, at this point. But regardless, that is an opportunity to prove yourselves. If you're Ironblood Gaming, they'll be feeling a sigh of relief as they get past AIM Esports once more. For AIM, no slouch whatsoever. A 4th place finish for that roster, I would say. I don't think many people expected it. They performed above expectations. They went above and beyond. And congratulations to AIM Esports. 4th place is not a bad place to finish whatsoever, even if it's not the outcome that you wanted from this series. So Ironblood Gaming, they will be moving on. Now they await the loser of Ultra Academy North America and Team War. That matchup, the winners bracket final, is coming up right next. We're going to go to a break, though. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere, trust me, because Call of Duty Challengers has never felt the passion flowing more. We're just a few matches away from crowning our first ever International Challengers champion. Trust me. Back in a sec, guys. You don't want to miss it.
back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, it's not a test, it's not a race. No black or white, everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow, only the present. That is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen, beauty of choice. You can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judge. Just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never ever gonna live again. Sometimes you don't like where you live. Sometimes you don't really like your kids. Sometimes you grow out of your friends. Sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow. Or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore. Endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never ever gonna live again. Oh.
Welcome back to COD Challengers Champs, day 2, and we're in the winners finals. Things are starting to get absolutely electric out here. Obviously, we saw a pretty tight affair going on between Iron Blood and AIM Esports, but now we focus on Toronto Ultra NA going up against Team War. This should be a really good one here, Austin. Both teams flawless so far, haven't dropped the map in their runs to get to this point.
That's right. Neither team dropping a map. There you can see it. The entire way through the upper bracket has been flawless for Ultra Academy NA and Team War. These two have been the two heavy hitters so far, coming into this entire weekend. And I think for the most part, a lot of us expected Ultra Academy NA to come out, with this kind of force. But for Team War, I think to look as convincing as they did, especially against that Ultra Academy EU roster, that was extremely impressive to me. So I'm excited to see how they're going to show up and match up against Ultra Academy NA today.
Yeah, both teams kind of in their opening winners round 1 matchup, there's really not much to learn. Expectations were met. I think, with us watching over that Team War squad, the word that I used yesterday was fluid. This Team War squad looked really smooth, trusting each other, how they were moving between scrap time to initial on Hardpoint, how they were setting themselves up for search and destroy executions and retakes. They're looking really polished comparatively to what we saw from this squad back at Boston. But on the other side, Ultra NA have done what they continue to do, and that's just essentially be untouched. Now, I think you bring up an interesting point here, because with how well Team War have played, and with the ability now to go off of their matches yesterday and then review their own footage, but also prep up for Ultra NA, I'm really curious to see what they have up their sleeve as far as kind of trying to win the chess game right from minute 1. And we take a look at our map series set. It's a Tuscan Bacage Berlin to get us going.
That's right. So a couple Berlins in the mix, which almost always signals that it's probably going to be a good time for Toronto. But to be fair, I feel like, we have seen at least a decent amount of Berlin also played for Team War. But I think what is really specific is the fact that we got the Tuscan, right? That is something that Team War loved to play. We saw it a lot yesterday. So I feel like that's probably the ideal map that you want to play first. Now, again, a lot of these two teams kind of share similar map pools in some of the map mode combinations. So it's not like Ultra are any means by a disadvantage coming into this. But this is where I think Team War could at least get comfortable, and that is the key, Alan. But we're not wasting any time. We already got the map loadout. This is the winners final. This guarantees you top 2. You cannot emphasize how important this one's going to be.
It's interesting, I think, with the 2 hardpoint maps that we have in the mix, obviously starting with Tuscan, but Berlin was map number 4. These are 2 maps that Toronto Ultra NA, we always look at the playmaking coming out of Hixie. He's so good in that SMG role of being able to try to mitigate some of the pressure that their opponents are facing, and at the same time, forcing a bit of map manipulation into his own team's favor. So will he be able to individually continue that success? Because on the opposite side, Wardy and Denza were great a number of different times we watched Team War on this map, including with the opening first blood. Vehicle able to come back through and find one trade. Maple here to watch over through you, but at the moment, official Team War looking good for the opening time, pending they can get the last kill, which they do.
Yeah, looking good so far for Team War, and well, you really do have to highlight the fact that you have to match slaying power when you're playing up against this Ultra Academy NA roster, and well, kicking it off like this is a good start, but now we take a look at a bit of the break, and will be a couple kills successfully for Ultra Academy NA. Wardy, though, threatening the pinch, could come behind the entire play, or make waves for the new hill, but he wants to attack Old, create some zoning, he will get taken down, and now that's Ultra still pressuring the Old hill for time.
That's massive from Jack, though, to get that final double. Not only does it secure the ability to get this scrap time, but it allows your teammates off spawn to start making moves over towards New. In fact, Lucifer, also known as Harry, will be kind of going in between both names for you as he continues on this map, is able to put a little bit of pressure through P5. It's always met, though, as this time it's Assault inside headquarters who gets the first kill, plus follows up with a second. Huge zone now set up around this second hard point from Ultra NA, forcing Team War to have to hit around the back. Scrap here, ready for it as the truck blows up right in front of his face. He will be able to take down Lucifer, and Maple can't do too much as he's still waiting for the regen.
Yeah, Denza with a little bit of a slow start here means that Ultra Academy need to take full advantage of it, and so far, they've been able to do so. Denza, another tough gunfight there, but Wardy will be able to at least get in. Potentially a chance for Team War to fight for the remaining 25 seconds. Maple, again, has been so good with the multi-kills here with the automaton. That's going to be 3 players down. Vico, the last one up. Can he do anything? No, he cannot. So Team War do manage to get in, but it is overall still a solid hill for Ultra Academy to at least neutralize it at that time.
Yeah, it's solid to start, and I will say it does give you kind of some headaches here if you're Team War, because you don't really feel like with the favorite spawns you can do too much, but largely speaking, even though there may be frustrations early for Team War not finding the efficiency that they're used to, they're still up by nearly 20 points, and they've got Lucifer on rotation to try to zone off this next hill, but it's read beautifully by Ultra NA, and now the first time for our team in white to start soaking up significant time here at Fountain.
Player 3 right now, Wardy, inside of fire. Really needed him to stay alive because now the entire hit's going to have to come through the front or by vines. And Hixie's hit a route, but won't be able to find anything successfully. Assault in the back, however, is not having that problem. 2 for him, but all the way around, the spawns have now flipped out here for us. 52-50. Team War would love to get the second half of this hill, and now they have the setup.
Yeah, and War is just so dynamic when it comes to how they want to approach this hard point. Yesterday, it was a lot through fire. This time, it's just a little bit of an exploitation around the rooftops, and it just leads to easy overwhelmment of the point. And now Wardy cleaning up the majority of those last Ultra NA members is on 4 in a row, 10-6 start for him. Now has an automaton through mid-map, but Scrap, that is an unbelievable gunfight win. Not just to shut down the streaks, but more importantly, create a bit of a buffer zone as we rotate to Church.
Yeah, this is something you can always rely on from Scrap. It's winning clutch gunfights, and he's already up to 11 kills. Inside of the hill will be Ultra Academy. Good nades in the back to be able to flush out a little bit of that damage to make those kills a little easier. Vehicle, though, from the side, will be able to find at least that first pickup onto Maple. Denza also dropping. Toronto Ultra Academy looking good for another rebreak, but off screen, we're going to have Harry as well as Wardy cleaning up hill, and now it's got to be Vehicle, has to move in for a big moment here, but Lucifer up top, he's been locking it down.
Yeah, Hixie's going to try to penetrate from the side door, but it doesn't really work out all that well. Really, it's just lack of ammunition that allows Vehicle a chance to get the elimination on towards Harry. But largely speaking for Team War, that is a really good job of creating 50-50 battles and just forcing Ultra NA to have to fight forward. You kind of keep the hard point in your favor, but you're zoning out every single doorway, and you're forcing these little shoulder peeks to where you know where the hit's going to come from. That is a flawless P4 from Team War, largely from the front of the hill, leading to now about a 50-point game, possibly even more than that, depending on how this rotational battle goes. Wardy for the opener, has Hixie in front of him, but the pre-fire from Hixie will finally get Ultra NA back into the mix as they have the initial time at headquarters.
Wow, a lot of credit there to Assault, finding the double, loosening up just a little bit of the attack there. And now Hixie, well, he wants to just completely take over the mat, push all the way out, goes to the pistol, tough gunfight, and we'll be able to follow the wall bang in between the boxes there. Nice pickup here for Hixie, still causing problems. Team War, though, with the solution for the first. Maple able to get the second. Vehicle constantly pouring through with the pressure, and the trade still going the way of Ultra. One more left, but Lucifer will find it. However, does not have the numbers, and Ultra get back in.
The thing about this is even though Team War are not on the hard point, they can hit from multiple points of ingress, largely because for Ultra NA, I don't love that push out from Beagle. You're the last player left. You need to wait for a little bit of help so that way you can create a little bit of a zone, but as Denza starts to open the door back in for scrap time, Morty will finish off with Maple to make sure the scrap is good. And yeah, I think that's still very successful from Team War's perspective. You're able to get kind of multiple points of ingress established due to the fact that, yeah, you're spawning closer towards the middle of the map. It also allows you a chance to 50-50 fight here for new as we get to our second set of rotations. Ultra NA in for the time being. Good nades over the top will stall this, and even more than that, fine eliminations, giving numbers to Ultra NA as Scrap gets involved. Now a 4v2 with Team War not able to do anything besides just sit there and die.
Yeah, it's extremely clean, but at least a little props to Team War for as far as bringing it back. Denza with a slow start, now able to get up to 11 kills after being 0-5. And when Maple's playing like this, 17 kills in the minute in the hill, it can get scary. However, it's scary right now for Team War as everything starts to flip. Ultra Academy just absolutely lasering down this long field side. Nobody from Team War can even get on the point at the moment. This has been a clean 40 seconds thus far.
You're starting to see a little bit more success as well out of Hixie and Biko when it comes to hitting off angles, which is really good news for the ARs for Ultra NA. The beginning of this map, yeah, Assault and Scrap were doing everything. They were getting good lockdown, they're able to get good rotational gunfights, but what they were missing was the ability to kind of hit these little side pinches, these little 20-second routes that Team War has been able to shut down, and that was kind of what was keeping Ultra NA really out of position, and more so keeping them from getting this game completely out of hand. So really good stuff here as both Beagle and Hixie are starting to really bring things back together. Good set of streaks coming through here as well, as it's essentially 4 straight kills, and Scrap just continues to win gunfights that it just, you feel like he's got no business winning. Yeah. Already able to pick things up for the trades, but Team War still need a break.
They certainly do, and they're going to have to do something like we just saw from Scrappy in order to do it right now. Setup looking good. Scrap from afar able to find one. Assault there for a second, and while everyone's just winning battles here for the side of Toronto Ultra. 4 players going down, 20 seconds left. Wardy maybe just trying to cut off some of the respawners here to make this rotation just a tad bit easier. But Alan, these last 2 hills have been all Ultra Academy NA. I think maybe War's gotten 8 seconds, if that.
And the timing here out of Hixie has been earlier than what we saw in the first set of rotations. He tried to hit a route to go through P5 at like 22 seconds left on the hard point. That was not at all what we saw from Ultra and A early. There's so much trust that his ARs are now going to just lock things down for the scrap time, and it gives you the chance to kind of put a little bit of extra pressure on Team War when it comes to, are they hitting old? Are they playing for new? Hard to say because of the weird timing of it all. So really good adjustments here from Hixie and Ultra and A. It gets the Ultra squad nearly to 200 points, and as the battle for Fountain continues, Denza is the only real member standing. He gets 2, leaving the opportunity for Wardy to follow up behind him, and things will stay neutral as we still have 35 seconds to fight for.
Timor really need to be convincing here in this back 30 seconds on P3. Maple from the side has the submachine gun in hand, but he says no problem. First gunfight gonna be good. Just try to keep the hill neutral if you can. Challenges Assault in the back, and we'll be able to loosen him up for Harry. So now Lucifer into the point. Wardy covering over fire. This has been great for Timor to at least keep Ultra Academy off of the time while still bringing it in, and that teammate's really gonna hurt them for the back 10.
Yeah, that was supposed to go over the top, but I think it caught the rooftop and just bounced right back into the lap of his teammate. So an unfortunate team nade will allow the scrap time to start being earned, and now on rotation, Wardy, he's able to turn the break plus the rotation into 7 kills in a row. Glide Bomb now earned, a massive tool for Timor, and even on top of that, they're the first ones into church. Sure, they won't have spawns at the moment, but they're putting a lot of pressure on Ultra to have to break on the first attempt. Harry thought he finished the first kill, but was not able to quite get the full elimination. Now leaving Wardy the last one up to try to hit from the pinch. He's able to take down his 8th straight kill, but easy trades for Ultra and A as they get over the 200-point mark.
Yeah, this Churchill has been much better this time around. Ultra Academy able to zone out through field, watching through the front. Scrap already kind of just putting in some early damage, but aggressive challenge there does open up a window here for Team War to maybe break on through. Laying on the trigger, though, is going to be Adam Assault. Says, thank you very much for the lineup. Triple kill comes in, and it could not have been a better moment. 15 seconds left. Wardy's got to make the play.
Yeah, this is going to be okay. The scrap time needs to come through for Team War, and it will. And oh, look at the spawns here from Ultra NA. They're all the way top left-hand side, so if Wardy can control the middle of the map, it's going to allow your teammates for Team War to get over to P5 first. A decent trade comes out, but Denza's right there once again to follow up off of Wardy. So even though the numbers still look good from Ultra NA, Team War have a chance to break. It just comes down to will the nades connect, and so far, not so good. Just Harry, the last one up, but he still gets a double, and the pinch is also picked up simultaneously, leaving Assault on his lonesome, but he may be able to do it all himself. Unfortunately, the pistol was swapped out for an MP40, couldn't get the shots in, and Team War will get their break.
Oh my, take a look at the minimap right now. This is going to be so much control for Team War. Assault's really going to have to hold on and make sure his teammates can come off spawn safely. Ultra Academy NA, 229 to 188. You want all of this time if you're Team War going into the P1 hill. Maple down low, needs to go big, and he finds it. Last one up is going to be Vehicle. He is shut down, and Team War yet again are showing us their resilience as they're able to hold on to yet another break.
And this route from Wardy is perfect. He doesn't have to use the glide bomb right now. You could maybe just break this right here, just off the pitch, able to find the first, but Assault will turn things aside. Maple's still in the middle of the map, a good spot for him to be, and Denza's following in the same footsteps that Wardy just hit. Glide bomb now called in. Nades will connect for the first. This glide should at least find one, and it will not! What? How does Hixie stay alive right there? Maybe there's an opportunity for Ultra NA. The trade's starting to come through. The last one left is Wardy, and Scrap's able to win the battle, and now closer to 250 goes Ultra NA.
That is such a big play from Hixie, dodging it on the glide bomb, buying more time for trades. And Ultra Academy, they could put it away right here in the very first map. They try to flood in, but it's all white in the feed. And Ultra Academy, they'll strike first as they grab the map 1 win on Tuscan Hardpoint.
Hixie, I mean, what? That glide bomb, I don't know how he dodges it, but that is absolutely win condition. The pinch play from Team War was absolutely brilliant. And even before that, if you really want to talk about where the mastery for Team War comes into play, is actually on the middle parts of P5. Denza's watching the middle of the map from topside church. It means that Ultra NA is going to be contested, trying to hit through well. And even though the kills didn't necessarily come there, the alarm systems were raised, and Team War were able to react so beautifully on P5. Because they clean up that 5th hardpoint so darn cleanly, then they get a chance to hit rotation early, not needing the glide bomb, but somehow, some way, Hixie stays alive. The Iron Curtain pulled over his head, and he survives the glide bomb, and that really is win condition for Ultra NA, because if he dies there, it's a 3-on-1 when it comes to the hard point, but the trades come out and Ultra NA sustain. That is, I don't even know what. That's Vanguard right there, brother.
Incredible stuff. I mean, it looked like at least Hixie had just kind of weaved around this part that you just saw there, be able to dodge out on it, but man, what a crazy play. And that's off the back end of what we saw was an insane hold as well. A good route from Wardy coming off of that P5 hill, but just too many big moments it felt like for Ultra Academy when it came down to P1 specifically. That's where their ARs really started to take over there. And you could see it, right? Assault drops like the most kills for his team, 32. He was very active inside of the hardpoint at times as well. Like, those are what you want to see. And especially from an Adam Assault that we kind of just always consider to be like a slower player. He's going to sit in the back. He's going to lock down spawns. No, Assault was getting aggressive when he was picking his moments, and he was picking them right. So that's really a good sign for Ultra Academy NA, just to make sure that Team War are not going to be able to get any kind of life early on here in this first best of 5.
And a huge bounce back from both Hixie and Vehicle. I really stand by what I was saying there as we rotated out of the first set of hills into the second, that Scrap and Assault were kind of required to have to put together incredible lockdowns because Ultra and A were not finding a tremendous amount of success on rotation in the first set of hills. The second time around, Hixie starts to change up his timings of when he wants to make a move towards the new hill, and it forces Team War to have to consider multiple aspects, whereas before it felt like it was a little bit more one-dimensional. So the fact that you get 13 assists out of Hixie, 18 assists out of Beakle, plus 3,500 damage from Beakle as well, the SMGs really came to life and made life a little bit easier for Ultra and A when it comes to establishing full control. Not just getting early initial 20 seconds, but turning that initial 20 into the better part of about 40, 45 seconds. So great stuff out of Ultra and A, making that slight adjustment, and now we focus forward towards a search and destroy on Bacage, where I will say both of these two teams, based on what we've kind of seen through yesterday as well as in the past, they do love to kind of throw curveballs here or there, but it all comes off of finding successful defaults first and foremost. I'm curious to see if there's going to be anything crazy right off the rip to see if that's going to change, or will both teams kind of feel each other out with jabs before we start to see uppercuts come out.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it comes together, because I felt like, at least watching over Team War playing Bocage yesterday, their reads were extremely on point with how they kind of went up against Ultra Academy EU with some of their kind of unorthodox plays through the river off the start on defense and kind of just flooding out through mid a couple rounds, trying to match some of the aggression we were seeing out of Denza and Wardy at times. So this is going to be a fun one, but we'll take a look at the players. Of course, Team War, they're on your left. We got Ultra Academy NA on the right. And, well, we got a little bit of a crowd also formed around the boys here. Remember, if you're just tuning in, this is the final day of Challengers, which almost sounds absurd coming out of my mouth, Alan, as this is going to be the last day. Someone, of course, going to be a champion, but fist bumps starting to go out here. Everyone trying to lock in for Team War, and that guy in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, Wardy, that's the player I feel like I always come back to, Alan. He had a 1.60 KD throughout yesterday. We'll see what he's going to be able to bring in this SMD here today.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And the thing about it, too, is talking about Team War and feeling confident in their reads is the fact that, you know, Wardy was actually pulling out more automaton on this map than he was MP40.
Yeah,
so you had to keep in mind that, you know, if Team War want to come out and slow down the pace, they have the ability to flex Wardy onto a third rifle, and that's going to help out when it comes to controlling zones around Grandma's house. Now, the only real curiosity point is when you've got someone like Hixie who's so fluid inside of Grandma's defensively, how do you shrug him out of that position when there's so much trust that Assault and Scrap on opposite sides of the map are going to be able to kind of lock down lanes? So we'll see how things unfold. Denza stunning over towards Taxi. Nothing aggressive at the moment from Ultra NA up the middle of the map, but they do have a three-man stack defensively. Front side Grandma's, including early shots out of Scrap. He tries to bait out a battle, which he gets, but Denza, quick on the trigger, secures first blood.
Yeah, I like that. Immediately, you know, backs up, resets a little bit, make sure he gets the health out. Let's start to throw some lethal and tacticals out to get information on the rest of the members here. With the man advantage, though, Hixie. Ooh, Denza looks like he should be able to see his upper body there, but now he's going to spot him. The shot's going to be taken. I was like, all right, I'm pretty sure that we don't just see the X-ray there. He is going to see just his top half. And Denza with the read in the back. Denza finds 3 in the first round.
Look, okay, here's the thing about it. That's a great heads-up kind of spatial awareness from Team War and Denza in particular, but that is a strange off-speed pitch coming out of Ultra NA. We're not often going to see Hixie be the one player with an AR locking defensively over towards B and Trench. The fact that they're trying to enable Scrap in the middle of the map is bizarre. We don't often see that. So curious as far as what Ultra NA designed here for their opening round defense, maybe trying to counter something they saw yesterday for Team War. I mean, they were trying to stack over towards the generator in that stables area right here to the right, but I don't know. I just don't really love that call at Ultra NA on the opening defense. Team War just pick them apart with good reads on the flank, and now we get into Ultra NA. They're going to feel like they need to win this opening offense as they have a little bit of a stack up over towards B to start.
Vico making a little bit of a move over inside of the hut. 3 players here. Signals they want to do something maybe right through B long or potentially try to make something happen through bottom grannies. But a couple nades come out. They do not connect. Vehicle now thinking about maybe making a move, but this has been very patient, very methodical. Scrap just kind of working some angles here alongside Assault. They're probably going to get themselves over to the tank, but finally, shots have been taken. They know Denza plays this angle every single round defensively, so you're going to have to deal with them at some point.
Yeah, everybody knows that Denza's going to be playing this spot, and there's the thing about it, you should know he's playing this spot with a sub. So, good isolation. Ultra are looking for team shots to push Denza back, which I think they're actually able successfully to do, but the questionable part about this is with so much focus towards top window, what do you have left for Harry playing the backside of the tank? He didn't quite see the top of Assault, I don't believe, but the second look will actually show some pixels. Also has a nice stun lock on the vehicle, and with Denza re-pinching back through mid, the first couple of kills look perfect for Team War. Time now becoming a problem, and yeah, you just don't get Denza out of this position for free, nor do you get him out of there at all. Flawless round coming from Team War's defense.
Yeah, nobody even dropping here for Team War. And I mean, it's just constantly impressive with, everyone showing a lot of discipline, right? I think there's a few teams, few players that might start to get a little antsy, try to figure out, okay, are they actually attacking B? Are they coming over, to this A site? What exactly is happening right now? But everyone just kind of holds strong. And it's because you don't need to make a move when Denza's playing at the top of A. As long as you have river control and you have Denza up there in that position, you're just never going to lose out on a bomb plant. So it feels like Ultra are going to have to make adjustments to deal with him before we see success on offense.
And I think the biggest thing about it is why not take a double AR peek through B trench to see if you can push back the sole defender at B. I think that's probably your best reason for success. Just make Denza with the sub feel like he can't fully rotate. So, I don't know. A lot of things to consider, but Ultra and A are playing their more default defense. You've got Scrap, who's going to be the sole defender over towards B. Hixie's going to rotate and flip as he's going to be the rotation pivot man in the middle of the map. And as Denza opens up some doors, he's trying to bait out some sort of an idea as far as what this defense looks like. Oh, and that's just top vehicle. He's going to get a double. I think Denza was stuck on the doorway or stuck on a teammate. Either way, not good news. Ultra and A get the first 2 kills.
I'm pretty sure he bumped him as he was jumping across there to get out of his line of sight for a bait and switch, and it just goes horribly wrong. Tough scenes here, unfortunately, for Team War. Still, maybe something could happen. Almost a double coming through for Harry, but it's going to be all up to 1. Maple coming off of a very strong map number 1. We'll see what he can potentially do in this 1 versus 3. Bomb is in a tough position. Scrap's going to catch him on the sprint, and that's an easy pickup and a really important round here for Ultra to grab.
Yeah, it's tough scenes right there. For a 2v4, I like the idea for Team War. Maple's going to hit the dead silence triggers to try to quickly get around the back. You're hoping that your other teammate can watch to the middle, and boy, nearly did Lucifer get a double up through mid-barn, but not to be. And Ultra and A benefit off of Equals opening first 2 kills. A little bit of a stack-up situation and tight doorway. So now here's the question. I would love to see Ultra and A try to push back Maple on the B side of the map right here. Get 2 ARs going to the right side of the map, see if you can get some opening shots, and just create space. Make Denza consider going back and not sitting up top. I would love to see them eventually do that. Just comes down to, will they use nades first and foremost? And maybe even more importantly, it's not just Maple who's here this time. Yeah, this is a good switch up from our observers. Lucifer's also playing a passive angle that could help out if he does get overwhelmed.
Certainly could, but it's a flood down low. Maple's going to give the call out. They're starting to work through B, and while the first kill was good for Scrap, and all of a sudden, Maple has to back up a little bit and reposition. That's going to give Ultra a lot of space to work with, and Hixie ready to pounce if he decides to make that move. Off screen, though, Maple wins it, and we go into the 3 versus 3.
The thing about this is I don't know how you rotate Wardy and Denza into a position to help out Maple. He's kind of stuck on an island still, and with another rotation out of Assault playing the backside of tanks, it's so hard for these subs to pick apart these isolated angles. Yeah, I love this call from Ultra and A. I will say, a bit puzzling in the first place to see Lucifer not getting full oversight, by the way, from Maple. He's playing back by tree. Lucifer takes an open angle to go into a 1v question mark. Maple doesn't see everything. He just got a little bit of a 1v1 over the top of a heady, and Lucifer giving up his position towards gate to force a gunfight is definitely win condition for Ultra and A to isolate, get the kill, and then Maple's, again, just not a part of the play anymore. Even though he gets the trade, he can't defend the bomb. So really good heads-up call from Ultra and A to adjust to Team War's setup. And now we get into a really interesting round 5 where this is where curveballs can come back out to play again in a 2-2 tie.
Yeah, they definitely can. I mean, we've seen it, right? First round, coming through pretty aggressively for the most part.
Oh, that's not good.
And then backing up, but stuns coming out. A lot of early pressure. We've seen this from Ultra before, running at their opponents. Second kill is good for Scrap. Pixie can't get around the wall, but Denzo peeks a little too wide in. The aggression looks to be working out. Maple for a 1v3. Can he get himself out of the barn? No, he can't. Ultra collapse, and what a quick round we just got out of them.
Another different look. It's very similar to the opening defense that Ultra NA pulled, where Scrap is going to get aggressive through the middle of the map. And once Hixie gets stunned, which, by the way, he had an MP40 that time playing through Gate, not an AR that we saw the last time around when they did this setup, he's able to kind of finesse his life a little while longer. And while everyone's thinking, go chase the stunned up Hixie, Scrap is able to watch that same cross. So really good isolation. That's how that play should be executed in round number 1, and why I was so puzzled about why they tried to throw everyone in an AR with that same look. So good stuff from Ultra NA, once again kind of changing the tempo. And we'll see if Timor want to adjust how they're going to play defense. This time Lucifer will not be over towards B. Maple's still playing a deep angle over the top of the fence work. And Wardy's actually going to get a benefit of first blood. I don't even know where he gets that angle from, if I'm being honest with you. It looked like it was from the front side of the old A site. But that's a free first blood that Timor are really going to enjoy going into a 4v3.
Absolutely. Fecal going to start to push up a little bit here. So with a minute left on the clock, you feel like Fecal might be pressured to make a play. We've seen him try to do it before. In fact, a lot of sub players have been willing to kind of make some aggressive, risky plays despite having the bomb in their back pocket.
So
and there
smart.
it is. That's the opening. Patient play, waiting, and will be able to strike. So now 3 versus 3, 40 seconds on the clock, and Timor kind of just have to hold their positions, but they have no idea where the attack is coming from.
Keep a post-it note on that engagement. We'll go back and talk about why that was such a good call from Ultra NA here in a moment, but they need to work out. Is Denza still upstairs? Can we isolate Maple? You know he's playing B. And then where in the heck is Lucifer? Because he's played a couple of different angles. This time he's playing deep back towards that defensive tank. Maple, a good first blood. That's actually on the bomb carrier. Hixie will respond with an AR, but Denza's right above him. And actually, he's completely bamboozled, and he jumped over the top. We've got a 1v1 situation. Bomb collected by Assault. He's looking to go back over towards A. Denza with an MP40 will have the advantage, and he's able to absolutely smoke him in the doorway. Unbelievable recovery coming out of Team War. That's absolutely insane stuff, considering the circumstances. Man.
That was an insane reaction out of Denza right there. If you take a look at how he slide canceled and where he was, placing his crosshairs coming around that corner, it was not on Assault. It was actually to the left of the wall, and he just jumped, snapped in a split second to take him down. Ridiculous gunfight for Denza. Big win here for him to keep Team War at even odds. 3-all now. And 8 kills for Denza. He has just been so good here in the first 6 rounds.
And it's all been with the sub, and a lot of it has come defensively, which is great news for Team War's flexibility and what they want to do with their setups. Stun check not there. Now the delayed team nades to see maybe has someone snuck through that. Nothing there, though. Ultra NA playing very passively on this defense. But the only difference this time is with all these nades going over towards mid, do they have any tools to try to scout out if Equal's playing close? And yeah, the stun is going to connect. How do you isolate? Or do you even bother? Do you just give it this way, this position, and say, okay, if they're playing forward on A, let's just rotate back and try to do something over towards B?
Denza right now flirting with the chance to maybe come in, make a move. We've seen this a lot. This is exactly what I was talking about. Aggressive moves being made sometimes from the bomb carriers. Just a matter of will Denza try to hold on to this, or will he decide to make a move? Still 4v4, 30 seconds left. Assault's watching over the top of A. He's going to give his position away. I think someone might have saw the window shut, but you're going to have to make a decision here if you're Team War.
Oh, yeah. And they know where Beakle is. They absolutely know that he's playing forward over towards Water Wheel. So now it's going to be a cut around the back, try to isolate. Really well done from Denza. Again, he's got the bomb, though. There's only 17 seconds on the clock. He's going to fall. Oh, boy. You got to win this by eliminations if you're the side of Team War, and it's going to come down to a battle over the gates. Not going to work out. Ultra NA able to punish the push through. Again, it's a solid call for Team War to try to isolate the kills. The problem about it is you didn't have the time to really make that play happen because you had no AR support towards Denza's push through the backside of tools. Oh, man. Great isolation from Ultra NA at the end of it.
And that's what I'd really like to see, like other players take the bomb instead of Denza in that situation. If Denza wants to get aggressive and he wants to make a back play like that, let him do it, but just let someone else take the bomb coming into that round. I mean, you have to think, right? There's 15 seconds left on the clock, Alan. You can't make a move to the back and then come back and try to expect the bomb plan. It's not going to happen round after round, especially against an Ultra Academy.
Oh, look about this. Full flood over the backside of the water wheel. That will work out beautifully. And to get back to your point, it's just a situation where that's not the preset play for Team War. They're not expecting to play through tools like that. So Denza's the only one who can make the play. And he just, unfortunately, is the one with the bomb. I'm sure if he had the option to drop the bomb, he could do it. But hold on a second. Maple nearly finesses the 1v3. Thought for sure he'd be dead to rights, and eventually he is. But it's a tough call. It really is.
Yeah.
It's just one of those situations that your opening set play doesn't really work out, and he's in the best position to make that read to hit backside. And yeah, it's not a lot of time and not a lot of help, unfortunately.
Yeah, my point is just make it a preset play, right? If Denza is playing like this with 8 kills, like let's start to make it a preset play. But either way, Ultra Academy, it feels like they've gotten the best of Team War over these last couple of rounds, and it's come by way of just 30 seconds left in some of these rounds where they're trying to make a play. And often it just feels like Ultra Academy just not really giving them a lot of picks, not really giving them a lot of information. So we'll see what really changes. Denzin's going to stick to the same kind of opening game plan here, opening up the barn doors, throwing a stun check, and just constantly shouldering to see if Ultra get aggressive. But we've seen this play from Shotzi actually on Friday. So Hixie's going to try to work down low, maybe find a timing if he can. But Lucifer, of course, going to be here locking it down.
And seeing how flexible Hixie has been, that's where he really kind of owns that moniker of being a playmaker. Just do something different. Be that rotation pivot man. But as Veto was playing over the top of the old A site, he's able to find players through the woodwork. This is a bold challenge, and it still works out. How does he manage that? Kills will come through. The trades will be in, and Ultra NA take map 2. And here's the thing. I said earlier a couple of rounds back, put a pin in that one round where Ultra NA on offense hit up through mid. Their ability to read Team War, where we gave Team War a lot of credit yesterday on being a little bit more dynamic as far as their setups are concerned, Ultra NA are being able to get good awareness and good intel on what the Team War setups are, and they're hitting the right areas at the right time. That play on offense to get up through mid, it forces Denton to have to make a decision. If he's upstairs, what do? You know that for a fact that your other player down low and Wardy was using an automaton. He's not going to fight off 3 members. So I love that call from Ultra NA. That's just one of many different examples that we saw in the Search and Destroy, showing that Ultra NA's trust, even since adding an Assault recently, is out of this world. Their ability to read, make plays, and call audibles has really been astonishing, not just in the respawn that we credit them for in the first opening hardpoint, but even more so on display here in the Bacage Search.
Yeah, absolutely here. Scrap also having a pretty monster game at the end of it, but just always feels like Ultra Academy NA are just in controlling situations. And it is really difficult to break down at times when you're looking at their setups, when you're looking how they're playing off each other, and just everyone always being on the same page. That is really the beauty of having this core 3 that is stuck together for such a long time, and then adding in a vet, also a world champion like Adam Assault here. So very clean here so far through the series, and still yet to drop a single map in the tournament is Ultra Academy NA.
That's
up
crazy,
in this best
dude.
of 5 2-0. That is absolutely insane.
It's just the things that we're seeing out of both of these two teams, but of course spotlighting Ultra NA, this is more than CDL caliber. This is stuff that, if given the time, you would see broken down to a finite margin from some of the best teams of the CDL. These little curveball reads, even looking at that replay package where you get that last offensive round where it's a 3-man hit around water wheel. Those are not plays that you just say you're going to do and you do successfully. You can't just hit that with 3 members. The little breakdowns and the little bits of utility usage that comes to enabling that play is super high level, man. And that's why I say, I know a lot of people are excited about Scrap's potential, but all 4 of these members are integral parts of making plays like that. And when you see Assault, as you mentioned, go 8-4 with 1,200 damage, that's just, again, reiterating the point. And I still have to say, even though Hixie goes 4-8, I don't really care. I said this yesterday. I don't care about your SMG playmakers and what their KDs are. It's how are they changing the looks? How are they putting in something different that your opponents are not going to expect? And Hixie played a different position with a different weapon almost every single round on both sides of the bomb. That is a key component to Ultra Academy feeling really comfortable on this Search and Destroy.
Yeah, that really is kind of just the gist of everything. Very comfortable, but we'll take a look at the series layout here. And well, coming up next, I'd love to say it's going to get easier for your Team War fans out there, but man, oh man, double Berlin's coming up here. We're going into a Berlin control. I mean, it feels like we've kind of been a broken record when it comes down to this map combination when we talk about Ultra Academy NA. They're by no means undefeated on it, but it feels like the majority of the time, their ARs and just their slaying power really comes to life here. And I feel like if we do get the same Team War slaying out of players like Maple, who did have a really good start, it was 25-15 going into that second late rotation.
Yeah.
You need that, I feel like, if you're going to be able to maintain control, keep Ultra out of those annoying positions in order to make progress.
You have to put stress on Hixie's decision making. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to kill Hixie. That's not exactly the case. I like your call on Maple because if he can flex and go between the automaton and the MP40 as needed and keep Ultra NA from feeling confident in their ability to call for, okay, Hixie, we got this, you go rotate.
Sure.
That's where things start to become a little bit out of hand and where Ultra NA could be vulnerable. The thing about it is, at the moment, Ultra NA is the best control team here in my mind. They proved that at Boston. I think that we've definitely seen it in the couple of instances we've had yesterday for this squad. And even though Team War has been a good control team, I still don't think that they're at the an inherent level that Ultra and A have showcased over the course of the last month and a half or so. So yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. You have to put pressure on Hixie. You have to make him feel like he has to hold on to a zone, whether that's on the offense or defensive side. Because the minute that he starts to hit routes is the moment that Ultra and A start to feel like they've got really everything that they could possibly want when it comes to isolating you and forcing you to make tough decisions.
At the very least, Team War, they did come off of a couple of pretty clutch wins when it came down to the control specifically yesterday. So maybe you bring some of that energy back out here, and that's going to give you some of the confidence to know that you can take down an Ultra Academy team. But at the very least, Alan, we know that it's not going to be easy when you're going up the likes of all 4 of these players. So I feel like you kind of need to call on one player, but at the same time, when you look at this squad and they are performing well, when Denza and Wardy are starting to find routes and starting to be able to find kills, exit safely, and lock down some of these power positions where Harry is obviously an elite AR out of EU, you really can find a lot of success if you're able to get into those positions. The problem is that Ultra doesn't let you have a lot of opportunities to capitalize on their mistakes. So you really have to force them, right? Like you were saying, when it comes down to Hixie, making sure there's stress on him, you have to force mistakes here. You can't just rely on them to make them for you. And when I was talking to Wardy yesterday, he said, listen, I'm just focused on playing our game. I'm not worried about what team we play against. It really does not matter what 4 names on the other side of us. We are just coming out here to play our game. And I feel like they have been solid. They just have not been as good. So they're going to have to do it here now, Alan, or they're going down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, all 8 players are going to be able to feel the individual confidence that they could beat anyone who sits across from them, for sure. I mean, they've been able to prove that. I mean, there's championships all over the place in the Challenger scene for all 8 of these players. And even including that, as you mentioned, you've got World War II champion and MVP Adam Assault on either side of the field. So, I mean, you're going to feel like all 8 of these players think that they are the best player in the lobby, right? I mean, they're just that's so. Just going to be that's just going to be there. It's going to be the thing. But we'll see exactly kind of how things unfold though as we start to get into this double dose of Berlin potentially, because I think for Team War, you have to assert that map control dominance that is typically something that we attribute to Ultra and A. You need to shut down the ability for Hixie to feel confident in making calls to hit outside routes. If you can get that from someone like Maple, locking down mid-map and allowing Denza and Wardy to do what they want, then yes, there is still an opportunity to create some magic and possibly turn this control into your favor. And that could also exist going immediately into the Berlin hardpoint afterwards, because that mental change is really minimal when it comes down to going between control and hardpoint on the same map.
Yeah, absolutely. And, coming into this one too, you're looking at a Team War that needs to find this map, try to bring us back into it. And if you're looking at just like the 4 players and what they've been able to do this entire year, man, coming up to this point, I feel like this is still my dark horse team. I still feel like they can make waves. I still feel like they can do it. And I feel like the best thing about Berlin is that it's one of those map mode combinations when you talk about control that anything can happen, man. Like how many 10, 15 second pushes have we seen work out and be successful, and all of a sudden you're on the defense, you're flooding in through that P3 area in the back, and you can just light them up and make it so easy to kind of lock in all those ticks of progress. So I feel like you have to kind of look at the good side here if you're Team War. You're down 0-2, you're heading into a map mode combination where anything can literally happen. You just have to find those explosive plays, take advantage of them, and well, we might see this series start to extend, and maybe we'll finally break the curse of our 3-0 series this weekend, because that's just been the trend the entire time.
You also got to keep in mind, speaking of the 3-0s, just looking forward and starting to foreshadow a little bit for whoever wins this series, we do 2 best of 5s here in Challengers, not a best of 9 grand finals. So getting out of this winner's bracket into the grand finals gives you a massive advantage of having to be beat in 2 different best of 5s. So that's also something that's on the table here for both of these 2 squads. And as far as I can remember, I would have to double check this because I don't feel 100% confident in saying this. I want to say every time that Ultra and A have gotten to a grand finals from the winner's bracket, they've won pretty convincingly. I'm trying to think back to what happened in Toronto. I want to say that they were the team that came out of the lower bracket. I don't remember. I'll have to double check that and confirm it. But yeah, regardless, it feels like every time Ultra and A get into the grand finals from winner's bracket, they don't get beat. They just win.
Yeah,
that includes the leads, by the way.
Minnesota, I think, was the only event where it happened, and I think it was funny enough. It was these guys, right? It was Wardy and Co. And then they choked, unfortunately, in the second. But we'll see if we get there. Still a lot of maps potentially be played, and like we were saying, it's Berlin control. And on the attack first will be Ultra, already on B. Good mid-map control. Scrap's going to rotate over. Won't be able to play his life, and this could maybe open up an opportunity here for Wardy, and it does. He finds the first one, and they might be able to retake.
This is really good. I love seeing Wardy spawn up with an automaton and immediately head over towards mid. Just try to control tempo and pace by separating out Ultra and A's offensive attempts. Love that call. But Scrap's still alive, and he can do just about anything he wants while he's still alive. Try to get things done with the pistol. Has to go to a reload. Denza's still stuck in the corner, as this is the longest 1v1 we've ever seen. How is Denza still alive? He actually forces the next gunfight versus Hixie, who's going to get caught on reload. Wardy able to find the kill and stall a little bit of extra progress here towards the third tick at B. Off the reload. Wants to come back in with a little bit of regen, but Scrap avoids him, eludes him, and is able to put down the kill, and with that, secure the extra 60 seconds.
Yeah, fairly convincing, on the opening. 2 minutes now to play with, as Denza might be able to come behind the play and maybe disrupt a little bit of the next push. Should be able to find Scrap. The timing does not work out for him. Very unfortunate, as Scrap does manage to find 2. So now you can see it. Maple inside the point. He's got a hold, and he's good for the first one. That's going to allow a little time for his teammates to get here.
You got to get somebody to hit over the middle of the map, though, and Denza's going to be the one off spawn to do that for Team War defensively. You cannot just bunker up against this Ultra and A squad. Hixie with the opener, as here comes the play around the pinch. Wardy suffocated in the backside of office. Lucifer trying to pick things up, but the trades are there. Ultra Renade, not just in the hard point, but you've also got Scrap, who's hitting a bit of a rotation. That will clear off another defender from the front. Now you look to Denza. He's got to find something off the pinch, but he's not going to be able to get there. Shut down by Assault. A chance for the first tick to get locked in. 2 players are still on the zone, but they are the only 2 players that are here to help defend it from inside as well, as you still have Vehicle, who's not really near the play, but it's fine. Hixie bounces out, able to find 3 in a row. Second tick of progress done. The third on the way. Team War struggling to get in, nor around the back. Could the flank get here? Denza for 1, but it's not enough to clear, and Ultra and A take the opening attack.
Man, it's just so fun when you watch this Ultra squad at times. Like, the way they pick their timings is what makes them the team that they are. Like, you just see Hixie kind of waiting patiently at the top of the window, and then as soon as the stress starts to set in for War to have to rush into the point, the second tick is just about there. That's when Hixie picks his moment, finds the flank, gets in there for 1, and then gets the information for his ARs to pick up the remaining players trying to flood through. It is incredible watching these guys. Teamwork is just constantly on point, and they'll strike first very convincingly in the first offense.
Team War not really going to put too much pressure over towards A initially. A lot of focus still through the middle of the map, as 2 members will jump in and around the B zone. Scrap wants the challenge, gets the 1 player weakened up. That'll be good to finish off with a pistol, but trades are still here. First tick of progress going to get locked off of this. Hixie considering a challenge, but waiting for maybe Assault and Vehicle to get into position on the bottom side of the minimap. Second tick of progress on the way. Nade starting to litter the zone, and now Hixie gets to work, and nearly finds the double up onto Wardy, who somehow not only secures the kill, but is able to evade Scrap a little while longer. But the second tick does not get locked in, at least not initially. But off spawn, Team War get the kills needed to get back onto the zone.
5 speed though right now for Vehicle. Will he be able to earn himself a glide bomb? Always love having those on Berlin, especially when attacking, but has to find 2 kills. AR in hand, not necessarily the best position, and he'll end up dropping. Wardy collapses from the top floor. Wardy's able to combine for 2, and now this is going to be a good rotation potentially, as Ultra really stuck in this bad spot, but we'll see if they're going to be able to kind of move through.
I don't love that from Team War. You get 2 exit kills cleanly off of B. You know Assault is playing backside trains. Just avoid him. Just go back over through the middle of the map, cut statue, cut fire lobby, and put pressure on the A zone. But I mean, there's I'm thinking of this scene from Miracle where it's like, pause the play. You've got 3 players guarding 1 guy. Literally 4 players turned around to go deal with Assault, and he pulls so much time for Alternate to move forward and get defensively forward, and it's working out beautifully for him. It's a split-second call. It's a hard one to make in the real time of it, but I would have loved to have seen Team War just avoid and just not even worry about Assault and just move towards A, force him to come back to the play. But we get to a 16-v-16, minute 15 on the clock, and Team War have the onus of trying to break through train station.
Still struggling to even really see the zone here so far at A. Vehicle being a huge part of that, but Wardy, nice win. We'll be able to find the first one, however, still more members, as you can see them. Assault, Hixie, both ready. Stuns, nades being thrown out. Hixie's going to play his life very wisely. And Scrap has also got the close angle, so it feels like there has just been no ground made here for Team War. Maple, again, able to find the trades, but they have not been able to move halfway past train station.
And this is that win condition that we talked about, where Ultra and A feel comfortable enough to send players on these routes. And that's going to just kill so much clock. Big 1v1 here. Oh, it's a key win for Maple onto Assault. 1 more player off the pinch. And Hixie's able to line up 2 from the inside. Things that cannot happen. Team War had a really good situation set up with 2 players on the zone, plus 1 off the flank as Wardy tries to get involved. And a brief pause as we get back into it quickly. 25 seconds on the clock, 10v9. Denza able to open up space to get on and stop the clock.
Yeah, he needs more than 1 right now. His teammate's also starting to flood through the middle of the map here, so if he can grab the second, maybe there's a chance, but Beacole, too good, too strong. 10 and 5 right now. Looking for kill number 11. Maple gives it to him. Goes to the pistol. Beacle's like, give me the challenge. Who's next? Who wants it? As this has just been all Ultra Academy. But is there a moment? Is there a chance to stop the clock? If so, it would all come down to Wardy, and he'd have to clean house inside of the point. It's not looking too likely. Denza can't make the window jump, and that is another round here for Ultra.
Yeah, man, I think that, again, I hate to point out to one small, very small moment, but, I mean, Assault pulls 4 players to turn around after the B zone is captured to deal with them, and he doesn't have to find any kills. He found one, and then just stayed alive for an extra 10 seconds, and that just gives Ultra and A the chance to do what they did for the majority of that A defense, which is just run rogue routes, either through mailroom or deep through train station, and keep Team War essentially pinned up into their spawn. It's a really small moment, but I think it's a key one. So now we get into a 2-0 account, and Team War, I mean, you can feel kind of the pressure really start to not just amount, but set into the minds of how they're starting to play. Very defensive here towards A. Wardy, a nice little rogue route through the B zone. Good for the opener, but that's not a gunfight you love. Having an MP40 and Assault will trade. And Ultra and A looking for a setup as they look to breach onto A.
Yeah, really tight right now for Team War inside of the point, and it's a team kill that's forced. Maple will take down Denza. Hixie now. Last one inside of the hill. Beacole trying to get a response, and he will come up with 2. Nice little double. Can he make it a triple? The sun is good. Oh, the nade. That really saves what could have been a quad there for Beacole. Doesn't end up coming in, and Team War are still able to get in here and retake.
And the kill onto Assault, who was hitting a route through Fire Lobby, is going to allow Team War to get a little bit more comfortable in their setup, comfortable in their own skin, so to speak. But the thing about this is Ultra and A, they're still kind of in this decision-making process of we still want to feel things out towards A. They finally get on towards the B zone. It's a 2-man stack. But with these kills coming out of Harry and Wardy, full clearance of train station now all of a sudden means that Ultra and A are not going to be comfortable even trying to get over towards B. There's still a chance to challenge this, and Team War have to think this is an opportunity for them to start to assert some established defensive pressure, and boy will they. Wardy for a double, Beacole with the clear, but still the clock ticks away.
Yeah, I think Hixie caught on a reload there, could not really get his gun up for a trade, at least did not shoot in that situation. So now Team War actually in a really good spot with 30 seconds left. They can still play a little bit of defense around B and maybe even lock in the round, but you're looking at Denza to try to make a big play happen. Assault's going to go to the top of the stairs. Denza's been able to finesse his position, so they still don't know where he is. Will he be able to line up kills? That's the question. That's the first one. Denza for the pistol, gets help from Lucifer, and they'll deal with 2.
This is massive. The second tick of progress was not locked in on that attempt from Ultra and A. Finally, they get on. That'll be enough. But Denza won 4 in a row. Will put the lives into a very significant win condition here for Team War. 18 playing up against 13. Hixie still in the zone. Help from Beacole. But with trades coming out, favoring Ultra and A, they will get the extra 60 seconds. But you're still going to need someone to make a miraculous play here if you're Ultra and A. You want to get a substantial look over towards A. Hixie finally comes back to finish the kill, and maybe that will be it, as there will be an opportunity to get through Secret and maybe start to threaten this A zone.
All the way in the back, Lucifer. Oh, this is not good. He's on the 5-2. That's going to be really unfortunate for Harry.
Oh, no. Oh,
love
no.
to come out with 2, and now look at Ultra. Last one up is going to be Denza. He's got to play some great defense, and Denza delivers. What a double kill. Again. Oh, my. Denza for 3. Lining them all up. What an individual play to keep Team War in this.
I mean, I hate to say that that was needed, but it was.
It was.
I mean, the fact that Ultra and A were able to get across to A with those clean kills is just... You start to wonder if the C word starts to come through. A little choke action from Team War, who had such a huge advantage. But now a 5v9, 24 seconds on the clock. Last attempts from Ultra and A. Wardy isolated, dealt with by nades. Scrap able to find one on the interior. Now it's Hixie off the pitch, able to get a read onto Denza. A couple of shots in. Also has a read onto Lucifer! Oh, little jump headshot onto him. 12 seconds to play with. Denza eventually getting finished off. And Beacole get in a pinch. Beacole get in a pinch. He's going to be able to stop the rotations. And all of a sudden, Ultra and A at the last second turn a 7v9 into a 4v2. Denza, you've got more in the tank. The last one left alive for a 1v4. 2 members on towards A, and Hixie will finish things off. Ultra and A for the 3-0 sweep as they move into the grand finals.
There's a reason this is the #1 seed, and it's reasons like that. 3-0 here in one of their best map mode combinations. We've been talking about it all year, and it's for good reason. It's performances like that. Just when you think Team War have done enough, just when you think Denza has done enough with the 3Ps, no, not the case. As long as there's time on the clock, that's time that Ultra still have to be able to win, and they do it.
Bro, I'm just going to go campaigning for a second here. Just, you know, you can be my vice presidential candidate on the ticket if you want to be. But Hixie, dude, he made every play. He made every play to get them back into the zone. Every single play that allowed Ultra NA to get forward or to get onto the zone came out of Hixie. And the thing about this, by the end of this tournament, depending on whoever wins, Scrap may be the most damage, the highest kill-death ratio. I don't know. But it's Hixie first and foremost that opens up all of this space, my man. I mean, even the fact that he gets 1-for-1 right there. The ARs are in zone. They know exactly where the rest of the hit's going to come from. They can just keep the guns up, and it makes life so damn simple. Dude, Charlie Hixie right now is my MVP, just based on how he has been performing for this Ultra NA squad. And when you see plays come through like this in the third round from him, that's where I think you start to really make your argument. What an unbelievable display from Ultra NA.
And I really think the beauty of it is the fact that we obviously saw a change come through for Ultra heading into the Boston event. And a huge part of adding in Adam Assault when talking with the coaching staff is the fact that it's opened up Hixie to kind of find some more individual success because he doesn't have to focus on the comms as much. That's the beauty of having Adam Assault on your team because he brings all of that and some. So it really does unlock Hixie in a lot of these moments to kind of find a lot of those big individual playmaking plays that we keep talking about here, Alan. And of course, we get another one there with just a ridiculous jump shot over the top, which just I can't believe he killed him in that time frame either. Just absolutely filthy, but incredible stuff. Also, big shout out, of course, to Scrap Pico putting up some big numbers here as well. But that is just convincing as ever when you are looking at the Ultra Academy. And well, there it is. They are in the grand finals, right where a lot of us expected them to be, climbing through the upper bracket, still undefeated, not dropping a single map.
Unreal, man. I mean, we expected the competition to be really at its top level, especially for the final teams coming into today, and it has been, to be fair, but the fact that Ultra NA are still able to not drop a map, that just goes to show, man, that these guys are just hidden on a very different level. So with that, now Team War have to find a way to recover because they're going up against a hot Ironblood gaming team in the lower finals before one of those teams will have to then rematch against Ultra NA for 2 best-of-5s if they want to become champions here for the first time, by the way, on the international stage for a title. Unbelievable stuff, but Ultra NA right now are just looking better than they ever have. And I know that, you know, it absolutely is, man. And the thing about it, and we had the same reaction, was like, hey, they came off of a major win and they dropped Mohawk, and everyone's initial gut check reaction was like, why? You just won. But this is why. This is why right here.
No, like literally, they knew the ceiling was higher, and you know it really sucks saying that because I'm a big Mohawk fan. I love that guy. He was, you know, Cold War MVP. Absolutely was disgusting last year, but he just has not really been able to find, you know, that same kind of success over and over again. And the reality was, Mohawk and Scrappy kind of fulfilled the same role, right? So this team really does feel like they've just been able to hit all new heights with Adam Assault coming in and all of his experience. I mean, you really just have to tip it overall. It's been insane to watch these guys, and well, now they're going to see exactly who they match up against because we only got one more match in that lower bracket coming up next year, Alan.
Veto's picks are going to come through for the lower finals. Team War, Ironblood Gaming. A quick turnaround as we head to break and get going at the lower finals on the backside. Don't go anywhere.
I'm too exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't care for the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh yeah. No, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over here's a good toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power move. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy.
Welcome back, everybody, here to Call of Duty Challenger Championships. It's time for the lower bracket final. Off the back of a 3-0 loss, Team War now have to take on Iron Blood Gaming. They looked very hot versus Amy Sports. Now they need to get through another European roster. I'm Infinity, joined by Proper here on the casting desk. Let's take a look at our bracket, Proper. Let's show everybody at home kind of how everything has gone down so far.
I mean, you are just seeing 3-0s across the board, barring maybe a couple 3-1s from Team Exposed, Iron Blood, that Map 5 banger in winners round 1 versus AIM Esports, and Iron Blood did get their waters tested by being pushed to map number 4 in their lower semifinals. Ultra Academy North America, undeniable as it may be through the entire weekend thus far, not dropping a map, punching their ticket to grand finals of what you just saw a few moments ago. The same conversation was almost there for Team War. Those are the first 3 maps, Brody, they've lost all weekend long.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I think it's going to sting for Team War. We kind of always knew they were going to be up against it, against that Toronto Ultra Academy North America squad, just given how good they have been. But Team War 3-0, that one is going to sting. Now they need to kind of bounce back here versus Iron Blood Gaming. Now, we should say this is not the first time these two teams have faced off. It was only the other day we saw the Mutineers Kraken Bounty Tournament hosted by the Mutineers, where Iron Blood Gaming able to 3-1 their opponents here in Team War.
Yeah, and that map number 2 is actually going to be a reprise. It was that Bocage Search and Destroy that Team War made a mockery of Iron Blood Gaming, winning that one 6-2. That is going to be, again, the map number 2 in this series, as we do have the series layout for you all. Double Bocage to start things off, and if you didn't think that Team War are going to be feeling the hot hand after what Denza was piecing together in that matchup, even in a losing fashion versus Ultra Academy North America, this is surely going to get the Gunnies hot for this best of 5 series.
Yeah, it is a very scary prospect, isn't it, looking at Denza? Because, again, you know, Denza, I think when he joined this roster, when this roster kind of formed at the beginning of Season 2 of Challengers Elite in Europe, Denza, I think, went from being the hot prospect on Revenge Tour, right? You remember that roster all the way back in Season 1, to
yeah,
kind of just being another great player amongst a set of great players on this roster, and it's kind of hard to shine. But here at Champs, he is playing incredibly well, alongside Wardy as well. That SMG duo is something that Iron Blood Gaming will have to contest with on the double Bocage. That said, I think with Iron Blood Gaming, they've proved that their SMG duo is pretty good as well. Classic and Exceed have turned up today.
Yeah, they sure have. I mean, Brack has been that route man, continuously just opening up the floodgates for Exceed to damn well go unnoticed and finessing their life for an abundance of hardpoint time. Obviously, that's going to be a lot more difficult when you're thinking about a map like Bocage, but when Money Hills come into perspective like P2 and P5, that's where you almost expect for Exceed to turn it up a notch. And you're right to highlight Mohawk. He is looking for that revenge tour himself to get their way back into a grand finals yet again, back-to-back seasons for Mohawk to potentially claim their prize as yet another Challengers Championship for them.
Yeah, I think it's kind of that a story, isn't it, for both of these two teams at the moment. They're both looking for a revenge matchup versus Ultra Academy North America, because both squads have faced Ultra NA in the bracket. Both squads got 3-0, so they'll want another go at that Ultra NA squad, but they're going to get through each other to get to that point. Of course, we talk about the double Bocage to kick off the series, though. Tuscan Control in the middle of it, Berlin Hardpoint, and then a Tuscan Search and Destroy. If we require, again, if you guys don't remember only a couple of series ago, for that Berlin Hardpoint specifically, we of course did see Iron Blood win out there with a massive clutch right at the end of the game versus Amy Sports. So they'll want something like that again. Arguably probably not as close. They'll probably want to get it done a little bit earlier versus War if we have to go that distance.
Yeah, and the Vetos are actually really methodical when you're thinking about Coach Ricky there for Team War, making sure that some of those maps that were played out in that Kraken Bounty that you were talking about just last weekend are not going to be a reprise coming forward. The map one did go in favor of Iron Blood Gaming. That was on a Gavutu. The hard Vetos coming in for Team War, obviously getting rid of the Gavutu Hardpoint. Want nothing to do with the Berlin Search and Destroy versus this roster, as well as they have proven to be quite difficult on that map mode combination. Then, of course, getting rid of the Gavutu Control has been more or less a hard veto there for Team War, all the way dating back from Boston is what I can remember. But this map set, honestly, it's very difficult to say which way it might sway, because as much as we would love to put some stocks into how that best of 5 series did pan out, at least online for the Kraken Bounty, it's land, baby, and anything could happen. We are looking for that cracked out player, the difference maker, the X factor is what Shift was calling it for yesterday.
Yeah.
Could be the difference maker for either of these two teams to make headway in this best of 5.
And they're feeling it online as well. We saw the passion coming out yesterday from Team War when they got that victory versus Ultra EU, and you just can't understate really how much that meant to them. Obviously, there's been that rivalry this season, right, between Ultra EU and between Team War. It's a match they wanted to win. If Team War were able to bring that same passion right here, right now, to go up against Iron Blood Gaming, they're going to be a problem in the LAN setting. You just can see how hyped they get. So that being said, we can show you guys kind of what things look like right now inside the venue. Look at the crowd, man. Everybody is here turning up Call of Duty Challengers.
Shout out to you all in the crowd, giving us a nice little scenic view of the Passion Pit here for Challengers Finals. Top 3 on the line. The championship white jerseys for Team War go so hard. Not that I'm a biased caster, but I definitely need to cop me one of those jerseys. I'm not going to lie. Hook it up, Kev. But even more so than that as well, you're looking for Team War to have the bounce back. This is a lot of momentum on the line, because we have seen what players like Wardy look like when they are feeling the hot hand, when they start just frying. You hear them across the entirety of the venue. We don't have crowd mics there. I damn well know that if Wardy walks in with the 3 priests off the rip, I know exactly what he's screaming.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, isn't it? Wardy's been like a hot topic, I think, for Europe this season. He has absolutely been one of the best prospects to come out of the European scene. It's been a breakout year for him as a player, and what he's been able to do on this squad, it's definitely put him in the conversation. You know, this is one of those players that the CDL team should be looking at moving forward, because if you want the hot hand, the SMG player that can go off at any given moment, Wardy is absolutely that player, and he's been playing so well for Team War. Needs to come out and play hot here again versus Ironblood Gaming. But again, you know, you can kind of compare the rosters here on both teams, and Ironblood, they're going to be locked in. You know, again, we talk about the SMG, the AR duos on the roster. They have just been so good today. It's going to be tough to put them down.
Yeah, it really will be, especially on a map like Bokash, where you're going to be seeing that triple SMG setup. You know, this is a map mode combination that one Nicky D of Classic can just get really activated on a map mode combination where they are just running routes continuously, trying to finesse for some scrap time, staying alive in the hill as it may be active. The setups can also be there galore. We have seen Ironblood specifically on this map mode combination, not in this tournament, though in past events. And when you do have 2 ARs set up in the likes of both Brack and Mohawk, locking down those longer lines of sights, they might not even give any opportunity whatsoever for SMGs like Wardy and Denza to even get close to the hills.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny because we were talking about the veto process, right, and kind of what the map set looks like, and you're talking about that AR prowess that Ironblood Gaming have been showing so far. You know, I will say one thing, you know, coming into Championship Sunday, it does look like Mohawk and Brack are on final form at the moment. You know, when we go back to that map set, it feels like the coaches on Team War have done a really good job of vetoing those players out. We're playing Bacard, we're playing Tuscan in this series, and albeit, you know, Mohawk and Brack can still perform on those maps, I think that's going to give an advantage to the SMGs.
Yeah, it's also going to be able to showcase just how deep the map pool does run for Ironblood Gaming. This is something that we talked about in lower semifinals, and hell, even back to Winners Round 1 when we were casting the map 5 versus AIM Esports for this Ironblood Gaming roster. Look, at the end of the day, this squad has really only been together for about a few weeks. At the end of Boston is when these 4 players did end up coming together to, again, knock out Rocker Academy from that auto qualification spot via pro points. But it doesn't necessarily mean that all of the practice has made a robust map pool. Yes, we have seen some individuals pop off on certain map mode combinations, but this is where, again, Team War, who as a team has been sticking together for quite some time, you know, changing out ARs here and there, Wee Man now out, then insert Harry, has been able to showcase just how deep their map pool does run. They can get their hard vetoes going, and they can try to get their map comfort picks coming all the way through. Just comes down to Ironblood playing the upset factor and making sure that there is no dirty corner in their 4 corners of success.
Yeah, their map pool has definitely deepened, I think, since Season 4, because if you go back again, you got to remember that Hardpoint for them, post that roster change, bringing Harry into the roster, it became a 50-50 affair, right? I think they were 9-10 was their final record at the end of Season 4, as I remember it. That number is probably way off now that I'm kind of pulling it, but, you know, nonetheless, all I remember is their Hardpoint just, you needed improvement, and I think we've seen that here. We saw it at Boston, and we're seeing it here at Challengers Championships. They've looked so good on maps, so maybe they didn't over in Season 4. So, seeing the improvements coming out from the Team War side, we're looking for the same kind of improvements coming out from Ironblood Gaming again, and we've been kind of running with a storyline throughout this weekend thus far, Andy. Again, we're looking at this Ironblood Gaming roster, and just it has been miraculous, seeing just how well this roster has performed, given just how little practice they had coming into this event. Granted, more practice than AIM Esports, but, you know, nonetheless, still, they've only been together for, what, like 3-4 weeks? It hasn't been long at all.
Yeah, and again, it's what they were able to do within those few weeks worth of play, right? Because obviously when they were knowing that these 4 players, Brack, Classic, Exceed, and Mohawk, were going to be representing the IBG brand of Ironblood, they had a handful of teams that they could actually scrim and practice against, given that when the team was formed, LCQ was very much so still in the conversation. So that's where the practice really did start to come through for Ironblood. And again, I'd like to go back to a point that I brought up in that lower semifinals match versus AIM Esports. Talking to Exceed before the weekend even started, he was quite adamant in saying, look, Proper, we have no hard vetoes. We are very comfortable in understanding that there are a handful of maps that we might be weaker on, but we are showing no weaknesses ourselves. That certain amount of confidence for, I wouldn't even say a lack of practice, but less practice comparatively to the rest of the field, that's quite astounding.
I don't know. I mean, you talk about that. You're vetoing against War here. Have they actually done that? Because you're playing up against War on maps they've proven pretty proficient on. You know, looking at Bakaj Search and Destroy and Tuscan Control. Those are maps where I would not want to face War on in their current form. So,
yeah.
I don't know. We'll see how this series goes out. Quick shout out to our observers, Ben and Ryan, who've done a wonderful job
Love those
all
guys.
weekend long. They're with us for the last couple of matches here in the Challengers Championships as well. But Bakaj Hardpoint is where we shall be kicking off. I believe this is our first this weekend. I do love me some Bakaj. Expect this to be fast and frenetic as ever.
See how it all pans out. Starting off on the P2 side will be Ironblood Gaming, so tasked with making sure that they keep Barn in their favor. Team War understanding just at that what they need to do. Keep players off the hardpoint, find some rotational gunfights, and how about it? They find 2 kills over by the river, and that means that spawns will immediately flip as Ironblood now spawning at the back of Grandma's.
Good job here from Ironblood to flip off the spawns right away, or for War, excuse me, to flip off the spawns right away. Now it's going to be about holding these guys at the 50-yard line. There's already one player looking to make their way through the trench line. That is going to be Brack, but nicely done from Wardy to recognize it. And doubles up with Denza to take down Brack. They want to make sure these guys do not make it past that 50-yard line that I mentioned. But nonetheless, I think for Ironblood, maybe they can just kind of brute force their way through P1 Hardpoint. Classic trying to make his way through the barn, and he is going to be shut down. But as far as Team War concerned, this is a really good start from them. They're on the better side of the map, and they've got 20 off the first hill.
Yeah, mostly starts for Ironblood there in the final 10 seconds, just trying to get a player inside a barn. And Brack was that player that was trying to do it continuously, but has no success whatsoever. And now you're just slowly working your way into the line of sight as Maple is able to find 3 kills in a row. Look how far forward Maple is pushed up on the mini-map, by the way. That actually kind of exposes a little bit of an opportunity. One of Exceed works their way on the backside of Tin. Couple that along with Mohawk from the front that gets themselves on the board. Ironblood have successfully broken, at least for the time being.
The spawn should be in now. That was spawned over towards Tin, but still the pressure coming through here from Team War. They won't be leaving this hardpoint alone by any means. Mohawk on side, going to have to defend it, and he gets shut down by Harry. So nicely done here by War to find their way on through. Also keep an eye on the rotation. 20 seconds left. Ironblood not exactly in the best position for that, so they'll just want to try and take the scrap time away from Harry if they can. But nice pre-fire from Harry. Predicts exactly where Classic is going to challenge from, and that will force him away. For the moment, Harry's still going to get it. That's his 5th in a row as the AR really starts to heat up here for this Team War roster. But good plays coming out now from War. Harry now on 6. He's predicting exactly where these guys are coming from. Cannot get the 7th despite the pre-fire.
Yeah, Lucifer, Harry, whoever may have you deal with the devil has been slugging on through. 10 and 4 for them to start. Won't get that glide bomb as you said, but will actually enforce the rotation earlier on here for Team War on the backside of Hedges. But don't count Ironblood out quite yet. Look at how fast they cut through the middle of the map. They have already successfully broken through the front of 3.
And you can fight this one from the front as well, as Team War continue to spawn in the back line. As you've got your ARs in the right position, you should be okay. Mohawk looking to take the kill on towards Harry is not going to get it, and the kill feed is going to light up War as well, as they are able to get all of the gunfights. Just one more player left up top to deal with, and well, I think Brack's just waiting, just sitting for his teammates to come and help on out, but that is not going to happen. Maple going to sniff him out and gets that frag. Team War now up by about 50 points or so. The last 10 seconds should go their way. And as we look over towards the rotation, Wardy already winning some of these rotational battles. Ironblood should be the first ones here. Exceed going to pick up 2 of his own, and they'll be having a moment to themselves, probably for the first time in this hardpoint.
Yeah, but about a 70-point lead. I mean, this is a big lead that Team War have been able to piece together for themselves through 3 hardpoints so far. Ironblood, again, they're going to be in for the rotation for Barn early. Count Team War out. They could be as methodical as they like. They have so much time to play with. Lucifer, Wardy going to be able to combine for 2. You still have to deal with the players in Barn itself, and Exceed and Mohawk will let them know how they feel.
Nice defense so far from Ironblood Gaming. Mohawk still in sight. And his teammates falling around him. Going to need to hold on here, and he will be shut down. Brack falls as well. Team War, they give Ironblood, what, 20 seconds or so? But that is all they're going to get. And now with 25 seconds left here, Ironblood's still going to get this one last try. Exceed coming through the front, gets the first, cannot get the second versus Wardy. Team War are going to soak up that last 15 seconds or so, as Ironblood should now be focusing on the rotation. Maple over towards the AS&D bomb site. He's going to be trying to get these kills against Classic and Brack, who has already made his way over towards the Willow Tree. But for now, Maple, those shots are not going to connect with anything just yet. He's going to be trying to hunt these players down. But Wardy already made his way through, and Exceed now the last one on the hard point. He's being swarmed by players from Team War. It's Ironblood Gaming spawning out, and just like that, War have broken through.
Yeah, I mean, Team War is methodical as you like, just understanding the task at hand. They knew that there were some lurking players in the backside of Grandma's. They had to deal with them first. And then they ended up forcing 2 players of Ironblood to spawn all the way effectively in for 10. For this Money Hill of P5, there's an argument to be made. Denza playing the corner there outside the gates. Going to be able to find 2 now up on a 4 spree to the submachine gun. Gets kill number 5 in a row. Trying to work up a handful of streaks. Gets some early damage on a Mohawk. But Denza is flying and frying.
Yeah, this really would be the cherry on the cake, wouldn't it, for Denza, but he's not going to get those streaks. Team War now 100-point advantage over Ironblood Gaming. This is one of the most dominant Picard hardpoints that I can recall. Ironblood need to find a way into this one pretty quickly. And not really got much time left, especially as Hardpoint, historically speaking, I mean, what, 20-point advantages are never really kind to the team that's on the opposing end of them. So, Team War will be feeling pretty confident at the moment as we go into our second set of rotations. Mohawk looking to pick up some scrap time, and, well, he will get it. Now it's about trying to get these players off the spawn as they spawn over towards the back. Hez is back up top. Only able to get 1 before falling. Nice kills coming through now from Exceed and Classic as Ironblood Gaming on the right side of the map, at the very least here, is moving to P1. They need to hold that.
Lots of scrambling gunfights coming through as well. As you say, Ironblood do desperately need to be able to flock away with these isolated 1v1s. How about Exceed for 2 up top? As soon as they try to fly out past Taxi, they will meet a swift demise. But job still well done, at least for the early 30 seconds for Ironblood to be able to soak up this much time off of P1. They're doing a great job of just making sure that Team War feel the pressure continuously inside of Grandma's, but there was nobody watching inside of Barn. One player's going to be able to slip through. That was Denza, but still the trades and the coverage that much better of Ironblood.
Ironblood, they've managed to maintain the right side of the map at the very least. 15 seconds left here. This is time even now. You can't really give it away to Team War, so they're going to send 1 inside. That's going to be a Seed, who does pick up 2. Hello, nicely done. Wardy in for the trade, but that is time that War do not get at the end of the day. Do need to be kind of cautious, though, here, Ironblood. You do feel. Look at the minimap, kind of how they're playing this one. They're spawning up over towards the river. Team War haven't taken advantage of that. I think they just want to make the kills happen before they start to push up. But into Barn, War go. It's going to be Denza flying up top. We'll get the first kill versus Mohawk. Wardy there for the second as well, and now Exceed swinging wide, recognizes that Denza is still up top to deal with an Exceed. Is going to get both of those gunfights. It is still Ironblood in for the moment.
Nice nades coming through from Harry. Will take Exceed off that hardpoint behind that tree, but still not enough numbers for Team War to fully flood away from the P2 side of things. And now they're trying to get themselves Barn positioning. Yeah, Mohawk, 10 and 18, not the sexiest KD ratio that we've seen from Money Mo all weekend long, but still effective kills coming through inside of Barn. Ironblood will encroach past the 100-point margin. And look at Team War. I mean, they're essentially just chalking this. They don't want to try to contest for P2 time whatsoever. They want to make sure that that line of scrimmage is felt just outside of Grandma's, making sure that they keep those close P3 spawns intact. Knowing damn well that Ironblood might be able to contest, if not try to turn some scrap into additional.
Tell you what, Ironblood have done an excellent job of closing the gap right now between themselves and Team War. This is going to be a big hard point for Team War to try and maintain their advantage. Harry, how ready is he right now for the break through its front? Oh, there you go. Exceed with a nice nade. Will take out his teammate, unfortunately, as well. So War maintain control for the moment. The SMG pressure has to be good here from War. Where do Wardy and Denza position themselves around the hard point to make sure that Ironblood do not touch? Well, Denza taking some shots from the AS&D, looking for the kill that Succeed, and will actually find it. And now going to wrap around here, but Classic going to find him out. 2 players inside now from Ironblood Gaming. Wardy from up top is going to be shut down. Harry now around the back. It is Ironblood Gaming. They're able to find their way in. What can Harry do about this? Gets number 2 with the rat. And War now making sure that Ironblood are not in.
Just as soon as I started having a slight thought that Ironblood are really starting to heat things up, Team War answer back in kind. Still trying to battle out from those close hedge spawns. 4th P3. They're going to be able to almost be conceded the back 10 seconds worth of time. Unless Ironblood Gaming make a last desperate push. And the only player that might be able to do that is going to be Brack. Pushes over towards AS&D and will find Lucifer trying to work their way outside of the water wheel. So great stray gunfights that are coming through from Ironblood is going to keep Team War honest until 2 down do come through. Middle of the map is immediately being looked at for Team War, and they can't find themselves a convincing kill feed to work past the middle of the map. This is exactly where Ironblood started to piece together a certain amount of seconds back in the first set of hills.
And you can't let that happen again if you're a Team War. This is very rare to get a lot of time at the back of the barn hard point, but look at Ironblood Gaming right now. They've got 3 stacked inside. Maple, though, comes in with 2. Wardy and Harry, they clean up shop, and it's War who have broken on through. Ironblood Gaming now going to be spawning out over towards the street, but as we said, this hill is extremely scrappy. We rarely expect War here to get a ton of time. That said, the players around the hard point at the moment doing a really good job at zoning these guys off, but finally they will fall, and now it's going to be players making their way through the front. Maple tries to clutch him from behind, but does get shut down. Ironblood still fighting here for this last 15 seconds or so. Classic now in from the side, looking for a 1. With a second again versus Harry as Maple not far behind him. And War again, They're trying to bring this game clock down. They're trying to find their way in towards the hard point. They will cross the 200-point barrier here, surely, as we move it towards the knot. 2 seconds away from that. We move it towards the next hard point, though, and Ironblood about 30 seconds away.
There's still ample time left on the game clock. 2 minutes and 13 seconds is nothing to scoff at here. So Team War, as you say, I mean, trying to get for some contested time. Any contested time is going to be an absolute nuisance for Ironblood, especially the over by 4. But now you need to start heating things up here on 5. 1v1 essentially for the Hardpoint. Has some assistance, actually, that comes through from Classic on the backside of the Willow Tree. And how about Brack pushing up forward? Has some help from Mohawk from behind. But job not done quite yet. Ironblood need to hold the space and deny Team War from entry back in here in 5.
Yeah, this is the money hill as well here on Bakaj, and you expect this as Ironblood Gaming come on through. They're looking to hold on. It's going to be Denzer now looking to come in from behind as Brack pushes all the way up towards the water. He will pick up the first versus Wardy. Harry up top now. Next up on the menu for Bracken. Well, he just can't take him down, but nonetheless, the supporting gunfights are through for Ironblood. They continue to hold, and they have taken the lead away from War. I mean, Andy, they were down by like 100 points or so at the start of this game. That's huge for Bakaj.
Yeah, it was about a 70-point deficit going in towards the second set of hardpoints, and Ironblood have absolutely come to life on the back end of Exceed, who's up to 68 engagements, 38 and 30 across the map with about a minute worth of hardpoint time, trying to do it all for their team, trying to be that catalyst of success for Ironblood. Now stray gunfights coming through, and again, favoring for Ironblood. They are trying to get those tin spawns back in their favorite off-screen gunfight. Harry will take down Mohawk, but still not enough to be able to influence the spawns as Harry does get traded. You can see Team War spawning the backside of P3. Ironblood more than aware.
This is disastrous for Team War. They're not on the right side of the map. They've been come back on here. And now for Ironblood, just 28 seconds shy of victory here on Bakaj, exceeding Brack, getting more kills. Brack now on 6 in a row. He does get shut down short of that glide bomb. Denzel with 2 inside, looking to fight for the scrap time, but it's Classic now fighting back with 2 of his own. War, they're coming off spawn. They're going in one by one. They're getting shut down pretty much every single time. Even with Ironblood, well, they get this 6 seconds of scrap time. They're just 14 points away, 18 points away now from getting to that 250-point mark.
Yeah, and they hold the rotation going over towards 2 as well. I mean, take a look at all the stray gunfights again. Ironblood are coming out on top. They're keeping things mixy. 240 points will be here. Team War need to get some nades coming through. It might just come on the back end of Denza with this flank.
Denza has to make the flank work. He does get 1. How much more can he do, though? Because he's going to double back inside the barn, but he will get shut down. Wardy falls as well. Maple, you can't pre-aim. You go on to the hard point. He's able to get the first, but not the second. And Ironblood make the comeback of the game happen as they were down by a ton. One of the biggest advantages we have seen on Bakaj Hardpoint, and Ironblood somehow find their way back in.
You just rarely ever see comebacks like that occur on a map like Bakaj Hardpoint, where Team War just came out of the woodworks swinging for the fences. I mean, they were just finding almost every single gunfight in their favor, getting the spawns for P2 off the rip. They were looking in dominant form ahead through that first set of rotations, but slowly yet surely you started to see the cogwheel starting to turn, the light bulb starting on up on top of the heads of Ironblood Gaming, where they were starting to find themselves a lot of those stray 2 pieces, isolated gunfights. There was at one point where even right here, you take a look at the beginning, Classic was 2 and 7. He was holding about a double negative KD for such a long time, but again, that catalyst for success is one of Exceed, where he was just frying through every single hardpoint that was active. Even when Ironblood were down right here by about 100 points, Exceed was still trying to influence as many gunfights as possible to help their team find success anywhere on the map. It was a slow roll of things through that second set of hardpoints, but they broke every single setup that Team War were trying to throw at them.
I just can't believe that happened. I mean, how often do we ever see comebacks like that happen on Bakaj? It was an incredible turn of events from Ironblood Gaming to make that happen, to fight as hard as they did, to get time off heals that rarely you ever see, 40 to 50 second holds from Ironblood Gaming. Beautifully done, and the SMG pressure was a massive reason why they were able to get that done. Look at the Seed, man.
Dude.
41 kills at the end of the game. Hello? I mean, look. It's Bakaj, right? You expect that level of engagements to come out of it, but still, Exceed made the best of that map.
Yeah, he sure did. I mean, also take a look at the objective kills as well. 16 of the 41 eliminations that Exceed was able to find was on the hardpoint itself, and just under 50 seconds were the hardpoint time as well. The job was mostly to be able to break the hardpoints, yes, but then you have to get Classic and Brack inside the hardpoint itself, or even Mohawk, to just stay alive. Once Exceed got the okay from their teammates off the respawn that he could leave the hardpoint and just find stray 1v1s, it almost felt like he was turning that over in his favor continuously. I mean, even look at Team War stats as well. They didn't really get outslayed from top to bottom much more. It just exceeds KD ratio that really sticks out like a sore thumb. It's just very unfortunate that they could not rally behind all of the team kills, all of the assists that they were able to find from top to bottom to fully break into these hard points continuously.
Efficient. That's the word I'd use to describe Ironblood Gaming in map number 1. That one's going to sting there for Team War as they're not able to take it versus the Ironblood Gaming side. And you do have to feel kind of, again, with how we've been discussing Team War so far today, with just how good their SMGs have been, how good that Wardy and Denzer have looked as kind of those SMG players. It's like, that is something where Team War, you kind of want to see them win that map. They're not able to. Ironblood, they come out so strong, and they're able to win map number 1. They will get another attempt, though, at Bakaj S&D. That is up next. Now, as you've already mentioned, Andy, this is a reprise of a map mode combination that we saw in the Mutineers Kraken Bounty tournament. That one, I believe, I want to say it was like a 6-2, 6-3 victory, something like that, to Team War. It was the only map they won out of the 4 in that series.
Yeah, and they looked quite dominant on it as well. Look, Bokosh Search and Destroy, since these 4 players came together for Team War when they ended up picking up Harry ahead of that Elite season, has been quite a boon of success. And it's by way of one player of Maple. Just the flexibility that Maple brings to the table really opens up the floodgates for the opportunities that do present itself on a map like Bokosh Search and Destroy, where the meta used to be very, very fast once this game did start out, but it has slowed down considerably with that AS&D moving its way out from Grandma's house over by the plat, just outside of the water wheel. You're looking for, again, a little bit of a rebound, because although Team War were offering certain instances where they might be able to close out a handful of rounds, even in their map number 2, Bokosh Search versus Ultra Academy North America, they still lost it. So this is more or less of a validation run coming through for Team War, not only to even up the Series 1 apiece, but also prove to themselves that they truly do know this map mode combo.
Yeah, I think when we do go back to that Kraken Bounty tournament again, when we did see War take on Ironblood Gaming again, we should probably add the asterisk to the conversation that, you know, ultimately, Ironblood Gaming, again, you know, you have to remember how much limited time they've had as a foursome, right? Nonetheless, though, I just think when we talk about kind of the comparable styles, right, you know, how well that Team War played that Search and Destroy, it constantly looked like Ironblood, you know, back then they were kind of just lost, right? Team War, they were dictating the tempo, they were dictating the pace. It was that 3R setup that was just so venomous. I think Ironblood, though, they've already shown today, you know, they can learn versus teams. They can take those adaptations into account. We are probably going to see that here today. I reckon they're probably going to try and draw out the Team War roster. Don't give them an inch, because I think that's what they were doing. They were kind of letting Team War in behind the defensive line. They're probably not going to do that again.
Yeah, I mean, in that 6-2 victory for Team War, right, Mohawk was really struggling to piece things together. It was really all on the back end of Brack, because of course it is, on Search and Destroy, running those routes, fighting those 2 pieces, keeping their team alive in a lot of those rounds. That cannot be anything that Ironblood will offer for themselves here. Although Mohawk did have a very shaky map number 1 coming into Search and Destroy, this is where it all is going to be laying out on the battlefield for this Ironblood Gaming roster to be able to showcase how much backbone of success that Search and Destroy truly is for this 4-player squad leading to this map number 2.
Yeah, I just want to say, by the way, allegedly, Andy, we're on the main broadcast right now. Allegedly. I don't want to freak you out, mate. But hello, everybody. Welcome to Call of Duty Challenges. If you were wondering what this is the Passion Pit. This is where the best of the rest effectively come to play. And trust me, if you guys are just joining us here for Call of Duty Challenges, this is an epic moment to do it. We're down to our final 3 teams in this $250,000 tournament. It is just so epic to see. And I'm sure everybody who has even remotely followed Call of Duty Challenges the last few months or so, you probably already know who is sitting in the winners bracket final waiting for the result of this match. That is Ultra Academy North America. And I guess the storyline of the overall matchup here is that both of these rosters are looking for retribution versus Ultra Academy NA. Both of them 3-0'd at an earlier point in the bracket, both of them looking for revenge.
Yeah, Mohawk, again, former teammates over there at Ultra Academy North America. Season 4 champions, won Minnesota with them, as well as so many different tournaments leading up all the way into Boston, where they then moved to Adam Assault. But the same thing could be said about Team War as what we could say about Ironblood. It really does feel like one of these 2 teams do need to step up to the plate to even try to take a map off of Ultra NA.
Alrighty, well, let's see what Iron Blood have learned from their prior loss on Bakar Search and Destroy against Team War, as this one is going to be Wardy drawing that First Blood versus Classic. Now, for Exceed with this bomb, it's an aggressive push, and he's going to put the bomb all the way in a tunnel. That's a huge risk, and ends up getting the Blood versus Maple.
I mean, we've seen this so many times from Iron Blood. Look, you lose Classic, that's going to force Exceed's hand to try to make that play, at least try to find that trade. And albeit they did, at least on the Maple, did go down, Team War still hold numbers, and they know exactly where the bomb is located at, as well as Patty Cake just outside of that tunnel. Going to be a big moment for Brack and Mohawk to double up together and try to fully maybe wrap around the backside of Grandma's, find themselves a pick, collect that bomb. They have some time to do this.
Ultimately, it's what Brack and Mohawk have to traverse the map here. The bomb is in the Hornet's Nest, and no doubt, War are not the type of roster to leave you unstung. Mohawk trying to find his way through the street, though. This might be the route. As soon as he comes in, though, Harry is going to turn away at the wrong time. That's so unfortunate here for Team War. Fortunately, Denzer's going to catch him. And now Brack 1 versus 3. 17 seconds left on the clock here. And, well, he's going to have to rely on some time to make this one happen. But with 3 players left up, it is so improbable to win that one.
Yeah, I mean, they had the time to be able to do that, right? But to try to fish out that much information towards the latter half of a Search and Destroy round on Bocage is so much easier said than done, especially when you saw what Team War were able to offer for themselves. The moment that trade came through onto Exceed, all of them just backed up essentially on the backside of the Willow Tree and the backside of that tower, just waiting for the unforced error to come from them, set up with an abundance of crossfires. Wonderfully done there from Team War to be able to not only work that first blood, to be able to force Iron Blood's hand. We'll have to see what they look like on offense.
Aggression coming out from Team War here. They want to get a slice of the A pie. Mohawk is going to be the player over here, receiving a few stuns and nades, but nothing to unfaze him just yet. But Maple and Denzer, though, the aggression will work out. 4 versus 2 now, and these players are nowhere near the A site. But I mean, Team War, they do not care. They're going straight towards B. They want to get this one done by kills.
I mean, they probably had no idea that Classic was down there until Classic at least found the one consolation kill there for Iron Blood, at least in the round. They found an abundance of success pushing across the barn and the A lane. Overwhelming pressure as you would like it. The aggression absolutely paying dividends. And, you know, that's what at least they were trying to do continuously versus Ultra Academy North America. They just could not get past that 50-yard line as Ultra Academy North America were playing no games against what Team War were having to offer. Iron Blood need a bounce back round here. Did not find success, at least trying to work their way over towards B. Taking things at a little bit more of a slower yet default roll here. Just playing off the information from some stuns, some nades, maybe looking for some wall bangs, and then collapse on the info.
See, this is what I thought would happen from Iron Blood Gaming again. These are the adaptations that we expected to see from these guys when they again faced off on Bakar Search and Destroy a week or so ago. Iron Blood trying to draw war out. Shots going in towards top Grandma's Denzer. Not going to run into any of them, so yeah, you might have a little bit of information that someone is very likely up there, but there we go. That first blood coming on through, and it is going to be a Classic. He reaches out all the way into the River Alley. That's a long one against Maple.
Classic staying alive as well, just fully backs on up. All the way over by that second cut, just outside of the stables. See with this bomb, looking to potentially move their virtues over towards A, and, well, they would actually have this read successfully. With that one pick that came through, Team War almost assumed that rotation's coming over towards B.
40. 1v1 versus Brack, but just shots going down at the moment. It's going to be enough now that Iron Blood Gaming are going to get the bomb down on towards A. Here's the reaction, though, from Team War. Denzer able to get Exceed, and Wardy almost gets that one kill he was desiring on towards Brack. Brack going to escape for the moment now. 2 versus 3. Denzer was on 5. He has been taken down. 35 seconds left on the clock for this retake to work, and Wardy is desperately hunting for any players. He has finally found Brack, but Brack wins it. 1v3 now for Harry. Not really much to lose here in this position. 25 seconds. You might as well get aggressive if you can. I think he's just trying to bait out any of these players, but just not going to happen. A flank comes through, and Iron Blood, their patience pays off. They end up winning around here.
I love that decision coming through from Iron Blood again, where they have found tremendous amount of success through Search and Destroy all weekend long and being the aggressors. They actually meet Team War's pace, and they just try to play off the information, work that first blood, and then just slowly play out the rest of the round, seeing if they can catch any more stray gunfights on rotation for Team War. It didn't even matter. They were just slow rolling their way over towards the AS&D, faced no resistance whatsoever, get that bomb down, and found trades along the way. Wonderfully done for Iron Blood to get themselves on the board.
All right, what's the response look like from Team War? They've given Iron Blood a round. I do kind of like this. Good response as well. Trying to see if they can bait Iron Blood Gaming out here, but that's just not going to happen. Look at the control over the A-bomb site coming in from Classic and Exceed. Doubling up inside Grandma's. Team War looking for something here.
Stun's not going to connect. No information whatsoever. So this is going to slow Team War's progress considerably. Going to have to do this the old-fashioned way, just brute force their way through Grandma's, maybe.
That is absolutely the call. Will Denzer find something though? Exceed just laying down on the floor, watching for that door through the alley. Denzer in from behind. There is one, but is he going to predict the player on the back tank? That is going to be Mohawk. Denzer should know that somebody is around here, but he might just get caught off guard. No, Denzer is still somehow alive. He's going to go straight for the bomb plant. Mohawk might have seen this. Classic's not going to do anything about it. So the bomb goes down. Now numbers still in favor of War.
Take a look at Brack still holding on the backside of L, just seeing if anybody tries to come through on the backside. Classic tries to hop it, will meet a swift demise. It is all fallen to pieces for Ironblood as far as a retake is concerned, but hold on a second because Brack found 2 kills. Still time to do this.
These players are pushed all the way back as well. Brack well aware of it. He has to be fast on this retake, and he's going to run right in a tractor, get taken out from behind. It was a nice prospect for Ironblood Gaming there. Brack almost made it happen. It was a good effort. But no, Team War come through, and Den's the playmaker in that one.
It's so tough, right? Because, I mean, Team War, they make that play happen. And we were talking at the Digital Green Room, especially with Visions and Shift, especially following that Winners Finals matchup, that was the play right there that they were continuously trying to force versus Ultra Academy North America. Work your way through Grandma's, but with some help this time from Denza as a 4-player squad. Was able to find that first blood, and I almost thought that they were going to come back through the tunnel, but then Double On Back had some help from up top on Barn, and they get that bomb planted today.
Now look at this from Ironblood Gaming. Fast as you like towards A. They've given nothing over towards B. Denzer up top. He's going to get the first kill versus Exceed. Despite those shots coming through from Brack, they're going to do nothing but make him weak. And that bomb now down, that is a ton of information gained for War.
Yeah, this is really going to fall in the back of the Classic. Maybe try to scoop up that bomb. That information will be mutual, of course. Maybe just trying to wait for an unforced error to come on the backside of Water Wheel. But these players for Ironblood effectively are trapped here on the AS&D.
War are very comfortable with this position. That bomb. Ironblood got to grab it. Harry just going to sit and wait. Mohawk on the God Tank, though, and Harry takes the shot. It's going to run all the way back here. That is a retrieval mission that has been successful now for Ironblood. But look at Denzer up top. He has the angle. Brack's going to bait him out, though. And now 3v3 we go. Bomb still on the hand here for Ironblood. They still have a chance to get that bomb down.
Or how much utility is honestly left, or if you're just holding these line of sights, because someone needs to deal with Harry on the backside of this God Tank. And, well, so far, nobody's trying to make the aggressive play happen. That's until Mohawk might be tasked to try to push up closer towards the backside of these hedges. Wardy trying to make a play through the middle of the map will meet a swift demise, 2v3 in a post plant.
This is falling apart for Team War. They had this one in the back. Now Ironblood with the numbers. Harry gets caught off by Mohawk, who is pushed all the way up now, and he can reposition well. Maple 1v3. You've got time to make this one work. The shots go in, though, and that is information here for Ironblood. Maple, though, with the reposition through towards Barn. Gets the first one towards Brack, but not the kill. The shots are in for both Brack and Classic there, but neither result in the frag for Maple. So, Ironblood back on the board, and that is, frankly, not a round they should win. Yeah,
no, honestly. With that first ball that came through from Denza, up top, Grandma's stopped the bomb going down immediately. Again, it really did feel like Ironblood were trapped on that AS&D, just waiting to see if anybody from Team War were going to push back through and maybe try to find a consolation second kill, but was not the case at all. Ironblood just hold the line. Brack finds 3 within that round, just waiting for Team War to come to them. And these slow roll offenses are really benefiting Ironblood.
With the aggression now coming out from Ironblood. How fast they pushed up. Exceed! This is the fast pace we saw in Bakaj Hardpoint, but this is an S&D, my friend. Exceed. Once a piece of Denzer, he will get it. And that's going to unsettle Team War. The bomb is retrievable, at least, but still. Where is Exceed? That's going to be the thing on their minds.
Gotta somehow collect this bomb as well. Maybe try to find a trade. Nice shots from Brack will not allow the trade to come through 2v4.
Ironblood just have so much information here. Nicely done from Maple. Hop, skip, and a jump to get the kill on towards Exceed, and the bomb has now been retrieved. But again, you get the notification there that that bomb has been picked up. Ironblood, they've got the numbers. Brack on the back tank should have the information here. Mohawk, though, ready for the push around the back. There it is. Wardy gets the first, but the trade is through. Maple able to get one. Does he get away? The chase is on for Classic, who is on his heels. Hasn't got the kill just yet, and now actually Maple's going to get the shot, since the Classic is going to have to be the one that runs away.
The Classic just fully concedes the area, just completely gives it up. Maple thinking that maybe he went all the way on the backside. Did Maple read this correctly? Here comes Classic out from the tunnel. Maple gives up the angle, looks towards the stairs, is going to find Classic, shoot him in the back. Team War able to bounce back from the depths of the 2v4.
Wow, Maple with the play. The fact that he even gets away there. Classic gets so unlucky. It is classic Call of Duty timing, quite literally. As, well, Classic gets unfortunate there. War able to bounce back after that prior round, which again, you know, Ironblood would be feeling fortunate that they were able to win. So the distance between these two teams increases once again. Maple on 3 in a row. Ironblood Gaming. Again, it's about those adaptations that we saw from the prior face-off here on Bakaj Search and Destroy. We've been seeing them put in Ironblood, trying to draw war out time and time again. But here comes that aggression from Classic, and it's Seed, and they're in towards Tools. They've made quite a bit of noise, so War should be aware somewhat that they're pushed far up.
Nobody up top Grandma's anymore either. This is really going to be on the back end of Wardy. Is he going to push up here once the bomb gets planted? And he's going to be met by Classic, who's already L-triggered on the area. But here comes Wardy with the delayed timing. We'll find Classic for first blood.
Well, that's nice to get that first kill, but again, the bomb is down now. You don't have control over Barn. Nice kill from Harry, though, on towards Exceed as well. They spot out Brack, and, well, they know that somebody's going to be back towards the back barn area. Mohawk's able to pick up one, but it's a bit unrealistic to expect him to get any more than that. As War now find themselves here on map point, just one S&D round away from tying this series up.
What a cool 4v4 retake there. Lets the bomb go down. Nobody from top Grandma's there to try to contest the A execute. And Ironblood Gaming were trying to piece together for themselves. And Wardy with the delay timing there to be able to take down Classic. And while knowing that there could be a 1-for-1 positioning. That is what we have seen from Wardy countless times throughout the entirety of the Challengers year. Just aggressive submachine gun plays to be able to find 2 within the round. Really enables Team War to find their success, as you say, 1 round away from tying up the series.
Benji just playing this one slow. Expect somebody to push out over towards Taxi. Brack's done it quite a lot here in this S&D thus far, but will not be doing it this time around. It's significantly more passive from Ironblood. So a War. They're not giving anything away for free at the moment. Mohawk draws that first blood on towards Maple. That's a long one as well. Classic follows up. The dominoes will fall. And for Team War now, that bomb is stuck in a very unfortunate position.
Harry and Wardy previously were rather separated from each other. That will change now. They're effectively just holding hands, trying to traverse the lands here on Bokaj in the 2v4. Look, you did it one time, so you can't do it again. The stun won't find any information whatsoever, but Mohawk just lying awake. Will they be able to get the timing to at least see one player come across over here? Wardy's already thrown a couple of shots, so they at least know where one player's located at.
There's not really much time to make this work, especially as the teammate comes from through. Well, the nade, excuse me, comes through from Exceed. Harry now 1v4. They know exactly where he is. This is one of those good luck, have fun situations where Harry can't really do anything. And the patience will pay off. The staring contest will end. And Ironblood. Another round on the board. It was 3 on the bounce for Team War. What a time to put a stop to the bleeding here for Ironblood.
Yeah, and Ironblood's defense, again, they didn't do anything too flashy. It was just a default setup when you're thinking about it, right? I mean, you had Classic over by the B stairs, just waiting for the timing and the confirmation from their teammates to come through on exactly where Team War were trying to execute from. He pops up, he finds that second kill, forces Team War's hand to try to bring themselves back from yet another 2v4. 1 round at a time. Ironblood for their offense again. They've been finding success with their slow roll offenses. Stuns will come through, will just open up a few doors. Wonder how much information they're able to gain off of it.
A lot of information. I have to imagine. A lot of noise has been made. Free fire coming out from War. Make sure nobody has actually got that bomb down just yet. That has not been the case. Ironblood are waiting for War to make the first move. Till he's been thrown out, and I think Wardy actually just got tagged by a few team nades. Nonetheless, though. Ironblood looking to get the bomb down now. Wardy just going to be waiting for that push. Sneaky as you like. Snake your way through, my friend. Here we go. Wardy's going to activate. Maybe the timing. There's the first one towards Brack. Does he get away? He does. Now just waiting. Classic pushes through, though, and towards Tools, and that's Denzer down.
Big play from Wardy to at least to stay alive. 3v3 you go. Look at the bomb actually moving through Grandma's right now. Exceed having to play this corner. You're starting to run out of time. Harry just playing at the backside of the window will force out a 3v2.
Exceed, you got to trade this one. You got to go straight through. And now that's bombed down in a terrible position. Mohawk in 1 versus 3. 30 seconds or so to make this one work. Gets the 1 kill on towards Harry, but again, it's the bomb retrieval mission that's tough, and as soon as you get one of these kills, well, the other one's probably just going to run away. There it is to close things out. Team War. They win Bakaj Search and Destroy before versus Ironblood. They're going to do it again here when it matters. Oh, the series now 1-1 between these two teams.
Shades of that round number 1 from Ironblood Gaming where they end up losing first blood on the backside of the B site. It really does force Exceed's hand to try to at least get themselves that trade on the backside of the God Tank. You are forced to make that trade happen. If an AR is not going to be overwatching the play over by the tank formation, then it has to be a submachine gun just to burst out of Grandma's and try to at least force their hand to make an A execute more feasible. It's just not going to be, not when you are playing against Timor on a map like Bocage Search and Destroy, where they have all of their I's dotted, every single T crossed. Absolutely wonderful execution coming from them, reading everything that Iron Blood were throwing at them.
Yeah, Team War in Search and Destroy at the moment. Yes, it might not have come across very well versus Ultra Academy North America, but will come across pretty well here. We know they've been pretty good at Search and Destroy over the last couple of seasons of challenges, and they showed it again once here. Again, I think when it comes down to it, you're seeing these players draw the first bloods time and time again. They are able to kind of make the best of bad situations as well. Iron Blood Gaming, oh, that is a tough one to lose. Team War, though, played very, very well.
Yeah, it really does say something. Again, the way that Team War has offered themselves to play Bocage Search and Destroy, much like many other teams across all different regions, is that very slow pace, yet methodical, make sure that we're holding all these right angles, play off the timings for Wardy and Denza with the submachine gun, either offense or defensive like, the pings from the minimap or confirmation from their teammates just to collapse on a play from one Iron Blood member trying to get the hell out of a sticky situation. It just always works out in their favor. It really does feel like it. Barring those 3 rounds that Iron Blood were able to take mostly off the offense, trying to meet the pace of Team War, it was quite revealing just how comfortable Team War truly are on a map like Bocage. We were talking about Denza there in the Ultra NA matchup and how they still popped off even in a losing form. This time around, they had some help as Wardy was absolutely electric on those retakes, and especially in the middle of the round through the middle of the map.
It's just how aggressive these players can get, right? Wardy and Denza, they're just so slippery, right? You can see that kind of in the non-traded kills. When you've got more than 50-60% of your kills being non-traded, you're just getting away time and time again. That is what's so frustrating when you're playing against Team War. And, I'll be honest, when it comes down to the veto process again, we know that Iron Blood played Team War on Bocage. I'll be honest, I don't know why they allowed it through here in the best of 5. Team War are an SMG-orientated roster. I would say, I think Iron Blood were fortunate enough to take away the Hardpoint away from Team War, because their SMGs are their biggest strength. And once again, we're seeing it here in the stat lines, as you say, Wardy and Denza being the top performers for the squad. 1k damage in the end from Denza as well. 117 damage, per round. Team War, they continue to prove their dominance on Bocage Search and Destroy, making a statement. They're able to tie this one up, Andy, at 1-1.
Yep. 6 out of 9 first bloods as well for Team War. Really just shows how much they were dictating the pace throughout the entirety of that. But you got to at least tip the confidence coming out from Iron Blood Gaming. I mean, they are definitely not short of confidence, I'll tell you that much, in between these 4 players. But yeah, that Tuscan control is going to be quite revealing for sure. Team War, again, their hard veto. They want nothing to do with Gavutu control. And the same could be said about how Iron Blood truly do feel on Berlin control as a whole. Really close run-ins through a lot of these different teams on Berlin control specifically. Iron Blood very much so tested on that control versus AIM Esports in that lower semifinals. Also had a 0-3 deficit in a loss versus Ultra Academy North America. Probably wanted to move over towards the map mode combination that they could play a little bit more slippery style, especially with what Exceed has been offering through that map number 1 and 2. Just comes down to the value to be able to be finding for themselves, because going over to Tuscan control, again, you and I were having a little bit of a jest about it before we actually went live with lower finals. This is actually still one of Team War's best map mode combinations.
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? Because when we talk about the veto process, we talk about Tuscan Control being the one that made it through. Obviously, again, you already mentioned the fact that Team War didn't want to play Gavutu. I do not blame them for that, given how strong the ARs have been. For Iron Blood Gaming, you do not want to face down Bracken Mohawk at the moment on Gavutu Control. That being said, again, for Team War here, I'm kind of surprised, again, that we're playing Tuscan Control, because we've already seen how strong they are at it. I mean, they beat Ultra EU, their fellow EU compadres, 3-2 on this very map yesterday. It was a strong 3-2, I will say, at that. Of course, that final nade coming through from Harry to finish it all up. It was a brilliant one. I'm going to be honest, I kind of want to see answers from Iron Blood, from like the coaching staff and the team, as to why the veto process has kind of landed this way, because I still would have preferred to see a Berlin Control if I'm facing up against Team War here.
Yeah,
I don't know. Is that
especially with knowing that they could outpace them as well. I think that needed to be the answer, is that you almost wanted to meet the pace differential, especially in the SMG department. Exceed, Classic really do need to be those 2 players. I mean, hell, you can even throw Bracken into that mix. Mr. can do it all, as it may end up being through the rest of this year. AR Flex, main AR during that Shady Kings run over in Toronto. And then what they're also showcasing here, sometimes picking up the 3rd SMG. I'm right there with you, friend. I definitely would have loved to see Iron Blood Gaming on a Berlin Control comparatively to the Tuscan. I really just feel like that Iron Blood Gaming don't know what they're in store for. But again, like I was saying, talking to Exceed ahead of the entirety of the weekend, they had no hard vetoes. They just wanted to try to force their hand on map mode combinations that they felt like that they were going to be more comfortable on. I just don't know if this one's it.
We'll see. Well, both teams at the moment look pretty locked in. Classic Exceed with his backwards cap on there. It's had a hell of a day so far, of course, with this team taking their victory over AIM Esports not that long ago. I'd have loved to have seen the reactions off the back of that matchup, but nonetheless, these guys will be feeling the momentum after that. Team War as well. Constantly got the support of the Team War guys who have been supporting Call of Duty Challenges for the longest time. Shout out to those people, and shout out to everybody in the venue right now watching Call of Duty Challenges. It's a wonderful thing.
You always wonder where those rookies come from. You always wanted to know how they ended up climbing the ladder. Who is this scrappy guy? How did he pop off for Toronto Ultra when he ended up filling for that one CDL matchup? It's here in Challengers. There is so much talent across all 4 regions, and it's all accumulated to this Challengers Finals. 3 teams remaining, tied up 1 apiece in this series. Lots of nationalities being showcased here in this Tuscan Control, but I love this call off the rip. Iron Blood, as aggressive as you like it, they find those 2 opening kills, Brody. They're already on B.
Yeah, on a map where one ticket progression can make the difference when it comes to who gets defense for round number 5. This is a huge call coming out from Iron Blood Gaming, and it's a successful one. At that here, Exceed still alive. He will finally fall now down to Classic and Brack on the point. And, well, the latter of those 2 players, the last one left alive. 2 tickets of progression, by the way, off the back of that opening push. That was a hell of a call from Iron Blood.
Yeah, I mean, look, the job is mostly set. Just try to at least get 1 segment off that aggressive push over towards B. Now you're really setting it in stone about the pace that Iron Blood are trying to set up for themselves, getting those 2 segments of progression over by B early. They're only leaving Brack to solely cap that A zone, gets past that 1 segment, while the rest of their teammates are trying to lurk through the map and try to find some kills.
Now Iron Blood going back to the old faithful, straight towards A they go. Unfortunate teammate coming through from Classic, but it doesn't matter because it's flanked in the kill feed by Brack and Classic. Also getting kills onto Team War members. Exceed should be able to close this one out. And you can see at the moment, look how jittery Team War are playing. They are holding very strong on their B defense, but they do not know just yet. They've let 1 player through in the form of Classic. As Brack wins 1 as well. This could well be a quick swing across towards B.
Yeah, and again, they only need 1 segment of progression, right? So now you're mostly looking at Harry, who's coming up through headquarters to at least try to influence and try to slow the roll of Iron Blood, and just still finding that 1 kill will at least keep Iron Blood honest. Now, you still have players in towards the backline. That's going to be Exceed, trying to zone away in the top side of Church, but the collapse is coming in. Team War, they have the angles covered, knowing that they got Iron Blood players here in top green.
It's going to be Brack and Exceed inside radio. That already pounce, waiting for the help from Mohawk. Classic as well. What are you ready for this one? The first few shots going down now. There's the first kill versus Brack. Elsewhere, Classic has fallen as well. It is all war on the kill feed. Mohawk only able to get 1. And if I'm Mohawk here, even with 90 seconds, maybe you could kind of disrupt this, but I would wait for your teammates. And to be fair, I think Mohawk actually kind of wants to get right in the mixer. Wants to cause some problems if he can towards this Team War lineup. And they still don't know where Mohawk is located. You can see it is going to be Medenza on the minimap trying to find him. But there we go. Mohawk actually going to get the better of his players. And now you've got players coming on the flank as well. This is an opportunity here for Iron Blood.
Yeah, it is. They have players in towards the back. Look, Exceed is all the way on the backside. You have Classic stalling out the clock. Someone's got to contest Classic down here on the zone. Finally, 1 player will drop. 3 players while we're looking at Classic. We'll get them off the zone, but you still have to deal with Exceed in towards the back.
Exceed still here. Still looking to cause some problems. He's being chased out by Wardy, and there you go. Wardy finally going to take him down. Harry for 2 as well. 60 seconds left on the clock here. Iron Blood Gaming down by 5 lives, and the overextension starting to come through from Team War. And for Maple, he is ready for that push through ruins from Iron Blood as well. Going to double back, but Classic is there to catch him. And to be fair, this flipping the map might not actually work out for Team War. They're pushed so far through, Iron Blood, they actually have a route in behind.
Yeah, I wonder when Harry is actually going to realize this, that they have to give up this rooftop positioning and try to come help out their teammates on the backside of this zone push that is starting to manifest itself, because Exceed is able to find 2. Now they should be more than aware, okay, now the map has completely flipped, but look at Iron Blood Gaming. They're trying to play with the time. 23 seconds remaining. Exceed kept weak, trying to climb up the ladder. Will unfortunately not be able to make that climb happen. 17 seconds remaining. Last chance saloon for Iron Blood to get on B.
There's still a chance if Classic and Brack are able to pull off something special, and, well, Classic will fall now just down to Brack. The AR that has been just monstrous for Iron Blood Gaming. There's the first, but not likely to get any more than that. It is just down to Exceed now. He can waste some time maybe for Mohawk to come off and pull this one off. But if Exceed goes through on the flank, he will get shut down, and, well, there's the last as well. Team War, they weather the storm, they survive, but that 2 ticks of progression on the B zone, that is going to hurt.
Yeah, we'll talk about that if it ends up coming into conversation, especially for a round 5 defense of segments of progression. This might be the decision maker whether or not Ironblood do get defense. But I got to go back to the point you were talking about with Team War chalking that A zone as early as they did. They lost a lot of lives in that scramble when Ironblood were trying to move their way over towards B off the rip, and then transitioned over towards A. Did not want to lose more lives, did not want to lose more map positioning. Definitely a nice reserved moment coming through from Team War. But now on their offense, looking through the middle of the map, they're able to walk away with 2 kills, so Presence is here, and Denz is already pushing through Church.
I love this from Denzo. Now, how much more damage can you do if you got through the enemy lines? But unfortunately, we'll get shut down there by Brass. But still, I think War want a piece of this. Pie and Wardy having a massive part of that. Picks up 2 against Mohawk and Classic. And now for Team War, an opportunity here to start to get some progression. Not 1, but both of these 2 points. Wardy is pushing through. That is 5 in a row for the man. He will get shut down short of any streaks. But the damage you have to feel is done. Team War have so much map control at the moment.
They're on both zones as well. And of course, Ironblood Gaming are going to immediately take their focus over towards B because that is the more difficult of the 2 zones to try to get in your favor for an offense. So it was a lot of bait that is going in the favor for Team War. They still hold that 5 life advantage. Wonderfully done from Team War off the rip there. They'll get the 60 seconds added on towards the board. And they know that they have that life advantage in their favor. So how do you work these 2 minutes? Which routes are you going to try to take? You know you want to at least try to get a player on the backside of the defensive spawn.
They're trying to do that. Exceed being uber cautious of the fact that Team War might be trying to push players through the back line, but they do want to get control of maps as well. Harry trying to do exactly that here, but loses the first one versus Mohawk, so that isn't exactly going to help. And I think now for Team War, the better option would be go straight through radio. Denza slides on out. There is no immediate trade coming on through here from Wardy, who is also successfully shut down by Ironblood Gaming. So Ironblood now, a moment to stabilize here. They've got 100 seconds or so left on the clock to defend. Not a lot of difference in terms of the lives, but map control most certainly here in favor of this Ironblood roster.
Yeah, Maple's going to get caught out for Mohawk, who was just holding down there by Well on the ramp itself. This needs to be a trade that might just have to be insinuated for Team War. Mohawk actually still gets the hell out of dodge all the way inside of Church. The stun comes through, but Wardy's hipfire is just too true. As you were saying, Team War continuously assaulting that P5 area, just trying to get themselves top green positioning, and Denza finds a 2-piece. So as long as you're able to find Exceed here, this is the last known defender before you have to take a look at the spawn.
Yeah, you've got past the first checkpoint, right? You've got control of maps, and now you've even got further than that as well. These players starting to push forward, but it is one by one, and, well, Ironblood Gaming more than happy to take those gunfights. They have the numbers. Classical clean house, and now it is just one player in close proximity. That is going to be Harry, who Exceed has actually just sniffed out. So Ironblood doing an excellent job at the moment with a staunch defense line that War have only broken once. 40 seconds now left on the clock, and for Team War, they continue to lose map control here, Andy.
Got to be able to find yourself a significant amount of kills. 3-for-1 trade is what you're looking for here for Team War to maybe try to get themselves closer towards that B zone. Some kills come through, 2-for-1 trade. Denza trying to at least swing to Exceed, who answers back with a 2-piece of their own. Now, a stray gunfight did come through from Harry trying to get themselves on that B zone, but Brack will find that trade. 10v9, 15 seconds remaining.
Last chance saloon for Team War. You've got to find a way through, and it is through maps where they have come time and time again. This time around, it is Denza who falls first. Nice nade from Harry to take down both Mohawk and make a second weak. Just a couple of players now on the point in the form of Harry and Wardy, but what can they do? Wardy, the last man left alive. He already made some heroics, some magic at the beginning of the first round, but not going to be able to pull anything off. And I think the thing is, despite those heroics that we saw from Wardy, it didn't actually result in any tick progression whatsoever on towards B. Key differentiating factor between the two teams at the moment.
Yeah, transitional gunfights are great all the way until you end up getting traded out by a 3-piece on the backside of Church, and then you cannot influence the transitional gunfights into pressure over towards that B zone. So very unfortunate to say. But Ironblood, they do hold that 2-segment progression advantage over their adversaries here of Team War. And how about it? Again, through the middle of the map they go. Not even a single whiff over by the A zone. They want B yet again, and they found the opening 3 kills.
This is concerning for Team War, and this time they're stacking as well. Look at both of the players on the point. They're going to lose their supporting cast. This first tick progression, though, nonetheless will come through. For Team War, they're playing this one super slow. That might come back to bite them here as the trade's starting to go and down. These players, by the way, still on the point. They're still stacking. Finally, in comes Wardy and Harry to pick up some kills. But Exceed and Classic are still here. Classic's still alive, by the way, looking for the third tick. And it is a reprise of what we saw in round number 1. Ironblood Gaming, that 2 ticks of progression. That is going to make it basically impossible here for Team War to secure a defense on a potential round number 5.
And Team War probably sitting there saying, well, there's certainly no way that Ironblood just go for B yet again, right? Well, of course they do. They get those 2 ticks defense yet again, now showing presence over by A. Still a minute is where the clock's being stalled out. Denza trying to make this flank happen, but he will be gunned from the back of Mohawk. 2-for-2 trade we go. Second segment will be locked in here for Brack. 22v21 lives are at least mitigated from that opening exchange that did come through from Ironblood, but Classic not done assaulting this B zone. He wins the 1v1. He's gonna have one more player behind him from Harry. He has some help. Classic gets the trade. That might just be the B zone.
Oh, Classic still getting kills as well. That's his 5th in a row. Looking for number 6. Will not find it. B is saved by Wardy, who picks up 3. The savior of the moment for Team War. B has not fallen yet. And Wardy is the sole reason for that one. A's still under threat, by the way. And if we go over there, it is Maple who will only get 1 before falling. This should be an A capture coming through from Ironblood Gaming to get an extra 60 seconds of the clock. But at this point, you've got to ask the question, I mean, do they even really need it? There's already a ton of time left on the overgame timer.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're mostly just going to try to play for that offensive round win, right? Because, I mean, Wardy's still on a 6 spree. Getting that glide bomb could be the trap card that Team War might be looking for. And off-screen, Wardy will rip the head off of Mohawk. So, glide bomb has been earned here for Wardy. Now it's about utilizing that resource when it utmost feels right. But 2 kills do come through in quick succession off the plat. You have presence here for Ironblood on B once again.
Yeah, and it is just a straight 2 versus 2 for the moment, at least. Now just the 1 versus 2, 1v3, whatever you want to call it, coming in through from Classic. He was unable to capture the point, but again, it's the pressure at the moment that Ironblood have been able to put on. Now, the dust has settled for the moment, a 10 versus 6 situation in favor of Team War, so they should be feeling pretty comfortable coming into this one, and they have map control as well. But speaking of maps, we have Ironblood Gaming looking to make their way through the headquarters. Maple, how ready are you for this one? Classic throws the nade out. That'll make him weak, and that'll be the kill coming through as well. Ironblood, they are well on their way towards B.
Yeah, they are all mostly inside of P5, but they're going to expect Exceed to come around on the backside of Church for this pinch play. You need to find success defensively to deny this P5 push, and how about it? It will come through. It'll force Mohawk to slow their roll up, wait for Exceed to come around the back. They will find absolutely nothing. Team War, throughout the entirety of this defense, yes, they lost 2 more segments over by B. At least they kept that life deficit manageable for the time being, but hold on, because some kills are still coming through. I'm not saying that it's not doable, but it seems almost impossible in a 1v odd situation there from Classic, but still, job well done. That's now 2 offenses in a row, and Ironblood have been able to get themselves 5 total segments of progression. But you got to talk about the trap card yet again. Wardy did go on that Goliath 7 spree, 27-20 for the kid. Gets themselves a glide bomb to use.
And that glide bomb will be integral for Team War. Now, again, we talk about the tick progression. We talk about the position that Team War are in. It's not that great, let's be honest. I mean, they're down by a ton of tick progression. Even if they win out here this defensive round, or this offensive round, excuse me. Still going to be tough. Team War now. They're going to make their way forward. Exceed. Going to trade things out, as does Classic. Now progression starting to be made on towards A, though, for Team War. Maple's got quite a lot to do here as Harry looking to make some kills over toward the headquarters. And we were talking about that 1 versus 1 that Maple had on the A zone. That has not gone his way. Denza falls as well. This is brilliant early round control coming out from Ironblood.
I mean, it's 2 kills shy of flawless coming out from Ironblood. They are only able to find 2 kills, our Team War, so far in this opening exchange. And while Ironblood are letting them feel the pressure, look how far forward all of Ironblood are pressed up, because they can afford to do so. The only way that Team War deny a round 5 offense for themselves is if they close it out here.
Team War, what can they do to try and defend the point? There we go. They're making their way on towards A, but Classic actually picks up 2. And now it is just the 1v1 for the moment. Maple versus Classic. Maple technically has the better head glitch in this position. Classic looking to get the kill, though. And Maple pops his head up. Classic bats him right down. But behind here comes Wardy looking to do some serious damage. He's only able to get 1. And with 30 seconds left now, Ironblood, the defense looks good.
This is worst case scenario coming through from Team War. They just simply cannot get out of their spawn reliably with their numbers. And they're scrambling across the map. You have 2 players trying to jostle for a position inside of top fire. 1 player trying to go for a straight push over by A. But Classic does not allow Maple to make forward progress as well. Now it might just come down to Harry. How much value can they find? Slowly working their way up towards P5. All of Ironblood have left this area, as well as Wardy's able to find at least 1 kill over by A. Is trying to stall out that clock. You did end up losing Harry trying to make a desperation push over by B, but this really is it for Team War in this offense.
They can still do this. There is only 1 player to deal with at the moment at the front of the control zone, at least, but that player is finally going to fall. Now Denza 1v1 against Mohawk, and Mohawk going to win that one. Nice two-piece, nice three-piece from Mohawk. That should be the closer. Harry might be able to slide on towards the point with 0.1 seconds on the clock. Harry finds his way on towards the point. War still in with a chance of this one, but you cannot afford to jump off this point for anything whatsoever if you want that extra 60 seconds.
You got to be careful here if you are Ironblood, because yes, they are throwing nades, and good nades at that. But if they continue to throw lives in a single file fashion, they're actually going to be giving up such a steep life advantage. There it is. The full A zone gets converted. It is 12v5 though. Team War, this is starting to look pretty darn impossible, especially with Classic finessing through the middle of the map. Is going to get themselves on a 3 spree. Oh, respawns remaining for Team War in their offense.
You just don't have the lives to make this one work, really. If you're Team War, you need a flawless push. That's a good start coming in from Maple. That's a really good start coming through from Maple to pick up both of those players. That's a lane that will be opened up. It's going to be tough to make it through headquarters. I'll tell you what, Team War are making this look possible. 30 seconds. Somebody has touched the point. That is going to be Denza, but he will fall. He doesn't have the support to make such a play realistic. And as Exceed takes down Wardy as well, Maple's going to fall. This one should be going to a round number 5, and it will.
All right, so it's just about the quick turnover, right? How much were you able to learn through the opening rip there for Ironblood? Because, again, Team War being down a total of 7 ticks going in towards that last offense, it just simply was just too far gone. It was inevitable that Ironblood were going to be able to get themselves that round 5 defense ever so wanted here on Tuscan Control. But, again, you see it here on your screen. Wardy did not use that glide bomb. There's really no opportunity to try to utilize it. 1-3 split. 3 players here for Team War trying to assault B early.
I like the call from Team War. Again, you've got that streak ready to go as well. So if this is successful, you could maybe utilize the streak and try and capture a Zone B, but it's not as convincing as what we saw from Ironblood Gaming on both of their offensive attempts. Brack going to take down Harry, and that should be that attempt at B pretty much neutered. So back towards A they go, but again, even this is not convincing because Exceed wins the 1 versus Maple. Denza left up to pull off some heroics, and he will. A second kill versus Classic. Now a realistic attempt here from Team War on towards A.
That's the X factor that you needed right there from Denza to come alive here in round number 5 to be able to find that 2-piece. Now pushing inside a church, we'll find one more. Brack, of course, there for the trade, but even more so than that, you are keeping the clock stalled out. Harry is still alive on the A zone, working up towards that final segment of progression. Kills also coming through from their teammates. 2-for-1 trade goes the kill feed. Brack at least trying to contest this A zone, turns around, but cannot get the burn onto Wardy. You truly do feel like that last little bit of segment progression there on A will end up coming through. Although Team War are only in the lead by a single life, they're going to get 60 seconds added onto the board here, Brody. And again, Wardy still has that glide bomb.
I just wonder when's he going to use it, right? When's the optimal time? You need to get a couple of kills at the very least before you decide to bring that glide bomb down. Maybe you want to use it for information. Who knows? It is up to Wardy. It's up to War when that glide bomb comes on out. But you've still got 2 minutes to go. Still a fair amount of time to make this one happen. And here comes that glide bomb from Wardy. They want to use it right now. This is full pressure being put in right now. But look at this from War. They bring the glide bomb down. Ironblood get hyper aggressive, Exceed with the punishment. And well, I don't think that's the use of the glide bomb we wanted to see.
No, you wanted to utilize the glide bomb to get Denza in towards the back. And albeit he does, it doesn't mean that Ironblood are not going to feel comfort in their hyper aggression. As you said, they push all the way inside of Bunks and P5. And Exceed is able to find 2 kills along the way. Flawless kill feed goes Ironblood so far. 21v16. And Team War just have to do it the old-fashioned way. They gotta win these gunfights in convincing fashion.
And it's just the map control, isn't it, at the moment? You're looking at the minimap right now for Ironblood Gaming. They've got control of headquarters. Got players inside top church as well. Team War got to be careful here because that player might go for a flanking from behind. And there you go. You see it on the minimap. Exceed's going to do exactly that. Brack now on our screens is actually going to lose 1 to Wardy. That's Wardy with 3. And now for Team War. An opening has presented itself. Denza pushing forward as well. Pressurizing the back line. This is an opportunity here for Team War. They need to make the best of it.
Go Mohawk at least able to find 2, but Maple can't stay alive inside of top green for much longer. It comes down to Harry. To the pistol he goes. Can't find all 3. 28 seconds remaining. Lives at least mitigated to a 3 life advantage there for Ironblood, but you still have to work your way all the way across the map. You have to find transitional gunfights along the way of your war.
Denza still in that backline as well. There's the first kill coming in from Wardy. Second on the platter, but Mohawk will be the one to take that one away. Mohawk gets aggressive. Now Maple, though, in from behind, and now it's going to be down to Maple and Denza to waste some time here. Denza are going to fall, so now it is all on Maple and Classic with 2. That should be all she wrote here. Wardy, he's the only player in close proximity who could do anything about this. He has to come through the church alley, and nobody is watching it, but Brack's going to take him down. Looks down at the last second. And Iron Blood Gaming, they will win out here on a round number 5. And I will say, I think after the way that Iron Blood played their offenses, that one is probably deserved.
I mean, that is the hyper-aggression that we have come to expect from Iron Blood, specifically on a map mode combination like Berlin Control. But when you get away with highway robbery of 4 total segments through 2 offenses on that B zone, that is inexcusable for Team War to never try to send maybe 1, if not 2 players to deny that B zone assault that Iron Blood had pieced together for themselves in 2 offenses. It was the opening rip, yes, that got them those 2 segments, and it immediately catapulted them to be confident to do it again. And by being able to get those 2 segments of progression, they damn well knew the job was done. They got that ever so wanted round 5 defense at the moment that the glide bomb got called in for Wardy, and Iron Blood denied any sort of presence to come through from Team Wormsu to follow. I'm sure that smiles were across the board on that side of the stage. They knew what they had just done, and that's taken a 2-1 lead in the series.
Again, a huge map. We can take a look at the replay package here to show you guys exactly how that one went down. But again, I think, Andy, you've just described it to a T. It was those 2 offensive round victories coming through. And I described them as victories because technically speaking, they weren't wins overall. Team War still won out on both those offensive rounds. But, you know, for Iron Blood to come out right out the gate, on both occasions, by the way, to do it a second time is egregious as hell. But to get away with 2 ticks of progression on both occasions, it's consistent, it's perfect. Team War didn't really have a response. And Iron Blood Gaming, again, it's just that aggression that we're seeing from this squad. So well done.
I mean, even when the glide bomb gets called in, again, this Iron Blood Gaming, they really only had 2 options. It's either try to full stack inside of P5, or you send 2 players like they did through green and try to flush out where some of these players from Team War were located at. In the hyper-regression, you have to trust Iron Blood to make those plays happen, much like how they did in the opening offensive rounds, where they were able to get those 2 segments back-to-back on B. It's just what the SMGs are continuously bringing to the table. Classic had himself a whale of a game. 36 and 31, 26 non-traded kills. 14 of those eliminations coming through on the offense, coupled that along with what Brack was bringing to the table. 29 and 25 short, but how about 4,600 damage for Brack?
It's just Brack things, mate. At this point, to be honest, again, it comes back to that conversation we've had, and I'm going to mention it time and time again because I think it's a worthy point to make. How is Brack not in the CDL? It's just like, that's the question, right? We have to keep on saying it because it's just so true. It's just like Brack is consistently performing like this today. He's performing out of his mind. He did it versus Amy Sports, and now he's doing it here versus Team War. You can just tell at the moment how much he and this team, they want that rematch versus Toronto Ultra North America. Because again, we do have to kind of bring it back to that point. We saw kind of the interview that Exceed did. That their opinion, at least, is that they did not play as well as they think they should have done versus that Toronto Ultra North America squad. That was not full potential Iron Blood Gaming. Is this full potential Iron Blood Gaming? That's the question we're seeing at the moment, because the way that we're seeing this roster play, it is lights out. Everybody is able to fire on full 4 cylinders, and well, I think now for Team War, you've got to find an answer back in this series.
I mean, Iron Blood Gaming, it's hard to say where their skill ceiling truly does stop, right? Because we're seeing all 4 of these players add their extra little bit of seasoning towards this wonderful cuisine that is Iron Blood Gaming's lower bracket run currently. Even through the 3 maps worth of played. Yes, lost to Team War on that Bokash Search and Destroy by 3 rounds that we knew was Team War's probably best bet to even up the series 1 apiece. But you had about the 80-90 point comeback on the Bokash Hardpoint. You had the continuous, relentless assault that was that Tuscan control through their offensive rounds. Look, at this point of your Team War, you just have to be able to rally behind with what has worked so well on this specific map mode combination and Hardpoint as a whole. And to be quite frank, what was working so well from them at the early stages of that Bokash Hardpoint? Be aggressive. Try to overwhelm these points of interest for Iron Blood Gaming. Do not let the confidence scream too brightly for this Iron Blood Gaming roster. Otherwise, oh, well, this might just be the last map here of Team War's Vanguard year.
It is Team War looking to touch first hit. And they're going to get the first 20 seconds or so. This is an amazing start from them. Iron Blood Gaming looking to find their way on through. And with Mohawk Classic combining for free, that is them breaking on through for the last 20 seconds.
Starting off with the favorite side of the map as well. I mean, Team War, of course, will be able to get there first, but Iron Blood, they clapped back in a thunderous fashion to be able to contest the back 20 seconds here. It looks like it's going to be fully conceded for Team War. Ironblood more than aware of this as well. Look at the route being run by Brack. And you remember going back to that lower semifinal match on this map mode combination, Brack was the route man, constantly trying to belittle the backline of whatever team that they're going up against. And, well, some damage might come through. The big play soon to follow. And Ironblood, they got numbers here inside of 2.
Yeah, worrying right now for Team War. They're spawning on the side of the map they don't really want to be spawning on, but maybe they can just get into the hard point and brute force their way on through. Probably not a promising prospect, given the fact that Exceed is currently sitting on the stairwell at the moment, causing some serious damage. It's 2 in a row for Kia, and Brack now looking to get the kill versus Maple, but War starting to pressurize their way on through. Despite those 2 kills coming on through, though, not in the kill just yet, and now here it comes for Exceed. They're going to come on down from up high. Gets the first versus Denza, Mohawk, also here for the supporting cast, and for Team War, for the last 30 seconds or so, Ironblood Gaming have done a super job at keeping these guys trapped in towards that dock side.
Team Nate's definitely not going to help out your virtues if you are Team War, though. Wardy at least is able to not only find the trade, plus a little extra there on to Exceed to contest the back 15 seconds. This is still a good 10 seconds to find if you are Team War, given the one fact that you know that you cannot contest the rotation going over towards 3, not quite yet. Now taking a look at this rotation over towards 3, you got to remember what Ironblood were constantly setting themselves up for on this Fortress of Solitude of a hardpoint for themselves. They are quite comfortable on this hardpoint, but the difference is Mohawk's not only over towards the back, he's finessing and just trying to keep Team War at bay there inside the B hut.
Ironblood Gaming with a real opportunity here to put some serious distance between themselves and Team War. We've seen it from teams time and time again with this P1 to P2 to P3 hit. Ironblood holding strong now, though. Team War looking to make their way on through. Maple's through the front. Need to be thrown out to pressurize Ironblood Gaming, and it's going to be Harry actually picking up Classic as well. So War are actually in here. Ironblood continue to spawn in the backline, though. Brack through the window will be shut down. Mohawk trying to pick up some supporting gunfights, but only one is what he has found so far, and War doing a spectacular job at keeping these guys, despite spawning in the back, off the kill, though. In comes Mohawk in for a 1. He is going to be taken down in the end by Wardy, but as we said, War doing a good job. They don't crumple under the pressure.
Yeah, contested time. Some time to be fought over there at P3 is going to be great for Team War. Exactly what you were talking about, because the rotation over towards 4 is still very much so in their possession, but they lost Denza coming outside of Mail. That's by way of Exceed, who, again, has found themselves behind enemy lines, behind the warehouse. So now you're currently at least witnessing Ironblood trying to set themselves up for a break attempt. Nades need to be on point. Angles need to be held if you are Team War to try to keep Ironblood at bay.
And here come those players from Ironblood towards the back line. Brack and Exceed still have something to say about this hardpoint. Maple Loop ready for them, and there you go. The kill's starting to come on through. It's a 4 down. Ironblood Gaming, they've removed Team War from the hardpoint. 30 seconds left here. This is still a wealth of time to get. Team War spawn out towards the middle of the map. Now for a Classic inside train. He's able to get 1, but a couple more come towards his way, and he will be shut down. But it's Brack now on 5 in a row. This guy has been so hot today, looking for number 6 and number 7. He might just get it, to be fair, here as Team War look to aggress. But if he gets this glide bomb, it could well be game over for Team War.
Oh, Brack eating a lot of damage. That's going to be coming from behind. Denza's going to be able to shut them down. No glide bomb accrued there for Ironblood Gaming, but they still hold themselves about a 20-point lead ever so wanted going in towards P5. Very difficult to be able to soak up a lot of hardpoint time here in the middle of the map, but it's not about that fully for Ironblood. They want to make sure that they can get some kills coming their way. Anybody from Team War to slow roll their way into their line of sights, because you know, not only do they want to be able to find these kills, but they want to try to hit through to flip those spawns ahead of the second set of rotations.
Well, it is going to be Team War or Ironblood Gaming, excuse me, on the right side of the map for the moment. Team War starting to pressurize, though. They're in for the last 30 seconds of time, and you are going to see this kind of air of caution, if you will, coming out from Ironblood Gaming. They did not lose the spawns for the next rotation, as you say. Team War, though, should be able to get a ton of time off the back of P5 if they take advantage of it, but that's unfortunate, I think, for Harry and Denza. Even another one coming through from Brack as well, as Brack gets 3 inside train. Another coming through from Classic, and that is worst case scenario. Not only do Team War not flip the map, they don't get any players through, but Ironblood aggress so much that Team War sent back to the respawn point.
Again, knowing that they're spotting to the backside of the warehouse, they slowly move their way across that B lane through Mail, and they flip out the spawns. How about Carson? Brack up to 14 and 6 on yet another spree. Really just layering in so much damage for the space to be provided for their comrades here of Ironblood Gaming. Mohawk snapping outside of the staircase there in the alley onto Maple. And now back over towards the glass to find kill number 4 in a row onto Harry. This has been an indomitable hold here for Ironblood on the new set.
Mohawk is just snapping from player to player at the moment. The shot's going towards Harry, but it will not result in a kill just yet. So Team War now progressing through the train station. Exceed, though, is ready for this one. He will not actually get anything here as the kill feed lights up red. Mohawk finally falls short of streaks, and, well, that is a sigh of relief here for Team War. 10 seconds that will be crucial, but I kind of have a laser focus here on what the rotation looks like. You've got a couple of players that will stop Ironblood short of making it past fire, but this needs to be a good kill coming out here from Team War. They can't afford to let these rotational battles not go their way.
Yeah, I mean, look, the lead is manageable if you are Team War. At least you were able to, again, contest P1 for a small amount of time. You're keeping this game within 20 seconds. You have the close spawns going in towards 2, and Maple is starting to piece things together. Finds themselves 2. Denza inside the hardpoint at least has an idea, especially where Exceed is located at. And you also have Wardy's help across that B lane to take down Mohawk. That's going to keep Ironblood honest for the next 10 seconds or so until the respawns come through.
This is pretty good from Team War. Much better than we saw on the last set of rotations here. Exceed, though, aggressive as ever with that MP40, looking to cause some problems here for the Team War hold. But look at the spawn flip. This is so huge now coming through from Team War. They've pushed themselves through towards that next hard point. That is a massive, massive play coming out from Team War. Maple's still looking to aggress on towards the next as well, but they have one threat they need to deal with, and it's Exceed, who might have just got the best Call of Duty timing he could ever have asked for in his career. He's pushed through towards lobby, and these players do not know about him.
Oh, they might have some sort of idea, though. They're counting numbers. They're looking for nameplates. It doesn't even matter, though. Exceed's still able to take down Harry and towards the back. You still have Denza effectively in the backside of P3, so spawns will not flip for Team War. Not quite yet. They are still holding numbers going in towards P3. The pinch successful as Denza finds the last 2 as they secure the opening time.
Ironblood could fight this one from the front. Team War going to be the ones with the control of the spawns round the back. Wardy able to pick up the 1 versus Exceed. This is good. Nice from Team War to push out here. Even this early on, you do have to be kind of careful here that you don't want to influence the spawns so that Ironblood don't get anything lucky round the backline. But nonetheless, I do like the sub-pressure that Team War are trying to apply at the moment. Denza looking to re-aggress through fire, but is unable to do so, and the kill feed will be white. Ironblood Gaming, they regain control of the point for the last 20 seconds, but I'm not too upset about that for Team War. Yes, you didn't get as big of an advantage as you would like, but look at the spawns. It is actually favoring Team War. As I say that, though, Mohawk actually able to win a crucial one over on that rotation.
This is now back-to-back sets of hard points from 4 and towards 3, where Ironblood have been able to send a player. It was Exceed last time. It's Mohawk this time around, just already influencing the rotation early from 3 in towards 4. It's forcing Team War to spawn inside of the alleyway just outside the train station, unbeknownst to Team War. Yet again, the routes from Ironblood absolutely pay dividends.
This might be the difference maker here in this game. Mohawk is on 5. He does get shut down there by a nice nade from Harry, so that is good news for Team War. But again, it's very easy to let a lot of time slip over on this hard point, but here comes that aggression. Harry and Denza responsible for it. Players in the backline now for Team War, and, well, Ironblood Gaming, they will be spawning out over towards the train station. This doesn't automatically mean that time will be going the way of Team War. They're still going to get at least one more wave of gunfights before they decide to get on towards the hard point. But to be fair, there it is. Brack's still alive somehow towards the train cart, and he will finally fall. So 20 seconds here that Team War will want to grab. It's Ironblood Gaming spawning out now as they look to position themselves for that P5.
It's the influence immediately when the break came through. You had Ironblood trying to take possession across that B lane. Again, top mail is a virtue when it comes down to the P5 popping, because again, although you might not be able to get all the contested in all of the hardpoint time of the world on P5 itself, you mostly want that side of the map because it's that much easier to enforce a spawn trap. But push too far forward, you're going to allow Harry to spawn in behind. The squad spawns come through. Now all of Ironblood need to turn around, but most importantly, Team War need to get Ironblood off the hardpoint.
Good proposition here from Team War. Now they need to hold that side of the map, and to be fair, I think they need to break into the hardpoint pretty quickly as well. Nice flank coming now through from Denza, who has already picked up 1, but he's been stuffed out here by the Ironblood Gaming roster, who are starting to soak up some time. Exceed now looking for number 3. He will get it versus Maple, and now back in towards the hardpoint. Ironblood Gaming go. 25 seconds now, and I do have a little bit of a concern here because this feels pretty reminiscent of what we saw versus Amy Sports. Exceed, Ironblood, they are very capable of flipping these spawns.
24 and 17 for Exceed on a 4 spree. How has he just gone and stayed alive on P5 for such a long time? The supporting cast absolutely layering in the damage to make sure Exceed can get these final blows. Now we take the rotation going over towards a third set of hard points, down by 27 points, but not out of it quite yet. Team War is still spawning into the backside of P3. They'll be inside offices first, but the numbers need to get here, and they need to deny any flank pressure that might start coming through from Ironblood.
Harry and Wardy gonna fall, but Brack actually gonna get teammated there by Classic. That will assist Team War in holding on towards this one. Still, 45 seconds left here. There is an opportunity for Team War to close it out off the back of this hard point, but Exceed now starting to pressurize through dubsteps. He is gonna get 1 versus Harry, chased up by Wardy though, and that'll be another kill coming through here from Team War. Ironblood Gaming, They want to close it out. Brack trying to get the kill on the outside. The trade should be through from Mohawk, and it will. That's going to be good, but still now, Team War going to cross that 228-point mark for this one. Ironblood Gaming now. It's one last hurrah. Classic able to pick up one versus Harry. Denza, though, holding strong with the trades. It's a pinstripe kill feed, but ultimately, Team War now going to be removed from the hardpoint. This is all on Wardy, and he is taken down, but there is not enough time here for Ironblood to close it out. We're going towards P2.
You gotta take a look at the rotation immediately in both Brack and Classic. They understand the task at hand. Nobody from Team War are coming across the dubsteps. They are all in for this rotation across the B lane for 2.
Two players inside now from Ironblood Gaming. Brack able to get one now. The kill's starting to go in favor of Ironblood Gaming, but Maple, he is through now. Another kill versus Brack, and Harry's the one to pick it up, but kills now coming in from both sides. A pinch maneuver from Ironblood Gaming as Mohawk on 5. And now for Team War, you got to find a way in. Mohawk is going ham at the moment in the final moments of the game. Wardy with one on towards Mohawk. Brack from up high, and Classic as well. That should close things out as Ironblood Gaming again, for the second time today, are able to close things out on Mailroom here on Berlin Hardpoint. Another team sent down and out of the tournament here on Berlin.
As back-to-back Hardpoints where Ironblood always feel like that they are truly out, especially for the lead deficit that is being manifested from the enemy team. But they are absolutely always still in it, trying to get those rotations in their favor continuously. Fist bumps around on the right side of your screen for Ironblood, coaches in tow. That is a GG's and a half. Team War put on a hell of a show throughout the entirety of the weekend, but Ironblood simply will not be denied. They want their retribution matchup in Grand Finals versus Toronto Ultra NA, and they're going to get it.
They are desperate for it. Another chance now for Mohawk to take on his former teammates. What a hard point, though, to close out this best of 5, Andy. Just incredible again. And it's exactly the same thing. I mean, at this point, I will say, maybe a little less egregious considering they weren't down by about 30 points or so coming into that spawn flip. But, nonetheless, again, it comes down to the mailroom, comes down to a brilliant rotation, massive gunfights, massive streak, by the way, at Mohawk towards the end as well. He went absolutely huge. Team War, they will be very sad about that one.
Well, I mean, they should be at least happy with how the season has pieced together for themselves. Look, you get second going back to Minnesota when they were playing under the M7 Electrify banner. They get picked up for Team War, not the showcasing that they wanted there at the Pro-Am, but you talk about the influence that they had across the Elite Series continuously through the 4 seasons of play. And also auto-qualifying, of course, here from Champs. The only time when they drop maps is here on Championship Saturday versus Ultra NA and here in Ironblood Gaming. And as you said, it really did feel like that some players on Ironblood were starting to move a little diffy there towards the end. Brack earlier on was going absolutely ham. Then they started to get shut down, but then when they needed him the most, he started popping back off again. 25 non-traded kills, a total of 50 non-traded kills between Mohawk and Brack. The AR lineup of Ironblood, this is exactly why you talk about them continuously. Look at all the damage that they were able to layer on in to make the SMG presence between Classic and Exceed that much more potent.
I know we say about the Ultimate, I know we say how disgusting that weapon is, right? But again, it's like Brack and Mohawk are able to get themselves into position after position to just streak out time and time again. And you see it there in the final stat lines that they are the ones out on top here for Ironblood Gaming. We take a look at our final map set for the series here, Team War. I have to say, I think they will feel like this should have gone to a game number 5 at the least, because that first map was a real tough one, I think, to swallow.
Yeah, I mean, look, you had about a 70, closer to 80-point lead. And Ironblood, they worked their way back into the game. I mean, barring some major heroics that were coming through from Exceed, dropped a bombshell of a map number 1. Really did feel like at any given moment of time through all 4 maps worth of play that any one of these 4 players for Ironblood could turn up, and they absolutely delivered. Should it have gone to a map 5? Yeah, maybe, but that's not the universe we're living in, Brody. We are living in the universe where Ironblood come out of the woodworks. They forced that Tuscan control, and through 2 offenses, they had all the momentum in the world leading in towards that map and final map number 4.
And now it's time to nerd out, because we have a promising match next up, the final match of Call of Duty Vanguard here for Challengers Ultra Academy North America versus Ironblood Gaming once again. Ironblood, this has been the story, hasn't it, for them? This has been the story, I think, for them coming into the event. And really, I think we could probably just say from Mohawk, of course, dropped from Ultra Academy North America following a victory at the end of Season 4 of Challengers Elite. And, of course, I mean, for Ultra Academy North America, they were unbothered by it. I mean, they felt pretty good with Assault, and I don't blame them for that, because they have booked amazing with Adam on the team. Of course, winning Boston and now coming out and not having dropped a map so far in Challengers Championships. Will the first map they drop be against the Iron Blood Gaming roster that looked rejuvenated coming out of day number 1? Taking down AIM, taking down War. The path to retribution has been a long and windy one for this roster. Just one more team to make the hell of a comeback and the losers bracket run, but it's against Ultra Academy North America, Andy. It's gonna be a banger. Well, that match is coming up next. We're gonna go send it to a break. When we return, Ultra Academy North America, Iron Blood Gaming, the final showdown.
Tune back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess. This not a test. It's not a race. No black or white. Everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow. Only the present. That is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen. Beauty of choice. You can stay silent. Forget your voice. You can malign them. Hold a grudge. Or stand before judge. Just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment. Fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like it's too much. Just when you feel like you've had enough. Take a step back from the edge. And take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Ever gonna live again. Sometimes you don't like where you live. Sometimes you don't really like your kids. Sometimes you grow out of your friends. Sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror. 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow. Or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore. Endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much. Just when you feel like you've had enough. Take a step back from the edge. And take a deep breath. And dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Ever gonna live again.
And then there were two. North America takes over the grand finals with Ultra NA now going up against Iron Blood Gaming for the first ever international title as Challengers Champion. My whole shift with me visions as we close this one out. Ultra NA coming out of the upper bracket have been the definition of unblemished, perfect.
Start with the first three, I guess, right? You're in the first best of 5. Try to take it map by map. And overall, I mean, this is the team that's final. This is the final boss that you're going to have to try to cut through. And we go back to just what was happening the first time around. It felt like they were getting outslayed. It felt like we weren't getting the same Iron Blood Gaming team that we're used to seeing. And I think even the players had went and said that. So if you're coming into this one, you just came off a really hot win versus Team Moore. I felt like most of the players that needed to step up, like Brack in Mohawk, to match the AR pressure was there. So my head's at, listen, you can do this. You're coming off a lot of momentum, but you have to make sure you start hot. You know what happens when Ultra Academy build up a lead. It's happened all weekend.
Yep, I mean, we've said this throughout the entirety of the year, and I know that a lot of people out there that have been following along with competitive Vanguard just kind of attribute some of the chaos that we see to Vanguard being Vanguard, but I still maintain the same mantra we set up at the beginning of this year and kind of through the middle of the Challenger season, where the team that is the most proactive and the most efficient and effective at being proactive is going to find more advantages than disadvantages. And that's the biggest thing, I think, when you talk about the AR presence really starting to show up for Iron Blood Gaming, but maybe a step slow with their subs. You need to see the SMG line match up, if not surpass what we've seen from Ultra NA here if you're Iron Blood Gaming. You need to see Classic really find form. You need to see Exceed continue to find success on this flexible role that he's been playing, because otherwise you're playing reactionary COD, and you are not allowed to do that against Ultra NA when it comes to trying to take 6 maps in total from them. So that's where it starts. I think you're absolutely right. That whole coming out hot mentality, it has to start with the players up front.
It definitely does. And I feel like the good news is that Classic actually has shown like a couple of really good moments, especially through that Team War series, where he was actually finding a couple doubles, a couple of holds while collecting time and going big for his squad. It was just the slow starts, right? We go back to, I think it was 5 and 16. And then I think in the fourth map, it was also really rough to get going, like 7 and 19. It was all over the place. So if we can get Classic, like you're mentioning, to match the pressure of Hixie, to match what Vehicle is able to do when he has a sub in hand, all of a sudden, I think this does become a little bit of a different series. So a lot that's going to be laid out here for us, but I think most interestingly, we have the series layout. And this is where I think we're looking at, a couple of maps in particular where it's like, okay, they have changed some things up here for as far as what we did see the first time around. There's still a lot of Berlin, which I'm sure Ultra is going to be very happy about, but you are throwing different maps in here, like the Gavutu compared to the Tuscan that we saw the first map when they played.
Yeah, the Gavutu is an interesting one because the thing about it, and we've said this a couple of times before, in particular when we were at Toronto and we were watching that Shady Kings Whatever It Takes team play against this Ultra NA squad, a lot of it was on Gavutu. And the one thing that we really noted on was the ability for that Shady Kings roster to take Hixie out of the equation. It never really felt like they were able to get Hixie into a hard point or get him on a route that would open up space to possibly flip spawns.
Yes.
That has to be the case here once again for Iron Blood. Whether that's by way of Classic hitting an early route or Exceed hitting an early route, or maybe just a simple fact of the matter is you're going to trust some of the players like Mohawk, who, by the way, is the only reigning North American champion coming off of Cold War last year, to shut down those routes early and really step into his own skin here. You need to have that. And let's be candid. When we started the day, it was Iron Blood versus AIM Esports for like 3 straight Gavutu hardpoints. There were times where they had that going for them, but then there were other times where that wasn't there at all. We need the former of those two things to show up immediately on the first set of rotations between especially Hardpoint 3 and Hardpoint 4.
It's not just that, Alan, but also the storylines here between Mohawk and his old team, as you just brought up. And then we have Brack that's also going up against Adam Assault here. So there is just so many storylines, so many narratives going into this matchup. I mean, you have the simple fact that Ultra is still yet to drop a single map here, but an Iron Blood team that's now been able to come together with a couple of wins, knowing what's on the line, knowing this is it. You have to lay it all out on the table. Maybe we get a different look here. you have to consider it. But without a doubt, there is a lot going on between the players. And I mean, we were even seeing some of the pop-offs from Veto and Scrappy, right? Yelling at them, letting them know.
Day one.
It was some of the craziest trash talk I think I have seen in the Vanguard season. So you know what's coming, but you want to make sure that you're also doing a bit of it yourself, which is obviously going to take everything that we've kind of been talking about leading up to this match, having a good start, and making sure everyone is coming to perform.
There have been a lot of different players in North America that have candidly kind of talked to us as casters and said, it's just like, dude, we just want to beat Scrap, man. It's just, he could be so annoying when he's always in your face. He's always chirping. He's always saying something. We really want to get a win versus this guy. But the fact of the matter is there's a massive advantage here for Ultra NA coming out of the winner's bracket and getting the benefit of a second best of 5 to where if something has gone wrong, you can change what the map set may look like. They've been kind of staying away from Bagage Hardpoint a lot, but let's just say, for instance, you come out, you just don't find any AR success. Who knows? Maybe you do want to take Bagage into the next time around. Again, that's all foreshadowing, maybe a little bit to marinate on, but we're getting on into it. Map number 1 of the grand finals. For the first time, we'll have crowned a title champion and challenger since the program has existed, and it starts off on one of the maps that I have to go ahead and say the most fundamental and mechanically sound team is going to come out on top. Let's see.
Let's see it. Let's get into it. Let's do it. Hixie, first one in, will get shut down. Classic already off to maybe that fiery start we wanted to see it. And how about it? Brack there for a little bit of assistance. Good for 3 kills here so far. Vico, the last one left alive, and Brack will find the trade. Good opening here for Iron Blood, but still more work to do.
Yeah, great control, especially off that double from Mohawk. That will win the middle of the map here for Iron Blood Gaming to start working not just through these staircases, but if they find another set of kills, maybe you could push around the back and start to flip these spawns around for eventually P3. A lot to ask, especially considering that Ultra NA are fully stacked up from the front looking for a full-on wipe, and it's Hixie for 3 in a row. A full 4-man team wipe comes out, only dropping 1, and not only are Ultra NA back into the hard point, they've got full boat control and a little bit of forward pressure from Hixie.
Absolutely, the forward pressure happens so fast. Hixie just flies over here on the 3 spree, and they're going to be more than happy to give up some of that scrap time as long as this early setup is going to result in some early time. We'll see if they're going to be able to hold on here. On board with Hixie again, still yet to die after going 0-2. Spawns look like they might just slip out, so Ultra maybe just push a little too far, and now they're going to have to deal with Iron Blood, but Hixie up top on 4, looking to try to earn some more.
And this is where Hixie can be super dangerous when he's got space to work with. He becomes a loose cannon and is on 5 now. Here's number 6, stunned up. Good help from his teammates over the top of green. Also, Scrap makes sure that there are no hits from IBG. And all of a sudden, Hixie has got early streaks. He has number 8 stolen away from him, but he's got Breck on the corner. Little heat check out of Charlie. Eventually shut down, but Ultra NA, a fiery start here at P2.
Oh, I'll tell you what, you better be worried right now if you're an Iron Blood Gaming fan. When Hixie starts playing like this, it becomes terrifying because we know what everyone else is able to do as well. But Classic trying to get something done for the remaining 10 seconds on P2. Iron Blood Gaming, they will be able to secure it, but it's now about the rotation, and it's a bit of a foot race. It will be ring control right now for Ultra, but they're going to have to cut through a couple more members before they see this point.
And Iron Blood are not confident enough to get anyone into the boat on this third hardpoint as of yet. Good kills coming through as Exceed is able to take control of some of this rock wall. Wants to get up in towards you. Easy 1v1 as Vehicle was not ready for the challenge whatsoever, so 3 in a row for Exceed. Now trying to finesse. The Glidebomb called out very early here for Ultra NA, trying to get on in. They're going to neutralize the time for now, but they have not dealt with Exceed up close and personal. Route by Hixie around the back, though. This is going to set up a pinch and maybe even a block of the spawns. The only one onto the site right now is Brack. He'll be taken care of by way of nade, and Ultra NA will get the benefit of using the Glidebomb to hit the route and get back in with still 30 seconds to fight for.
I love that call from Hixie, and now Vico is starting to piece together a couple kills as well. Finds the double right through the mid-cut. Ultra find themselves still contesting some of the time with the fast-track rotation, but Classic's nade will deal with Hixie. So despite not having the spawns for the majority of that, they're able to at least really get a lot of that time going over for Iron Blood Gaming, but 60-65, just about a dead even game as we head into the P4 rotation.
Look at this line of scrimmage down the 50-yard line of the map. Ultra NA are watching everything, and they're going to soak up so much free time because of this. Sure, Vico will fall. That'll open up a space for Iron Blood to start making their way towards Beachfront, but right back spawning up in place is Vico, and he should know that he's got to pick up his same lane. The middle of the map's still fully contested, but Iron Blood are finding a lot of success, and interestingly enough, Brack gets around the back. He's going to flip the spawns around. Exceed is actually blocking the close ones towards Ship. This is going to work out great for Iron Blood. The pinch is now all the way through. Exceed finding kills through the middle of the map, and Vico shut down means that Iron Blood will get a clean break with plenty of space to work with.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake, I think, from Vico, kind of reinforcing the hill, thinking the hit's going to come through from cliffside or maybe from the front, but realistically, Brack just gets a free lane to come through the beach side and gets the spawns in the back. So that sets up Ironblood Gaming to secure the back 30 realistically, give themselves a bit of a cushion, and now Exceed, already at the top of boat, might be able to get some early progress done at P5.
For Ironblood, this is a lot of focus on towards the boat itself, but Hixie shuts down the play, holds on to the staircase. He's got help above him by way of the green building behind. Tough gunfight there for Hixie, and Mohawk will eventually help overwhelm, but Ultra and A able to trade back kills mid-map. On the zone at the moment is Eagle, just staying alive on the barrel as much as he possibly can. Classic looking to get in, but is shut down. Kill still looking good though for Ironblood, but Hixie, he just darts right across no man's land, gets into a cheeky position, and now all of a sudden, extra space has been gained. Ultra and A keep stealing away real estate from Ironblood, making this as difficult as humanly possible, even though they don't have the numbers.
Oh, that's a big team kill that comes in through. A little bit unfortunate. Brack trying to battle out against Vico on top of the point. Tough battles, low on health, and Brack takes the reach out. He's good to be able to break in. 20 seconds left here for Ironblood Gaming to again fight for. They've been good on the back 20s, the back 30s, and they continue to do so, as that will be the locked-in 15. Assault on the way to New. Big win on the Classic as he finds a massive one-on-one to secure some early ring control.
Everything has to slow down a touch here for IBG. Exceed's able to take down one into the hard point, but that's really not going to make too much of a difference for Ultra and A. Mid-map, all fully controlled by the team in white. Ultra and A spawning left, Ironblood spawning right. Full three-man stack here for the Breakers as they look to make a move over through third hardpoint. They'd actually have lost Scrap. Look at them, they're all searching. It's a little Where's Waldo coming through, and Scrap is going to be able to get a little bit of assistance. He gets a 2. Finally, Brack able to put him to best, but Assault is still alive on the hardpoint, and he will control time as 20 seconds have already ticked away on the first hill.
All right, 35 seconds left, and Assault's in a good position to cut down the next wave. Another team kill. These have been coming through consistently right now for Ironblood Gaming, but will it even affect them? Exceed can't combine for the double and won't really be able to make up for the play, but his teammates are still here. Eagle maybe just trying to put in a little additional pressure for the back 20 again, and this time it looks like maybe Ultra Academy have finally been able to squeak out in the back end, but it will be one last push for Exceed. He'll try to battle out against Scrap, who has not had the best game, but is still looking to try to get the help from Hixie, and he'll get it. That's the Scrap time, and that's Ultra Academy getting the lead back.
Yeah, this is an absolute punch-for-punch, hit-for-hit tug-of-war game coming through for both of these two teams. You had mentioned it just a moment ago. Ironblood really good in the back 30 seconds of a lot of these hard points, and that's what's kept them in this game. But the trend needs to change, because at the moment, Ultra and A are winning a lot of these rotations, technically speaking. So you need to start seeing a little bit more pressure on the back 20 seconds of these hard points towards New. And as Mohawk is able to clear off one of the staircases, Exceed is able to freely start to make a move forward, trying to get a little bit of hard time here on the second. Ultra and A setting up for a break attempt, a lot of it coming from the very bottom part of the minimap, leaving Classic essentially by himself into the hard point, gets the first, nice shots onto Assault, but too weakened up, could not win the gunfight, and Ultra and A look good with numbers to try to soak up the majority of this last 22 seconds.
Yeah, really interesting spot right now. They can't really afford to hit old because Ultra are already so far pushed forward, threatening your early rotation. I mean, they are on top of the hill. You got player 7 right now, Scrap, who might be able to start winning gunfights in the back. Hixie's trying to get involved, goes to the pistol, but Scrap will not be able to stay alive. Good work here from Classic and Exceed doubles up.
Okay.
Are you kidding me? That's huge here for Ironblood Gaming. They have control and they're on the hill.
It's literally 6 of one, half a dozen of another. This is a great moment for Ironblood, but it comes at the cost of losing every single second in that back 20 on ult. So you have to put together a solid hold. And the thing about this is, they don't know that Ultra spawned in the back. No one's expecting this.
No.
Brack is still looking forward. They got too far forward. Exceed just pushed right through ring. He was looking to pinch up the middle of the map, and Ultra and A, Christmas come early, little Christmas in July late maybe, because they just get gifted over spawns, and now all of a sudden Brack has to call in the glide bomb just to try to save this hard point. Sure, he gets one out, but no one can follow up the touch time. This is going to be Ultra and A scrap time.
That is so puzzling here for the side of Ironblood Gaming. You have a player deep beach, in ring, and on the boat, and nobody's watching the back in that situation. Where else are they going to be? And well, the punish is huge. Off the back again, 30 points in favor of Ultra Academy. Maybe trying to squeak by with another 5. Shots being lined up right now for Assault, who's had a slow start, but will be able to get help again from Scrap. So take a look at the rotation, and oh my god, look at player 6 right now. Hixie can get here. Hixie's in the hill, and he's already threatening New.
I'm telling you, man, Ultra and A they have not really lost the rotation yet, honestly speaking. Granted, I think you could probably immediately say, well, they didn't technically win the third hill, but they were giving spawns away. And even if it was premeditated for Ironblood, they were not aware of their own play. So now all of a sudden, they're under a threat of being spawn trapped. Assault able to weaken up enough players for Hixie to get a double. He's 20 and 19 with over a minute worth of hardpoint time as an SMG, just absolutely in takeover mode on all these rotations, and over 200 points go Ultra and A and Ironblood. They have to challenge.
They have to. You can't give 25 over to Ultra Academy right now. You have to get in here, and you have to get in here now. Exceed for the front will be shut down. The only player up is going to be Mohawk, and he's got to get through every single Ultra member. And, well, that's not going to happen, so they get 25 points there in the end. Sure, they have the rotation. Sure, they get 4 down here, but there is so much work that needs to be done. You're going to have to chain multiple hills together if you're going to stay competitive here in the Gabutsu.
Huge moment here for Classic. He just needs to keep his life. Don't need to overchow anything. Just keep your life. Create space. Force Ultra NA to have to go down the direction towards number 3 Mohawk is, but ooh, Mohawk will actually fall, but Classic picks up the top side of ring. A key position locked down from Ironblood. The first 15 seconds gone off the 5th hard point. It's just down to can Ultra NA break this from the front. They've got good space. They've got good nades. Mohawk cannot watch from Red Top Tower, and Ultra NA have neutralized the time. Hixie over the top, shut down by Classic. 1v1s galore all over the place, but Ultra NA come out on the majority of them. The trade game is won, and now Ultra can win on this hill.
The breaks, the rotations, Ultra have just been too good on the day. And now with the final push really coming in here for Ironblood, they're going to have to get in, win the scrap time, and win the rotation. That's a lot to add up, a lot to tally up, but Hixie wants to get it done potentially here. Won't have the time to do so, so he'll just try to finesse his life. But it's all about P1 and everything really going the way of Ultra. Brack is going to have to do it all.
He's literally going to have to do all of it. You are not kidding, and Scrap will shut him down initially. Exceed from the outside of the top side of ring. Couple of shots into Hixie. Now the pre-fire. Shuts down one. Scrap right behind him, but Exceed's creating a little bit of extra space. Help is on the way. Classic's able to find one through the middle of the map. Exceed's still alive, able to get the regen off, and Exceed gets the double! It stops at 240 for Ultra NA. The numbers now starting to fly forward for Ironblood. Exceed dances outside the hill, wants to put together a little bit of a perimeter, and there's a chance, with these kills still coming through, that Ironblood could extend this to another hard point.
They definitely could. I mean, this is the setup that you want to have. Exceed's low on the beach. 2 players in the point. Just need to win battles. Scrap unable to find anyone up top in ring. Brack still staying alive. Hand in hand will be Ironblood. They lay down on the trigger. They'll find the kills. One more coming up the stairs, but it's a double. It's a lineup. And now a 1v1, but Scrap cannot win it. Exceed continues to go massive around the P1 hill, but it's all about P2 and Ironblood. They gotta go.
It's Brack again, but he's been red this time. Hixie's going to chase down the kill, plus they get the kill off the exit. 241, 225. You've got to get on in. But look at the setup from Ultra NA. It is absolutely flawless. Players up top, players down low. They're contesting every angle. 247, 3 seconds. You got to get in from the side. Brack only able to find 1 kill. It's just down to Exceed, who cannot slide into touch in time. And a massive blunder out of Ironblood in the second set of rotations through the 3rd hard point, not reading how the spawns are going to work. Costs them map number 1. And Ultra NA will find themselves a huge advantage here early.
Oh man, what an incredible first map. And well, we take a look at the player cams, and of course, Scrappy gonna let them know, but that time around, it was a lot closer compared to when they played in the last series and they met up against one another. Extremely close, and I want to say that Ironblood, they had that one. Everything that we laid out, Alan, having a good start, having the ARs doing what they're doing, have Classic at least show some consistency, it was there, but the ARs started to slow down through the 2nd rotation. That was the big factor, because Assault, he had like 5 or 6 kills before going into P5. They were not having the same AR pressure they usually do, but unfortunately, they were able to start to pick up steam, started to roll with it, and that was enough to kind of carry out that win. But still, a very good attempt here for Ironblood Gaming in the first map.
Yeah, and this is Ultra NA's map pick for what it's worth, so at least there is that to consider, but it still feels like the win conditions for Ironblood were really never trending their direction fully. Yeah, and you hit it perfectly, mind you, when it comes down to the simple fact that Ironblood was great in the back 30 seconds of pretty much every single hard point up until we started to get down to the nitty-gritty of everything.
Yes.
But the 2 things that really missed them, first and foremost, Hixie still pulled together so many cheeky routes that were never scouted out in any form. He was hitting the right route at the right time, and Ironblood was caught off guard 2 or 3 different key moments. The other one is when they start to put a little bit of a proactive play together, pushing past P3 in towards the middle of the map, and then all of a sudden not reading that you flipped the spawns. It didn't seem purposeful that they were trying to make that happen. The awareness was not there for Brack at all. He should be looking behind him if the idea for Ironblood is we're going to get this opening hardpoint time and then push through to try to spawn trap Ultra NA in the back. That never seemed to be the call, and that little bit of confusion is the difference of 25 seconds. They found literally 25 seconds on that P3, did Ultra NA, because of that little blunder.
Yeah, they definitely did. One of the big moments in that game, without a doubt. Ultra Academy capitalize and say thank you for gifting us the spawns. But, man, at least a better showing here for Iron Blood Gaming. Just coming back to my point, it's good to come out here and at least keep this one close. You have to remind everyone that's tuning in, like Ultra Academy, they've yet to even drop a map this entire tournament. So the fact that this one's at least 25 points is better than I think we've seen from the majority of the maps that they have at least played so far on the day, as well as yesterday here. But man, oh man, tough one to say the least. And now we take a look at the series layout here yet again, Alan, and we're going to be heading over to a Bokai Search and Destroy here for map 2.
And this is going to be for a pick from Iron Blood, this is going to be still a confident playground for Ultra NA to work with. We saw it just in the winners finals where they were still putting together some really cheeky little curveball looks, getting away from just the normal default that you would expect. Now that said, I kind of watching over this Iron Blood team as compared to Team War when the winners finals was happening, I feel like Iron Blood's a little bit more unpredictable than Team War, and I know that comes across really negative connotatively, but I don't mean it like that. It's just Team War set up in a very similar defense and then have subtle inflection differences, whereas Iron Blood are just as ready to make wild plays happen as Ultra NA are. I think the biggest thing about this is when we watched Ultra NA against Team War play on this map mode combo, they were able to win and be a little bit more luxurious in the plays they could make because of their understanding of what Team War are putting together. Iron Blood has to get reads early and make the correct adjustments to try to punish what Ultra NA want to do, which is try to really just expand and hit different parts of the map that you wouldn't expect.
Well, here we go. Transitioning right into the Search and Destroy just about right away. Exceed, he definitely saw Vehicle there. Does not want to make the aggressive move just yet. Information, of course, gifted over. Vehicle was kind of watching over that original cross there to see if anyone's hitting a fast route. But everything's slowed down. We've seen a lot of this. And now let's see exactly how the setup's going to hold strong as they start to move over to B.
Oh, this is a dangerous call because Hixie, that kind of unpredictable player, is playing forward, but he gets caught out. Classic able to secure the kill. Scrap not there for the trade as he plays down low towards tunnel, which Classic is expecting, and he's able to finish off the 1 HP member in front of him. Bomb collected, and a chance for a plant as Ultra NA look to rotate back through Grannies.
Yeah, the setup's looking pretty good right now, too. Brax should have this cross from that top angle, so Classic should be free to sit on the site, but Brack did take shots off screen. They know now he's over the middle of the map, and Assault's going to be able to win it. Trade does immediately come through, and now Beakle in a 1 versus 2, going to be spotted. He'll be tracked down. Nice round here for Iron Blood Gaming.
Yeah, there's a moment in there where you've got a player down low underneath the normal upside window that's on the second floor of Granny's. I don't remember who exactly it was, but you could hear Assault opening the windows once that scout onto Vehicle down low happened, because Assault is the one to cover A while Vehicle repositions. So the fact that they hear that those window shutters are opening gives you the idea that, okay, maybe this player inside the middle of the map is not comfortable. Maybe he's already moved, so let's start to rotate this back around and stay away from Assault's position up top. Really heads up rotation on Iron Blood. Obviously, great kills out of Classic to open the door in the first place, and then also secure the plant. Good stuff from Iron Blood, and now it's on to Ultra NA to try to respond with an offense of their own as they're looking for aggressive pressure through the middle of the map, and possibly also towards Trench.
Always a good sign to see Classic really have a nice start, too. 3-0. See if he can continue to build off of that and maybe stuff Ultra on their first offensive push. Looks like everybody here on Ultra starting to gear up inside of Hut, and Classic finds kill number 4. Scrap gets caught with his pants down, cooking a grenade. And you're going to take that first blood, as now it's going to put a little bit more pressure here on Ultra as they start to shift inside of Grannies.
And that's an indomitable position for Iron Blood now to use defensively, and Ultra NA are very aware of that. Look at the play coming through. They're trying to sneak around, seeing if they can isolate Classic, but he gets out of dodge. He's got good help as well from Brack if he needs it, but I mean, the one thing about Nicky D's gameplay that we've never questioned is his search and destroy, and you start to see why. A 5-0 start through 2 rounds. Assault's going to get caught out here. Backside water wheel. Mohawk with the easy kill, and simultaneously the final kill came through at the same time. And that'll lead to a 2-0 affair. And this is exactly what you want from Iron Blood. You've now established some dominance early in this quote-unquote chess game as far as the executes are concerned, and you will have the ability to do something weird first, which could possibly lead to blowing this map out of the water.
Their pick for a reason, showing us why. But this is really all about getting the glide, baiting for Classic, and trying to earn it. And, well, the luxury here is that, you don't have to make any kind of a fast move on offense. If you want to play slow and work information for Classic, that is absolutely a play you're going to be able to work towards here. But the stun, as we typically see it here from Iron Blood, opening up the mid-gate. Scrap takes the challenge, and what a challenge it is. Shuts down Nicky D, stops the streak, and they're going to lose a second in the process.
Yeah, this is just one of those premeditated setups from Ultra NA that you can never rule them out with. It's nades over the top defensively. Scrap's going to peek as soon as the nades start to explode, and that's just an unbelievable gunfight win from him in the first place that just wins the round. As soon as you win that gunfight through mid, the players at Trench can start to make a move forward on the backside of the map, and there just never is a situation where Ironblood recovers after that. It's a really cheeky strategy, and there's not a lot of other teams that do that in Challengers, but you see exactly why, especially when you got someone who's as confident in his 1v1s like Scrap.
Probably no one more confident is there. My goodness, Scrappy. Built different. We've seen it the entire year. Continuing to show us why. But 2-1. Ultra Academy now on the board. And last time around, it was kind of about working through water, working through hut. Classic was really able to shut it down almost all by himself. This time, they want to keep the aggression going. Veto rushes right in and wins the battle, and Exceed going to call out everybody's inside of Granny's.
Oh, but Classic has actually held on to this. This is actually a really good fight back here from Ironblood Gaming. Largely thanks to Classic, who's able to win a key 1v1 before Scrap can get across. Vehicle still going to play for a plant. Classic up top is more worried about the middle of the map than over towards A. Finally gives a peek, but he can't catch the player on exit. But good clarity as far as where exactly this post-plant defense is not, which is currently in the middle of Granny's house. The thing about it is, Hixie and Vehicle are still running around, running circles through Granny's. They may get caught on timing because of it. Classic knows his isolated one, and the retake now has to come through from the A side of the map. Classic for one already. Brack over the top. 1v1 with Assault. Not going to be one, and now time becomes a problem here, Austin.
Massive problem. They do find Assault, but Hixie just needs to play his life, and Mohawk won't be able to track him down. Had an opportunity, but will not check the water wheel, and there it is. Hixie, little body shots there for his old teammate as well, saying, listen, you've been bamboozled, Mo. Thank you very much for the 1v2, and we're all tied up 2-2.
You know, I wonder how much of that is simply due to the fact that you've got Assault in the most powerful position over the A side on that back tank, but does Beakle and Hixie both have dead silence? Because if so, then yeah, run circles. Just play timings. If you get shot at, you're going to be able to zoom away and just create more pressure on the defense to get a full retake onto the bomb itself. So I like that call. And even a little bit of harkening back to early days Vehicle in this game when it was just stun the doors, let Vehicle run. That was literally the strategy for so long. But this time, Assault, early set nade. Exceed gets a read on where Vehicle's positioned inside the old A site. And we get to an early 3v3, but a big nade from Brack. That goes back towards the dashing tank. And all of a sudden, it's just Scrap left alone in the middle of the map, nowhere to go. What a nade.
Oh, man. What a nade indeed. Brack really solidifies the round with it. I mean, when you find double nades in Search and Destroy, well, it makes your life a lot easier, that's for sure. And Scrappy not able to pull off any kind of a miraculous 1v3. Not going to happen here, and that's going to be just an incredible round coming in. I mean, it's going to feel good to get some kills on the board for both Brack and Exceed. Both had 0 kills coming into that round, and both are able to come out with 2. So Ironblood Gaming still holding on to this lead.
It makes you wonder what kind of a blunder that was from Ultra and A. Why are you double stacking backside tank like that? Very puzzling. But where they had previously fallen, they push around the backside of the water wheel. Plus, there's also 2 members who have gotten inside of Granny's house. Oh my goodness, the zone of control that Ultra and A have here offensively should be good, but they still offer up 2 kills? There's no reason to overpeak this. IBG is scrambling to find defensive setups, and you give away one of the best power positions in the game. Now the bomb is down outside a tunnel. Brack on 4. He's got the pistol out. The baits for his teammate, and the bait and switch is perfect. Ironblood fight back a 2v4.
I mean, what a 2v4 that was. I mean, I can get the idea from Ultra, right? You want to make the transition coming through the tunnels, try to work around this B site, and try to catch them off guard with a potential plant. But it's just completely red, and really what happens is they trap themselves inside of the tunnel, but it's the initial peak that you called out there, Alan, that really hurts them, and it gives them the chance to even bring this one back. So now after what was 0-3 for Exceed and Brack, both are on a spree. 3 for Exceed, 4 in a row for Brack. Heating up right now as they're now 4-2.
Oh, I love this. Brack's going to create some noise over towards B, essentially saying, hey, it's our normal setup, but the difference this time is you do have Ironblood looking to overwhelm the front side of Granny's. Vehicle playing close towards the bomb site this time around. Still using the broken wall as a chance for information. He's also cracked the windows just a touch. Whether that's intentional or not is a different story, but he's got it to work with for now. Ironblood now re-wrapping back over towards B as Scrap has repositioned. This is creating an opening for Classic to get forward. Oh, and he gets maybe a little bit of help from Brack, but it's an absolute perfect snap-on from Classic. 4v3 for Ironblood.
I'll tell you what, that's going to happen maybe once this series. We never see that happen onto Scrappy of all people. The Classic, he's coming different. 11 kills already. Now with round number 7 coming down to about 35 seconds, you feel like Classic might be able to make another play. Slowly inching up, has the back covered. You got a player on the site though, Classic. How has he been able to escape? But it should be finished off. Hixie with the repeat is good. And now a 2 versus 3 here with 25 seconds left.
Brack should be able to get this plant off for free, but look at Ultra and the minimap. They're going to take away the barn post plant position. Ironblood not interested in it, though. Are going to play instead for Grannies. And it's going to be point of contact post plant here. You've got Mohawk who's going to watch the outside river, and Brack is just going to try to see what he can find from the top side of Grannies. But Ultra and are looking to re-clear once again. Oh, and they run right into the waiting arms of Brack, who is able to slip away for just a moment. Hixie, big 1v1 here, and how does he win that versus Brack? Now it's just down to 1. Mohawk watching over the top. He also has to be cautious what's coming around from his left. But the thing about it is he's going to get some information here. Hixie and the bomb will be immediately deleted. Vehicle, the next one, and last one up. He's on for the defuse. Mohawk has to go quickly, but he's been baited!
No!
He's been baited to it! And Beagle takes the 1v1 with plenty of time for the defuse. Ultra and A back to within 1.
Oh, man, what a clutch from Vehicle, man! That is a situation where it looks like Mo has it dead to rights. He's got the cross. He finds the first kill. But what a bait here, knowing that Mohawk is going to push. And I know, after that kill, Nico got up and said something to Mohawk, pulling in that defuse. That is huge to keep Ultra in this game.
Oh my. Oh my. That's just a handful of rounds back to back to back where you feel like one team's advantage should never be sworn about whatsoever and just ends up getting foiled. And how about this? Ultra and A, full 4-man hit right down mid. They're going to get stunned up, but Hixie's able to get through this. Timing-wise, can they get to Taxi? Classic is here to deal with it, but the instant trade comes out. We go 3v3. Bomb collected by Hixie. He still wants to go towards B, but he gets absolutely destroyed by a bunch of nades. Scrap on the 1v1 backside tank. It's absolute chaos here in round number 8.
It is. Everyone just in weird positions. You'd almost think that Ultra is kind of in a position where they're on defense. But Scrap in the back here is going to be a little isolated. He's going to have to take the long road around, likely, to either come back to B, because Exceed's going to have that cross if he decides to come back to A here. So very interesting situation, but still 45 seconds to play with. And, well, Scrappy, will he see Brack? He will. Needs to finish off the kill, but Brack, how does he scramble away? Unbelievable. He's able to reset.
No way! Assault was there trying to follow up. He couldn't get there in time, and look at the help that comes through! Unbelievable! Brack, he must have trimmed down or something, because he slips around the corner just barely from Scrap's final shots, gets the elimination somehow, some way in the proactive play, and then he's got Exceed to move, reposition, and keep him safe. How Adam doesn't get there to secure that trade is all but beyond me.
It's unbelievable right there, man. Brack just completely 180 hightails it out of there, man. I don't think I've ever seen the man run so fast in the game. But he resets it. Comes up with a kill, and, well, almost the aggression. Classic switches it up. He wins the first battle. That's going to be the double. Coming in, back and forth, trades. It's chaos again. 15 seconds in the round. But as the dust settles, it leaves us in a 2v2.
You should know, though, that you've gotten rid of both of the A-sided defenders. So if you're Ironblood Gaming, maybe a chance, you think, to try to find one of these players on rotation, and, well, Scrap's going to give away his position. So now you know that the B side is now being more vulnerable. But the thing about this is, the last 2 players left, I believe both have automatons, and yeah, they do. So trying to collect this bomb has become very devious in nature. Assault pushing very far forward, trying to catch someone off guard, but Brack responds to it. What a reaction. And now it's down to Scrap. He's also looking to change up the tempo just a touch. Play forward. See if he can catch a piece of timing here onto Ironblood. Brack aware of it. And they will reveal the position. Help is coming back. Mohawk's coming back to this. But Scrap's still looking to set up for a 1v2. Would need to get a reload off. You feel like here comes the full push, and it's going to work out. Ironblood, get the trades. Secure the kills, and with that, tie us up at 1 map apiece.
Oh, man, that's a great map coming through. A lot of very interesting situations kind of taking place on both sides, but in a lot of these clutch situations, in a lot of these 2v situations, 3v1 situations, it feels like Ironblood Gaming really able to pull the rabbit out of the hat there. What a win. And it's huge. That's the very first map loss for Ultra Academy, right? That's the very first one. And that's where it starts if you're Ironblood. We already, brought up the fact that they have to win this first best of 5 in order to force the second, but that's just a great start. And that was really disciplined gameplay in a lot of those situations, and also incredible reads as well.
I mean, it starts with, I hate to keep going back to it, but it starts from a playmaker in Classic. His search and destroy has been on par for his whole career. It's never been tested, never been questioned, but he drops, I think, 14, something like that.
Yeah,
he's got, I think, like
there.
5 or 6, maybe 4 or 5 first bloods, maybe. I mean, does his ability to start things off for IBG on both sides of the bomb undeniable. And there are just so many cheeky moments in here that are major difference makers in what are a lot of tight rounds. And I think a lot of it is simply due to the fact that in that round we just saw the highlight for, like, Ultra and A get the full 2-2 split push off offensively. They get everything you could possibly want and then decide to get too greedy. And they get punished for it. So the fact that Ironblood is showing that they're capable of punishing mistakes bodes well for them, I think, in the longevity of possibly sending this to a second best of 5, if not winning. And yeah, 13 kills, 14 first bloods out of Classic, who tallied 1,300 damage. Great game from him.
Yeah, and I don't know how Brack always puts up the damage that he does, by the way. Like, I know he only has 8 kills, but he's got 6 assists, and he's got 1,400 damage. Like, this is something that we were looking at while watching over the losers final, is Brack might not have the most frags in the game, but he's almost always going to contest you for the most damage in the game. This man will shoot anything that moves or breathes on the map. And, well, we get to see a lot of it there, but 6-3 victory, convincing in a few of those rounds, a couple clutches here and there on either side, but just, again, just so massive for Ironblood Gaming to get a map under their belt, and now can at least build off of this foundation heading into this control that's going to be coming up next.
Oh, it's also heading into potentially a triple Berlin setup, which we already know what we could come to expect out of Ultra NA, and the test now starts to turn back to the same questions we had from the Veto Hardpoint, but in a more tricky way. I mean, Veto Hardpoint is, I would say, the most predictable map that we have in the pool respawn-wise. When you start to deal with Berlin, there are multiple points and multiple routes that you can start to contest that you don't normally expect, and that can change your expectations quickly as far as what the setups are. So, as you're starting to look at Ironblood Gaming going into this Berlin, how do they possibly take this control against the best control team in Challengers and build an advantage in this first best of 5? For me, it has to be quick decision making, especially on the offensive side, going from B to A. They showed that they were able to do this when they were playing up against other teams so far on the weekend, but I need to see more convincing control, because the last thing you want to see here is slow-paced kind of statuesque movements when you start to deal with advantages that start to creep up into control.
That's right. That's where Ultra find the rhythm, right? Like, that's where Hixie starts coming behind you, Vico as well, swapping in and out from that AR to sub, depending on what zone is still active. And that's the most unpredictable Toronto Ultra at that point in time. So absolutely agree with you there, brother. But triple Berlin still feels good to be an Ultra fan if you're out there, because this is really, you know, a map set made in heaven for you going into these next 3 maps. And I think that's why it's even more critical that Ironblood Gaming were able to pull out that map number 2 and at least keep us at a 1-1 going into map number 3 here. But I mean, we need to see like that same type of play style come through from every single player. But we have to also make sure that Mohawk and Brack are not slowing down halfway through the game like they did in the Kavutsu, man. Because if you come out there and you shut down an Assault, you come out there and you shut down a Scrappy, that almost never happens, and that forces the gameplay to be just a little bit different for the side of a Toronto Ultra Academy here. So there's a lot that can end up coming into it, but overall, Alan, it's going to be a special one, and we know map 3's Berlin's, it's always chaotic and it's always fun.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no such thing as this round's over. There's no such thing as chalking around in Berlin control, as we've learned not only in the CDL over the last couple of weeks, but even on the weekend here for Challengers. So a lot kind of framed up in a massive swing map that comes through here, because really whoever wins this map is going to feel super confident about their ability to close out this series. I think more so for Ultra NA because of the fact that, like you mentioned, the 3 Berlins is going to look really favorable towards them. And we continue to kind of get at it. Both of these 2 teams kind of prefer the same style of maps, which we just kind of saw Team War and IBG go up against on the lower finals. So it's hard to pick apart certain particulars when it's like, oh, well, this is going to be super favorable to one team or super unfavorable to another. I think a lot of it just comes down to the playstyle differences that have come through with the tested roster of Ultra NA, who have been together now for so long, compared to IBG, who was put together literally 24 hours after Boston came to an end. So there are some questions, I think, when it comes down to how much dynamicism can we expect from this Ironblood team.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good question, because it's really hard to find the answer. It's almost like being in the moment and just hoping that you're making kind of some of the right plays and just the right reads on the map, which you know you've been studying over them. You know you've been going over it with your coaching staff kind of, you know, leading up to today. You have to imagine the focus was probably on some of the other teams that they were going to be matching up against. But nonetheless, I still feel like you can find yourself in some of these grooves where you can start to take over, you can start to snowball, and it typically does start with at least one player. And I think that we've got to see that from almost every single individual on the roster here so far, which, again, speaks volumes for as far as what we could get out of this team. But you have to match the pressure. You have to be very ready to be proactive, as we continue to say. And you just have to make sure you don't let up on the gas, man. I don't want to see them go up by a round down. I don't want to see them come out firing and then end up kind of falling off going into the round 2, round 3. We need to see consistency. It's got to be now. We got triple Berlin, so every single map from here on out is extremely important to win if you're Iron Blood Gaming.
Oh boy. Let's find out. Goodness gracious. What a first 2 maps we've gotten so far. And you just feel like, I said it yesterday with the point blank matchup, something special is going to happen. I still think we're due for something special. We'll find out. It's a 1-3 split for Ultra NA. Very passive as they hit over towards B first and foremost. Iron Blood, a lot of control to the middle map, including the second floor here of Mailroom. Classic from the low ground, able to only get 1. And as Beagle is able to watch over the top of Hixie, maybe a second, you saw it for a second there. Hixie wanted to go, but that nade will put him in place, and they're going to try to instead get the second tick of progress as the baton will pass, and now Hixie will make his first step.
Yeah, the timing's good to still push out the front. Stun, though, will be able to sniff him out. Good kill for Classic. Trying to set up the retake, but Assault will deny the first. Exceed the next one up, trying to bust through with a sub. Will be able to find it, and well, meanwhile, Brack and Mo, both winning individual gunfights, only going to leave Hixie up on the map while the rest of Ultra come off spawn.
Yeah, this is where, again, Ultra NA want to find an advantage and make you force a mistake. Look at the play. Scrap already through. Hixie taking a hit from the front side of A, but how about this? IBG are actually going to completely clear off. Oh, no, they actually don't get there in time to contest that second tick. I was about to say maybe a chance to really punish Ultra NA for their transgressions, but the second tick is locked in, and now you've got Scrap stopping the clock and making some progress over at A. Hixie here to help them, and they feel that they have an opportunity to stack this for multiple ticks of progress. The lives are decent for Iron Blood, but you got to find a way to retake. Exceed's going to offer an opportunity to get defensively involved, but is it enough? Brack to the pistol. He's able to win 1.
Oh, 2.
Fecal on the backside gets a couple to stop any defensive reinforcements from getting there, and IBG now have to find a way to retake.
Oh, this is really scary for them. Everyone has to flood through the front, and they have to focus, of course, on A before B, but Hixie on the flank will be shut down. It's the stun of all things that finishes off the kill, and now it looks like you're able to move clear out just about every single member, and you're able to at least limit it to just 1 tick. So B, of course, still the priority now, getting that extra minute, but Exceed will be able to put up a little bit of defense.
Oh, this is well done from Exceed. The nade gets off. He gets a read onto Exceed, or putting us on Assault, and former teammates will not fully square off against one another, but it works out brilliantly for Iron Blood's defense. Exceed now looking to cut off the backside door rotation. Hixie trying to punish, but Scrap will beat him to the punch. So as 25 seconds comes and goes off the clock, Scrap will open up an opportunity to add 60 seconds. 9v11. Defensive favor towards the numbers and lives, but some positional things going on here for Ultra NA where they may be able to get over to A really quickly. And yeah, with that kill onto Exceed, maybe there's a chance to open the doors.
Yeah, definitely. Oh my! Hixie gets that second kill on the Classic. That is a ridiculous kill. But Hixie trying to just play his life right now on 2 HP, sitting in the window. Mohawk, will he be ready for it? No, he won't. Hixie around the corner looking for number 4. But Classic gets revenge. He'll find the double up. He'll buy a bit of time. And now with a minute left, it's still looking really solid for Ultra Academy. But they all drop. They all go down. And now they're going to have to go back to step 1 as Scrap's in the back.
It just feels like Ultra have 5 members on the map here. Oh, Scrap from the back line is able to get through the windows and take down Mohawk. A read on the Classic, who finally puts him to rest. We go 4v4. 45 seconds on the clock, but you can see Ultra NA still have another member deep. It's Hixie. He's going to open up an opportunity to get around the back. This is going to put a lot of pressure on Iron Blood, who were solely focused on holding on a train station. Mohawk versus Hixie, a massive 1v1. Mohawk trying to chase down the kill and secures it. Brack now from the front. 2v2 situation. Brack able to extend his life. Can he get back to safety, though? No, and it's all down to Mo. Playing towards the outside of pillars. The read from Ultra NA is there, and they isolate with a double shell. Ultra NA win by way of elimination in the opening attack.
Oh, how about it? First round, 4v4, just like we're in an S&D round. And even though the clock's playing against Ultra Academy, they do an excellent job of waiting, playing their life in train station, getting an idea of where all of the members are for Iron Blood Gaming, and nobody's trying to hit too much of a pinch. Everyone's really holding strong, trying to play a tight setup, but slowly but surely, Ultra Academy NA, they break it down and they break through. Big first round for them to, yet again, be able to get it on the board first.
Good first ball, though, from Mohawk. This defense is pretty thin here at A. Really, it's just Assault, and he's on the zone. They're going to realize that quick elimination. Good trade coming out of Brack. Retake attempt from Ultra and A, largely coming from train station, but Exceed off spawn will get a read onto one. Classic takes down the other, and uh-oh, here we go, Austin. An opportunity for a bit of a stack. 3 members are on. Assault looking to hit through the sneaky door, but it's not going to be all that sneaky because he's got to go quickly. Trying to get back up to it. Third ticket progress already gone. Now it's just down to can you find success on the exit? And how about Ironblood? They're actually winning the gunfights on rotation back towards B, at least initially so. Exceed will be the last one to stand, and he'll try to at least create a little bit of space to make sure this defense does not get formidably set up.
Oh, Exceed does give away his position here, so going to be a little bit tough for him to work himself out of it. If he can come up with one, that would be great. And all the nade hit markers, I believe it was Veto, who's going to try to play his life up top, but the problem here is that the support just can't get to Exceed. He's been alive for the last 30, 40 seconds, it feels like. He hasn't found a kill, but finally he's able to deliver. Big gunfight. Trade needs to come in now, but it's Hixie off screen for a double to shut it down again.
The Ultra defense is still in place, but it's all on the interior of Mailroom. Mohawk does not expect Hixie to be prone in the staircase. Vehicle also coming back through. Now him and Assault working together. It's a 3-for-1 exchange. 18 to 20 the lives. Ultra and Ace starting to get a little bit of room to work with here. And with Scrap finding another kill in the Classic, he can get the backside warehouses. This is the picture-perfect defensive setup if you're going to hold on to B. Onus onto Ironblood. You have to break through. And Exceeder tries to hit a route's going to get shut down. Hixie on 5. Finds an automaton to pick up, and he's put the skates on the Classic. He didn't know which way to look. And Ultra and A have this realistically the best defensive setup I've ever seen around B at the moment.
Absolutely. You're forced to overextend in this position. I mean, flooding through has just not worked. They've tried it 2, 3, 4 times, and every single time Ultra Academy NA, they have shut it down. Scrap and Assault now, playing through the outer parts of that left side by the docks, have all the control, but that's finally a bit of white in the feed. That's Ironblood on the point, looking solid, looking good. First tick just about in it. Assault also gets shut down. Exceed finds the double.
Scrap maybe a chance to break. Vehicle working with him. There's still some time to play with here if you're the defense, but Exceed on 4. What's the 5th? Oh, Kaden gets the double! And just like that, Ultra and A are bounced out of the zone. Immediately on the way in are 3 Ironblood members for the stack. Assault looking to challenge. Cannot make his way fully through the double doors. And Ironblood respond, but by way of capturing all 6 zones.
It's moments like that, man, that I always come back to. They are so important when you're in a competitive atmosphere because you start to feel like you're on top of the world when you pull off a play like that from Exceed. 6 kills coming through, and you go back to the start of it. He was the reason they were even able to hold on to any presence originally in B. He just couldn't get the support, but finally Ironblood Gaming, they get there, and they get it done with a back-to-back offensive round to kick this one off, Alan. It's not disappointing here so far.
No, not at all. It's just nefarious, these offensive rounds, how they've fared. Classic in the middle of the map, trying to establish some defensive control, but he would love to be able to kind of freely rotate between the 2 zones, and oh, he's been bamboozled here just a touch. Hixie will know that there's a threat nearby, but Classic is out of there. He's going to now instead take a difficult 1v1 with Assault, but once more, this is fine if you're Classic. Good 1v1 win, and it keeps Ultra and A a touch at bay here. Hixie had to get out of the B zone to come assist. That nade's not great. Exceed will find an easy kill, and Ironblood, how about them for a bit of defensive control here at Train?
Classic. Already threatening B a little bit too. He's got a lot of members to get through, but hey, the first one's good. Second one, potentially on the way. The reload comes in, but Assault is able to help out Scrap, and now Exceed! Of course it's Exceed! Finds the double! 3 in a row for him! Breaking through walls! Finds another! Exceed is just unstoppable right now! He is running through Ultra Academy! Who's gonna line up for the 6th? Assault will finally end the spree, but the damage has been done!
Great bounce back here from Ultra and A. Dealing with the streaks, back onto the point, but the thing about this is even if you get the extra 60 seconds, there's a lot of work to be done here when it comes to neutralizing the life advantage that Ironblood have defensively. 21 plays 16. Third tick of progress is on the way in. Looks like Ironblood are happy to concede this unless maybe they can find a kill from the outside looking in. Here comes the challenge. Vehicle able to shut down 1. Gets a read on a Mohawk, but the full contest does come through. They stop the third tick of progress here, Austin, and they're depleting it on top of it. Good help as Brack is on the corner. He's watching the cross. Now following up as Mohawk. They're going to get all the way over towards gate side. Another 1v1 with Vehicle. Shut down. Classic in the middle of the map. How does he want to play this? You have to feel like he's going to give this defense a go, and sure, why not? He gets on in. More depletion comes through. 18v9. 12 seconds on the clock. Assault a key 1v1. And it looks like Brack's position has been revealed, and there will be an extra 60 seconds added to the clock, but the lives, oh boy, they are still significantly in favor of the defensive Ironblood.
Yeah, double the lives just about here. for the side of Iron Blood Gaming. I mean, that defensive hold was one of the best we've seen. However, Ultra already starting to get members forward for this next hit for A. Let's see if they're going to be able to work their way in. Ixie likely the first one in to try to entry, but really get a read. The timing not there, and Mohawk, what a win! Double bunny hop around the corner, finds it. Exceed pushes out near P5. We'll be able to force some other gunfights, and now it's up to player 4. Salt really needs to get some work done, and you'll find the first one off screen.
Opportunity to maybe take care of Brack, who was weakened, but Brack's not done. He now gets the regen off, fueling the gunfight versus Ixie. Pistol now up for both players, and caught with the stun. Iron Blood wreck Ultra and A on the defensive efforts, largely not just through the middle of the map, but these little finesse plays out of Exceed, out of Classic, retaking the B zone a couple of times over. Unbelievable for Iron Blood, and a massive advantage for them here in the Berlin Control.
There was a lot of questions on who some of the best submachine gun players are in Vanguard, and Exceed goes, how come no one's throwing my name in the hat? Like, come on, do you know who I am? That's the energy that Exceed brings, if you know, and well, he is showing that exact energy so far in this game, and thank you, observers, for swapping over to Exceed. 29-16 with the sub. He's been electric, and we'll see if he can keep it going.
Easy read on to Vehicle first and foremost. This delayed hit over towards A, looking pretty promising. Scrap in the corner, a good pre-fire coming through.
He's alive?
But Exceed is still alive. Stun over the top, doesn't quite hit where he wants to. Maybe could still cut off one. Yeah, gets one! Oh! Exceed! What in the heavens? 4 in a row! And now he can hit around over towards Fire Lobby! And he might get a beat on another one, but Assault finally puts to rest the streak. But the second progress is on the way. Brack still holding down the front door with Classic. Shots coming through, the kill's looking good. A 1v1 for the B zone, but scrapping Ultra and A. Able to get back in and find a way to contest the A zone.
Look who's here, look who's here. Exceed is back. Only good for one this time, as Assault will be able to deal with them quite quickly. And that's a good sign here if you're Ultra Academy. Big deep breaths need to go around, but Brack now has made his way over to the B point. They're going to be able to stop the clock here. First tick of progress looks like it should be good, and Ultra all focused on flooding through train station and coming around the back.
Brack has the ability to scout out a ton of information here and how the defense is moving. Oh, and the kills are just coming through so fluidly. Brack now on the zone. Second tick of progress being worked on. A looks like it just may well go over. Ultra and A are kind of split in their defensive focus. You've got to get the player off of A. That's Exceed. He's able to take down one. 13 HP, nearly gets the shots off onto Assault, but recovery of the A zone comes through defensively, but it comes at the cost of an extra minute, as the B zone will be comfortably locked in for Iron Blood.
This has just been some of the best control gameplay we have seen from Iron Blood Gaming, period. And it is against Ultra Academy on one of their best map mode combinations. But the job's not finished just yet. Minute 50 to work with. Brack's got information on the Hixie. Gives the easy call in for Exceed, and Exceed just continues to find multi-kills every single life. Assault will shut down the mid-map push, but Exceed is here, and he's ready to fire on all cylinders yet again.
Oh, and he's in a really good position to just completely stop Ultra and A from defensively moving any further forward. You've got to isolate Exceed here. Scrap will finally get him done, but it takes a stunned-up concussed Exceed to finally put to rest the play. 13v11. Big moment here for Vehicle. 5 in a row. Read onto Classic. That should be number 6, but Classic stays alive just a while longer. But he's in panic mode. 11v11. Scrap able to finish off the kill. And the defense, a major advantage. They have a read that Iron Blood are starting to make a play through Waterside. Just comes down to, can you get the secured kills to allow yourself a chance at this defense to get to round 5?
See from the back. Gonna be spotted. But Hixie's gonna give up the angle for a second, so it looks like Iron Blood gonna try to rally together inside of Fire. Good reads, though, from Ultra, knowing that, hey, listen, I have zoning from the front of train station right now, guys. They have to all be in the back, and that is an easy call-out for Hixie to find the double-up. Exceed, unable to find anybody, and this has just been a solid hold so far for Ultra Academy NA. The recovery, it is in, and with 40 seconds left, Iron Blood Gaming running out of options.
And Vehicle just keeps sliding back and forth between these two positions. He goes back to train station, now he's back over towards the top side of the train tower. It's going to earn him the glide bomb here. This is going to be a defensive win, you would have to think. 8v2. Again, I never want to say anything with confidence because it's Berlin Control after all, but these would be against all odds to be sure. Good read here from Hixie, able to help soften up Mohawk for the first, Exceed the last one left, who, by the way, is averaging 10 kills per round of control. But even with that statistic, we go into a round 5 where Ultra and A are going to have the benefit of Vehicle earning the glide bomb.
They will have the glide, and they will be on the attack. So what are they going to be able to do here? Do you want to try to just throw that aggressive route, you know, right into the P1 hill? Try to see if you can get something going off the bat. And, well, maybe you could even invest the glide bomb early if you're able to get in. But As we take a look at it, Exceed's still got a glide of his own, so he's still able to match it at any point in time. This is the final round right here. Ironblood Gaming, again, would love to get a Berlin off of Ultra Academy NA, but it's nothing cheeky off the start. Ultra Academy just going for a default B setup.
Yeah, and I like this. You've got the glide bomb. There's no reason to try to overextend something into A. Just guarantee the extra seconds as fast as humanly possible. Scrap, I don't know if you saw Classic burst through the windows, but it may not make much of a difference, and no, it does not. So now a chance with this favorable kill feed. They haven't lost a member yet. Finally, Brack will change that, but that's the B zone gone. You could see that Ironblood are paying so much respect to the fact that glide bomb has been earned that they're not even giving a go towards B. You don't want to get caught off and get killed on rotation here, because otherwise, who knows if your defense could ever get set up.
Hixie has been able to get in from behind. Dealing with Brack is huge. That's going to alleviate a lot of the pressure here, and Hixie not done. Switches to the sub, but Classic says no. Shuts him down. Takes the position of his fallen teammate, and will be able to watch over the train station. But now Exceed, he gets a chance to start isolating players coming off of spawn here. That is a good kill feed coming in. That's going to eliminate a lot more time here. Looking good right now for Ironblood Gaming.
And you want to see Ironblood do this. Everyone play for 1v1s. Force the glide bomb to come down and only get one elimination. And even if it does, there are 3 more members that could rotate over to help you. And Exceed may drop 50 here, Austin. I mean, he's on 43 and 25. Scrap is paying a lot of respect, saying, I don't want to fight this guy right now. And the defense is still just, they're so far forward. Ultra and A have no room to work with. And a glide bomb would find no value here whatsoever. Exceeds peeling people off pixel headies. Are you kidding me?
Dude, that is an unbelievable shot right there. Tracking his head over the top of the vehicle. Ridiculous. 4 in a row. Give him 5. Almost there for it. But multiple Ultra members now have got to the front of train station. Classic feeling overwhelmed. Tries to back up, but will not be able to play his life. A minute 10. Hixie flying forward. This is good news right now for Ultra Academy NA. They are here. They are around the point, and Hixie can make the play.
I would love to see him just call it here. Get a read. Where exactly is this defense trying to come out of spawn through? Give Hixie a chance. Mohawk able to find one by way of stun. Onto the zone goes Ultra Renee. 15v16. Ultra's done well to mitigate the life lead. Hixie from the corner. No, Mohawk was supposed to watch that. He still gets the trade, but there's the glide bomb, and it punishes the 2 defenders on. Now it's a 3-man stack. Second tick of progress looking good as Classic cannot stand tall to the task. The last hit from Ironblood. They try to piece through the office, but you got to get on the contest. Scrap able to shut down. It's a team nade that stops the final defender from getting in. Veto hits the glide bomb at the perfect moment in the midst of all the chaos, and Ultra NA win back-to-back control rounds to go up 2-1.
You just cannot count this Ultra Academy team out. Look at them get hyped, letting them know. And that's with Exceed doing the things that he was doing, man. I mean, I don't care who you are, that one's gonna feel bad. When you perform like that, you play like that, and then you lose like that, it is going to sting. But the clutch factor, it's just always there, Alan. You can never count it out, especially with the Berlin Hardpoint. And as you called, the glide bomb just could not have been at a better moment. Massive double that comes through there for Beagle.
Look, us as commentators, we often try to throw in little cheeky sayings to over-embellish the drama, but I'm out of breath, my man. It's just, there are so many moments, and you had mentioned it, like the clutch factor of Ultra. Let's be honest, yeah, they've been flawless up until this grand finals when it comes to winning maps, but so many of the 3-0s that they found leading into this grand finals came in clutch situations. And the fact of the matter is, you hit a perfect timing on a glide bomb in the face of Exceed nearly dropping frickin' 50, my dude. Like, I don't know. And the thing about it, if you really want to get analytical about it, it's not just the use of the glide bomb, it's how Vehicle earns it in the first place. The fact that he just slides back and forth on these train cars, helping at station, going back to zone off the spawns, that is unbelievably disciplined from a guy who just moved to Spain and is still living in his dorm room when college isn't in session. Like, are you kidding me?
Just disgusting, man. Oh, it stings looking at the bottom half of that screen as well. 45 kills, 5,000 damage from Exceed, man. I don't know what you can ask. 51 EKIA, like that's the map that you almost need to have, you feel like, at times versus Ultra Academy, and it still wasn't enough. Just unbelievable teams, man. When you look at this team, you look at this roster, you look at what they're capable of, and even with everything that was looking so good with the spawn trap, with a minute left on the clock, it just takes one wipe, one wave of kills, and they're there to pounce. And once again, Ultra Academy, there to find the map win.
I don't know, man. I don't know. That's craziness, but we have to go through because there's still more Berlin waiting for us. And here's the thing about it. You know, it's been talked about a lot. I think Ali was the first one to bring it up in the CDL desk. The team that wins Berlin Control, and I don't know what the statistic is, but it's like their ability to turn that into an immediate following Berlin Hardpoint win is super high. It's like 80% plus or something like that. And what I'm really worried about here, Austin, is not just because of that stat line, but Classic just has not been great in respawn today. It's in particular Hardpoint, and you're coming off of a double negative performance on the Berlin Control. How do you get yourself in the headspace to bounce back and turn it around complete 180 to dominate a Berlin Hardpoint? Because you need him to dominate this Berlin Hardpoint on rotation.
He has to be here. He has to be alive for Ironblood Gaming. And I mean, if there's anyone that could do it, I think Classic is capable. I mean, at the very least, he's one of the most experienced players that we have in Challengers, period. Like him and Clay go back all the way to like, even like before, you know, competitive was even popping off. What, like 12, 13, 14 years he's been playing? A lot of experience there. It's a lot of kills probably over time, I have to imagine, for the guys. So you just got to put together a good 20, 30 here for us, get involved with the objective, find the impactful kills. Alan, what did we say yesterday? It's all about being that playmaker. We need to see the playmaker, and it needs to be Classic. We'll see if he can do it. This is do or die. This could be the very last map of the entire Challengers season right here, right now. Let's get into it, baby.
It's Ultra Renee from the favorite side, fully stacking inside the hardpoint and then pushing out towards pillars. Interesting call here from Ultra Renee, but it's going to work out. The trades are absolutely efficient. A 4-for-1 exchange. And Ironblood Gaming are going to have a hard time even getting back to train station, let alone the hardpoint with how dominant that kill feed was.
Oh my, Assault's also already picking them off as they come off their second respawn here. A little bit dicey, a little bit scary, but Exceed through the back might be able to open up a play. However, it is shut down yet again. Deagle is there. 20 seconds left, and it is just constant kills for Ultra. And this is getting scary very fast. You have to start to turn up here if you're Ironblood on this P2 hill.
Well, at least Brack gets the double. That will be some good contest and some good time earned here on the scrap. More importantly, the rest of his teammates were already on rotation, so you have a chance to 50-50 battle over the mailroom. Good kills from Exceed in front of the hard point. Classic from the interior. He doesn't know that Assault is already here, and if there was ever an AR player that's dominated mailroom throughout this Vanguard title, it's been this guy right on your screen. Good finesse over the top, good help from behind, and Ultra Renee will make safe the rotation and open up mailroom to their name.
It just feels like we haven't had the kills, you know, around the objective here so far. That's been a huge problem. Brack, sure, he's found 3, but you have to break in, and now he realizes it. Sub in hand, and Scrappy slams the door in his face, says, no, you will not. His teammates now need to get in, and it is just Ultra Academy over and over again in that kill feed. Oh my goodness, Gary does not even explain what is happening on the map right now. This is desperation mode for Ironblood Gaming.
Yep, and you hate to say that when you're 2 hard points in and you're desperately searching for a rotation over towards 3. Hixie underneath the desk will be taken care of. So once again, Ironblood, that's fine. You get a little bit of scrap time, plus you clear out the waterway. This is everything, though. A kill against Assault guarantees you spawns here if you're Exceed. We looked at Classic to be the playmaker, but maybe it just has to be Exceed after his performance in Control. And so seems to be the case. Both of them now working together. Assault will reveal himself. Opportunity for Exceed to make a move, but he gets totally bamboozled. Predicts the wrong 50-50. And Veto and Hixie trap Ironblood in the back. Oh, no, Austin. This is not good.
This is disgusting right now, what we are witnessing. I mean, this is 40 seconds left in Ironblood Gaming. They can't even get inside of the point. This could finally be a moment that they might be able to run away with, as that's 3 players going down. You need this back 25 if you want to be any kind of a contender in this map right now. It looks like they might have been able to do it, so it finally comes in now. They get some time, but again, it's all about the rotation. It feels like you just keep on adding things to the list of everything they have to do.
You said it in Gavudu. I'll say it again here. You just cannot only win the back 30 seconds. You need to get a setup going, because these trends of 40-20 hard points going the way of Ultra Renee is just not going to be good enough, especially with Vehicle at 11-3. He's just taking over on these rotations in particular. So Ultra Renee into the hard point first, but Ironblood making the first initial proactive move to get around the backside of warehouses. Nade kill will come through. Mohawk over the top, playing oversight. Last player left alive is Veto, and he will fall this time from that very slippery position. Backside trade cars and a big gunfight win for Mo as Ironblood get the break they need.
Oh, this is the break they need, but the time it needs to come in now. Mohawk, sure, he's got the cross, but everyone coming off of spawn won't be able to get the hill just yet. So Ultra Academy, they're able to actually come back and play a little bit of defense here from the front. We'll see if they're going to be able to keep them off the time. 20 seconds remaining. There was a quick touch there for Ironblood Gaming, but they just can't really stay alive. And there it is, Ultra Academy. They're swarming around the point. They are here to play, and they're here to break over and over again.
And it's another double from Hixie that doesn't just get 2 kills on the hard point, but it guarantees that Ironblood isn't on rotation through mailroom to new. So it allows an opportunity for him to transmit information to the rest of his teammates saying, they're still focused on the objective. We'd only just need to work through trade station, and we've got essentially a free rotation built in. Now, the spawns will flip here at the last moments of 4 going into 5. So Ironblood will have the benefit of having the quote-unquote favorite side for now, but it's very early on, and Assault's got 13 HP and no one can kill him. Are you kidding me? How does he do that?
I don't know, Alan. I don't have the answers. Everybody right now in Ultra Academy NA, they are just in takeover mode. They're not losing battles. They are just playing incredibly well, but Exceed can't find the double. Scrappy with the turn will shut him down, and it just feels like it keeps on going from bad to worse right now. Ironblood Gaming, they can't get going, and who do we call out, Alan? Classic is 4-13 right now, going into the second set of hills.
Brother, I want to say that he started this game off with an SMG. I've seen him with nothing but an automaton lately, so this is a 3 automaton setup for Ironblood. You can't get away with that. You just can't. There are so many of these moments when they're on the break or on rotation where you need a second sub to help open up space, because Exceed's doing whatever he possibly can, but it's just not enough. He's got no help here. He's on an island trying to do it all himself. And to be fair, he's done well in this position the majority of this game,
oh my God,
including that one right there, but this is a 3v4. Classic's triple negative.
Triple negative, and there's just no excuse. If you want to go map 5, Classic, we need to see you. We need to see you now. With the AR, we'll be able to find a freebie. Classic tries to get the double, but Assault just too good and too crisp with the shots. 30 seconds left. Still huge for Ironblood Gaming. You just cannot afford to give any more time over to Ultra Academy, and this is at least a little bit of a good setup. Mohawk already threatening some early kills on 4 in a row here at P2.
These gunfights are everything. Assault gets the first on the exterior. Information for Hixie to take care of Classic off the trade. And even a little bit of shouldering information. Look at the trust, my man. I mean, this is what we're talking about. 90% of players who play COD would be like, I won the gunfight, I'll get initial time. Not Hixie. He's still looking to create a little bit of space, get his team into a comfortable position to watch these players on rotation be essentially free kills. Veto over the middle map, couple of tags, can't finish off the elimination, but Ultra and A in the hard point with numbers trying to deal with this break from Ironblood.
And they're so focused on what Vehicle is doing that not everybody can get here, but maybe Classic can Exceed. They might have enough to be able to do it themselves. Oh, it's a melee from Scrap. Mohawk good for the kill. So still, battling back. Ironblood Gaming, they've been good at least getting a little bit of time here and there, but it's not consistent time. So Classic at the front of it all needs to go big, needs to find kills, and he just cannot around the objective. Brack now, last one up. Can he find 3 in a row? Vehicle, the last one, but Vehicle still wins the double. Almost gets the triple. Mohawk shuts them down, but now it's a full 60. That's the only answer that we're going to need going into P3.
Yeah, you have to concede this. Brack in a big power position here over towards the bottom side of docks. He has to lock this up. The awareness for Ironblood needs to be that Brack is the first alarm system towards any possible push towards spawns. Everyone else has to focus on fire in front. 1v1 off screen, Brack loses it. So now all of a sudden you have to turn, and multiple points of contest can come through for Ultra and A. Starting with Scrap from the front. You've got Hixie number 8 and purple on the back. Here comes the hit simultaneously starting to occur. Spawns should be blocked off this position from Hixie, but he's got to get in to help his teammates. Shots aren't going to quite land, and Ironblood from inside the hard point will hold. What a bunker up that is for Ironblood, still with 30 seconds to play with.
Oh, what an incredible moment here. Ironblood Gaming, they hear the call, and now they've been able to answer it with almost a full 60 here so far. First 40's good. Exceed going rogue around the point. 4 in a row now for him. 20 and 18. He has been just on a mission. These last 2 maps, Berlin has been his. Hixie wants to put on some additional pressure, see if he can stop the scrap time from going over, but Brack will shug him off the angle. So now, 161 to 188. What was looking like a blowout is now looking like an incredible comeback in Ironblood Gaming. They are here knocking on the door at P4.
They'll have spawns, but it'll be a 50-50 battle for the objective itself. 168 to 188. Hixie over the top, watching to make sure nobody rotates deep. Mohawk though in the middle. Maybe a chance to do more, but only finds one. Classic now in the hard point. He needs to get one from this position. Absolutely has to have one. Teammates on the way back. Bounce nade out of Assault will take care of Classic before he has a chance to even fire back. Mohawk deep. Dealt with by Assault, who's able to take him down through the exploding trucks. And with Hixie getting involved, it's just down to Brack. The spawns have flipped, though, and Ironblood actually are able to kind of get a jump on Ultra NA from behind. Scrap gonna get a read off of this with his teammates spawning nearby, and the hold looks good as Ultra get closer and closer to 200 points.
Closer and closer to 200. Scrap time's going to be big, and now they get the fan out to new. Already getting some early mail control will be Hixie, as he's going to run all the way through, and now he's got to cross through the middle of the map here. So Ironblood, you have to deal with him first and foremost, and Exceed says, no problem, I got it. So now you at least have a little bit of a setup, a little bit of a structure around the point, but you have to deal with Scrap, and they should be able to find him. He's weakened up. Classic just needs to finish off the kill. How does Scrap get that? Team nade comes in, but still, Ironblood Gaming, they're on the point.
Brackling prone. Oh, a little bit of help from Classic from behind. That'll work out nicely. Assault working back towards these staircases. Help from his teammates from the front if Equal is able to get a double. Classic trying to hit this little bit of a pinch. He's been red. Big 1v1 here for him. Help on the way. Classic dealt with. Equal still holding his life. Little finesse gets a number of tags off, but Exceed will finally deal with him. The spawn status has also stayed the same with Ironblood in the favorable positions. These gunfight trades are actually going their way here, Austin. There's a chance to get a full rotation finally for Ironblood, and it comes at a key moment in this game.
There absolutely is, but Ultra, they have been so good. This has arguably been their best hill when we talk about P1. So Ironblood Gaming, they got to set up, they got to post up, they got to start winning some of the biggest gunfights of their entire life. Hero Vanguard, everything is here. And like you said, Hixie's going to be able to come all the way around the back. Mohawk will be watching it, and Exceed's going to be zoning down low. Gunfights are everything right now for Ironblood Gaming.
You have to win these gunfights from the front. You cannot afford for Mohawk to turn his attention to the front side because now Hixie can make his move. Brack in the top corner, able to deal with him, but as he falls, it's just down to Mohawk from the front. He's able to get to a position to keep his life, but there's not a lot of help here. 233 to 202. Ironblood taking their time, knowing that they need to successfully break on through. Scrap gets red, is dealt with. Mohawk from the side window to the pistol, gets the double, and now the pinch on the backside from Exceed. Shut down, but Brack is the next one in, and Hixie will wait for help as Ironblood will be allowed some time.
Oh, Brack trying to get over to Office to try to get on top of the heady. So far, so good. Ultra Academy, though, making the call. They might try to end it here. They need 14 seconds, 15 available. Brack's contesting. Exceed and Brack by 2, looking for the third. Ironblood Gaming, they get a clean feed. Now they get to rush over to new, get inside a mail. These gunfights, again, determine everything in the game.
Brack is in a very dire position sitting in the side. He does get one, though. That's a big elimination as the hard point opens up. Neutral goes the hard point for now. 230 to 236, and Classic wakes up at the exact right moment. A double for Classic. Nick looking for more on the outside of the tank. Doesn't quite get a read on where Assault is positioned, but he's got enough help here with teammates starting to flood on through. Brack able to get there to assist first and foremost, and Ultra NA starting, all of a sudden, they see their lead completely dwindle. Classic from the side room shut down, and now Ultra NA with a chance to win, Austin.
Oh, they might be able to do it here. Toronto Ultra Academy, they have been so good throughout the year. Mohawk is going to have to do it all. Needs to break in. Vico watching from the outside. Mohawk on 3. It's a team nade from Classic. It's chaos. It's mayhem. It's Ironblood. It's Classic again for a double. 2 more seconds. Oh my goodness. Classic. He turns up in the end, and Allen, we're going map 5.
I didn't say anything bad about Classic once. Are you kidding me, Nick? Look at that guy in the top left-hand side of your screen. There it is, brother. Welcome to Berlin Hardpoint at the right moment. Unbelievable. It starts first and foremost from Brack, though. It has to be told. He's the last one into P1, and he's the only one to really dominate from that corner position that you called out through Office. Gets the heady, takes down a number of members, and allows his team a chance to even see the second hard point. And then Classic. You could go quad, quintuple negative, but you find those last 6 kills, and I'm your biggest fan. Unbelievable out of Classic.
I mean, it's just something that happens so often. Like, 2 times throughout that Team War series, he starts off double, triple negative, and then you get to see what Classic brings to the table in the final moments. If we just got that throughout the entire map, Ironblood Gaming probably would have won like 250 to like 200, but making it dicey, making it spicy, man. Unbelievable stuff. Ironblood Gaming getting in there, holding the hill, doing everything they have to. It was just complete chaos, and it just comes down to the clutch factor there in the end. Throw everything else, strategic, out the window. Get it out of there. It's just about the gunfights there in the final moments. And what a clutch win for Ironblood Gaming to keep themselves alive here in Challenger Champs.
Dude, this position from Brack is just unbelievably clutch. You called it. He almost doesn't even get to the desk in the first place. And if he doesn't, that might be the game right there. The simple fact of the matter is Brack makes sure that the exit scrap time of P1 is guaranteed. It allows a chance for everyone off spawn to completely focus on the rotation in towards mailroom. And Classic just finds some, I don't even know what, liquid confidence, call it, as he gets over towards 2, cleans up the initial, zones out the outside, and then puts the last contestants in a 250 to 248 map, sending us to a Berlin search and destroy map 5. And look, you're going to need this momentum to run into this because Ultra NA is probably the deadliest Berlin search and destroy team in Challengers, no question. This is a tall ask for Ironblood coming up into map 5.
You're right. It sure is. It's a tall ask. But at the very least, you saw all of those guys get excited as they did. Exceed just absolutely jumps out of his chair, fist bumps every single one of his teammates. And when you win maps like that, maps that should have been closed, I just want to remind everyone, we were going into the third hill on the first rotation. Ultra Academy NA were just hovering around like 90 to 100 points for as far as their lead. And I think in the back of a lot of people's minds, including mine, I thought it was going to be done and dusted there, and they were going to get put in like the 100-point club. I'm not going to lie. That's how it was looking. That's the dominance we were getting out of every single member from Ultra Academy NA. But it's just a couple of hills they're able to string together, specifically the P3 to the P4. That's where the game changes. That's where they bring it back. And that's why we're even seeing map number 5 on Berlin.
Man. Golly, man. Watch more Challengers! Just like, are you kidding me? Unbelievable. Berlin search, though, here's the thing. And I wonder how much the mental game comes through here because we haven't, I don't believe, seen Ironblood Gaming on stream play a Berlin search yet. In fact, I don't even think we've seen Ultra NA play a Berlin search yet on stream. But regardless of that, if you're an avid fan of Challengers, you know that this Ultra NA team is able to, at times, just completely blow the brakes off of teams just by hitting them aggressively on both sides of the bomb. It's so easy for us to say that. We've said it a number of times. We said it back in the Bacage, but it's very evident in this Berlin because they hit 4-man hits all the time. So will that possibly be another condition here that Ironblood may not be prepped for? Hard to say because this was the pocket pick for Ultra NA throughout Stage 4 in through the Boston Open. And if they haven't played it yet, because I'm pretty sure they've been, map 5 has been their search pick all weekend long, and they haven't gone to a map 5 yet. So we haven't seen them play this map mode combo, if I'm not mistaken. And that's going to be a shrouded mystery as far as what do you expect if you're Ironblood coming into a key map 5.
Scrap Sniper, Hixie's aggression, Vehicle's ridiculous plays. I feel like I could maybe add up a couple more for you. There's a lot I feel like you gotta worry about coming into this one, but man, it's just been an absolute banger of a series. And to be fair, this is the first time that Ultra actually have been seriously tested throughout the weekend, right? This is the first time we've seen them go down to those couple digits, points coming down to the wire for as far as the hard points, these very close control rounds that we just have not seen them in these type of positions. So as much as, again, they have been very good, they have looked very strong, this is the final tournament of the year, and you just can't really make any solidified prediction, I feel like, coming in here, just based off of what we just saw, what we have been seeing. Ironblood Gaming, if they're anything, they're very resilient. They refuse to go down without a fight, and I think they'll continue to do that. And hey, listen, Classic did have a good performance in the S&Ds. I know we've been harping on them in the respawns, but the S&Ds, man, come on, Nikki D. You dropped 13 in the Bocage. Let's see it here in the Berlin.
Have to have it. Have to have it. Oh, boy. Yeah, and just as a reminder, this is just to set us to a second best of 5. Everything can still come into a conclusion on this map if Ultra NA win. Otherwise, Ironblood will send us back to the vetoes and picks to set up a second best of 5. And as mentioned, look, we've been able to crown a first technical international champion back during the Minnesota Open, but this will be the first world champion, so to speak, in COD Challengers between these two teams since the Challengers program had been established back in October of 2019 going into the Modern Warfare season. So there's a lot on the line here when it comes to the history, the prestige, the reputation, let alone the value to your stocks going into next year individually. And all 8 of these players, they've been able to show from time in, time out, whether they've been there before or not, they definitely deserve a look. So all the gloves you feel like have to be coming off, and I have to imagine that we're going to get that special moment right here in this map 5. It has to happen.
You're thinking about it, man. Listen, I know I call their classic, but I want to see Mohawk show us why he is that same player from last year, the MVP from Challenger Finals. He came up in the S&D side by side with Scrappy, and he has a chance to put him and his team down. The old team that he was just on basically a dynasty with, it felt like at times. Will he be able to do it? I'm looking at him having a big performance here, but this is search and destroy, man. Anybody can pop off. Anybody can go big. This is all about the clutch moments through every single round. And this could, again, be the final map of the year. Let's find out, man. Attacking first, we got Ultra Academy.
Assault watching over the cross. Here's one of those moves that you expect to see from Scrap, sniping over the top of the A site. And if Assault has seen Classic move forward into Statue, this will be a really easy post plant for Ultra and A, because you expect to see this challenge come quickly through the side door. We'll find out. Assault has moved forward, trying to watch over the middle map, but he's not able to do much for that position. Now the flank, all of a sudden an opportunity for Ironblood to start to use. The stun does not connect though. Classic turned around. Scrap eventually dealt with, but the trade comes through. 27 seconds on the clock, 2v3. Ultra and A still holding on to some ground, but Ironblood looking to threaten.
Yeah, you gotta get a little mixy here if you're Ultra. You're down in numbers, you're trapped in the site. Nades are coming in. Ironblood Gaming, they're really utilizing a lot of the clock here. Last player left alive, it's gonna be Vehicle. Can he get out the door? Yes, he can. And that means he'll likely be able to finesse the clock. Exceed just gets the bad timing, won't catch him in time. And that just took, I think, a little bit too long there for Ironblood Gaming to get there with the numbers.
I like the look off this opening Ironblood defense. Very regularly, you see slight modifications around that office defense, where maybe a player will get in early with a sub, lay prone behind some of the desks, and AR will watch over him from the concrete patio or all the way back towards the windows of lobby. But this time, it's don't give any information away inside the site, and Classic plays down towards Statue. Ultra and A will be aware of that. They definitely read that he made that play since he collected first blood, but the question will be, how do you deal with that? And does that possibly take away the offensive threat of Scrap Sniper immediately? We'll have to wait to see. But now for Ironblood. Nades over the top, looking to hit into mailroom and set up a B hit. The first one to try to scout things out will be Mohawk, playing up by the boxes. But these opening nades have not deterred neither Hixie nor Scrap, who are playing a double-decker stack-up defensively on the outside of docks.
I'm pretty sure Mohawk just lost the leg with that nade. He's able to survive. No secondary nade comes in. It's just information, but Assault aggressively pushing up here with his teammates. And now it's going to trap Classic inside of B. They know he's here, needs to come up with one, but unfortunately won't get any. So far, it is as clean as ever when it comes down to this Ultra Academy NA roster. But 2 players left. Exceed and Brack going to have to make something magical happen.
Brack shut down in the back means that Exceed is completely trapped now. And yeah, that just comes down to the nades not landing. I mean, when you put together a defensive stack with a 2-man hit defensively over towards docks, and nades and stuns aren't connecting until the commitment to get onto site comes through, it's just so hard for Ironblood to be able to convert the kills, because you essentially lose Classic. He can't plant because you know for a fact that last stun check will confirm a defensive player is nearby, but you've lost all your utility. There's no one else who can help you in that position, and Toronto does a really nice job of retaking the middle of the map through mailroom, making sure they isolate Ironblood's offense over towards B, and it's an easy cleanup from there. 2-0 up our Ultra NA, and now I'm curious to see what exactly do Ultra NA have up their sleeves with potentially dealing with Classic if he decides to go topside Statue again.
There's not too many things that make me smile right away, but Scrap with a sniper is one of them. Just wide over the head of Mohawk there with the initial challenge. Classic holding the off angle, and Scrappy's going to be caught off guard there. Full sprints in. Classic says, thank you very much. The nades, though, will flush him out. Mohawk, however, gets involved and will be able to get one back. So still, numbers over to Ironblood Gaming, but not before Assault gets involved.
And that kill's a massive one for Assault. It's going to keep the defense from hard focusing on this A site. You have to consider a possible rat back. So you're going to look at number 8 in the minimap. He's just looking left, looking right. He's responsible for both crosses at the same time. And you could see how shaky this defense is. Even Mohawk's not sure if they've slipped through Brack's position. So they're going to join up and try to play defense from the B side of the map. Ultra and A have already made their way in towards A. Hixie playing for a plant. And he's going to leave the bomb over towards the side doorway. So there's an opportunity to watch this from multiple angles on the post plant. But the challenge from Ironblood on the retake will be from the backside. We're going to see gunfights.
Oh, Hixie will be red as they come all the way back. Assault's got so much work to do, and well, Brack should be able to find them. He doesn't spot him, so now it's a 1 versus 1. Mohawk able to tag him up heavily. Assault now has to scramble like an egg before it gets folded like an omelet. Where is he going to go? 3 kills here for him already in a row, and he's been able to finesse. He's been able to come all the way around. Mohawk's lost track of him, and he's got no time really to work with. Might be able to find the kill, but I don't think he'll get to the bomb in time. We'll see. 10 seconds on that clock. Mohawk with the slide. Yep. That's good for it. Mohawk in the final seconds gets the clutch and should be able to get that defuse, and he does.
And Mohawk a little late to the party, but he brought the salt, pepper, the spinach, and the onions to that folded up omelet. No problem there. Just able to sneak his way back in before it's overdone. And a key round on the board here for Ironblood. The last thing you want is to go down 3-0. That's just not good news whatsoever, because it's going to force you to have to win multiple rounds in a row, and then you start to second-guess your playbook. But you sustain that defensive look. And now it's just down to what's the next idea offensively with the failed B hit last time around. It's going to be a cautious start over towards A lot of focus towards mid-map, and an Arches push way for Ironblood, where Vikal, he's just going to look for information, absolutely gets blown up by the team shots. Mohawk also able to get involved as Scrap will drop, and now Ultra in a 2v4 looking for a defensive retake from the wrong side of the map.
Assault. Assault's got the angle. Oh, we've been seeing them from Shotzzy this entire year, saving some of the wall bank spots to the very end, and that's going to stop the bomb plant from coming through, and it's also going to call for a rotation here from Ironblood Gaming, but they're going to fake it and come back. They second-guess themselves, and Hixie's going to hightail it out of there.
Well, Hixie's still defending this, at least, to certain regards. Exceed has seen this. He absolutely has. There's the chase down. Shots are as clean as you'd like. So now rotating over is Assault. A 1v3. Gets a good look at Brack, but can't finish off the kill. Bomb now being stuck for the plant. Have to isolate this kill quickly. Assault not checking the right corner. Doesn't get rid of Brack. God! Ah!
What a beautiful man right there, man. Beautiful Brack. How about that? Unbelievable. On his stomach. Sub is up. Assault thinks he can slide around that corner, but oh, no. Not getting through Brack. And that is now a couple of very clean rounds off the back end of the clutch. On top of it, you get a very nice opening. Assault shows us maybe a new spot, but still, Ironblood Gaming able to recover and keep this one close.
What's the look this time going to be for Ultra and A? We've seen the Scrap Sniper Rifle over the top of the A site in both offensive rounds. It looks like they may do this again. Assault is just here to look for information. Vehicle holding close. It looks like Scrap is going to try to offer some assistance forward, though. No sniper in hand by the look of it. Scrap able to get the Automaton involved for first blood. Still some gunfights possibly to be won, but Ironblood are trying to back away, and the nades are good, plus Brack, he just does it all from the front side of his belly. Another kill comes through, and just like that, Ultra and A have to scramble themselves to try to get over and get a plant off still.
Yeah, Hixie, he might just want to drop the bomb here. You don't really have too clean of a rotation all the way back through your spawn, but Assault will be able to potentially watch this cross through P5, kind of help out Hixie, but it's a lot of pressure on Hixie to try to watch this from the front. 3 members flooding in, can't find the first one. Now he's in some serious trouble.
Oh, but he's danced around, he's maneuvered around, maybe just enough. He does get a second elimination after Assault found the first. Getting just to a 1v1 with Exceed. Former teammates. Now trying to take away a crucial round 5, and Assault dives left while Exceed held right. No problems there. And that'll be an advantage for 3 rounds in a row now for Ironblood.
How clutch has Exceed been, man? 4 in a row for him. We've seen him just about do it all, it feels like, so far on the day. Another good 1 versus 2 there to solidify 3 rounds on the bounce here. So this has been very clean here so far. Everything has just been very precise, very coordinated, and you feel like they're just playing with a little bit of a different type of confidence in a lot of these gunfights now. They know they can take this squad down, and they're up 3-2. We'll see if they're going to be able to continue, stack things up, and, well, Exceed. He's also on 4. We'll see if he can maybe work for the glide here, too.
Brack watching over the middle. Defensively, both Vehicle and Assault playing forward in towards A. Shots coming through. Vehicle able to isolate, but can't secure the kill, and he gets absolutely picked apart. Oh, gosh. Not good news here. Ironblood, they've completely destroyed this defensive setup. Scrap nearby, though. Possibly could find a kill off exit. Exceed with the plant. Gets it off. Shots come through. Scrap can't find any kind of a lock-on. Hixie here for the backside. Only able to take down one, leaving Scrap in the corner by himself. And it's Ironblood for 4 rounds in a row.
How about that? Old teammates back-to-back round. We see it from Exceed and Assault, and here we get it from Mohawk and Scrap with a little bit of finesse. Just dodging in and out of windows, in and out of doors, and takes the challenge. And man, these opening engagements, they have been the difference maker, but it just feels like both teams are saying, hey, we're going to full hit A. One player's going to slide through, and that's going to be the bait and switch for the easy pickup for the player inside of the site. We've seen that now 2 or 3 rounds in a row. So are we going to get a bigger stack around A defensively? That's really my question. That's a lot more white arrows at least headed over to that A site here for the side of Ironblood Gaming.
Oh, this is going to be a fake towards A. No nades being thrown at the moment. Actually, this is going to be full mid-map exploitation. Oh my! No nades were tossed at all for Ultra and A. They completely bamboozle Ironblood off the rip, who'd had a 3-man defensive stack towards A initially, and now all of a sudden you've lost lobby. But look at the isolation! Exceed comes back to the play to find an easy kill. Classic tallying one before falling, leaving Veto by himself, and he doesn't get the 1v1 over the cement staircase. And Ironblood are now up 5 in a row.
5 rounds in a row. And Brack over the top here with the snap and the lock-on to solidify it. Man, this is one of the best map mode combinations for Ultra Academy NA. And they just look like they are completely lost on the map right now.
It's nothing's working. All their set plays, like this little cheeky 2-2 split to hit through statue, finds essentially nothing. Brack, I believe he did see at least one player cross, maybe a second. Of course, we've got the X-ray, but depends on what he's able to call out. By all intentions, Ironblood's moving quickly over towards B. They may have seen this. So Exceed jumps on in. He's going to go for the quick plant. Look at Ultra and A, though. Already stacked up in the front side of Mailroom. Looking to come back around the side. The nade will follow in. The bomb does get planted, but Exceed's in a little bit of trouble. Hixie still trying to zone him out of the play as they look to isolate Classic inside. Shots will connect, and finally the kill comes through. But Exceed's still alive, and he's got Brack rotating around the backside. Exceed with the pistol!
Oh!
One more deep! Bang! A 1v3 for Exceed in front of the base site, and Ironblood send us to a second best of 5!
Oh, Katie, show us the live cam. Oh my goodness. I gotta see Exceed after that. He just destroyed Scrappy. That is the first series they've lost, and Exceed lets them know with a double whammy right there. Oh man, that is one way to close the first best of 5 for giving Ultra Academy their first loss. That is just ridiculous. Alan Exceed for the 3-piece in the end. I am losing my mind.
It just... What do you say, my man? We were looking for something special. That was it for me. Oh my goodness. The double up with the pistol at the end with 3 members from all different directions. Unbelievable from Exceed. Completely isolated away from the play to get the bomb planted, keep his life, and then clutch up at the end for the triple. I mean, that is just a special play by a special player. Nothing else you could say about it. And initially speaking, when you look through these replays, like, there was never really a moment in any of these rounds where you felt like Ultra and A were letting off. They were 100% trying to throw things at Ironblood. 2-2 splits aggressively through the offense up to statue. Little sniper plays, triple stack defensively towards A. And it just does not work out for him. Ironblood had the response, and it was a lot of it coming from Exceed throughout the majority of this Search and Destroy, of course, highlighted by the triple at the end.
Oh man, look at this. I have never seen Scrappy lose a gunfight like that. And then Hixie just can't get there for the trade. Man, Exceed 11 kills in this final map after losing the control the way they did, almost dropping 50 real kills. It is insane to see him continuously put up top performance after top performance, map after map. But Exceed's here to play. Ironblood Gaming is here to play, man. They're sending us to the second best of 5. I wouldn't have it any other way. This is the series we all hope for.
Goodness. Unbelievable stuff. And the thing about it is, you know, we came into this series looking for Classic to be the guy to step in, especially if he's going to continue to run a lot of MP40. But honestly speaking, he's being trumped over by Exceed, who's been running a main SMG for a lot of this year. But how big has Caden been in so many moments, especially in these last 2 maps, to set it to a reset, second best of 5? Unreal stuff. Close maps from start to finish. Honestly speaking, even the 6-3 Bocage Search, there were a number of rounds that could have gone the other way. And just what a time for this team that was put together, let's be candid, as a way to just finesse the challengers points to get this an all-qualified team in the first place. I don't know, man. Unreal.
Unreal, man. But I'm here for it, man. I'm ready for another Game 5, going to that second series, man. These two have played each other so close. But at the very least, Ironblood Gaming, they have showed up. They are not that same team that played Ultra the last time around. When they got smoked 3-0 and they were getting put in the 100-point club, that team is long gone. This is the new Ironblood Gaming. They have more reps, they have more clutch wins, and they have been putting it together. It has been beautiful to watch these guys really come together into one. And again, the storylines that we keep mentioning, Exceed up against his old teammate, Mohawk against his old teammate and team. This is such an insane series that we have on our hands, and if they're able to do it, man, oh man, it changes everything, and it would do wonders. But we take a look at the bracket. 3-2 in the grand finals. Grand finals reset. We're heading to that second best of 5.
Well, we made the call. Trine, who was literally mint through the upper bracket, not dropping a single map. I was the one to sit there and say, I don't know how you find a way to get 6 maps against this Ultra A team, and you came with the perfect response. It starts with the first 3. And that condition has now been met. We'll send things off the break here in a moment as we start to go over the vetoes, the picks, and we'll have to say if the map pool is going to be any different at all, because let's be honest, all of those maps were winnable for both teams either way. So who's here to know? We'll come to find out. A second best of 5 is on the way. Don't go far. A Challengers Grand Finals World Champion is going to get crowned at the backside of the break.
too exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't cave under pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over here's a good toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pose. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, just not a test. It's not a race, no black or white. Everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow. Only the present, that is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen, beauty of choice. You can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judge, just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again. Sometimes you don't like where you live, sometimes you don't really like your kids, sometimes you grow out of your friends, sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrow, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow, or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore, endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again.
So you like COD, do you? Watching challengers on a Saturday? Well, good news. We've got a second best of 5 for our grand finals after a tight affair happened in the first 5 maps. The run it back is not just a phrase used because they're going to play again. It's a full reset of the same map mode combinations. I don't think that that's going to be particularly puzzling because all 5 maps were winnable from either side's perspectives. But the good news about this from our side of things, Austin, is we have specific things that we can point to that were difference makers in each of the 5, depending on how long the series goes.
Exactly, and let's start with the very first one here, going back over to the Gavutu. I mean, we saw this one kind of go back and forth on multiple occasions. It was up to the point where we could only really get kind of the back 30 that was coming through right for the side of Iron Blood Gaming. They were great at being able to get the scrap time, but they were really bad at setting up and holding for the initial. So you feel like that might change a little bit based off of, talking over everything that was happening, making sure we're playing a little more passive at times we need to, and making sure we're stepping on the gas when we need to. So we'll see exactly what they'll change up specifically, but what we do know is these guys got to be feeling electric. I mean, we saw Exceed pull out the double whammy there at the end to the other team. This guy was absolutely amped up, and he has a reason to be because he just played one of the best series of his entire Vanguard year.
Absolutely the case, and not just is it his best series, the Vanguard year, it comes with a lot of responsibility as we look forward into this next series, because one of the things that we noticed very particularly about the Gavutu Hardpoint for Iron Blood was that they were not doing well on rotation. Everything they got as far as time is concerned was, for the most part, in the back 30 seconds of hills. That is not win condition when it comes to a Gavutu Hardpoint. You need to be able to get lockdowns going. And for Iron Blood Gaming, one big mistake kind of came through on that last P3 that we had, where they just got bamboozled. They did not realize that they had purposely flipped the spawns around, and it gave Toronto Ultra NA the 25 seconds that would eventually lead to their 25-point win. So I think that first and foremost, it's not just the fact that we have to look for particular players, but in the midst of the map and on rotation, we need to see them, for Iron Blood in particular, leading routes that get to the position where you can get good setups, because it was really rare that we saw complete setups coming through for Iron Blood, and the times that they did have complete setups, they were not realizing that they had complete setups. So that has to be different here. Otherwise, Ultra NA, I think, could expect a similar result that they got the first time around.
And the one thing I will say is, I know we don't want to focus too much on individuals, but Scrappy did not play like he normally does. I don't think I remember a time where Scrappy had a negative KD ratio in a best of 5. We'll see if he can turn up here. This is do or die, and already gunfights coming through. Scrap trying to come up with a couple of kills, but Bracket Exceed are good for just about all of them. Only one left alive is going to be Veto in the hill.
And he will eventually be isolated. Mohawk cutting out the middle of the map. Good oversight support as Exceed will take his position, while the rest of Iron Blood will focus on the front through the beach, and really solid kills coming through already. Pixie trying to get an angle, but he can't do anything besides just throw nades, and they're not even getting all the way to the hard point. Mohawk now on 3 in a row. Classic hitting a route forward. This is great news for Iron Blood. Already better than what we saw the first time around, but for Ultra NA, kind of ipso facto, making a rotation back through P2. They've got good control of boat, and they've got a player in Vehicle who's already pushed up the zone off the backside of green.
Important kill there for Mohawk at Olds. We'll be able to now maybe come down the steps or come all the way around the beach side and potentially be a threat from the side. Meanwhile, everyone else kind of posted up right now. It's because Vehicle's kind of got all of this front zoning at green, so you can't cross without taking a couple of shots here. Exceed, though, takes the challenge head on. What a win it is. That's going to allow Exceed to get in, and now they can start picking up some time.
Yeah, it's not a good start here from Ultra NA. And honestly speaking, as much as we could easily focus on some of the downsides that are coming through, it's mostly the positives out of Iron Blood, including Mohawk in a great position to make sure no one can come around the backside of flip spawns. Pistol in hand, expects the next contestant, but it's Assault who wins the gunfight, and with that, Ultra NA will substantially improve their win condition towards not just this second hill, but also getting back into this game. On towards ship, plus favored side spawns as we look over towards the third hill. Just comes down to, can you clean up these final gunfights? Mohawk and Exceed will contest, and with that, a chance to win the scrap time as they finally get the final kill, allowing a chance not only for the scrap, but also a little bit of pressure on rotation.
Now pressure on Ultra Academy NA to come up with a little bit of time here. Need the solid hold. Classic with the reads. How about it? Double kill inside of ring. That's going to loosen up at least a little bit of the forward defense. Only one push forward will be Vehicle. Will he be dealt with? We'll have to see. He's going to be able to track down Exceed, but Extreme from the low ground wins it with a sub. Very unbelievable gunfight, and that's going to get him pretty close, but now has to win one more. Needs to try and find Hixie, and he does. Beautiful break. Exceed in the time, and is able to get the team shots in with Classic as well.
Yeah, Ultra NA nearly killed off enough clock to allow these outward spawns of the last two members to get here, maybe even pinch up this hit from Ironblood, but the kills come through in due time. 25 seconds to fight for. Brack, the last one standing, trying to hold on to the hard point, but it's a full kill feed, and a lot of it, as you mentioned, from Hixie, 3 in a row for him, including a nade over the top. He eventually gets dealt with by the same method, but all in all, that's still a successful attempt from Ultra NA. You're able to contest the scrap time, in fact, win a little bit of time, and look at the minimap. They've once again got a really nice line of scrimmage set up in the middle of the map where they could really freely earn time here at Radar.
Yeah, massive moment here for them to get back in the game. Classic Brack, Mohawk, though. Everyone just winning individual gunfights, something we didn't really see as much of the first time around. So Hixie, under fire, under pressure, naded up. Brack attacking the back. That's a double. No one responds to Brack, and he's able to deal with just about everyone. Now you have to worry about a bit of a spawn trap. You have the close spawn, but so many clutch gunfights need to be won before you can touch the hill.
I don't know if Ironblood fully realized that Ultra NA were still spawning in the back. You saw Exceed kind of give up the angle, but then he comes right back through from the front and lines up 3 in a row. Oh my goodness, 11 and 5 from Exceed, 10 and 5 from Mohawk. And Classic is finding a ton of eliminations and engagements. 11 and 11 for him as he continues to hit routes away from the hard point. It's a 50-point lead, and Exceed isn't done on 4 in a row. Still more Ultra NA members to find around the hard point, but eventually gets overwhelmed from the jump up. And that will maybe be enough for a little bit of scrap time to be earned by Ultra NA, who will still be late to rotation on 5.
I just don't know if I've ever seen this version of Exceed throughout his career. He is just refusing to let this one go over to Ultra Academy NA, doing everything he possibly can. But Ultra trying to make the rotation. Assault coming through the beach side, trying to get an idea of where players are going to be attacking from. We take a look back at the hill, and right now the setup looking pretty strong. Boat control is good. Mohawk is posted up, safe and sound. But Ultra Academy, they're here, and they're knocking on the door inside of the boat.
And Ironblood don't really have a lot of information. They lose Classic in the middle of the map, so technically speaking, even though the hold looks good, there's an advantage for Ultra NA to try to flood forward and break this setup, but everyone's trying to move around from the backside of this green building, and it's leaving Mohawk on site for a lot longer than you would expect. So now with the proximal respawns, Ironblood still have a chance to try to fight this back, but Veto on 3 in a row, holding the front side of the hard point. Gets a little bit of support out of his own nade first and foremost. That one will explode, leaving Mohawk weakened up for Hixie to finish. And honestly speaking, when it comes to being behind the ball here for Ultra NA on the large majority of these hard points in their first set, they've done well to bring this into a at least contestable game, just down about 40 points.
Down about 40. Mohawk, though, able to find Hixie. He was trying to work a pinch, and Veekel not really a part of this play right now. He was maybe playing for the streaks after coming off of old, but he will be stopped on the force free. Classic now set up with the automaton inside of Ring and Ironblood Gaming. The holds have been much better initially, and Toronto Ultra, they're in a position where they're going to have to wait for each other, try to set up. It's going to start with player 6 right now. I believe it's going to be Scrap. He's going to lead the charge, and Ultra, here they go, looking for the break.
Oh, and it's looking pretty solid. The exchange is good. 2 for 1 initially. Mohawk staying patient just underneath the seawall right on top of Ring. Oh, still gets smoked out by Veekel. Brack looking to follow up. Able to get the one trade and then following up with a second. More around the corner. Pistol in hand for Brack on 3 in a row. Able to get some space for the reload. Contest from the backside. It's Scrap around. Trying to work in towards the interior of Ring, but Brack keeps eluding him. Now an advantage for him as he comes around the outside. 1v1 finally comes through. Scrap wins the first, but help is not there to keep him alive. And a little bit of scrap time earned by Ironblood as we rotate over to ship.
Oh, this is such a different version of the map this time. I mean, 164 to 99, Ultra Academy just have not had that same slaying power, that same presence around the objective. It's just not been there. The Classic will lose the battle, so at least Ultra able to get themselves in here for a quick second. As we'll see Brack able to get the trade initially. Can he come up with 2? Looking for angles, trying to finesse his life. On his way to the top of the boat, he will go. Multiple members to deal with. Oh, the hip fire with the pistol. Wow. Every single bullet connects, and he's not done. Brack doubles up.
Brack on 4 in a row. With the regen, he could use this position to farm some extra kills off the respawn from Ultra NA. Still 25 seconds to fight for as Ironblood increase their lead to significant margins. Brack, though, shut down. Early rotation out of Scrap number 6 in purple, trying to flip the spawns around, and he gets dealt with that range by Exceed, and spawning up in place are both Brack and Mohawk. The scrap time looks good from Ultra NA, but their attempts to win a setup towards 3 have been completely foiled, and that's going to be a huge advantage for Ironblood, not just in the ability to get time here on P3, but this could be the opportunity they need to put this game out of reach.
Oh, ring control, green control, and you have hill control. Everything you'd want when you're talking about P3 on Gavutu. Exceed up top on 3 in a row. Goes down low for 4. Caden is just ripping through Ultra right now. 5 straight kills for Exceed, trying to find the 6th. And, well, the forward zoning is almost a little too much. Exceed, though, will he be able to find number 6? Yes, he will. 1 now off of that glide bomb.
Yeah, and this is definitely Ironblood trying to play for a flip of the spawns. Not possible for them to win it off the 3rd. They're looking for a free rotation over to 4 to win the game. There, classic goal! Almost gets the double up. Hixie survives with 8 HP. And while all this is occurring, all of a sudden, Ultra and A have won the rotation to 4. You want to talk about how a comeback happens here, Visions? This is what it looks like. 10 seconds of scrap time that Ironblood will be forced to essentially earn up and try to guarantee, but this is going to be a tested rotation. Exceed on a couple, shut down. One more member nearby, it's Classic, who's going to wait a little while longer to ponder if he can get some help from his teammates.
Last time around, we were watching it in the first series. It was Brack that was able to get to the beach side. This time, Ultra very worried about what's happening in the beach side, and they'll be there to cover it. So good defense and good support, but Hixie still left on a bit of an island. Any kills he gets are great, but he can't find anything more. Still, Ultra Academy stacking up a lot of time right now. That's a free 20 seconds, but we'll see if they're going to be able to break. It's a very tight setup, and everyone's flooding in for the front, lining them up, but it's going to be all white in the feed, and that will be Ironblood Gaming back in the hill.
Hixie spawned out in that midst. A bit surprising considering that it looked like Ultra and A were guaranteed the backside it spawns, but he's not able to help out with this push, and the clean kill feed now allows an opportunity for Ironblood to not just possibly get closer to 250 here, but they have a free rotation to P5, and that's where you win this game. Someone needs to turn tail and just get into the new hardpoint with only 8 seconds to fight for. Looks like Mohawk may be that player as he climbs the ladder and will make a move over. Classic guarding on the rotation, gets a double to stall things out, but look at the spawns from Ultra and A. Bottom left-hand side, Vehicle's going to be in a position to try to challenge these defenders of Ironblood on the site, but he's going to have to make a move quickly.
Brack trying to get it done right here for the remaining 15 seconds. Trying to get an idea where they're attacking from, but they attack from all angles. Ultra get in. Mohawk with the patient play. Will be able to lock down the back of Green. Coming for the front will be Classic. He finds nothing. Vehicle needs to go big, but the nade over the top is huge from Brack. It allows Exceed to get in for a moment. Scrappy now forced to go big alongside Hixie up top. 238 to 174. Ultra need to play perfect, but Classic all alone at the point doesn't read Hixie, and he's continuing to go rogue. But now they're here. Ultra Academy, they're going to have to fight
Assault
for the time, and they're able to find every single kill.
They're going to realize that the spawns will be out for Ironblood. Assault has to hit the high road and get into this hard point quickly. Oh, what a good stun lock that is. Ironblood able to confirm the first kill, no problem. To about 185. Will Ultra NA go off the old time, but you have to get good nades over the top to weaken up this setup because Ironblood are here with numbers and they're locking down the middle of the map with not a lot of time between them and the map 1 win. Vehicle on the first opener, only able to find the first. Hixie trying to follow up, but Pinstripe goes the kill feed. Assault now trying to get involved. The ARs have to push forward. Exceed still up, able to find the first without any contest. Scrap still contesting, trying to get the beat down, finds one. Pre-fires onto the second. Brack able to sidestep for a moment. The help is now here for Ultra NA. The reinforcements have arrived, but can they confirm the kills? And Hixie gets the double. The game will extend unless Exceed has something to say through the middle of the map. The first 2 kills are good. He's able to get on. No one's here to challenge this. Exceed single-handedly breaks it. And Ultra NA, we're already focused on zoning off the hit. They forget to count out Exceed, and he single-handedly takes the final gunfights needed to win the opening map.
Oh, Exceed cannot keep getting away with it, man. Every single time we look at that P1 hill on Gavutu, it's him running the sub in the faces of Ultra Academy NA. 34 for Exceed, man. He has just been on one today. Every single time you see him making plays on the map, it feels like he is coming up with 2-3 kills every single life. And that is just going to do wonders. It's bringing so much value. It's making it so much easier for everyone else to play the game around him. But man, this is a totally different team, Alan. Ultra Academy NA are on the back foot. I don't think that was a sentence I was going to say this weekend.
No, they really do feel like they're playing up against the ropes. And look, here's the thing. We have the ability of completely comparing and contrasting the first best of 5 map mode combos to what we're going to get here. And for Ironblood Gaming, their biggest problem in the first time they played Gavutu against this Ultra NA team in the first best of 5 was the simple fact that they were missing out on rotations. They weren't able to get good gunfight wins through the middle of the map, allowing for a chance for good setups. They were always tested. Even when they were technically winning spawns for new hardpoints, they weren't able to put around like a perimeter around the hardpoint. They were always being kind of thwarted back into their spawn. That was not the case here for the majority of these hills. And honestly speaking, it comes out of this guy right here. I mean, we expect to see Classic be the one guy to kind of hit routes because he doesn't often sit on the objective unless he's the last one up, but it was really Exceed that was kind of doing it all. And when you've got the ability for a sub-flex player like that to dominate, go 34-20 with 24 non-traded kills and nearly topping the damage for his full squad, you should expect to see results like this from this Ironblood team. That's exactly what we get here in the first map.
I gotta shout out Classic, man. Like, Classic has
Huge
finally shown up for us. There has just been too many moments where Classic has just had a slow start, can't get things going, double negative. We hit on it the entire last series. He has that incredible clutch play, of course, in map 4 to even get us to a map 5, including this series. But the difference here is that he's actually putting up kills. And not just kills, he's got the most damage in the lobby. So the fact that Classic now is starting to find a lot more value, even with the Automaton in hand, I think is really showing this Ironblood Gaming has just completely turned a new leaf here. So this is what we needed to see. Ultra Academy NA are being outslayed, they're being out-rotated, and they just do not look like that same team that was running through teams through the upper bracket this entire weekend.
Yep, absolutely the case. And look, this is not a team that's going to be shaken up by any of these results. They're not going to be faltering off the fact that they didn't win in the first best of 5. They're not going to be distraught over the fact that they missed out on a couple of the key rotations there on the Gavudu Hardpoint. This is a squad that can bounce back easily in a Bacause Search and Destroy. The thing about it is, when we're talking about this map from the first best of 5, a lot of the rounds, even though it was a 6-3 for Ironblood, were very contestable. And for Ultra NA, I think the biggest key to why they kind of fell down in this map in the first place and why they had to struggle to get out of some dangerous situations was because their opening executable ideas were being countered by Ironblood. And not like by, de facto that they were just setting up to respond to it. It was just that they weren't finding efficiency as much as we're used to seeing in the opening first blood engagements. That's something that I think for Ultra NA, you need to make a decision. Do we even want to try to pull off these crazy forced engagements, or do we want to make Ironblood come to us first, especially from the defensive side, because they were a little loosey-goosey for my liking compared to what we normally see, and I think that led to opportunities for Ironblood to take advantage.
Absolutely. I think so, without a doubt. And I think the only real difference that we saw in the S&D on the Berlin compared to the Bocage was the fact that there also were a lot more clutch-up plays that were coming in there for them. And there was a 2v4 here and there. I think maybe almost a 1v1, right? Mohawk almost had. A couple of those rounds go just a tad bit different. Maybe it's a different storyline. But I think after winning the way you did in that final map is likely going to do wonders for you coming into this one. You're going to be able to make some more of those aggressive plays, I feel like, running off of each other, shutting down Ultra if they decide to go for a lot of what is kind of their mid-map openers, right? Like, that is something that we just know from Ultra, or if we even go back to like stage 3 during the Elite, it felt like, seeing the Ultra do a 4-man run through A was something that we would almost get once a Bocage. So are we going to come back to some of those older plays? Are they going to dig deep into the playbook? You have to imagine Mayhem as well as Mystic have been going over all of that with them, as well as the coaching staff here for the side of Ironblood Gaming. So you have no idea what to expect. We don't know what's going to change, but what we do know is that it's going to continue to be fire as we take a look at the map load in, Alan. This has been, without a doubt, one of the best series so far here in Vanguard.
Yeah, I would have fully expect that both teams are going to come out with a standard default here. And that looks largely to be the case. Expect to see Scrap defensively playing deep towards B. A double stack in the middle of the map, and then you got Vehicle, who's going to be the kind of the sole defender in and around the A site. This is the same setup that they were running the majority of defensive rounds last time through, but Ironblood are already putting a little bit of a threat here onto Hixie. Vehicle responds to the opener, but as Assault drops, it's going to force Scrap to rotate, and this 3v3 all of a sudden has become very claustrophobic for Ultra NA, who are stuck inside of Grannies.
See, just continuing to kind of play through the gate area with the bomb, giving options to lean over to B if they find a pick, or coming back over to A. But Vehicle back in that traditional spot we see him at times around A, just tucked in that corner saying, listen, I have all of the site, don't worry about it. And that's why you see Player 5 kind of watching over the bottom of Grannies, and also kind of looking over Scrap, really covering the entire back, has to be responsible for the flank. But down to 30 seconds, Ironblood Gaming, they're here, they're ready to pounce. Vehicle gets one and he's able to get out. No! Mohawk tracks him down, 2v2 we go.
Vehicle might be one of the best SMG players at playing on top of a bomb site and getting kills that he's got no business winning. Ironblood still searching for more information. Where is the rest of this Ultra NA defense?
Got a plan.
Scrap second guessing. They think they're going to rotate back over towards B because of the timing. Not the case. The time is now becoming a big problem, though. Hixie wins a gunfight onto the bomb carrier of Mohawk, but cannot slip away. The trade comes through from the back window. And Ironblood Gaming, again, sneak away another tight opening round.
Yeah, you're very happy if you're Brack for putting this window right here. Thank God, because he would not have found him otherwise. Hixie would have gone around that corner, and he had enough time to tuck himself away. There wouldn't have been time for Brack to get to him. So very clutch in the end. Around that, probably shouldn't have went over with the setup that Ultra Academy had, but the final 10, 15 seconds, again, that clutch factor, I hate to keep coming back to it, but that's simply what that is. Ironblood Gaming continue to show it.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And now Ultra and A. Oh, okay. Different look here for Ironblood. Exceed quickly over the top of the gates. He will back up, but it's already freed Classic to get super far forward. No one has read this piece of timing. Classic is in a great position. And the thing about it is he doesn't need to do anything else besides stay back here. You can get free intel, maybe a couple of free kills, and put the panic immediately into Ultra and A. Hixie, the next one up, realizes that is not a gunfight you want to take. So Classic will reroute. And the numbers advantage will stay with Ironblood defensively as Classic finds another bit of safety and then gets a little help from Exceed to tally the second kill. 4v2 we go.
I mean, take a look at player 7 right now. Like, Miko, he's still looking for Classic. He's like, where is this guy? Is he in our spawn? I have no idea, but Scrap is able to find his old teammate, takes out Mohawk, and will be able to reset his health as well. So still a doable round, but you feel like a lot of this is going to have to come down to getting a plant off here with only about 30 seconds left. You're going to have to make a decision, and, well, Ironblood Gaming, they're going to take the other side of the map and start to set up and watch over A.
Oh, huge gunfight from Vikol. Picks up an automaton and then gets the read off that Ironblood are indeed playing a defense from the barn side of the map. Dangerous rotation here. I was going to say, there's no way you go back over towards A. So they will make the rotation to B. It should be a free plant, especially considering that Brack has been pushed off, but Exceed. Oh, maybe a little bit of timing here. Avoids the gunfight with Scrap, but it does allow a little bit extra time for Vikol to try to get the plant off. Brack trying to deny, but the bomb gets planted. Now it's just down to Scrap. 1v2 situation. He's hopped onto it. Scrap already being pushed back. Brack challenging. The shots are just not there. And the kill comes through for Brack. Assist to Exceed. And a 2-0 start for Ironblood.
That is just ridiculous. I mean, it probably should have been a little bit cleaner than it was with the way Classic had opened up with those 2 kills, but off the back end of Scrappy getting through and Biko winning a really difficult gunfight in the middle of the map, they bring it back and give themselves a real solid chance at being able to get this bomb down and playing from a post-plant setup, but it's really the time that gets the best of them. You don't know if they're challenging. You have to plant. You have no other decision. You have to get down there and plant the bomb, so a little bit difficult, but man, Brack was great. Hops on the bomb, forces Scrappy into a really difficult position as well. But 5-0 for the man, 2 off of the glide bomb.
It's either Classic or Brack, dude. Every single search and destroy, one of the 2 of them are good for double-digit kills, it feels like, almost instantly. Stun over the top lands. That is a lot of information here that Ultra and A are indeed going to be playing pretty aggressively over towards gate side. And they're not giving up this angle. Good isolation from Ironblood. Scrap able to find at least one trade back onto Exceed, but Hixie's a bit trapped. Classic realizing that, cannot quite take him as he jumps from right to left. And everything will reset to a 3v3, at least for a time, until Brack clears out the river, finding Assault. Numbers advantage with Ironblood.
3 versus 2 with about 55 seconds left on the clock. Ironblood Gaming, they can wrap back over to A. And, well, if you take a look at where Scrappy is, he's going to have to win that gunfight. And now it's all about trying to exit. But, no, Scrappy says, let's take away space. And Hixie says, I'm right there with you, brother. That's a beautiful couple kills coming in. And Brack gets put in this position where he's probably just going to play for this final kill.
Yeah, look for 7. That's got to be the key here. Bomb is collectible. Still plenty of time if he does want to try to extend the round, but off of seeing the members of Ultra and A track back, he's just looking for a piece of COD timing here. The thing about it is, look at the route that Scrap's hitting. If he gets around the backside of 10, Brack is completely exposed. And there's the call. Scrap's already gotten to the backside. No problem for the easy kill. And Ultra and A reap the reward of Brack being passive, looking for streaks. They get on the board.
Very happy about that if you're Ultra Academy and A. I mean, 1, to get on the board. 2, shut down Brack from bringing a glide bomb into play just to make matters even worse going forward throughout the Bocage S&D. But man, oh man, very dicey. I mean, that was still a big clutch round that came through. 2 versus 3, right? Scrap wins that first battle and immediately pushes up, which I feel like a lot of people don't expect. And then Hixie says, this is my window to push right through Barn and hit up the middle of the map. So very nice decision-making. Big plays coming through for those 2. But now we go into round number 4. Attacking again will be Ultra Academy.
Stuns being exchanged outside the A site. Assault gets the information. Mohawk did not, but they still tag each other up aggressively, essentially setting to a reset. Same look, though, from Ironblood, largely speaking. The only difference is Classic is playing, it looks to be right on top of the staircase, with a little bit of oversight from Brack behind him. But as Exceed is taken out a top window, now there's going to be a lot of questions as far as what will it look like over towards A with no defenders nearby and none that could actually get any intel whatsoever. And it looks like Ultra and A are getting a read that maybe we can just go ahead and hit this for a quick plant.
Yeah, they know Classic loves to play on these steps right here. The nade's going to shrug him off the original angle. But Ultra Academy, stuns and nades coming out. That should signal to Ironblood Gaming that, hey, something's going on over here. Nade's not going to hit Vehicle on the bomb. And Scrap finds first blood. The second nade comes in, and there it is. That's also no plant that comes through, and we're in a 3v3 with 30 seconds left.
And Ultra and A are not in a good spot to recover the bomb and get a free plant. Mohawk's watching over the top of this. Surely he's seen Hixie, or has he? Oh no, he must have been looking the opposite direction. Hixie's gonna get the free kill and turn that into a bomb plant. Ultra and A with the numbers. Classic dropping, leaving things just down to Brack. A 1v3 attempt in front of him. Wants to try to find Scrap, and well, Scrap was ready for it. And Ultra and A will go back to back, tying us up at 2 apiece.
Damn. I feel like that one's going to be a little bit tough to kind of accept if you're an Ironblood Gaming, where you hit the bomb down, you know they're low on time. The only play is to grab the bomb and rotate, or grab the bomb and plant, or hit out the back. And Hixie hits out the back, and Mohawk just doesn't see him when he's making that play. That's the difference maker there for me. If Hixie doesn't find that kill, they just do not retrieve the bomb.
I think some of that is also just off the fact that Ultra and A did a nice job in the 3v4 of isolating the majority of the defense to have to stay at B. So Mohawk has to watch multiple things at once, and that's probably why he's looking the wrong direction. But regardless of the speculation, we get into round number 5. Hixie playing very far forward initially. Gonna back off just a touch, playing over through tunnel. Exceed throwing shoulders. I don't believe he saw anybody defensively over the top of the A site, but nades are being cooked. And Ironblood, running possibly more SMGs in this round, could possibly look to get aggressive into grannies with this compositional setup.
And Scrap is still just 1 kill away from earning himself a glide bomb as well, so playing heavily for that at the moment. Always love having that additional utility to bring home a dub. Exceed, though, brings himself to the front of Zig, where he finds himself just about every single offensive round. It's a matter of, does he work for the bomb? Does he work for bottom grannies? And, well, a double hit right into grannies. Scrap might know something is up. Again, just 1 more kill for that glide bomb, but good information's coming through. Hixie finds the first. Classic gets the trade.
Ultra backing off. They're going to look to play retake at B if the bomb gets planted there. A full wrap back for Assault to reclaim the back hedges. And Ironblood have not committed to one side or the other, but as Brack starts to move away from B, you start to think maybe they're looking for an opportunity to get over onto the A side. Scrap going to get taken from behind, and the first 2 kills in this next engagement go the way of Ironblood. Clock will be extended as the bomb gets planted, and Assault is looking for his first, not just 1 kill, but his first 3 kills here in a 1v3.
Sure is, and there it is. The guy that replaces Mohawk. Mohawk takes him down. Very convincing round coming through, and it's off the back end of double hitting, getting inside of grannies, going to the top, finding Scrap as well. That's 2 glide bombs that have just about come through, but dying one off both times going to hurt. That one really going to hurt for Ultra, but either way, it has just been an absolute back and forth battle here between these two. Assault really yet to get involved as well, which is very untraditional when we talk about this guy in Search and Destroy.
You said it correctly. He's yet to get involved. You know, obviously the 0 kills would lead you to believe he's not having a great game, but the thing about it is he's not in positions to get into these opening first bloods unless he's taking long-range fights like this, which Mohawk gets a little bit of stun assistance from his teammates, so Assault will fall for first blood once again. Scrap's still looking to force the play. Has an idea that Mohawk's over the top, but does not expect that Classic is holding as closely as he is towards the doorway. Once again, the first opening engagements, great for Ironblood Gaming as they look to cruise into a 4th round, pending Hixie doesn't do anything miraculous.
He does have Mohawk lined up, but he'll die in the middle of the map here. I thought for a second, maybe it gets a little spicy, but Hixie won't be able to exit safely, and Ironblood, I mean, it comes down to like a lot of those opening engagements. We saw it 2 rounds ago where Adam Assault took the chow versus Mohawk. Neither player went down, but both tagged up one another heavily. But this time Mohawk wins that battle. And once you lose Assault in these positions, it makes it really hard, right, for the subs to then find themselves in forward positions without getting inside of Granny. So beautifully done, opening up with engagements. Mohawk has been great, at least at that here so far. And well, Brack, well, we keep talking about Brack. This is just casual for him, 8-2, which is another day.
Unreal, dude. Stuns over the top. Oh, but Exceeding Classic will be hindered by a defensive stun over the top of Grannies. You know that Assault has been prone to peek. And this time, oh gosh, a little bit of help from Vehicle. For a second, you thought maybe Mohawk had pushed back enough to get the plant off, but the bomb will be conceded over towards the A site. Recovery needed for IBG, and oh my goodness, they've just destroyed Ultra Nade's defensive setup from inside Grannies. Just another thing that just cannot happen. Assault looking to rotate back over, but he's watching the middle of the map while Scrap makes the first play. Kill is good, but the trade is immediately there. Classic to pick up the bomb, and then immediately head over to try to get this thing planted, you have to think.
Oh, Assault gives away his position.
Yeah.
Still yet to find a kill, but he might be able to find them on the cross here. This could be a chance for a lineup if they come over to B, but it might just be a call to go back to A. We'll have to see. Still a little bit of time to play with, so they don't have to make their decision just yet. But Assault, waiting for that dead silence, now has it. He's going to activate it right away. He's looking to start to move around the map.
I would love to see Assault try to work back in towards Granny's here with this dead silence. Yeah, I love the call. He's completely cleared out the A site. Still a little bit of channel to work with, but he's going to just go statuesque, let it expire, and have to play retake now as Classic gets the successful plan on B. Mohawk deep. Mohawk gets the read. Couple of shots will tag. Assault trying to bait that he's rotating through and then eventually hits the timing, but look at the post-plant setup now for Ironblood. They're all going back in towards River. Classic middle of the map. Destroyed by Assault. Now a 1v1. Reload gets off. Mohawk playing the high angle. Gets the mantle at the right time. Sees Assault down low. Just plays with his food a little bit longer. Opens the windows. Now makes a play in towards the gatehouse. It's just a battle of who sees who first, and Mohawk slides underneath, wins the 1v1, and it's Ironblood on map point.
Oh, that's twice now, man. That's got to feel good for Mohawk. I mean, just the amount of screaming that he was getting the first time around in the series, I feel like every single time you can make plays like that, it's just slowly chipping away at it. And man, oh man, Assault again just can't find the 1 versus 2. Mohawk good in the 1 versus 1. 5-2 now for an Ironblood Gaming, and this is just absolutely insane, man. I really do think, like, that map 4, everything changes from there on out, and we are seeing it here in this second best of 5.
Oh, and here we go. This is just
here we go.
Desperation. Mohawk's actually going to get a stun off. He knows that there's players that are going to be threatening him over towards the tank. Look at the rotation from IBG on the minimap. They're already rotating around deep to help Mohawk so he can tape his life. And the team shots are so damn good. Mohawk not done. Able to get the second. Assault for the trade, but it comes at a steep cost. In the middle of the map, Classic wins another, and it's just down to Assault again, who could do nothing. What a read from Ironblood. And once again, Ultra and A could find no room to work with. Ironblood Gaming take firm control of this second best of 5.
Ultra shook. Ultra Academy is shook. I don't care what anyone says right now. This is not the usual team play that we get out of these guys right now. I mean, just like all the situations, it feels like they're almost always at a numbers disadvantage. And that usually comes by way of, Veto, Scrappy being really good with their opening engagements, Assault at times as well, through the field side or through the river side. But it just feels like that has been non-existent here so far within that map. And it just feels like it's the complete opposite of the Toronto Ultra Academy that we're used to seeing.
Absolutely.
But we're not getting it on the day right now. Ironblood Gaming, I mean, you want to talk about momentum? Well, they got what's better than momentum, Alan? I don't know, but they got it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This is just it is the formula is hitting at the moment for Ironblood Gaming.
It is.
And the thing about it was, all these guys were floating around after Boston. Bracket Exceed in particular were sitting there kind of theory crafting what roster do we want to put together for champs. And they were throwing out names, and I was like, not going to lie, on paper, this team could absolutely be a force to be reckoned with. Just comes down to, can you get the good reps on in time? And the fact that they're taking Ultra NA in every search and destroy so far is borderline unbelievable, which is an easy word for us to use, but I mean it with full definition of the word. It is unbelievable that we're getting this kind of success from Ironblood Gaming with a month at most worth of practice together. Crazy scenes. Absolutely crazy scenes.
And you know what's also crazy, Alan? The one storyline we haven't brought up is the fact that we go all the way back to that, 18 and cracked roster at the beginning of the year.
Sure, yeah.
Classic, right? Gets dropped from that team, has a really tough time kind of finding his footing again. Where's he going to go? No one's really sure. Able to find a couple teams here and there. But then this one forms, and Classic, again, a chance to take down one of his old teammates too. Now I'm going way back stages and stages and stages, so I'm going, deep down memory lane at the moment. But still, it would feel incredible for Nicky D to come back after getting dropped in that first stage, for Mohawk to get a win after getting dropped from Toronto Ultra, after winning the event as well. That's what's insane to me. Everything rides on this potential final map on getting another Berlin control, where they did look fairly solid. They just lost the round 5 in the end.
Yeah, there's a lot of history between these players. It's just there's so much to go back to that we don't have enough time. But yeah, that 18 crack roster surprised us in the first 4 cups in the first place as being probably the most consistent roster in North America before they started to feel like their recipe was not the one needed to find consistent success at the Opens. But so far, this recovery, this rejoicement of Classic, Exceed, Mo, it's looking pretty darn solid at the moment. And now we get into that triple Berlin potential once again. The difference this time is that Ultra and A are going to have to put together one of the first reverse sweeps they've ever been asked to do in the history of this roster being a roster, or even the core three of them being a roster.
I think that's why I used the word shook at the end of that search and destroy map, because it's a position that they just don't find themselves in. You have to kind of, take yourself out of the setting for a second and think of the run from Ultra Academy NA, not dropping a single map up to grand finals. Like, you just have, a different aura kind of about you. You're just playing differently because you're better. But when you lose the first best of 5 the way you do, you lose the first 2 maps the way that you do, all of a sudden, that takes a bit of a mental toll, potentially. You don't know who that's going to, affect specifically, but you just have to bring up the fact that the atmosphere, the vibes have absolutely changed and shifted over to something that they're probably not used to experiencing here. So, overall, you just kind of have to take yourself out of the setting and just remind yourself of that. But that same note, I'm not counting them out. They have a great coaching staff behind them to be able to keep them focused, get them going into this next map. But at the very least here, Alan, we know that this is still a team that we have not seen in this position whatsoever.
Yep. And the thing about it, though, I will kind of speak back to the credit of Toronto NA, is the simple fact of the matter is it's Berlin control. If there was ever a map mode combo to reset and get the momentum right back, it's on this map mode combo for sure. It just comes down to, can you execute off of it? Because honestly speaking, there were great looks for Ironblood on this Berlin control in the first best of 5. It just came down to special players making special plays at the end for Ultra A that started to make things a little bit more, less comfortable in the end. So, I don't know. I'll be curious to see what is going to be the play call here, because we saw kind of uncharacteristically Ultra and a number of their offenses, they were looking to focus purely on just getting a little bit of pressure over towards B first, work the middle of the map, and if we get a favorable kill feed, then we'll make our first heavy-hearted hit over towards the A zone. Will that stay the case, or are Ultra NA going to maybe be a little bit more shook up and try to change up the tempo and just full flood over towards A initially? Hard to say, and also don't know who's starting on which sides, but I'll be curious to see which mentality this Ultra NA team wants to take as they try to reset things back to their favor.
I almost feel like we got to start guessing, like, how many kills is Exceed going to drop coming into this map
number 3,
right?
Almost getting 50, for the hour.
Almost getting 50. Pretty hard to top that. I wouldn't expect him to even really come close to that, but we'll see what Exceed's going to be able to do, because he was just moving a little different when you just look at him running a sub, man. And I really do feel like that's just not something that we're used to seeing when we see Exceed, at least first this caliber of a team. And we know what Exceed's capable of doing against Ultra Academy NA. It's almost unheard of dropping that many kills and, putting them on posters the way that he was. So very, very special moment coming in here for the Ironblood Gaming roster. It's just making sure you just don't get too far ahead of yourself. You're almost there. It's just making sure you're not skipping steps, not skipping fundamentals, right? It's bringing yourself back to ground level. I feel like that's the biggest thing you have to focus on right now as we take a look at the map and we head into Berlin. It's Berlin from here on out. So one way or another, Challenger Finals, it's ending on this map.
It's true. It just comes down to which game mode are we going to get at the end.
That's right.
The last go for all these players will be on a Berlin something. And I think the word to summarize all of what we framed up for Ultra A, it comes down to one word in my mind, and that's just trust. You have to trust what you've already been able to do. Yes. Trust that everyone's going to step up at the right moments, and don't let the last 4 maps weigh on you compared to the last handful of months that 3 of these 4 players have done together. Never missing a grand finals at an international open on LAN. Only missing once at a championship. But this is the one, of course, that matters most, to be world champion of Vanguard. Whew. I don't know, man. I just got a little... got myself a little tingly.
Some chills, yeah. I got a question, Alan. Do you think this would be the biggest upset that we've seen in a grand final?
I think it definitely rivals that of the Shady Kings roster, right? Because even that roster was put together pretty last minute. So I think that there is a little bit of that. But I think as far as like the narratives between these two teams, this narrative is more enriched towards that because of the redemption stories that exist for 3 out of the 4 players on the left side of your screen. Like, the only one that really isn't a part of this. And wait a second, we can actually say that Brack is also looking for revenge as well, because this guy was represented by Toronto Ultra when he was in the CDL, and then dropped away, never getting a chance to play. So, yeah, okay. Whether it's individuals who had teamed together, Mohawk not playing with this squad anymore, being dropped, or Brack in the first place being let go by the organization, okay, maybe this is the biggest redemption upset story we've had.
Yeah, it might just be. It might just be fist pumps coming out, smiles on some of the faces right now of all of the Iron Blood Gaming boys, but it's all about focusing up, dialing in. Jobs not finished, and you cannot give any room to this Ultra Academy NA roster to start to pull off a reverse sweep. You want it done here. 3-0 in the second best of 5 in my mind, Alan, coming into this map. It has to be done. We'll see if they can do it.
Man. You can already see it on Exceed face. He's like, we're not letting these guys get another map, man. That had to have been the comm right there. It's ending right here. Let's find out. It's going to be an opening offense from Ultra NA. Nothing different here. Still looking at the same overall setup. It's a 3-1 split, looking for eliminations up the middle of the map while still stalling the clock at B. Early route by Scrap over towards the train station. Hasn't seen anyone yet, but finally tallies Mohawk, and now you can start to really authoritize this offense in multiple ways. The defense needs to make a decision. Do we deal with Scrap, or do we want to try to take out the player at B? They're going to try to go for Scrap, but he gets a lineup for 2. Looking for an exit, but decides to go to the pistol. A triple for Scrap, 4 in a row. And all of a sudden, the rest of Ultra NA are here to try to get some progress done today.
This is the Scrappy we've been missing. We haven't got that same Slayer that just takes over games, but we get a moment of it there. However, here's Iron Blood trying to just bust through the front door. Pixie, can he finesse his life any longer? No, he cannot. Mohawk gets here for a moment, but he won't be able to stay alive for long. Ultra Academy NA, they've just been pouring on the pressure when it comes to this A zone, and they're here to hit again.
Yeah, dangerous scenes right now. Classic on a pinch is able to find one before finally being taken down. Leaving it just to Brack. Oh, the pre-fire good though! Lines up a double. An unfortunate team name will soften up the defense, but Mohawk makes up for it by taking the tally off the vehicle, and the defense will hold. But it comes at a steep cost. 2 ticks of progress done today. The second one on the way at B, and well, it's a 6 life deficit currently for Iron Blood's defense. Still panic hours here for this opening round.
Yeah, it certainly is. You got to slow it down a little bit, get some map control, start finding a pick here and there to be able to stop the team push from coming in. Classic gonna apply a little bit more pressure, but you just got to make sure you don't throw too many lives away at this point. But Brack, he makes up for a couple. How about that double exiting off of that B point? That's going to set them up here for some great map control, but Scrap already picking them apart.
Yeah, great opening round here from Scrap. One of those Thanos moments that is always memed upon. 10-3 on another double. 10 playing up against 15, just under 90 seconds on the round. Still, though, good pressure from Brack over through mail round, which is really going to force Ultra NA to either have to go back to find the pill or just essentially full flood into the front. But they do eliminate Brack on the outside angle. Hixie now on the way in. Guesses an angle. Not going to find out for him. Exceed. Oh, so well read by him. Jumps forward, gets the double, and now just 60 seconds left and only a 4 life advantage.
Yeah, still got to be careful giving away any freebies, and that's one right there. Assault's going to take it. So 6 lives remaining with a minute to play. Multiple win cons here for Ultra Academy NA. You have to find kills, and you have to exit safely. That's really the job, but Hixie in the back. Here we go on the big play. Try to make the flank happen. Brack doesn't react to Hixie here, and now it's no lives remaining for Iron Blood Gaming, and they have to play retake.
Yeah, that's done. There's just no way you get back in from that. As soon as Hixie's pinch works out for 2, chalk it. There's just no way you get back to that. Too many numbers from both sides. And just another good piece of timing out of the playmaker from Ultra NA. A key opening. But it's Scrap first and foremost to go on a massive spree, which even gets the first 2 ticks of progress in the first place, remember. And there wasn't help that time. I mean, we've been talking about the enabling of Scrap to get him into positions to find a little bit of an easier time navigating 1v multiples, but that was just sheer Scrap power coming into play. So now Iron Blood. Their next offense, 2-2 split. Trying to initially put some pressure on to be immediately. Hixie off of a pinch. Good prediction. Gets the first. Second one around the corner up top. Gets a good read on the Classic, but the gunfight is won. Classic still healthy. 1v1 with Vehicle, who gets the pre-fire off, and that will mitigate any early pressure on towards B.
All right, we wanted to know what Toronto Ultra Academy team we're going to get. Well, we're getting the one we're used to seeing right now, the #1 seed here out of North America, as they're going to be able to put together quite a few defensive kills. But Hixie already on the reads, hits bottom secret, comes up with a double. Will he get a triple? No, Mohawk will be able to pick him off. And now a chance to be able to make some progress on B. That first tick will be secured, and now they're going to start to get some numbers around the point.
It's just down to, can you successfully keep players out of the zone, or more importantly, keep them from being able to find any routes to get around the backside of A. Classic able to take care of one defensive contestant. Scrap still considering the idea of making the play. Just comes down to will he advance any further. Seems to want to, especially with the second kill. Brack is still holding an angle. Shots come out, but Scrap will be put down. Still maybe a chance for Alternate to get in, and Hixie gets there, but just a little bit too late. It's an impressive double, but we go to a 19v19. Minute 55 on the clock, and Ironblood trying to get out of the top right side of the minimap, down over towards A.
Yeah, decisions have to be made now. Do we want to work into fire? Do we want to work into train station? Brack's going to individually work for Assault in the back, and we know this gunfight is a little bit tough. So the nade you're hoping to connect, that one won't find the mark. And Assault's still going to be able to find himself a kill. Will he get the second? Yes, he will. Big plays out of MVP Adam Assault. That's going to be the double in the back, slowing things down just a bit. And now you got about a minute 25 to work with here if you're Ironblood Gaming, and 15 lives.
Scrap speed, a little piece of timing here between Exceed and Mohawk. First kill comes through. Exceed's not giving up his route, though. He's still playing forward. A key elimination on the Hixie, opening up the back. But you can still see Alternate keeping Ironblood at arm's reach through train station, at least initially so. Vehicle in a little bit of trouble here. Really on an island by himself. Assault's not too far away, but once again, Exceed's able to kind of split the defense. So now you've got numbers and a setup. 13v13, 52 seconds on the clock. The hit's coming backside pillars. Coming back quickly is Vehicle, trying to watch over the top of this with an AR, and oh, how does Assault get that elimination? Trades will come out, and now it's just down to Ironblood. Can you clean up the rest of the zone? Scrap onto the pistol. Last one left, and it looks like Ironblood will give him space.
Yeah, Mohawk's got to just slow down here for a second, maybe find a kill if you can, but Exceed, he is still on 5 in a row. So now the number's starting to get back, but Exceed can't put together another. So Mohawk stuck in the point, waiting for his teammates to get to him. He's going to have to slay out, and slay out now. Scrappy, though, will be able to take him down from afar. And Brack in the window, just waiting for someone to line up here for a kill. 8 up against 6, 25 seconds left.
Hixie's going to hate a long clutch route. Shouldn't do anything until the hit is already underway. And here he comes. First kill on the way. Trying to isolate back his Ironblood. That's a good trade, in due time as well. They're able to get back on to try to stop the clock. First tick of progress, now making work towards it again. Assault on the initial trade. Mohawk from the side door, looking for someone to shoot at, but no one's making themselves available. 5v5, 10 seconds on the clock, and Mohawk would have to be the one to make a play, you would feel. Classic's trying to get here quickly, but you've got to get on. Someone's got to get here, and Scrap's going to hit the pitch, shut everything down, and Alternate should be good for the second round, and they are holding defensively strong over towards train station.
I mean, this is just a totally different look, right? Like that normal slaying power that we get. Scrappy's performing really well. Hixie's making some great decisions with some of these route plays coming from behind, disrupting the entire team push, giving the information over to his teammates on where the rest are going to be hitting from. So it has looked a lot more structured. It has looked like the Toronto Ultra Academy NA team that we just come to know and love. It has been different this time around. This has been their bread and butter, and now they just need one more round to put this away and start off the reverse sweep.
Comfortable and confident in both of the first 2 rounds. Scrap averaging more than a third of the kills each round at the moment at 21 and 11. Unbelievable. And 8 of those are on the objective. I mean, goodness. You want to try to criticize him for the first series. He'll give you something to think about here in the second so far. But still so much to be done here for Alternate. Onto the B zone. Defensive contest coming out of Exceed. Looking for the prediction. Yeah, is able to find Hixie, no problem. Last one left is Vehicle, and there's really not much he can do from this position. He's got to wait for help, and that's going to deplete the full second tick of progress here. Ironblood, a chance to really establish a heck of a defensive hold here on B.
Yeah, and Exceed will be spotted, will be able to play his life, though. This push really going to mean a lot for Ultra Academy NA. You do not want to have to battle out of your spawn again with now a minute under the clock. Classic there. Will be able to get involved for the first one. Exceed still in and around the point, but Assault is able to get the late trade. Now on the zone, stopping the clock with about 15 seconds left. Assault looking for the next one up top, and he gets help from Scrap. That's a good clear, and that's Ultra now with control around A.
Should lead to a second tick of progress, but Ultra and A are not stacking initially. They're looking to see if they can bait Ironblood in. Maybe do a little bit more damage to the lives, but as Classic takes down Vehicle, now there's a chance for numbers to start to work forward for Ironblood. Classic more damage, heads up Exceed for an easy elimination, but as Mohawk tries to join the effort, it's just not going to quite be enough as Alternate get the extra 60 seconds. They've neutralized the Light Fleet to a dead tie at 22 apiece. And it's just down to can they find success timing-wise to get around the back. Vehicle will get the trade into Classic, but he's going to be kind of on his lonesome until Hixie decides what he wants to do with his position over towards the backside of A.
Vehicle, big 1v1 up against Classic and almost able to take it after really the first couple shots being easy for Classic to get. There's the trade. 20 lives up against 19. About a minute 15 on the clock. Mohawk's going to be able to continue to play strong defense here on the A point, but it's all about finding the lingering players in the back right now. You have Assault that's going to be able to disrupt everything, continuously spawn trap if he so wishes, but Exceed, he's not even interested in dealing with them. He just wants to try to make a big play through mid, and he almost snaps on Veto for the second.
And this is not a position that we often see Assault be in. Your main AR for Ultra NA slowly backs up towards the A zone. Able to catch a little bit of Classic, but not enough. Frack on the final, and Assault does eventually finish off onto Classic. 3 straight kills. Ultra NA with the 4-man stack. Exceed on the pitch, needs to go quickly. Cooks up a nade. Shots come through. He tags up V-Cool enough to get the first elimination. Now the pinch can come out absolutely successfully, but Team Nade comes into the mix, but it will not make much of a difference. The third tick of progress cut just a touch short, and now Ironblood look to take over train station.
Wow, I think Exceed had to wait on a team nade or maybe an enemy nade, but something stopped him from flushing through right away. But it's still able to at least get there in the nick of time. It's Ironblood Gaming, another go. 25 seconds left. Ultra Academy gonna have to try to flood and really start to flood now, but there's so many difficult gunfights to cut through before you're even going to be able to look at the zone. Mohawk and Exceed, the two you're gonna have to find if you want to touch, and Hixie might have got a window of timing. He could come all the way around the back.
Yeah, this is more than enough time to make this play happen. Defensively, Ironblood are not here to deal with this pinch. Hixie on the way in. Easy first elimination. The second one's coming in the backside towards Concrete. Stuns exchanged from both sides, but the clock has stopped at 4.3. Hixie by himself gets the double, but will do nothing further. And with that, Ironblood will extend the Berlin control, getting their first round here in the round 3 defense.
You get your first one. That's a start here for Ironblood Gaming. Does get a little dicey. Hixie almost makes the big play. Wins a ridiculous second gunfight there, but the wallbang from Classic will at least secure the round. I think they were maybe about another second or two away when they were all stacking the point from closing this one out and heading to a Berlin hardpoint, but that's not the case. But now Ironblood Gaming, they need to be a little bit more convincing off the start. Last time Ultra Academy NA really good at shutting down the initial break and just really getting a lot of that time off the clock early.
Full flood to A. Really from both sides. 3-man defense also here. But Exceed on 5. If he could get number 6 and 7 here by hitting the pinch, this could work out wonderfully, but Assault turns at the exact right moment. Shuts down the streaks. Exchange still coming through, keeping Ironblood's offensive attempts over towards A alive. Mohawk forcing a gunfight, but Hixie just able to sneak away, allowing Assault to confirm the trade with the help. On towards B off the respawn, though, go Ironblood. Just down a life at the moment. Scrap looking to contest early. Backs his way, what I thought was going to be right into Brack, but yeah, eventually Brack able to get the information, take advantage of it. And that will lead to not just a first tick, but likely a second, as here comes Ironblood looking to zone off rotation through mid.
Yeah, I'd say the really good news right now is the fact that Scrap has slowed down a little bit. And Ironblood Gaming, they could look to take advantage of it if one player starts to pick it up a little bit. If we can get that Classic that we got on Kavutsu Hardpoint, this could be around 5. A Classic, important gunfights in front of him. One more, and it's Scrappy that can't find the trade. Classic makes the big play happen, and that's going to be Ironblood. They're on the point. They're stopping the clock here on B.
Classic's responsibility is not over yet, though. He has to get another elimination from the front side of fire because Assault on this pinch is going to have 3 shooting galleries in front of him, and Oz is not going to be good enough. Classic stuck, will be dealt with. And in that same defensive effort, not only is there full recovery of A, but they actually stopped the extra 60 seconds over towards B. So still a fight has to occur. And there's only one player that's here. It's just Exceed. Hixie not able to track him down initially, but Veeco's here to assist, and that's going to be good enough to, again, contest the B zone. 20 playing 19. Hixie's still on a bit of a burner, looking to make a wave through, but they've lost track of the other 2 IBG offensive players, and everything comes to a bit of a standstill for a moment.
Yeah, it definitely does. You have to clear everything before I think you want to confidently stack, and that's why, because Hixie, he can just pounce out of the corner, come from behind, and now that's going to delay everything tenfold here for the side of Ironblood Gaming. Deep spawns coming in, and Hixie, he could do it all over again. Automaton here, looking for kill number 3. Exceed over the top. How does he win that battle? I don't know, but he keeps the play alive. And Ironblood Gaming, they can still get here.
Thing is, Assault's got the high ground on 6. He's got a good read on the Classic. Shots will not connect. And he's red dot chasing. He wants the kill. Doesn't turn for Brack. So now all of a sudden, oh boy, IBG able to possibly get out for the third take, but it's Hixie for the double. Once again, putting a bit of punish in towards the life count. 14v11. Ultra NA with the defensive favor in the life count. But there's still plenty of time to work with here if you're Ironblood. Just have to be calm, cool, and collected about how you want to get back over to get a hit set up for A.
1 tick already in. Just takes 1 wipe, as we know, on Berlin, and you can stack the zone. but you got to find the kills first, and you can't invest too many lives doing so, but Scrap already able to cut one down. Assault off screen gets another. So now a lot of this play falls on the shoulders of Caden. Exceed in the back here. Will he get a close read on Hixie? That's going to be the question. It looks like he's going to post up, wait up for his teammates to get in position, but he's going to be spotted out, and now this play becomes 10 times more difficult.
Bold call for Ironblood, though. It's all 3 members through docks and around the back. Nades through the window. But Scrap up top. Doesn't even get shot back to. Brack still keeping the play alive. Try as he may, though. Scrap is in the middle of the map in a very indomitable position, and there's really nothing you can do from this spot. 11v3. Make it 2. Exceed trying to follow up, but you just don't think that this is going to happen. And Ultra and A, much more like their usual selves here in the Berlin control. It ends with Scrap going 35-24 on a 5 spree at Ultra and A, right back into the series just like that.
Oh, yeah. And they needed it, man. Just that type of performance, I feel like, as well, is so uplifting. But, hey, listen, we brought up the fact that they can bring things back. They can make adjustments, and this is still something they can just consistently rely on like they have the entire year. But the biggest factor, as much as we see everyone always get involved, Assault has a better game this time around. It's just Scrappy putting up 36 kills, man. Like, that slaying power just was really missing, specifically when we go back to the Gavutu. Those same type of S&D plays and First Bloods just were not there in map 2. But we're getting the usual Scrappy that we're used to seeing now, and that is really good news here for Ultra Academy NA.
Absolutely the case. I mean, when you start to feel a hot hand out of Scrap, everyone else feels like, again, that word I use, trust. You start to believe again that, okay, let's shake off those last 4 maps, get back to our usual selves. Scrap is the one kind of as the inspirational morale booster, so to speak. Although that's a different type of morale than I think most are used to. But the thing about it is, you know, when you've got a lot of the freedom that Scrap provides, getting these multi-kills, it allows you a chance, if you're someone like Assault who struggled in the first 2 maps, to just kind of, okay, let me just get good 1v1s, keep the centering up, keep the gunny hot, get back into the mix of things, and then all of a sudden you start to feel everyone clicking. But I will say, try as they may, Ironblood Gaming behind Exceed still gave a couple of really solid looks here throughout a number of these rounds. It just came down to the clutch factor again from Ultra NA that we've seen time and time through these Berlin controls that once again reared its head and extends this to a map number 4. Goodness me.
Yeah, and that's a rough one out of Mohawk as well, right? Untraditional based off of, you know, a lot of his performances so far in the series. Sure, he's had a map here or there where he's went a couple negative, but, you know, for the most part, he's been very consistent. And when you're missing one of those consistent ARs up against a very hot Scrappy, you're starting to feel like the additional pressure of a 5th member really being on the map, like you kind of alluded to in that first round. So definitely going to have to take a bit of a breather after that one. This is where I already brought it up. Like, you just want to close it out in 3. You wanted to get it done there. For that simple fact, for Ultra Academy, they get fired up. They start screaming at you. They start yelling at you. It becomes a different game very quickly here. But, hey, if there is anything that we know about the Berlin Hardpoints, well, they're barn burners, man. Last time around was, what, 250 to 248. Came down to a 3-piece from Classic. And that's still the only reason that we're even in this second best of 5.
I don't know about you, Austin, but there's something that just hit me in the back of the head at the end of that round 4 with the Berlin Hardpoint coming up. You got to go back to the Toronto Open, Shady Kings, whatever it takes. The only time that that Ultra NA fell was on a Berlin Hardpoint map 4, and it was Brack, who pieced up everybody on P1 from the front. I don't know. I just got hit with that. This universal nostalgia came back to me. Who knows? Maybe it happens again, and you have to think that Brack is maybe not necessarily thinking about that, but there's going to be some subconscious part of him that's saying, we got this.
And you're opening up old wounds there for a lot of Ultra fans that know how bad that one was to experience live. But at the very least, I mean, you're absolutely right. Like that was the final nail in the coffin. It was Brack for the 4-piece, and it's Brack here with a chance to still complete it, get the job done. And this would also, it's kind of just coming to me as well, like this would be back-to-back challenger finals for Mohawk. He'd be a back-to-back champion throughout Cold War in this year, which is also just absolutely absurd to say. He's the only one that can do it in the entire lobby. And well, he might be able to do it. This has just been an incredible series, but you're starting to see Ultra dial in, starting to look pretty good. Thumbs are going up. Players are getting ready. Alan, is it going to be another crazy map number 4 in the Berlin Hardpoint? You have to imagine so.
Got a feeling.
Or is it going to be a map 5? That would be pretty fitting for Vanguard.
I just got a feeling, man. I don't know. I just have a feeling. That's all I can say. Let's find out. But you have to feel like it's going to be a minute. I mean, with these two teams squaring up on a map that was already as close as it was, yeah, I think that we could pretty much already guarantee that this is going to be another barn burner 250 to 225 pluser for sure. But it just comes down, I think, mostly to which classic are we going to see this time around, because you just don't want to have to rely on Bracket Exceed to do everything again. You know, you need to get a little bit more help this time through, because as much as Classic popped up at the end, at one point in time, he was like triple negative. He was like 8 and 18 or something. It just was not good news. That has to be immediately better. You cannot go down by 100 plus points this time around, because you have to feel like if Ultra and A get that kind of a lead, they may start to snowball this time through.
Absolutely. I think that's actually a really solid point on top of it. And I mean, based off of what we're also kind of used to seeing out of this Ultra roster, when it comes down to it, man, this is where they want to be. This is their comfort zone. This is the closeout we need to get. And well, last time around, Alan, it was what, 100-point differential at one point in time, and we were kind of thinking, all right, Iron Blood Gaming, they might be out of it here.
Yeah.
Can't compete in the respawns, but they brought that one all the way back to 250 to 248. So who knows what this one's got in store for us? The storylines are out there. Everything that we can say has been said. It's all about who's going big, who's winning gunfights, and what team's going to be better, man. This is, again, potentially the last map that we're going to get, but let's see if we'll get the same Ultra Academy NA that we just got in the last map.
From the favorite side is Ultra NA. Exceed looking to make a play over towards pillars. Stunned up, and a lot of nades are starting to connect. Assault tosses one his way, easy, but the pinstripe kill feed still allows IBG a chance to maybe try to contest, neutralize this hard point, and stack. They're going to have numbers here first. And oh, how about that from Brack? Takes down one. Only dealt with by a teammate, but Classic was more focused on Assault, and the kills come through successfully. Iron Blood Gaming are in, and they're looking not just to be in, they're going to wreck through this back 30 seconds. And look at Ultra NA, they're already on rotation where Brack can meet them.
They're forced to make the rotation in this situation, and this is such a different look compared to what we got the first time around. P1 is much better, and Brack already causing a bit of a havoc inside of the mailroom. Will he be able to stack up some more sub in hand? Nades are coming out. It's a wall bang through the staircase. That's going to be able to take him out. They'll scrap alive and well here for the pop. 33 to 16. Great opening for Iron Blood, but Ultra looking to respond.
The thing about this is, even though they're going to get the initial time, technically speaking, Ultra NA will still have to make the first proactive move to get through this hard point and try to flip the spawns around. This is a great time to do it. 3-for-1 the exchange. Trades favoring Ultra NA heavily as they get into a position to reclaim the lead with flawless time so far here on Mailroom. Shutting down Exceed off the pinch. Now there's a chance to actually push forward. Classic has to make a move. Being danced with by Scrap. Back and forth they go. Scrap finally wins the gunfight. That's 5 in a row from Scrap. Another electric start from the young, promising superstar.
This has been an incredible 35 seconds here so far. I mean, most of it completely uncontested. No one can even get close to the hill. Scrap's got a great read on Brack. He knows he loves to play around this S&D site.
Unreal.
And well, Scrap again. He is just absolutely ripping them to pieces. 7 in a row after the O2 start, and a glide bomb already secured heading into P3.
And Mohawk's in trouble here. Vehicle's just, again, just playing with his food, waiting for time, making sure that Iron Blood will not have positions inside of fire. They're going to have to hold from the back of the hard point. Glide bomb earn immediately spent. How do you get through this? Brack should surely fall. I don't cast or curse this twice in a row. This time he comes through no problem, and now all of a sudden Ultra NA can start to flood. That should block and start to flip the spawns around. Just comes down to, can they get the final kills? And yes, they will. Up in place come Ultra NA. Last contestants are IBG off of the off spawn, looking to get in to try to contest, but Scrap on 9 in a row will deny everything and everyone. Get out of this guy's way.
Oh my, and now 30 seconds left. Ultra Academy, they're able to fan out. They're able to start threatening some earlier kills here at the front of the hill. And Vehicle doing exactly that. A spree of his own will end on 5. You'll want to put a little pressure on the remaining scrap time here. And Iron Blood Gaming off screen will try to get it done. We'll see. Assault has to win the first one. That will be good. Now one more player lingering in and around fire. Won't dedicate a hit inside. And Ultra Academy get another 40 seconds off of a hill.
Yeah, key usage of the streak early. Love the call. Put the pressure on Iron Blood immediately. Don't wait for some kind of bailout tactic to come through. Just use this to just make them feel like this game is out of reach. Force them to have to do something right here at Train Yard. Exceeding a good spot up towards Warehouse. Going to be challenged by Vehicle. Deals with it without really much cause for concern whatsoever. The rest of Toronto Ultra NA largely forming from the front. Trades coming back and forth once again. Exceed able to take care of Scrap at low HP and all! A beam from Exceed onto Assault! puts him 6 feet under, and all of a sudden Ironblood have danced back with Exceed starting to streak.
All right, I know we've gotten a little bit of the scrappy we're used to seeing, but Exceed is still on that same performance there. Unbelievable stuff from him, and look how much time that buys Ironblood Gaming here as Brack is gonna line up 3 himself. Almost gets the 4th. Classic just needs to win one-on-one, but Scrappy, oh my goodness, Scrappy almost does the exact same thing after taking down Brack on his free. What is going on?
Unbelievable stuff, man. Just fireworks all over the place for this finale. Vehicle looking to follow up onto Brack. Good news here for Ultra NA. Able to stave off a lot of that train yard setup at the end, but it still comes at a bit of a cost. You got to remember that the glide bomb now spent. Ironblood have done well to keep this game relatively close, and they're holding on to the favorable spawns as we look back over towards lobby eventually. Still 40 seconds to fight for, though, and missing out on train station, that's going to be big for Ultra NA to possibly use that as a linchpin to success, not only over the hard point, but possibly to try to rotate. And, well, the kills look good for at least the time for now.
Scrappy gonna get shrugged off the angle here. But a good 25 seconds left. You'd love some forward position inside of train. Currently being occupied right now from Ironblood Gaming, however, as Mohawk, nice little bunny hop, come out for the double. Exceed looking for the 3rd. Scrappy pinned in the corner, almost able to get himself out of the situation. But the scrap time looking good. Ironblood Gaming, despite the really rough P2 and P3, they have been able to bring this one back. And it's just about a 15-point game going back into the second rotation of Hills.
That's incredible recovery from Ironblood. That is a miraculous back 2 hard points to get yourself back to within fighting distance, and even more so than that, now you've got a little bit of a hit from the front here for Ironblood, and they deal with Assault, who could not get on the pinch fast enough, so hold on a second. Not only is it recovery to make up the deficit, but you can take the lead back again. And look at the rotation. Exceed's able to stop everything through the middle of the map. Mohawk on 4 is hoping for streaks, and he's in a good position. Just gotta pick your poison here, brother. Pick a spot and just light them up. Nades on the way through. Ultra try to put together a hit from the front, and the help is just not really all that good. So with that, the break comes through, and Ultra NA have a chance to reclaim their lead.
Certainly do. Veto with an incredible explosive play. Gets inside, but hey, Ironblood Gaming, they're not done with this hill just yet. They're trying to make some moves, and Classic up close is able to come up with one. Mohawk, 1v1 for the scrap. Oh, he turns and burns on Scrappy! What a double coming through for Mohawk. That's another 15 seconds, and Ironblood Gaming, they take the lead.
Ixie's able to open up space, though, through docks. This will allow an opportunity for Ultra NA to try to contest the outside and then full flood when they feel like the moment is right, which is apparently right here, right now. Classic battling back. Last one up is Exceed, and he drops very rapidly. But 4 in a row for Mohawk, once again looking for potential streaks. The killing spree confirmed. Stunned up, avoids the gunfight. Has an idea that Hicks is in the middle of the map, but look at the convoy of Ironblood members coming from behind. An opportunity to try to overwhelm with just sheer force of willpower. But Assault and Scrap holding things down with Vehicle also in the corner. Last one left is Brack. Over the top of the tank, Vehicle has definitely seen this. Shots come out. Hixie finishes the kill. And Ultra NA bounce right back here in mailroom.
They've just been so good at P2 and P3 specifically, just the zone control around the point. It feels like no one can get inside. But here's a moment, at the very least, in the back 15. Exceed gets in for 3, goes to the pistol. Almost finds the 4th. Hixie, though, 3 in a row for himself. Maybe working on a bit of a streak, but will be surprised by Mohawk from behind. 154, 169. Lead changes back and forth, but again, it's Ironblood Gaming that are in P3 first.
And they're in a great position to hold on to this hard point. You got Mohawk super on the backside watching crosses. Brack over towards the B bomb site. And look at Exceed, even positioned inside of fire. So Classic holding time, just has to watch one direction. And this is all going flawlessly. Scrap will get traded, at least to get one elimination, but the read from Exceed is good. The spawns are still fine for Ironblood, and the first 30 seconds is going to be completely uncontested by Ultra NA. They finally get some room to work with to the front side of the lobby, but look at the focus for Ironblood. They're dealing with it hand and foot. There's no problems whatsoever, and closer to 200 points goes Ironblood Gaming.
Oh, it's a good nade that comes through. Assault's gonna get info. Tries to break, but Exceed and Classic, they're trying to hold on. 15 seconds again. Any time is great time, and Scrappy knows it, but he will be unable to get in there for it. Brack on 5, able to lock in a lot of that time, and that is the best hill that we've gotten to see out of Ironblood Gaming when it comes to P3. Just about a full 60. Over 200 points will be Ironblood Gaming, but now Ultra, they have to set up. They have to go big. They need some crucial time.
Shoes on the opposite foot all of a sudden in this second rotation. It was Ironblood who needed a full setup over here towards Train Yard. Now it's Ultra Renee who desperately needed an Exceed. Opens up the backside. Now a chance to use the train cars as a natural heading as he defends over any Ultra Renee members that are still spawning close, but the spawns are literally all over the place. It just comes to who reacts to who first. Vehicle on the way forward, able to keep this evenly fought. Ow! Big gunfight win for Vehicle. 3 in a row. Ultra Renee with a chance to still zone off Ironblood and start to accrue some much needed time as we get looking closer to a tie game.
Oh, unbelievable stuff. Vehicle just goes massive in the back here. Really stops a lot of that time from coming in and secures it for his team. Scrappy from afar is good. Assault with another. 3 players going down. Mohawk, the last one left alive, and he is able to get involved in the play. 10 seconds here, but it's all about the P5 focus, all about getting the early power positions, and there's already 2 players from Ironblood Gaming threatening the P2 power position.
No, but the thing about this is with those 2 kills on the exit from Scrap, it allows a chance for Alternate to really focus their numbers towards controlling these inner apartment areas, get to the high ground, control the staircases, maybe even allow someone to go a bit rogue, hit a bit of a pinch. Most of the focus for Ironblood on this break attempt is coming by way of getting towards mailroom, but the kills are just not there. Oh boy. All of a sudden, back to a tie even game. And Vehicle, one of the main reasons why. 4 in a row. Scrap right there with them on a 4-piece of his own. And we got a dead even game here, Austin. 209 to 209. Ironblood are nowhere to be seen around this 5th hill.
This zoning has just been so good. It feels like any angle that Ironblood Gaming tried to approach, it's just been shut down here so far. This is not typically a hill that you get a lot of time on, but somehow Ultra Academy NA are able to do it. Classic does slide in, is able now to fight for the remaining 15. Hixie won't give it up for free, and any kills are big because it's all about the rotation now, all about P1. This very well might be where it ends.
Oh, and Toronto Ultra NA have a huge zone in front of the hardpoint. This is absolutely beautiful if you're Ultra NA trying to make a comeback. Happen to solve the key gunfight win versus Mohawk. Keeps the bottom side of the minimap safe. Oh boy, not good news here for Ironblood Gaming. They need to deal with Scrap first and foremost, and at least they shut down the potential streak to come in. But over the 230 mark go Ultra NA. Off the pinch, Assault is still decimating Ironblood members from getting into the hardpoint with any sort of concentration. To 240 we go. Ultra NA still very comfortable with the numbers that they have. Someone has to make a play for Ironblood, and it's time for Brack to make a move.
You have to make a move right now. Brack trying to slide on out. Can he find the second with a pistol? No, Scrap shuts him down. But it's still Ironblood Gaming that are able to get Ultra off of the time. But it flips the map, which is going to delay the rotation. Multiple problems to deal with now if you're Ironblood Gaming. You have to make sure Ultra don't get 4 seconds on P1, and you have to rotate.
Hixie on the flank. He's trying to hit the pinch. Hixie gets the first, but Mohawk's there to deal with them. Long-range gunfight on the vehicle. One more. It's a 1v1 with Scrap on the outside. He can't get there. Exceed blocks the doorway. Is this the championship moment? Ultra NA, they can't get through. Brack shuts him down on the side door. And the new world champions and challengers are Ironblood Gaming in a second best of 5.
Unbelievable stuff from Ironblood Gaming. What was looking like the impossible, looking like it just could not be done. The #1 seed out of North America falls, and they fall with the new roster change. That is unbelievable stuff, man. Look at them. Brack is getting hyped. Mohawk beats his old team after getting dropped. Why would you drop someone after winning event after event? Mohawk says, well, you shouldn't have. Isn't even screaming in their face. Humble as ever. And he goes back-to-back in both titles. Unbelievable stuff, Alan. That is just ridiculous.
There's nothing like that. Back-to-back in 2 titles is... And the thing about it was you got to keep in mind that the We're Trying Now roster was also kind of a last-minute put-together, so to speak. The last couple of weeks, they were putting that roster together immediately after the Final Cup, and unbelievable scenes coming out. Brack is the only player to beat Ultra NA twice over. Mohawk gets his revenge. Exceed able to beat his former teammate of Assault. I mean, just what do you want? The storylines, they're everywhere. The rewards that are going to be felt from those 4 members are just absolutely undeniable. And for Ultra NA, it's going to feel very similar to the storylines we talked about for Built by Gamers last year. Convincingly the best team throughout the entirety of the year in Challengers, but just could not get over the finish line when it mattered most. What a bounce back from Ironblood in the back end of the first half, and then to set up an immense tone in this second best of 5. Unbelievable scenes.
I can't help but be so happy for all 4 of the players in Ironblood Gaming, man. And it might sound a little weird coming out of my mouth because obviously it's no secret. Like, I'm a part of Ultra. I love those guys. I spent a lot of time with Hixie and Scrappy, and I know them very well, and they're great friends of mine. But when you talk about just the storylines, you talk about the history here, and you talk about the fact that Ultra made the call that we have hit our ceiling. We're not improving. Despite getting the win, they feel like Mohawk is the problem, and he still is able to overcome that, be huge throughout multiple games in this grand final. And just everyone gets some sweet, sweet revenge, man. I can't imagine how that feels for all of them. They got to be on top of the world, constantly proving everybody wrong, and they deliver, winning 2 best-of-5s here in Vanguard.
Something that, leading up to the day, I don't think anyone would have predicted whoever the opponent of Ultra NA was going to be able to do. They were literally mint condition in the first day. 3-0s all over the place, including a number of insane clutches to keep the flawless map count record. How do you beat them in 6 maps? Well, Ironblood Gaming show us exactly how. And we could go on and on about all 4 of these players that just won themselves a world championship. But, man, I'll tell you, Exceed came through so clutch in the back 2 maps of the first best of 5, and in a number of moments here early as we recap over the scores, including the Gavudu hardpoint, mind you, where he was just untouchable, it felt like at times. The 250 189 there on the run back. In fact, all of these map mode combinations are the same, in the same order. The domination of Bakaj Search and Destroy, and maybe for a second you started to believe that Ultra NA could regain form after a dominant Berlin control. But in the end, back and forth affair, major streaks all over the place. Scrap gets shut down. It's Brack who gets the final kill, and Mohawk that goes back to back. Oh, golly.
Man, I just don't think I've ever been filled with like this much happiness for somebody else. Like, it just feels like everything was stacked against these guys, and it's just somehow they're still able to do it, man. Man, these 4 players right now, from anyone watching that struggled in the CDL, if you did not make playoffs and you were a bottom 4 team, take a look at every single player in this lobby and take a look at the run. Ultra Academy NA were 3-0 the entire tournament up until grand finals. They even beat Ironblood Gaming and sent them to the lower bracket, as you can take a look in the upper bracket semifinals, and they come back and beat them twice. If that's not a statement, I don't know what the hell is, man. Incredible stuff from these guys. I really just cannot emphasize it enough, man. I am just so happy for all 4 of those players.
Man, what a tournament. I mean, we get the first iteration of a Challengers World Championship, so to speak. All 4 Challengers regions represented. And man, that just sets up for one heck of a conclusion in the first place. But a massive congratulations, of course, to Ironblood Gaming, the team, the players, the staff, the back end. Unbelievable stuff to get this team together and find this much success so quickly. Obviously, major commiserations to Ultra NA, Team War finishing in 3rd place, AIM in 4th. All 4 of those squads had some major stakes going into this weekend, and none of them should come away feeling disappointed with the show they put on, at least for our perspective. My goodness.
Yeah, absolutely not, man. Incredible year. It was so many tight series throughout Vanguard. You could never really pinpoint who was maybe going to take each and every one, but I think by the end of the year, most people had a favorite, but that favorite did not come through. And we get a little surprise to kind of end us off on the Vanguard year, which I am very happy for. I am here for. It's been incredible. And a big shout out to every single one of you watching.
Absolutely.
Obviously, CDL is going on at the same time. So every single one of you that are in here that have both streams pulled up, you are a real fan. We appreciate you, and you have no idea how much we really do. So thank you so much for watching this, guys. This has been incredible, and I'm just happy to be here, Alan. This was so fun.
Yeah, I have to extend that thanks to people like Ant from the Rotation, CDC Intel, Crone, Gamepedia, Breaking Point, for all of the extra work that was done to help support the Challenger scene, making our broadcast lives so much easier, allowing us to tell the stories that much better. Massive shout-outs for helping cover it throughout not just the entirety of this weekend, but people like Easy Mac going above and beyond, doing stats for every single player and every single elite. And obviously, Ant at the Rotation, you're an absolute legend for all the hours you put in to help give some press coverage, clip coverage, and social media coverage. We really do thank you from the bottom of our hearts. And of course, to all the Esports Engine team that put on the production, for Brody and Andy who were on earlier, and all the other players that had participated in Challengers throughout the entirety of the year. That is a conclusion to the 2022 year, but the good news is we won't have to wait too long for Modern Warfare 2 and the start of the 23 season. I'm sure more news to come, but for the final time for the Vanguard year, we say farewell, and until next time, make sure you keep holding it down. Bye-bye.
you live. Sometimes you don't really like your kids. Sometimes you grow out of your friends. Sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow. Or you can just live